The tale commences with the fateful encounter between a young boy and girl. What if the one to marry Sun Wukong was Bulma instead of Shishi? Vegeta gazed pensively at the golden-haired and azure-eyed Kakarot. Chapter 1. The beginning year 740 of the age. Farewell, Kakarot. Bardock pressed his palm against the glass, silently chanting as he beheld Kakarot within the spacecraft. 1 year later, in the year 741 of the age, a spherical spaceship plummeted like a meteor into the Bowsy Mountains, where an elderly man discovered the infant within and gently cradled him. From this day forth, you shall be named Sun Wukong. At the end of the year 748, a boy with a crab-like head pondered aloud in confusion. Who am I? As he calmed himself, he surveyed the surrounding woods and the house behind him, and in an instant, a realization dawned upon him. He was both Sun Wukong and an ordinary young man from Earth. Their souls had merged. To think that while I was watching Dragon Ball Heroes' third-generation crossover, I was suddenly transported. No, perhaps transported is not the right term. Sun Wukong used his gaze fixed upon the sky, his pupils momentarily dilating. I am neither solely Sun Wukong, nor merely Yin and I, or perhaps I am both. Let it be from today onward. I shall be known as Sun Wukong, or Kakarot. Sun Wukong entered the house and lay upon the bed, contemplating his next steps. It is now the end of the year 748, which means I have yet to meet Bulma for less than a year, he murmured while gazing at the calendar on the wall. In truth, he had often envisioned what it would be like to traverse into the world of Dragon Ball. If he were to become a Saiyan, he could not escape the 4 points: the sins of beans, the Dragon Balls, the gravity chamber, and the mastery of ki. Snapping back to reality, Sun Wukong looked around, and memories from years past flooded his mind, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. If only I had arrived a year earlier, perhaps my grandfather would not have perished. No, it had not yet been a year since his grandfather's death. He could still use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. Yet, it seemed his grandfather had encountered his own love, the great sage. In the afterlife, perhaps he would not consent to being revived. Regardless, the first step is to find Master Roshi and become his disciple, Sun Wukong declared, springing up from the bed and stretching his limbs. He casually picked up the Rui Jingu Bang from the wall and embarked on his journey to apprenticeship. Half a month later, Sun Wukong floated on the ocean's surface, gazing at the distant island, finally exhaling in relief. At last, I have found it. At that moment, Master Roshi lounged in a recliner, perusing an adult magazine, a lewd grin occasionally gracing his face, oblivious to Sun Wukong's quiet approach. Master Roshi, hello. I am Sun Wukong, and I wish to become your disciple. The sudden voice startled Master Roshi, causing him to fumble and drop the magazine to the ground. You wish to be my disciple, and your name is Sun Wukong? Wait a moment, Sun Wukong? Master Roshi adjusted his sunglasses and looked at Sun Wukong with curiosity. Yes, Master Roshi. I am Sun Wukong, and Son Gohan is my grandfather, Sun Wukong replied, his face radiating with joy. Su Guang caught sight of the magazine in Master Roshi's hands. He couldn't help but recall that the old turtle hermit was still that lecherous old man. Grandpa has passed away. Sun Wukong reluctantly uttered the words he wished to avoid. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi was momentarily taken aback. The departed have left us. Child, there is no need for you to grieve further. Although he felt a deep sorrow himself, he endeavored to console Sun Wukong. Let's not dwell on such matters. Do you wish to become my disciple? As a grandson of Gohan, I can't accept you. But be forewarned, my training is quite arduous. Perhaps due to Gohan's demise, Master Roshi refrained from insisting that Sun Wukong bring a beautiful girl along, adopting a notably serious demeanor. Thank you, Master Roshi. Master Roshi glanced at the sky and, noticing it was still morning, turned to Wukong and said, since you wish to be my pupil, training begins today. Follow me. Thus, Master Roshi led Sun Wukong to a cliff, where he carved the character for turtle into a stone and tossed it down the precipice. Sun Wukong, observing the familiar scene before him, couldn't help but smile faintly. Understood, Master Roshi. 5 days swiftly passed, and Sun Wukong could distinctly feel himself growing stronger. However, he yearned for an even swifter ascent in power. On a fateful morning, after delivering milk, Sun Wukong sought out Master Roshi and discovered him perusing another Riska magazine. The smile crept across his face as a clever idea formed in his mind. Cautiously, he approached Master Roshi and shouted with all his might, Grandpa Roshi! The thunderous call startled Master Roshi, causing him to leap from his lounge chair and hastily conceal the magazine, clearing his throat in a feigned display of modesty. Ahem, Wukong. What is it you need? Sun Wukong found Master Roshi's pretense of seriousness amusing, though he stifled his laughter, knowing it would surely invite a reprimand. Master Roshi, I wish to intensify my training. My physique has always been somewhat unique, and I feel this level of training is insufficient. Very well, starting tomorrow, I shall gradually increase your training regimen. For now, You may continue your practice. In truth, Master Roshi had already discerned the uniqueness of son Wukong's physique. The training regimen he provided was equivalent to what he had previously assigned to his two disciples, Gohan and others, who had finished their sessions utterly exhausted while son Wukong merely broke a light sweat and caught his breath. Half a year later, in a desolate expanse, two figures engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. To the naked eye, they appeared as two shadows colliding incessantly, each impact leaving cracks in the ground. Master Roshi launched a punch toward Wukong's head, which he deftly blocked with his left hand, while his right hand gathered a sphere of energy to strike back. Master Roshi, however, swiftly teleported several meters away. Impressive, Wukong. In just 6 months, you can hold your own against me. Master Roshi had never encountered a talent like Wukong, who could match him after such a brief period of training. Scratching his crab-like head, son Wukong chuckled. All thanks to your training, Master Roshi. Son Wukong felt an overwhelming sense of transformation since his crossing into another realm. His innate talents had seemingly reached astonishing heights. Perhaps it was due to an increase in training, but in just 6 short months, he found himself nearly on par with his mentor. His combat prowess might even surpass that of Master Roshi, although his martial arts techniques were still inferior. Such a notion would have been inconceivable in the original narrative. I have little left to impart to you, Master Roshi remarked with a hint of nostalgia. What remains is for you to hone your martial skills. It is time for you to venture out into the world. Endless training alone will not lead you to become a true martial arts master. Wait, Master Roshi, are you sending me away? Wukong replied, astonished. I merely wish for you to gain experience. Before you depart, I shall bestow upon you a gift, the flying nimbus. Of course, whether you can ride it depends on your own abilities. Master Roshi observed Wukong's hesitant demeanor with a slight twitch of his mouth. This boy's appetite was indeed insatiable, and perhaps a journey would do him good. Gazing at the nimbus before him, Wukong felt a twinge of anxiety. He was not the original son Wukong, and perhaps his heart was not as pure as it once was. His ability to ride the cloud was now a matter of fortune. With a light leap, Wukong found himself seated upon the nimbus. Remarkable. I never imagined I could actually sit upon it. Half a pure heart surely counts for something, he thought, elated at this unexpected success. Master Roshi, might you also gift me the orb around your neck? He inquired, scratching his head in a playful manner. Impudent boy, take it, Master Roshi replied, tossing the orb to Wukong. Wukong caught it eagerly, expressing his gratitude with a heartfelt thank you, Master Roshi. Settling onto the nimbus, he familiarized himself with its flight, and in an instant he transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring into the distance. Farewell, Master Roshi. His voice echoed throughout the sky. Wukong, do not forget to participate in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Of course. Chapter 2. The Boy and the Girl. The art of flight is not particularly difficult. Even Master Roshi possesses this skill, though he refrains from using it for certain reasons. Gently pushing open the door, a fine layer of dust cascaded down from the surface, illuminated vividly by the sunlight. Upon a cursory glance, it was evident that the room had not been inhabited for over 6 months, now cloaked in a delicate veil of dust. Goku furrowed his brow at the sight, and a surge of energy erupted from within him. With a forceful tremor, the dust adhered to the walls was dislodged, cascading to the floor. He then expertly manipulated his energy to encase the dust and transport it outside. After completing this task, Goku exhaled in relief. This served as a valuable exercise in his control over energy. At that moment, his stomach grumbled, a reminder of his hunger, and glancing at the sky, he realized it was nearly lunchtime. Goku decided to venture to the nearby brook to catch a fish. Do not inquire about a fishing rod. A Saiyon's tail serves perfectly as one, and he had long mastered its use. Without further ado, Goku soared into the sky, executing a somersault before heading towards the brook. Dipping his tail into the water, he waited, and after approximately 10 minutes, he sensed a fish had taken hold of it. With a vigorous flick, a fish measuring 2 meters in length, a meter in width, and weighing at least 300 genes soared to a height of over 10 meters. Goku followed suit, landing with a powerful kick that sent the fish crashing onto the shore, rendering it unconscious. Observing his catch, he noted that this was a significant improvement from his previous fishing exploits. This fish had bitten quickly and was impressively large, finding a sturdy branch thicker than his arm. He skewered the fish from head to tail and gathered some firewood to kindle a flame, beginning to roast it. As he watched the flickering flames, his mind wandered, contemplating his next endeavors. It was now the year 749 of the age, and Bulma's quest for the Dragon Balls was imminent. Goku was not disinterested in finding the Dragon Balls himself. However, lacking a dragon radar, he would have to rely on Bulma. For the time being, he resolved to continue training until Bulma passed by the Kame house. Lost in thought, Goku was suddenly struck by the smell of something burning. Oh no, my roasted fish. 3 months later, Goku wiped the sweat from his brow, having completed his training for the day. He felt satisfied with the progress made during this period. Having nearly doubled his strength, Previously, he had a battle power slightly above Master Roshi's, estimated at around 150. Now, he had achieved approximately 300. Yet, Goku remained somewhat unsatisfied. He aspired to transform into a Super Saiyan before Vegeta arrived on Earth. Truth be told, he was quite eager to see the expression on Vegeta's face upon witnessing his golden hair and blue eyes. Perhaps this was where he diverged from the original Son Goku, an inclination towards mischief? Was this the essence of the scoundrel known as Roto? Of course. All of this was still a distant prospect. To achieve the Super Saiyan transformation, a foundational battle power of 3 million was necessary. However, once he encountered Bulma and gained access to the gravity chamber, enhancing his base power would become swift. Suddenly, Goku sensed an individual approaching his home. Could it be Bulma? He pondered as he flew towards the direction of the presence he had felt. In the sky, Sun Wukong swiftly spotted Bulma driving a small car along the road. He descended and positioned himself by the roadside, poised to call out to her as she passed. Suddenly, he heard Bulma's cries for help ahead. Looking over, he noticed her car appeared to be out of control, veering dangerously off the road, seemingly headed straight for him. Wukong's mouth twitched. What grudge could she possibly hold against him to crash into him? He quickly moved to block the vehicle's path. Bulma frantically slammed the brakes and twisted the steering wheel. But alas, the car refused to obey her commands. In a panic, she screamed, and at that moment, a child unexpectedly appeared in front of her. Ah! Bulma shut her eyes tightly, lowering her head, as if unable to bear the impending catastrophe. With a resounding crash, the car came to a halt. It's over, it's over. I've killed someone. I'm going to prison. No, I'm only 16, and I haven't even found a boyfriend yet. Trembling, Bulma raised her head and opened her eyes, only to find the little boy standing unscathed before her, his hands deeply embedded in the car's interior. Wukong withdrew his hands from the metal frame. For someone with a combat power of 300, halting a car was a trivial feat. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment, her disbelief palpable, until she noticed the tail protruding from behind Wukong. What a monster! You're the monster. I saved you, and you dare insult me. Wukong crossed his arms defiantly. Cautiously, Bulma exited the vehicle and addressed the diminutive figure before her. I'm sorry, and thank you for saving me. And who are you? What brings you to this desolate place? Aren't you afraid of being devoured by wild beasts? They say there are ferocious creatures here, even dinosaurs. Wukong feigned ignorance towards Bulma. Wait, don't scare me. There are dinosaurs? Bulma's face paled at the thought, but soon she caught a glimpse of the smirk on Wukong's lips, which ignited a spark of irritation within her. My name is Bulma, and I hail from West City. I'm here in search of the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? What are those? Can you eat them? Hey, little brat, can you stop assuming everything is edible? The Dragon Balls, when gathered together, summon the eternal dragon who can grant any wish. Bulma scrutinized Wukong, recalling his remarkable ability to halt a car with his bare hands. She pondered for a moment. How about you become my bodyguard? Protect me while I search for the Dragon Balls. Once I succeed, I can reward you with immeasurable wealth. My family is among the richest in the world. Bulma declared with a hint of pride. Is that true? Absolutely. 100 million zeni. What do you say? Could you also help me build a gravity chamber? A gravity chamber? Yes. I can promise to do my utmost, but I can't guarantee anything. You must be prepared for that. All right, it's a deal. Wukong marveled once more at the extraordinary wealth of Bulma's family. At just 16, she could so casually mention such a substantial sum. Hearing Wukong's agreement, Bulma beamed with joy. However, glancing at the damaged car, she realized it was unusable. She then retrieved a universal capsule, pressed it, and tossed it to the ground, where a motorcycle materialized. I am yet to learn your name. Son Wukong. You may call me Wukong. Very well, Wukong, please come aboard. Bulma sat at the front of the motorcycle, leaving a considerable space behind for Son Wukong to sit. No, I can fly. After uttering these words, Son Wukong felt a twinge of regret, reminiscing that had he not traversed to this world, he would have readily accepted. Indeed, he had blended into this new life. Can you really fly? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, on my Nimbus. With a call, a swirling mass of yellow cloud appeared from the distance, and Wukong leaped onto it. Let's go? Wukong grinned at Bulma, watching him perched on the cloud. Bulma could not help but feel a pang of envy. Can I sit on that cloud too? I am uncertain. Nimbus is not meant for everyone. But you may give it a try. With that, Son Wukong maneuvered the Nimbus down to the ground, allowing a space for Bulma. Hee. Bulma gleefully dismounted the motorcycle and promptly attempted to sit on the Nimbus, only to tumble through it with a resounding thud onto the ground. Ouch, that hurts. Bulma rose, rubbing her backside. Haha, it seems you cannot ride the Nimbus. Wukong chuckled. Bulma, observing Wukong's merriment, felt a surge of irritation. What are you laughing at? You cannot sit either. Get on the motorcycle with me. Bulma said fiercely. Why not? There is no reason. I am the financier. And do you still wish to receive money? Fine, fine. Bulma, noticing Wukong's dejected demeanor, could not suppress a sense of triumph. Off we go. Once Wukong was settled, Bulma revved the throttle, and the motorcycle sped towards Wukong's home. Chapter 3, The Journey Begins. Bulma, Why are you heading to my home? Son Wukong feigned ignorance. Your home? You mean that house not far ahead is yours? Bulma questioned, bringing the motorcycle to a halt. Indeed, that is my home. At that moment, Bulma retrieved a Dragon Ball, an orange glass sphere containing 2 red stars. Is this the Dragon Ball? Yes, it is. I first stumbled upon this in the warehouse, and after some inquiries, I learned it was a Dragon Ball capable of granting any wish, which inspired me to create the Dragon Radar to search for them. Having said that, Bulma produced the Dragon Radar to show Wukong. Wukong, look. The Dragon Radar indicates that there are 2 Dragon Balls right at your home. Bulma exclaimed excitedly. So this is the Dragon Ball. I have 2 at home, and I shall fetch them for you shortly. Wukong beamed at Bulma's enthusiasm. That's wonderful. Thank you, Wukong. Bulma turned and embraced Wukong tightly. In that instant, Wukong's face flushed slightly, despite Bulma being only 16 and not fully developed. Being embraced by a youthful girl would cause any normal person to blush, especially someone who was not the original son Wukong. I apologize. I got a bit too excited. Bulma also realized her reaction. Although Wukong was merely a 12-year-old boy, it was her first time being so intimately close to a stranger, causing her cheeks to redden as well. Let us proceed. After calming her emotions, Bulma shyly spoke. All right. Goku feigned a complete lack of embarrassment, adhering to the saying that if one feels no embarrassment, it is others who should. At this moment, the sun was gradually setting, casting its soft glow upon the earth, creating a tender scene. The shadows of a boy and a girl alongside a motorcycle stretched longer and longer. Goku, your house is quite small, Bulma remarked. The daughter of the wealthiest tycoon in West City, experiencing rural living for the first time. Here, take this. Goku handed the Dragon Ball to Bulma, who quickly accepted it and stored it away. This is fantastic. Now we have 4. We only need 3 more to summon the dragon. Goku glanced at the sky. Noticing it was about to grow completely dark, he turned to Bulma and suggested, since it's getting dark, should we stay here for the night? Sounds good. I'm getting a bit hungry. What do you want to eat? I have plenty of delicious food here. Bulma proudly presented several capsule devices to Goku. Bulma, do you remember I told you there are dinosaurs nearby? Of course, why? How about we have roasted dinosaur meat tonight? It's incredibly delicious, juicy and chewy after grilling. And I'm quite skilled at barbecuing, Goku proposed. Flying? Really? Bulma was taken aback by the sight before her. Despite the numerous surprises and shocks that Goku had already brought her, this was yet another. Soaring at a height of 100 meters, Goku flew slowly. Although the light was fading, for him, who could sense energy, locating dinosaurs was exceedingly simple. The energy signature far larger than that of surrounding creatures indicated a dinosaur. Before long, Goku spotted his target and, moving at a speed that would appear instantaneous to an observer, arrived directly in front of the dinosaur. The creature, resembling a Tyrannosaurus Rex from his past life, was puzzled by the sudden appearance of what it perceived as food. Suddenly, a powerful blow to its head rendered it incapable of thought. Goku delivered a swift kick to the dinosaur's forehead, sending the nearly 10-meter-tall beast flying over 100 meters. Its massive body crashing through countless trees before finally colliding with a large boulder. Goku grasped the dinosaur's carcass with one hand and began to fly back towards Bulma. She was still lost in thought, gazing at the flames of the fire when she suddenly felt as if the moonlight had been obscured. Looking up, she beheld a slender figure descending slowly, a dinosaur held aloft in one hand. The dim moonlight illuminated the boy's face, which, though still youthful, now bore a hint of maturity, making his small frame appear more imposing. Seeing this, Bulma's heart skipped a beat, though it quickly settled. If only Goku were a few years older. She gazed at the figure in the sky, recognizing Goku's 12 years of age, which relegated him to the status of a younger brother in her eyes. What am I thinking? Goku is only 12. She chided herself. Hey, Bulma, what are you thinking so intently about? Goku called out, snapping her back to reality. Goku placed the dinosaur meat onto a nearby patch of ground and, noticing Bulma's distracted demeanor, inquired, What's the matter? You mentioned that your barbecue skills are exceptional, didn't you? Hurry up and start grilling. I'm famished. Bulma replied, a hint of urgency in her voice. Oh, by the way, Bulma, do you have any barbecue seasonings? The ones at my home are rather bland. After slicing off a generous portion of dinosaur meat with his energy blade, Goku asked, Of course, I have plenty. I brought a multitude of universal capsules, Bulma exclaimed, producing a capsule and tossing it to the ground, which transformed into an array of barbecue condiments. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, she rested her head on her knees, watching the young boy as he grilled the dinosaur meat. Gradually, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Goku, it smells absolutely divine. Bulma inhaled deeply, unable to suppress her salivation. Indeed, would I deceive you? Once this smaller piece is ready, it's yours. As Goku offered her the grilled meat, a radiant smile illuminated his face, prompting Bulma to smile gently in return. Thank you, she said, taking the meat and savoring a bite. Her taste buds awakened by the delightful blend of flavors. This is truly delicious. Goku, I hereby hire you as my personal chef. What do you say? No way. I'm not a chef. I still have training to do, Goku responded, rolling his eyes at her suggestion. Humph, what's so special about training anyway? She retorted. You wouldn't understand. Of course, I wouldn't comprehend the grand hero that is our Goku, Bulma teased. As Goku noticed that his own meat was nearly ready, he took a hearty bite. Goku, can you actually manage to eat all that? Bulma observed the enormous piece of grilled meat, larger than Goku himself, with curiosity. Easily. My physique is rather unique. I can consume more than the average person. Upon hearing Goku's explanation, Bulma raised an eyebrow, skeptical of his claim. Yet, she chose not to probe further. Bulma, once you gather all 7 Dragon Balls, what wish would you make? Goku inquired, knowing she would likely want to find a boyfriend. Huh, what wish? Bulma stammered slightly, caught off guard. I don't really know. I'll decide once I have them all. And you, Goku? If the wish were yours to make, what would you wish for? Bulma quickly shifted the topic. How dull. At such a young age, all you think about is training. Will you even be able to find a girlfriend when you grow up? Bulma rolled her eyes. Hee hee, I believe I'm quite handsome. I should be able to find one, Goku replied with a trace of vanity. How conceited. Perhaps when I grow up, you could be my boyfriend. How does that sound? Goku jested. Bulma's cheeks flushed at his words. What are you talking about? You're still so young. Is it too soon to be thinking about girlfriends? Huh, wasn't it you who brought it up? Honestly, do you even know what a girlfriend is at your tender age? I don't know. Isn't it just a friend? Oh, you really don't know, do you? Well, it's getting dark. I'm off to bed. Bulma abruptly realized her earlier comments were misplaced and hastily sought an excuse to leave. Watching Bulma escape into the house conjured from her universal capsule, Goku couldn't help but smile. The spirited Bulma was truly delightful. In the stillness of midnight, Goku found himself unable to sleep, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling. An adventure was on the brink of unfolding, and this tale was set to commence on this very day, stirring a sense of anticipation within him. At that moment, Bulma emerged from the bathroom and took a seat at the edge of the bed, her eyes drifting through the glass to the silvery moonlight illuminating the sky. Lost in thought. Chapter 4, The 6-Star Dragon Ball. Hey, Bulma, it's time to rise and shine. Goku called out, knocking on Bulma's door. Startled awake, Bulma felt a surge of irritation. Yet, almost instantly, a faint blush crept across her cheeks, the reason for which was a dream she had experienced the previous night. Once she had freshened up, Bulma opened the door and cast a glance at Goku before stepping outside, her eyes occasionally darting to his face. Has Goku truly grown to be so handsome? She pondered, contemplating that if he were to resemble the charming figure of her dreams, it would not be unwelcome. Hey, Bulma. What is up? Why do you keep spacing out? Goku inquired, puzzled by Bulma's distracted demeanor. Was she always like this in the original story? Huh. What are we having for breakfast? Can you cook? Goku asked, a hint of skepticism in his tone as he regarded Bulma, uncertain if she possessed culinary skills. He feared the potential of her concocting a disastrous dish and compelling him to partake for the sake of his own survival. What do you mean? Do you think I can't cook? Don't underestimate me. Bulma retorted with an eye roll before heading into the kitchen. Goku chuckled and shrugged in response. While Bulma busied herself preparing breakfast, Goku engaged in his training, counting his repetitions. 456, 696, 891. Goku, it's time to eat. Bulma's voice echoed from within. Startled by her call while doing one-handed push-ups, Goku nearly toppled over. With a burst of strength, he pushed himself up from the ground. Completing fewer than 1,000 push-ups was merely a warm-up for him. Upon entering the room, the enticing aroma of food filled his senses, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Bulma, I never expected your culinary skills to be so impressive. Of course. Do you really think that as the daughter of a wealthy family, I lack any cooking ability? Bulma replied, pride evident in her voice upon receiving praise. Minutes later, once her meal was finished, Bulma paused, observing Goku, who was still ravenously devouring his food, her lips twitching in disbelief. Whoever becomes your girlfriend is truly in for a challenge, especially if they have to cook. The time spent on cooking will need to be at least double that of a normal person, she teased, poking fun at Goku's insatiable appetite. Haha, what can I say? I was simply born with a hearty appetite, Goku responded, a bashful grin spreading across his face as he scratched his head. Due to Goku's voracious eating habits, it took Bulma a full 30 minutes to clean up, after which they finally embarked on their quest to seek the Dragon Balls. How wonderful nature is. Just look at the flowers and greenery. Staying in West City was dreadfully monotonous. Bulma marveled as they rode along the country road on their motorcycle, taking in the picturesque scenery. Indeed, this beautiful earth is also a goal I must strive to protect, Goku remarked, his gaze becoming gradually distant as he absorbed the sights. Days later, a village came into view on the horizon. Yukong, look, there is a village ahead. And the Dragon Ball radar indicates that a Dragon Ball is located right within it. Bulma exclaimed with a hint of excitement. That's wonderful. Yukong replied, gazing at the village. If my memory serves me right, this should be the place where Oolong appeared. The Dragon Ball seems to be with an elderly lady. As they entered the village and dismounted from their motorcycle, they were struck by an eerie silence. Not a soul could be seen around. Bulma, feeling a bit uneasy, turned to Wukong and asked, "Don't you think this village is a bit too quiet?" "Indeed, it is rather too quiet. Could there be monsters lurking about?" "What? Monsters? Don't scare me," Bulma exclaimed, instinctively clutching Wukong, her face a mask of fear. "I'm not trying to frighten you. It's a possibility, okay? But fear not. Even if there are monsters, I can easily defeat them. Trust me." Reassured by Wukong's words, Bulma recalled his strength when he single-handedly stopped the car, which calmed her nerves somewhat. "Is anyone there? Hello?" she called out, her voice echoing through the stillness. "This doesn't make sense. The Dragon Ball is supposed to be right here," she expressed her confusion. "Let us knock on a door and find out," Wukong suggested. He approached a nearby house and knocked firmly. "Hello, is anyone home? We are here to vanquish any monsters." After a moment, there was a rustling from inside. A man cautiously opened the door, peering out at the two of them. You are here to eliminate the monsters?" "Yes." "What kind of monsters are troubling you? Could you enlighten us?" Wukong asked with a cheerful smile. "Please, come inside. Villagers, come out. It's not Oolong the demon," the middle-aged man called out, and soon, several villagers emerged from their homes. "I told you, it couldn't possibly be Oolong. It's too early for that," a voice murmured among the crowd. The man led Wukong and Bulma into his home. "Hello there," a sweet little girl greeted them. "Hello," they responded in unison. "This is my daughter," the man introduced her. "What is this Oolong you speak of?" Bulma asked, intrigued by their evident fear. "Oolong is a terrifying monster that resides nearby. He can transform into various forms, and no one has ever seen his true appearance," the man explained, cradling the little girl in his arms. "Yesterday, Oolong came to the village and set his sights on my daughter, declaring he would come to marry her at noon today. Oolong is quite lecherous, and several young women from our village have already been taken. If we attempt to resist or flee, he threatens to kill everyone in the village," he added, a tremor of fear in his voice. "What's the big deal? We just need to take him down. Leave this to me," Wukong assured them, thumping his chest confidently. "But Oolong is incredibly powerful," the man said, eyeing the young boy skeptically. "Trust me." At that moment, Bulma pulled a Dragon Ball from her bag and asked the villagers, "Has anyone seen this ball before?" The middle-aged man shook his head, indicating he had never encountered such a Dragon Ball. "I have seen this kind of Dragon Ball. I possess one myself." An elderly lady stepped forward from the crowd. "Grandma Pozu." The middle-aged man addressed the elderly woman. She retrieved a Dragon Ball from her clothing, and upon closer inspection, Bulma realized it was the 6-star Dragon Ball. "If you hand over this orb, we will eliminate Oolong, all right?" Bulma gently inquired, squatting down beside the old woman. "If you can indeed vanquish Oolong, I shall part with it. But tell me, young lady, are you capable?" the elderly woman questioned, eyeing Bulma skeptically. With a sense of pride, Bulma closed her eyes and pointed towards Goku. "It is not I who will defeat Oolong, but him. Give them a demonstration." "Goku," Bulma urged. Goku, slightly exasperated, glanced at Bulma, who had evidently been influenced by him in recent days. Despite his bemusement, he gathered a sphere of energy in his hands and aimed it at a nearby rock. In an instant, the stone shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. The onlookers were taken aback by the spectacle. "Wonderful. At last, there is hope." Following a brief silence, a chorus of jubilant cheers erupted from the crowd. Chapter 5. Oolong, Goku, and Bulma spent the night basking in the villagers' warm hospitality, and soon it was midday of the following day. "Goku, are you certain you wish to wait here?" Bulma, seated in the shade of a tree, called out to Goku, who was training in the village square. "Yes, I can sense energy. As soon as Oolong approaches, I will be able to detect him and take him down swiftly." He's coming," Goku exclaimed, his aura flaring as he soared towards the direction of Oolong, the gust from his rush sweeping through the area. "Hey, slow down," Bulma shouted, struggling to keep her skirt from being blown upwards as she pressed it down with her hands. Suddenly, a cloud of dust was kicked up before Oolong, and as the smoke cleared, a crab-headed boy appeared before him. Who are you?" Oolong stammered, glancing nervously at the crater beneath Goku's feet. "You need not know my name. Just understand that I am here to capture you." "How dare you?" Oolong seethed, transforming into a towering robot and swinging a massive iron fist towards Goku. Goku stood his ground, arms crossed, calmly awaiting the incoming blow. Boom. I expected more strength from you. Yet here you are, felled by a single punch. What? Goku effortlessly deflected the iron fist aimed at him, remaining unscathed in Oolong's eyes. "Is that all you've got? Now it's my turn." Goku seized the iron fist and yanked Oolong's immense form towards him. With a firm stance, Goku kicked upwards at Oolong. Boom. Oolong's body bent backward, soaring away until he crashed into several trees, finally coming to a stop. "It hurts. I'm in agony." Goku floated down before him, gazing at the fallen Oolong. "Will you surrender willingly, or shall I knock you unconscious and take you by force?" Goku asked. I surrender. I surrender. I surrender," Oolong exclaimed, immediately dropping to his knees, hands clasped atop his head. "Follow me, and face the villagers yourself," Goku instructed. Rising into the air as he began to glide back towards the village, a small pig trailing closely behind him. Upon arriving at the village, Wukong was met with a throng of villagers eagerly awaiting his presence. This is Oolong. You seek revenge for grievances, he declared, stepping aside to reveal Oolong behind him. The villagers, however, were taken aback to find a mere pig in place of what they expected. What? This is Oolong. It's just a pig. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Enraged by the insult, Oolong bellowed, I am a humanoid animal, not a pig. His anger was palpable. Speak quickly. What have you done with my daughter? A burly man surged forth from the crowd, brandishing a pitchfork menacingly. No, please. Your daughter is safe. I will take you to her, Oolong stammered, retreating a couple of steps in fright. He then led the villagers toward his home. Honestly, do not look at me like that. I am not a villain and have not committed murder, merely taken a few girls, Oolong explained, sensing the villagers' hostile gazes. As they walked, Oolong continued to justify his actions, insisting he had not done much wrong. Suddenly, a magnificent palace came into view. Is this your home? Bulma questioned, astonished. Indeed, it was built with ill-gotten gains. I only targeted the wealthy, never the common folk, he hastily clarified upon noticing the villagers' disapproving stares. Regardless, robbery is hardly commendable, Bulma retorted, considering herself among the affluent. Should her wealth make her a target? Yes, my lady. I shall refrain from wrongdoing in the future. Oolong, sensing the formidable strength of the young boy, sought to appease Bulma. Upon entering the palace, they discovered the girls Oolong had taken, adorned in opulent attire and lounging leisurely on sofas. Oolong sighed at the sight. Please, take them away. I desire a companion who is understanding, not these indolent ones. The villagers, grateful, handed the Dragon Balls to Bulma, expressing their heartfelt thanks. After Oolong's continuous explanations, he earned the villagers' forgiveness. Phew, finally forgiven. Oolong wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved by the boy's influence on the villagers. Had he failed to gain their pardon, who knows what consequences awaited him? Wukong, should we also take that pig along? It can transform, and I sense it may prove useful, Bulma suddenly suggested, glancing at the perspiring Oolong. Certainly, as you wish. Wukong nodded. Hey pig, come here. Oolong protested. I've told you, I am not a pig. I am coming. He rubbed his hands together, attempting to ingratiate himself with Bulma. You shall accompany us. Where are you headed? Oolong inquired, a hint of reluctance in his voice. We seek an object known as the Dragon Ball. An adventure awaits. Oolong harbored a profound reluctance to embark on any perilous escapades, for he held his life in high regard. The mere thought of an unforeseen mishap during an adventure sent shudders through him. What? Are you unwilling? Bulma inquired, arching an eyebrow and playfully calling out to Goku. Goku flexed his fists, casting a glance toward Oolong. The latter, upon witnessing this, felt as if he had been jolted by an electric shock. No. I shall go. It seemed there was no escaping this situation. He would have to find an opportune moment to flee later. Oolong sighed inwardly. Goku, noticing Oolong's contemplative demeanor, offered a slight smile, seemingly oblivious to Oolong's thoughts of escape. I advise against harboring any thoughts of flight. I can sense everyone's energy. Should you attempt to transform and flee, I will detect it instantly. If I catch wind of it, well. Goku's words were accompanied by a benevolent grin. What? How could that be? Why would I run away? I absolutely adore adventures. Oolong awkwardly kicked a pebble at his feet, forcing a laugh. Curse it. How is this little brat so formidable? Alas, what a predicament I find myself in. Oolong's mind was flooded with a cacophony of frustration. Then, farewell, everyone. Bulma waved to the villagers before the trio set off down the rural path toward the horizon. Chapter 6. A resounding slap. Hey, Oolong, do you possess any form of transportation? Bulma observed the trio, noting the presence of only one motorcycle, and directed her question at Oolong. No, he replied, visibly flustered. Oh, is that so? Then you shall trail behind me. Goku, you will ride with me on the motorcycle. Bulma, discerning Oolong's demeanor, suspected he possessed a vehicle but was reluctant to disclose it. Wait, let me think this through. Oolong feigned contemplation, pretending to recall something. I remember now. I have a camper van. Oolong chuckled awkwardly and retrieved a universal capsule, conjuring a spacious camper van. Come, let us enter, he beckoned, glancing nervously at Bulma's scrutinizing gaze. Goku, let us proceed inside. With that, Bulma took Goku's hand and stepped into the van. Once they were inside, Oolong cautiously followed. This camper van is truly expansive. Once inside, Bulma marveled at its size. It appeared grand from the outside, but the true magnitude became apparent only upon entry. Indeed, it cost me a fortune to custom order, Oolong admitted, pride swelling within him as he rubbed his nose. Oolong, you can drive, right? Well then, you shall take the wheel. I need to rest. With that, Bulma produced a mirror to inspect her face. Goodness, the elements have taken their toll these past few days. My complexion has suffered. I must apply a face mask. From seemingly nowhere, Bulma produced a face mask and applied it to her visage. Oolong made his way to the driver's seat, suddenly recalling that he was unaware of their destination. He awkwardly turned to the two seated on the sofa and asked, Where are you headed? Goku glanced at Bulma, shaking his head in resignation before responding to Oolong. Journeying to the Flame Mountain, I am Sun Wukong, and this is Bulma. You may address us directly by our names henceforth. The Flame Mountain? Oolong, upon hearing this renowned location, was taken aback. The Flame Mountain is notorious for the formidable Ox King, who has seemingly never been vanquished. Oolong pondered whether this was not akin to courting death. What are you afraid of? Do you not trust me? Observing Oolong's trepidation, Wukong could not help but chuckle. Indeed, with a powerhouse like you, what is there to fear from the Ox King? If worst comes to worst, we can simply thrash him to pieces. Emboldened by Wukong's confidence, Oolong began to adopt a facade of bravado. Hey, why are you so confident? It's not like you can defeat the Ox King. It's all the same. Oolong waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unfazed. Witnessing his demeanor, Wukong felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. After approximately 2 hours of travel, the trio arrived at a region characterized by sandstone. Bulma leaned against the window, marveling at the unique landscape. The stones are truly peculiar. I have only seen them in books and have never encountered them in person before. At that moment, on a towering weathered rock, engraved with countless marks of time, a creature resembling a cat peered through binoculars at their vehicle. What a grand vehicle. It seems there is a lucrative venture afoot. Puer quickly stowed away the binoculars and dashed into the cave. Yamcha, we have a big business opportunity. Inside the cave, Yamcha, who was eating, hastily finished his mouthful of noodles upon hearing Puer's words, wiping his mouth with a piece of paper. It has been a long time since we encountered business. And now it's a significant one, he chuckled. Yamcha emerged from the cave, taking out his binoculars to gaze in Wukong's direction. A vehicle? Such a large vehicle. The occupants must be wealthy. Puer, prepare the vehicle. Meanwhile, inside the vehicle, 99.97, 99.98, 99.99, 10,000. After completing his push-ups, Wukong exhaled, wiping the sweat from his brow. Finally finished training. Wukong, how can you be so strong at such a young age? 10,000 one-finger push-ups in just 2 hours. Training. Of course. How infuriating. I am well aware that your strength comes from training. Bulma, observing Wukong's nonchalant demeanor, gritted her teeth, almost enunciating each word through clenched jaws. Sensing Bulma's slight irritation, Wukong quickly offered reassurance, saying, don't be upset. Once we locate the Dragon Balls, I'll teach you how to train. How does that sound? Really? Can it enable me to fly? Upon hearing this, Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, Wukong, witnessing the brightness in Bulma's eyes, instinctively shielded his gaze. This is fantastic. You must not go back on your word. With Bulma momentarily distracted, Wukong settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes to commence meditation. To become a martial arts master, mere physical training is insufficient. It is only through the dual cultivation of spirit and practice that one can fully harness their power. Approximately 15 minutes into his meditation, Wukong abruptly opened his eyes, sensing two energies approaching him. If my memory serves me correctly, it should be Yamcha and Puer. Hey, the RV in front, pull over. Or don't blame me for being rude. With one hand gripping the motorcycle, Yamcha shouted at the adjacent RV while holding a horn in the other. What is going on? Startled by the commotion, Bulma, who had been relaxing with a facial mask, nearly toppled off the sofa. It's nothing. I'll handle it, Oolong. Stop the vehicle. Goku stood up and addressed Oolong. Oh, all right. With that, Oolong brought the vehicle to a halt. After observing the RV stop, Yamcha also parked his motorcycle. Moments later, a young boy emerged from the RV. Hey, little brat, where's the adult? Tell him to come down. We're here to rob you. We seek only riches, not lives. Leave the money and you may depart. Yamcha, noticing the boy appeared to be around 11 or 12, relaxed his guard. Upon hearing Yamcha's words, Goku merely smiled, unfazed. Hey kid, did you hear that? After a pause, Yamcha grew impatient as he saw Goku still standing there. It was the first time he had encountered such an audacious child. Indeed, it was as if a rolling pin had prodded a startled swallow. Yamcha stepped before Goku, extending his right hand to grasp the collar of his shirt. In an instant, Goku, with a swift movement, aligned his head with Yamcha's, extending his left hand and delivering a resounding slap to the right side of Yamcha's face. Slap! The sharp sound reverberated through the air, piercing the heavens. The force of this resounding blow struck deeply into Yamcha's slumbering spirit. For a fleeting moment, Yamcha seemed to see his great-grandmother beckoning to him. An unfamiliar old woman holding a bowl of hot soup, offering it to him. Yamcha was sent flying, spinning 3.5 times before crashing to the ground, unconscious. And thus, a masterpiece was born. Oolong and Bulma, drawn by the thunderous sound, emerged to witness the scene. What is this? A man with one side of his face swollen like a pig lay on the ground, his posture remarkably peculiar. Puer rushed to Yamcha's side, shaking him in an attempt to awaken him. Yamcha, please wake up. Don't leave me all alone. Woe is me. After a moment, Yamcha groggily regained consciousness, touching the swollen half of his face, realizing he had lost sensation. Huh, what is going on? What happened? Clearly, Yamcha had experienced a temporary lapse in memory due to the blow. Yamcha, you were slapped by that little boy and fainted, Poor kindly informed him. Yamcha again touched the swollen half of his face and suddenly recalled the events. Rolling up his sleeves, he aimed to settle the score with Goku. But upon glancing at him, he noticed Goku smiling while raising his palm. Yamcha, taken aback, stepped back 2 paces, feeling a surge of apprehension. Truly, it was perplexing. Being so young, why would one choose to become a robber? Bulma lamented as they prepared to flee. Never mind that, let us get in the car and leave. Goku suggested. Indeed, let us proceed and arrive at Flame Mountain early. Chapter 7. A reunion with Yamcha as dusk settled. The RV came to a halt in a vast clearing. Bulma alighted, transforming the vehicle into a cozy abode, and stepped into the kitchen to commence preparations for the evening meal. Approximately 30 minutes later, she called out, Goku, dinner is ready. Stop your training. Upon hearing Bulma's voice, Goku opened his eyes, ceasing his meditation. Exiting the RV, he beheld a grand table set up outside, laden with delectable dishes, many of which Bulma had personally prepared. Oh, I'm here. This scene filled Oolong, who stood nearby, with envy. He couldn't fathom that Bulma and Goku shared no romantic entanglements. She appeared rather peculiar, favoring younger companions. Oolong was well aware that Bulma's family was among the world's wealthiest. Goodness, Goku, at such a tender age, needn't exert himself at all. What is this? This is akin to Emperor Qin winning by touching wires. Meanwhile, here he was, relying on thievery to earn a living, often at risk of capture. And what happened? He ended up as a laborer. Contemplating this, Oolong couldn't help but shed tears of envy. By the way, how will we arrange our sleeping arrangements tonight? 3 of us and only 2 beds. Oolong suddenly posed a question mid-meal. That is simple. I'll sleep in my bed. Goku will take the bed in your RV. And you can sleep on the sofa, Bulma declared. Huh, what? Oolong stammered. Are you disagreeing? Bulma threatened. All right, fine. Oolong's ears drooped in resignation. What is this? This is akin to Chun Rue losing after touching wires. Goku, are you still training tonight? Oolong observed Goku, who had just entered the RV and was already doing push-ups, and felt a twinge of helplessness. So strong, yet so relentless. How is one like him supposed to survive? Alas, as the saying goes, it is not the competition that worries one, but those with greater talent who are even more driven. Life is not easy, Oolong sighed. Indeed, the more time spent training, the quicker one becomes stronger. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can one protect what they cherish. Hey, do not speak so profoundly. At your young age, whom do you intend to protect? Bulma? Having become slightly familiar, Oolong dared to jest with Goku. In his eyes, Goku was not nearly as intimidating as Bulma. A jest here and there wouldn't provoke any ire from Goku. Not having it now does not guarantee you won't have it in the future. Oolong, would you like to join me in training? I can teach you how to cultivate. Upon hearing Goku's offer, Oolong quickly shook his head. No, I have no interest in training. I am solely interested in women, he chuckled lewdly. Goku felt a deep sense of hopelessness for Oolong. Suddenly, Goku sensed the presence of Yamcha and Puar, prompting him to halt his training. Hey, Goku, why have you stopped training all of a sudden? Oolong inquired, curiosity piqued. Come with me. I wish to introduce you to an old acquaintance. Goku spoke enigmatically. Huh, what old acquaintance? Although puzzled, Oolong followed Goku outside. Yamcha, do we really need to return tonight? Aren't you unable to defeat that boy? Upon hearing Puar's merciless exposure of his shortcomings, Yamcha could not help but feel a surge of irritation. Am I truly unable to outwit him with my intellect? So, what plans do you have, Lord Yamcha? Puar inquired. Somewhat perplexed. They must eventually retire for the night, right? While they slumber, I shall stealthily administer a sedative in their chambers. Once under its influence, they will be rendered powerless, allowing me to manipulate them at will. Wow, Lord Yamcha, that's truly impressive. What a splendid plan. Puar exclaimed, genuinely thrilled by Yamcha's cunning. Crab-headed boy, just wait. I shall exact my revenge for that slap. Yamcha envisioned a scene where he would dangle Goku aloft, delivering a series of resounding slaps across his face. Ha ha ha. Alas, it seemed that Lord Yamcha had lost his sanity. Observing the foolish grin on Yamcha's face, Puar felt a twinge of sadness. Oh, what revenge are you speaking of? Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, startling both Yamcha and Puar. Who goes there? Yamcha gasped in shock. Who do you think I am? Goku materialized before Yamcha with an almost imperceptible speed. Ah, Yamcha, terrified, fell to the ground, scrambling backward on all fours. And no, I meant to say I want to offer you a slap myself. Recovering his composure, Yamcha chose to be honest. Engaging him in a fight was out of the question. It would be akin to a nail meeting a hammer, certain defeat awaited. Huh, Lord Yamcha, didn't you say? Silence. Yamcha swiftly interrupted Puar to prevent him from undermining his bravado. All right, I won't tease you any longer, Goku chuckled, observing their antics, deciding to forego further jesting. Is there anything else you require? If not, I shall take my leave. Don't be in such haste to depart. Noticing Yamcha inching away, trying to escape, Goku was determined not to let him slip away. Is there something else you wish to discuss? I want to ask if you desire to become stronger. Hearing Goku's words, Yamcha's eyes gleamed with excitement. Yes, yes. Of course, I wish to grow stronger. Although Yamcha had previously believed he was formidable enough, Goku's earlier slap had served as a rude awakening. Join us in the search for the Dragon Balls. Once we complete our quest, I will recommend you to Master Roshi for training. What do you say? Yamcha felt a flicker of interest at Goku's proposition. Though a hint of doubt lingered, how could Goku possibly recommend him to Master Roshi? Master Roshi, the legendary martial arts sage? Are you certain? Absolutely. For I am indeed a disciple of Master Roshi. What? A disciple of Master Roshi? The revelation brought a slight comfort to Yamcha. To have been bested by the disciple of such a revered figure was, in a way, justifiable. The thought of seeking vengeance seemed utterly foolish in hindsight. So, what do you say? Will you join us? Yes. Yamcha clenched his teeth, resolving his decision. Goku's motivation to assist Yamcha stemmed from the fact that Yamcha was also a warrior in the original tale, and, in a sense, he was Goku's junior. After landing a hefty slap on him, Goku felt a pang of guilt. However, we cannot provide you with accommodations. At most, we can offer you a couch. It matters not. Let us consider it a trial before formally becoming your disciple. Yamcha appeared nonchalant, as if no further words were necessary. So, are you coming in to sleep on the sofa? Goku asked, his tone a blend of curiosity and certainty. Despite such musings, the four ultimately found themselves sharing a single bed. Chapter 8, The Fiery Mountain. The following morning, Bulma awoke from her slumber. Gazing at the clear sky outside, a bright and sunny day awaited. Stretching and yawning, she stepped outside, only to encounter a stranger training alongside Goku. As she observed the unfamiliar man, a sense of recognition began to dawn upon her. Wasn't he the bandit with half a swollen face who had been sprawled on the ground just yesterday? With the swelling now diminished, she initially failed to recognize him. Approaching Goku, Bulma gently inquired, "You mean him? His name is Yamcha. He is not inherently bad and has joined us at my invitation." Joined us? Was it that simple? What did you promise him to make him come along? Bulma was skeptical that mere words could sway Yamcha. I promised to recommend him to Master Roshi. And that secured his allegiance, Goku replied casually. Master Roshi? The martial arts sage? Bulma remarked, acknowledging the renowned figure even she had heard of. Indeed. Why can you make such a recommendation? Are you perhaps a disciple of Master Roshi? She pondered Goku's age, arriving at this conclusion. Yes, what do you think? I'll train you. It's a fair deal, I assented. Yes, yes, our beloved disciple of Master Roshi. Bulma rolled her eyes, speaking with a hint of annoyance. Turning to Yamcha, she stated, Hello, Yamcha, I'm Bulma. I look forward to your guidance in the future. In her usual manner, Bulma remained polite and graceful. Why you Hello, Yamcha stammered, unable to meet Bulma's gaze. Initially, he was quite intimidated by women, unlike the more flirtatious version he would later become. Goku, you two continue your training. I'll head to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, Bulma said, bidding them farewell as she made her way to the kitchen. All right, Goku responded, puzzled by Bulma's demeanor. Why wasn't she infatuated? In the original story, hadn't she been smitten by Yamcha? Shaking his head, Goku decided not to dwell on it. Bulma's behavior had already diverged from the original narrative, so this inconsistency was to be expected. Wait, Goku, do you eat that much? Does your strength correlate with your appetite? Yamcha exclaimed, astonished at the towering stack of plates beside Goku, who was still eating. There must be some connection, Goku replied. My strength is largely due to being a Saiyan, and Saiyans have considerable appetites, so it's not entirely unfounded. Hearing Goku's words, Yamcha resumed eating. Though he was already full, yet, he resolved to push through for the sake of becoming stronger. Before long, Yamcha found himself unable to eat any further. But upon glancing at Goku, who continued to devour his meal, determination surged within him. Burn, my little universe, he declared. Half an hour later, the caravan traversed the wilderness. Goku was doing push-ups, while Yamcha sat on the sofa, clutching his distended belly, wearing a look of despair. Goku, you're ruining me. You reap what you sow. You must understand that individuals possess varying constitutions, Bulma retorted without mercy. 2 days later, Bulma and her entourage of 5 departed from the wilderness, arriving at a peculiar mountainous region. It was strange indeed. Despite being in the northern territory, the heat was stifling. Oolong, turn on the air conditioning. Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow and remarked. The reason for the heat lay ahead, as the infamous Flame Mountain loomed in their path. Once known as Cool Scenery Mountain, it had been a haven of coolness during summer. However, a decade ago, a catastrophic fire had transformed it into the fiery inferno it was now. Look, there it is, Flame Mountain, Oolong explained while driving. The group turned their gaze in the direction Oolong indicated, where a towering mountain blazed with flames. Curiously, the summit was devoid of fire, instead showcasing a palace that stood resolutely. The flames are ferocious. It's utterly unscientific. How can it burn for 10 years without extinguishing? Bulma lamented. The Bull Demon King should be just ahead, but with Goku by our side, we need not fear him, Oolong mused, still slightly intimidated by the legend of the Bull Demon King. Who is this Bull Demon King? Bulma inquired, having missed the earlier discussion between Goku and Oolong. You seem remarkably well informed, she added, surprised by Oolong's knowledge. It's all clearly documented in books, he replied. So what shall we do now? The radar indicates that the Dragon Ball is located on Flame Mountain. Bulma expressed her uncertainty. On Flame Mountain. It must be within the palace. The treasures the Bull Demon King seized are stored there, Oolong reminded her. Oh no, what should we do? Goku, can you fly up there? Bulma looked to Goku for assistance. Have you considered whether the Bull Demon King would consent to us taking the Dragon Ball? Goku countered. What is there to fear? You're strong enough to seize it directly, Bulma replied. Exactly, Yamcha chimed in supportively. Lead the charge. Goku playfully struck Oolong on the head. Ouch, why did you hit me? Oolong exclaimed, rubbing his head in confusion. All you ever think about is stealing. Have you ever considered helping the Bull Demon King extinguish the fire so he might grant us the Dragon Ball? Bulma interjected, echoing Oolong's sentiment. Now we wait. The Bull Demon King should be making his appearance soon, Goku remarked, sensing the Bull Demon King's presence approaching. Before long, a gruff voice resonated in their ears. Hey, you little brats. What do you want at the foot of Flame Mountain? Planning to rob my treasures? A towering figure emerged from the trees, wielding a massive axe and wearing a hat. Bull Demon King, you've misunderstood. We wish to assist you in extinguishing the fire, Bulma hurriedly clarified. Without an explanation, how could one not be intimidated by such a formidable figure? What? You want to help me extinguish the fire? The Bull Demon King momentarily processed the information. Excellent. If you manage to quell the flames, you may select any treasure from my hoard as your reward, he exclaimed with hearty laughter. But how do you plan to tackle such a colossal fire? He inquired. What is that stick you have, little one? The Bull Demon King noticed the golden staff on Wukong's back. This was left to me by my grandfather. Do you know my grandfather? Grandfather? You are Sun Wukong, the grandson of Sun Wufan? Indeed, I am Sun Wukong, and Sun Wufan is my grandfather. Haha, I did not realize you were the grandson of Wufan. I once trained alongside your grandfather under Master Roshi. Upon hearing he was Sun Wufan's grandson, the Bull Demon King immediately felt a sense of camaraderie. Master Roshi? I too have trained under him. That's wonderful. You must possess remarkable martial arts talent. By the way, I have sent my daughter to borrow the banana fan from Master Roshi. You all can wait here. Once she retrieves it, we can extinguish this fire. At that point, you may select something from my treasures as a greeting gift. Oolong and Yamcha exchanged glances, surprised by the closeness between Wukong and the Bull Demon King. They could see in each other's eyes that they hadn't expected Wukong to have such connections, leaving only themselves in a difficult position. Indeed, some are born into privilege, while others face hardship. Chapter 9. The 7 Dragon Balls. The banana fan? Master Roshi has discarded it. Wukong recalled the original storyline. The banana fan had been thrown away after being dirted by Master Roshi, eventually found at an old woman's home on a northern ice mountain. What, discarded? That certainly seems like something Master Wutian would do. Initially taken aback, the Bull Demon King soon accepted the situation. Oh, then it's nothing. He is indeed capable of such things. My apologies, Wukong, but it appears the fire cannot be extinguished, and I cannot enter. Uncle Bull Demon, have you seen this orb? Bulma pulled a Dragon Ball from her bag to show him. The Bull Demon King turned to look, pondering for a moment before nodding. I have seen it. It should be located in the palace atop the mountain. Then how do we retrieve it? Bulma felt disheartened. After so much effort, only 2 Dragon Balls remained. And now the setback. Extinguishing the fire doesn't necessarily require the banana fan. I can extinguish it directly. Just as Bulma felt disheartened, Wukong's voice reached her. Indeed, Wukong is always like this. Whenever I lose hope, he is the first to step forward. Bulma gazed at the small Wukong, feeling a surge of indescribable emotion. You can extinguish it? You mean? Before the Bull Demon King could speculate further, Wukong soared into the sky, his right palm facing upwards, gathering energy within. What is this? Bulma beheld the expanding blue energy sphere in the sky, its azure strands swirling gracefully. The winds around them seemed to intensify, and the energy sphere resembled a black hole, drawing sand and stones from the ground. After condensing nearly half of his energy, Wukong gently pushed above Flame Mountain, and the massive blue energy sphere began to ascend. Boom! A brilliant white light erupted, accompanied by a tremendous explosion, plunging the world into a moment of silence. Even though the crowd was hundreds of meters away from the mountain of flames, they could still feel a fierce wind sweeping towards them. Oh no! Wukong immediately realized he had underestimated the power of the energy blast. An immense force surged from his body like a fountain, racing towards Bulma. As he began a frantic dash against the wind, Oolong swiftly transformed into a towering robot, ensuring he would not be swept away. Yamcha, confident in his martial prowess, planted his feet firmly on the ground, cradling Pure in his arms. For the Ox King, this gust was hardly a concern, but for Bulma, it was a calamity. Wukong, I'm coming. Just as Bulma's feet left the ground, on the verge of being blown away, Wukong caught her, stabilizing her. Phew. After securing Bulma, Wukong sighed in relief. Grateful to have made it in time. I'm sorry, Bulma, I didn't consider you. It's all right. Wukong, didn't you catch me? Bulma smiled at the slightly remorseful Wukong. As the fierce wind subsided, Wukong descended with Bulma, and the group gazed towards the mountain of flames. Where was the mountain of flames? The flames had long been extinguished, leaving only scorched earth behind. Fortunately, we joined in time. Otherwise, we might have truly met our end, Wukong reflected. Now that the fire is out, once the ground temperature cools, you can all go treasure hunting, the Ox King cheerfully announced. Bulma, hand me the Dragon Ball radar. The ground up there is too hot for you to ascend, Wukong advised, looking at the searing surface of the mountain. Observing the ground, which must have been at least 100 degrees, Bulma felt it was impossible for her to climb. So she handed the radar to Wukong and urged him to search for it. Wukong took the Dragon Ball radar and soared towards the palace atop the mountain of flames. A few minutes later, he descended, holding a Dragon Ball. Wukong. Upon seeing him, Bulma gleefully jumped and waved her hands. It's a 7-star ball, Wukong said, handing the Dragon Ball to Bulma. Thank you, Uncle Ox King, Wukong expressed his gratitude. Just as they were about to leave, the voice of the Ox King reached their ears. Wukong, could I ask you for a favor? Of course, Uncle Ox King, what do you need? Wukong nodded, knowing that in the original tale, his connection with Chi-Chi began at this moment, though the outcome might differ now. He recognized Chi-Chi as a wonderful mother and wife. But that was a notion for ordinary folk. Ah, by the way, here is a picture of my daughter, the Ox King said, presenting a photograph to Wukong. What an adorable little girl. Oolong exclaimed upon seeing the photo. Isn't she? Wukong, if you can find her, I would consider letting her marry you. Huh, marry me? That seems unnecessary, Uncle Ox King. Indeed, marriage requires love from both parties. Even if Wukong likes her, if your daughter does not reciprocate, how can that work? Bulma interjected, attempting to reason with the Ox King. You're right, you both make valid points. Very well, the Ox King said, slightly disappointed. With that, Wukong took off on his journey towards the Turtle Hermit's abode. He had indeed sensed Chi-Chi's presence. With his combat power exceeding 300, his perception was remarkably acute. After flying approximately 10 kilometers, Wukong spotted Chi-Chi, who was in the midst of reducing a dinosaur to ashes. Chi-Chi, who's there? Startled by the call, Chi-Chi paused her tears, wiping her face as she glanced around. Wukong descended gently from the sky, landing before her. Did you call for me? Chi-Chi asked, a hint of fear in her voice. Yes, your father, the Bull Demon King, sent me to find you. My father? All right. Chi-Chi, with her innocent nature, readily agreed without further thought. Kintown, Wukong exclaimed, summoning a cloud from afar. You can sit on this. Once Chi-Chi was seated atop the Kintown, Wukong soared into the sky, guiding the cloud towards Flame Mountain. He preferred to minimize interaction with Chi-Chi, primarily out of a reluctance and fear to confront her. Hey everyone! From a distance, Wukong spotted Bulma and the Bull Demon King, waving his hand and calling out loudly. Hey Wukong! The Bull Demon King, with his sharp eyes, was the first to notice Wukong and his daughter. Upon their landing, Chi-Chi rushed towards her father. Daddy, I'm so scared. Can you please not let me go out alone next time? Seeing Chi-Chi in distress, the Bull Demon King felt a wave of panic and quickly comforted her. All right. Chi-Chi, don't cry. Next time, Daddy won't let you go. Observing the tender exchange between father and daughter, Wukong and his companions couldn't help but smile warmly. Well then, Uncle Bull Demon King, we truly must say goodbye this time. Wukong waved farewell to the father-daughter pair. Ah, Wukong, are you leaving so soon? I wanted to entertain you and thank you for extinguishing the fire at Flame Mountain. Indeed, we still need to search for the remaining Dragon Balls. Let us save the hospitality for another time. Farewell. Goodbye. Do come again. Chapter 10. Arise, Shenron. Wonderful. We are just one Dragon Ball away. Bulma exclaimed, reclining on the couch with her feet propped up on the table. By the way, now that we have gathered all the Dragon Balls, who will make a wish? Oolong, driving the car, turned his head to inquire. Guess who? Bulma mischievously winked at Wukong. Can I ask a question first when we summon Shenron? Wukong pondered before voicing his thought. Of course, what is it? I want to ask if my grandfather wishes to be revived. I can relinquish this wish opportunity to you. Not necessarily. Based on my understanding of my grandfather, he may not desire to come back. We can ask Shenron, and if your grandfather agrees to be revived, then let it be so. All right. As Wukong and his group drew nearer to the final Dragon Ball, they also dealt with the rabbit army along the way. The Dragon Ball radar indicated that the Dragon Ball was nearby. Let us stop for a moment. I need to get down, Bulma said, glancing at the radar in her hand. Wukong rose from his meditative state, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. What brings you down here? Bulma inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. I sense the presence of two individuals. The Dragon Balls must be in their possession. Lord Pilaf. Their vehicle has come to a halt, he noted, observing Xiaowu and Pilaf crouched on the hillside. Indeed, they too possessed a Dragon Ball radar. Drawn to the orb on my person, which prompted me to caution Ashu. Pilaf, having consulted the radar, realized that all 6 Dragon Balls were congregated in one location. Understanding that others were similarly in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, he devised a trap, extracting one of his own as bait. Wait, Lord Pilaf. Someone is descending from the vehicle. He's flying. Xiaowu exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment at Wukong's airborne ascent. What? He's flying? Pilaf's mind momentarily faltered. He is coming towards us. Before Xiaowu could finish her sentence, a fierce gust of wind enveloped them, compelling both to shut their eyes momentarily. When they dared to reopen them, Wukong hovered before them. Hand over the Dragon Balls. I am aware of your intentions, Wukong said, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Xiaowu and Pilaf. Who are you? Dragon Balls. We have never heard of such things, Pilaf retorted, casting a conspiratorial glance at Xiaowu. Upon meeting Pilaf's gaze, Xiaowu swiftly raised her rifle, aiming it at Wukong, and pulled the trigger. The sound of gunfire echoed as golden, gleaming shells ejected from the heated chamber, landing on the ground with a metallic clatter. The sulfuric scent filled the air, yet neither of them reacted. Fear had rendered their limbs numb, and beads of cold sweat adorned their brows. As bullets struck the young man before them, the anticipated chaos of bloodshed failed to materialize. Instead, the projectiles transformed into mere pancakes, falling harmlessly to the earth. Wukong lowered his head to dust off his attire, then fixed his gaze upon the duo. Do not waste your efforts. Summon your companion from below, he urged. I advise you to behave and surrender the Dragon Balls without any tricks, or else. With that, Wukong conjured a sphere of energy in his hand, and, with a swift motion, sent it grazing past their ears, detonating behind them. The ensuing explosion reverberated through the air, a wave of heat crashing upon the two. Trembling, they turned to witness a gaping pit, 10 meters wide and 2 meters deep, steaming ominously a distance away. In unison, they swallowed hard. Pilaf cautiously retrieved the Dragon Ball, extending it towards Wukong. Upon receiving the orb, Wukong noted the absence of their companion from the subterranean depths. Will you not call forth your ally? He pressed. We have no accomplices, just the two of us. Pilaf stammered, a trace of panic evident in his voice, still harboring illusions of deceit. Very well. With that, Wukong once more gathered a sphere of energy in his palm, targeting the area where he sensed a presence and launching it forth. The explosion ensued, scattering the remnants of machinery across the vicinity, from which a small dog clad in a ninja outfit was propelled into the air. Wukong exhibited remarkable control over his strength. Ashu sustained merely superficial abrasions, posing no threat to his life. Is this what you refer to as lacking companions? Wukong turned his head, tilting it slightly to glance at Pilaf and his companions. What shall we do about the Dragon Balls, King Pilaf? Ashu inquired as the trio gathered. What can we do? Are you planning to confront him? We can always search again next time. After all, it's merely a year's wait. Pilaf retorted with a fierce glare at Ashu, suggesting that if he sought death, he should pursue it himself. Bulma, the Dragon Balls. At that moment, Bulma, engrossed in the television, suddenly heard Wukong's voice. She swiftly turned her head and caught the Dragon Balls Wukong offered. Wonderful. At last, we have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. A radiant smile illuminated Bulma's face. Shall we summon Shenron now? Yamcha inquired from the side. Bulma glanced at Wukong, who nodded in affirmation. Then let us proceed outside to summon Shenron. The group, carrying the 7 Dragon Balls in their bags, ventured outside the RV. In an instant, the skies darkened, transforming from bright daylight into a starless night, as the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a golden light that swelled until it coalesced into a slender dragon. Incredible! So magnificent! Oolong exclaimed, unable to contain his awe. State your wish. I can grant any desire, but only one, Shenron proclaimed. Bulma glanced at Wukong, urging him to ask swiftly. He caught her gaze and finally spoke. Shenron, could you inquire if my grandfather wishes to be resurrected? After a brief silence, Shenron replied, he does not wish to return. He urges you to live well and not to worry about him. He is thriving. State your wish. You go ahead, Bulma, Wukong encouraged. Bulma stepped forward, her smile broadening as she declared, Shenron, please grant me a gravity chamber contained within a universal capsule. Wukong looked at her in astonishment. Bulma, what about me? Is that not permissible? Bulma responded playfully, clasping her hands behind her back and bouncing toward Wukong with a cheerful expression. Very well, your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. Shenron vanished, transforming back into the 7 Dragon Balls, which scattered in all directions. And no, it's nothing. Thank you, Bulma, Wukong said earnestly, grasping the universal capsule that descended from above. What are your plans next? Yamcha asked. I shall provide you with 10 million later, Bulma replied to the group. Then, a thought struck her as she fixed her gaze on Wukong. How could I possibly run away? Wukong scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. I intend to train with Master Roshi. Yamcha felt elated at the prospect of receiving 10 million. No, that won't be necessary. Bulma tossed out a universal capsule, revealing an aircraft they had previously purchased after defeating the Rabbit Army. Everyone, get on board. I will take you to your destination. After boarding the plane, Bulma addressed her companions. Chapter 11. The Brief's unusually warm hospitality. The brief residence is situated at the very heart of West City, prompting Goku to marvel at the expansive space they occupy even in the city center. Upon entering the home alongside Bulma, Goku was greeted by Mrs. Brief, who initially intended to engage Bulma in casual conversation. However, upon noticing Goku, she turned her inquiry to Bulma. A friend? Teaching you martial arts? Indeed, he has promised me. Bulma replied. Hello, Mrs. Brief, my name is Son Goku. Hello, Goku, you may call me Mrs. Brief, she responded warmly. Mrs. Brief had more to say. Yet seeing the two still lingering at the doorway, she ushered them inside. Upon entering the living room, they soon spotted Dr. Brief. Dad, hearing Bulma call him, Dr. Brief turned to face them, and, upon noticing Goku, regarded the mother and daughter duo with a hint of curiosity. Hello, Mr. Brief, I am Bulma's friend, Son Goku. Goku introduced himself. Greetings, Goku, you may refer to me as Dr. Brief. Please, have a seat and enjoy some tea. Dr. Brief poured tea from the kettle into a cup, inviting Goku to sit down. After seating himself, Goku took a sip of the tea, and in an instant, the rich aroma enveloped his palate. What a marvelous tea. Unlike the typical youth, Goku had developed a fondness for tea even before his journey to this world. I didn't expect someone so young to appreciate tea. Not many young people do. This is brewed from the finest leaves on earth, Dr. Brief remarked, genuinely impressed. Goku, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head in modesty. All right, Dad, I will take Goku to choose a room now. Noticing her father's inclination to indulge in conversation with Goku, Bulma expressed her impatience. Choosing a room? Yes, Goku will be staying with us, and he will teach me martial arts. Goku, let's go. Oh, very well, Dr. Brief, Mrs. Brief, I shall take my leave for now, Goku said, bidding farewell as he followed Bulma, leaving the couple in a bemused silence. They exchanged a glance and nodded in understanding. Goku, you shall reside in this room, Bulma said, gesturing towards a spacious room with its own balcony, spanning at least 50 square meters. Goku nodded in agreement. All right, when do you intend to begin my training? Bulma inquired eagerly. Perhaps tomorrow. Today, I wish to test the gravity chamber. You can place it in that empty area over there. With that, Bulma pointed towards a vast expanse of land. Goku followed her gaze, observing a large swimming pool, separated by an extensive green belt. Understood. You may attend to your tasks. I will call you when it's time for dinner. Bulma assured, recognizing Goku's eagerness to experiment with the gravity chamber. Goku nodded and soared towards the expansive space. Upon reaching the first floor, Bulma noticed her parents seemingly awaiting her return. Bulma, come here for a moment. Oh, all right. You carry on. I need to have a word with my daughter. As Bulma approached her parents, Mrs. Brief promptly sent Dr. Brief away. Hearing her mother's directive, Bulma instantly bristled. I won't talk to you anymore. Think what you will. Regardless of what I say, you all have your reasons. With that, Bulma stormed off in a huff. Upon reaching her room, she enveloped herself in her blanket. After setting up the gravity chamber, Goku entered. Back in the day, with a combat power exceeding 400, Goku could withstand 10 times his weight. Thus, with his own power slightly above 300, enduring 5 times the gravity should pose no issue. However, as Goku activated the 5-fold gravity, an unexpected wave of pressure caused him to stumble, nearly toppling to the ground. Indeed, the gravity chamber is an essential tool for traversing the Dragon Ball universe. Only by experiencing it can one truly comprehend how profoundly gravity's pressure impacts each cell, enhancing combat prowess. Goku mused while training. As evening fell, a voice called out, Goku, dinner is ready. All right, at the dining table. The Brief couple displayed an extraordinary enthusiasm towards Goku. They believed he would undoubtedly become their son-in-law, and such warmth was warranted. What of Goku's family background? Did it truly matter? No lineage could rival their wealth and influence. However, Goku's voracious appetite did surprise them, though they dismissed it, thinking that a hearty eater would surely possess great stamina, ensuring their daughter's future happiness. The Brief couple's fervor left Goku somewhat flabbergasted. After dinner, he engaged in conversation with Bulma. Bulma, why are your parents so warm towards me? It's making me feel a bit awkward. How would I know? Just enjoy it. She replied with an eye roll. Given her parents' enthusiasm and their earlier conversation, Bulma had her suspicions but would never divulge them to Goku. Goku, there are just over 20 days until school starts. Will you be able to master that flying technique before then? I don't know. It entirely depends on personal talent. If you have good aptitude, perhaps you can. If not, then it's futile. How many days did it take you to learn? Goku chuckled at Bulma's inquiry. It seemed like a chance to boast. I learned it almost instantaneously. Within half a day, I grasped the technique. You. Bulma playfully raised her fist and struck Goku. But he barely reacted, leaving her with a slight sting and a sense of frustration. I'm done talking to you. I'm going to sleep. The following morning, Bulma sought out Goku early. Goku, remember you promised to teach me how to train today. All right, I know, Goku replied with a wry smile. They made their way to the yoga room, where Goku instructed Bulma to sit cross-legged. To learn the art of flight, the first step is to sense the energy within you. Energy within me? Bulma asked, puzzled. Yes, Every living being possesses energy, though most cannot perceive or control it. The more powerful one is, the easier it is to feel this energy. How do I sense it? This varies based on individual talent. You must calm yourself and maintain a peaceful mind. You may not fully grasp this yet, but extend your hand to me. Following Goku's instructions, Bulma obediently offered her right hand. I am now transferring a subtle energy into your body. Attempt to sense this energy. As time passed, nearly half a day went by, and it was only at mealtime that Bulma finally became aware of the energy within her. This nearly exhausted Goku. The effort of controlling such a minuscule flow of energy within Bulma while ensuring it did not harm her was immensely taxing. Only those who have tried it would truly comprehend the fatigue it entails. Observing Goku's pale and nearly depleted state, Bulma felt a twinge of guilt. I'm sorry, Goku. No, it's fine. Let us eat. I should feel much better after a meal. Eventually, with Bulma's assistance, Goku made his way to the dining table. The briefs, upon seeing Goku in such a condition, exchanged surprised glances with Bulma. Goku is still so young. It's impossible. It's not what you think, Bulma retorted, knowing her parents were not harboring any good intentions. In the afternoon, after Goku caught his breath, Bulma mercilessly dragged him away. Bulma, right now you only need to meditate and strengthen your body, continually enhancing the energy within you. Having said that, Goku swiftly took to the skies. 10 days later. Wow, I'm truly a genius. I can fly in just 10 days. Bulma exclaimed, reveling in her newfound ability as she soared through the sky. While Goku beside her could not help but twitch his lips. Had it not been for his guidance on the first day, Bulma might not have sensed her energy before school began. Chapter 12. At the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. A significant time later. The year was now 750 in the Age of Earth. It was time to register for the martial arts tournament. Upon awakening, Goku's first thought was that today was the registration day for the tournament. He dressed and stepped outside, preparing to fly to the tournament venue when Bulma suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Goku, are you going to participate in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament? Yes. Take me with you, please. School is on break. Sure. Goku knew that even if he refused, Bulma would follow him regardless, so he figured it was better to agree. Let us go. You can fly with me. After conjuring an aircraft, Bulma said to Goku. All right. About an hour later, Bulma landed the plane in an open area outside the tournament venue. After disembarking, Goku led Bulma straight to the registration desk. The World Martial Arts Tournament was indeed renowned, attracting martial artists of considerable repute from around the globe. Thus, a long queue had already formed at the registration area. Master Roshi, Yamcha. Upon arriving, Goku spotted Master Roshi with Yamcha and Krillin registering. Goku, you finally made it. This is Krillin, your junior disciple, Master Roshi greeted, casually introducing Krillin to Goku. Hello, Krillin. Goku nodded at the small bald boy standing before Master Roshi. Hello, Goku-senpai. Krillin scrutinized Goku, pondering how much stronger this senior, who had entered the training 6 months prior, might be compared to himself. Throughout their training, Master Roshi had frequently belittled Krillin and Yamcha by praising Goku. Goku, you are participating in the martial arts tournament as well. It seems the championship is already a foregone conclusion, Yamcha mused, fully aware of Goku's formidable strength. He had previously inquired with Master Roshi, who admitted that even he might not be able to best Goku now. Who is this girl? Master Roshi queried, looking at Goku. When Goku and Bulma had previously taken Yamcha to Master Roshi's island, Bulma had remained in the vehicle, thus Master Roshi was unfamiliar with her. This is my friend, Bulma, who has accompanied me, Goku replied. Bulma shot a glare at Master Roshi, thinking him to be a rather dubious character. Ahem, enough of that. You all should line up. Poor, and I will excuse ourselves, Master Roshi advised. Goku, good luck. I want to accompany you inside. Bulma gestured encouragingly to Goku. After what felt like an eternity, it was finally their turn. Goku drew number 70, Krillin number 93, and Yamcha number 5. Haha, splendid. It appears we three shall not face each other in the preliminaries. Yamcha chuckled, glancing at the match schedule. Given his own prowess, he felt confident about advancing to the finals. The mere thought of encountering Goku in the preliminaries was enough to terrify him. As the trio entered the preparation room, Krillin observed Goku meditating and couldn't he help but ask Yamcha, does Goku often do this? Indeed, he was like this during our quest for the Dragon Balls as well. Yamcha replied. Now, we commence the preliminaries for Group 3. Contestants 69 and 70, please step forward, announced the referee. Upon hearing his number, Goku opened his eyes and approached the arena. Haha, who would have thought number 70 would be a mere child? Poor number 69, the audience murmured, enviously eyeing contestant 69. Contestant 69, a burly man, burst into laughter upon realizing his opponent was a child. Haha, little brat. Before he could finish his mockery, Goku appeared before him in an instant, delivering a resounding slap. The sound echoed as number 69 was sent flying off the stage. An abrupt silence enveloped the audience. Yamcha, witnessing the slap, felt a faint sting on his own right cheek. 7. Contestant 70 wins. The announcer, momentarily stunned, finally declared Goku the victor. Consequently, The trio advanced to the finals without any doubt. Should we share this good news with Master Roshi? Krillin inquired of Goku. No need. Master Roshi surely knows we three will make it to the finals. Yamcha concurred, nodding in agreement. At that moment, they heard an announcement over the loudspeaker calling for the finalists to gather at the martial arts temple. Let us go? Upon arriving at the temple, Goku spotted Master Roshi disguised as a certain character. Meanwhile, in the audience, Bulma suddenly noticed Master Roshi was missing. Hey, where did that lecherous old man go? Goku, who is that person with such a foul odor? Yamcha covered his nose and pointed at a person, speaking to Goku. Goku also pinched his nose and nodded. Such individuals were indeed repugnant. In contrast, Krillin, lacking a nose, felt nothing. The drawing of lots was swiftly concluded. Krillin faced Buck, while Yamcha faced Goku, then Long, followed by Nam and Lan Fong. Goku observed the list of contestants, a frown creasing his brow, realizing he had inadvertently caused a butterfly effect. Buck was the foul individual, and most would be nauseated in his presence. However, he was unfortunate enough to encounter the nose-less Krillin. Without a shadow of a doubt, Krillin emerged victorious in the match. As time progressed to the second round, Yamcha remarked, Goku, it seems my journey ends here. He assumed his stance against Goku. Despite significant progress over the past 6 months, Yamcha was still vastly inferior compared to Goku. The match commenced. With the host's signal, Goku remained stationary, waiting for Yamcha to make the first move. Yamcha, observing Goku's stillness, was drenched in cold sweat, his limbs trembling slightly. The memory of the slap he received over 6 months ago lingered painfully in his mind. In that instant, Goku's still figure seemed to merge with the Goku who had struck him. I concede. Ultimately, Yamcha could not conquer the fear within. Gasping for breath as he admitted defeat, Son Goku is the victor, the host announced. Watching Yamcha descend the stage, Goku felt a twinge of guilt for the weight of his previous slap on Yamcha's psyche. The subsequent 2 matches saw Master Roshi and Nam claim decisive victories. Goku, that gentleman named Long, is truly formidable. After the quarterfinals, the three gathered once more, and Krillin, reflecting on Master Roshi's earlier performance, couldn't help but express his admiration. Yamcha had already begun to suspect that the elder named Long was significantly more powerful than they, yet he had never heard of him before. Coupled with his peculiar appearance during the 4th match, he surmised he must be the legendary Master Wutian. Is that elder named Long indeed Master Wutian? Yamcha sought confirmation from Goku. Yes. Oh. Krillin was taken aback, realizing he had been the only one left in the dark. Thank you for enlightening me. Goku, how can you be so certain? Yamcha asked, puzzled. It's the key. Everyone possesses a unique key. And the key of that elder named Long is akin to that of Grandpa Roshi. Goku had become adept at sensing ki, initially taught by Master Roshi. His diligent training had brought him to this level. Yet, for Goku, this mastery was insufficient. To achieve a perfect understanding of ki, he would need to invest considerable time and ultimately seek the divine. Thus, Goku planned to pursue further training after the martial arts tournament. Chapter 13. The formative stage of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Having won the second match, Goku's opponent in the semifinals was Krillin. Goku smiled gently at Krillin, saying, Make your move, Krillin. Merely standing in place, Krillin felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Goku, causing him to swallow hard. All right, brother Goku, please be cautious. With that, Krillin transformed into a shadow, darting toward Goku. Clenching his fists and spreading his arms wide like a bow, he aimed a powerful punch directly at Goku. Just as his fist was about to make contact, Goku suddenly vanished from sight. Oh no, Krillin thought to himself, quickly turning in midair, but unfortunately, inertia prevented him from halting his momentum. As Krillin stumbled back several steps to dissipate his speed, Goku delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. In an instant, Krillin transformed into a flash of white light, soaring off the stage. This all transpired within a mere second or two, leaving the announcer momentarily stunned as the match concluded. Sun Wukong is the victor. With the announcement, Goku descended from the platform and helped Krillin to his feet. Haha, brother Goku, the gap between us is indeed vast. At that moment, while Krillin was far from unscathed, he wore a disheveled but genuine smile. It's all right. If you persist in your training, you will surely catch up to me one day. Really? That would be wonderful. Krillin's eyes sparkled with hope. Goku had indeed played a trick. He knew Krillin could catch up, but that was only true for the future version of himself. He allowed everyone the time to pursue him until they were ultimately out of reach. Ahem, perhaps I was being a bit too boastful. Unsurprisingly, Master Roshi also triumphed over Nam, leading to a final showdown between Goku and Roshi. Goku, go for it. I believe the championship is yours. Bulma cheered from the audience. After acknowledging Bulma with a nod, Goku ascended to the stage. In the finals, Goku faced the disguised Master Roshi, contemplating whether he should expose him. As the three of them were already aware of the truth. Grandpa Turtle Hermit, there's no need for pretense. Don't you know I can sense your energy? After some thought, Goku decided to reveal Roshi's disguise. Indeed, I know. My charade was intended for Krillin and the others. I originally planned to teach them a lesson about the existence of those stronger than themselves, but who would have thought you would be the one to school them first? And now? Grandpa, are you ready for a match against me? Goku felt confident that Master Roshi could not surpass him. After months of training in the gravity chamber, his prowess had significantly increased. Although he lacked a combat detector to measure his precise fighting power, he was certain that a single Kamehameha could obliterate the earth, suggesting his strength had reached formidable heights. Little brat, do you think this old man has lost his touch? Yes, your energy surpasses mine by a considerable margin. But today I shall impart an important lesson. Strength is not solely determined by the magnitude of one's energy, Master Roshi declared, assuming a defensive stance. Come at me. All right. Grandpa Turtle Hermit, brace yourself. Goku leaned forward, launching a punch toward Roshi. He did not exert his full strength, yet even so, he believed Roshi would struggle to withstand it. To his astonishment, Goku watched as Roshi deftly twisted his body, evading the punch with ease. Unwilling to concede, Goku unleashed a flurry of punches, the air crackling with energy. However, all of it was effortlessly evaded by Master Roshi. Goku ceased his attack, gazing at Master Roshi with a hint of astonishment. Could this be the prerequisite for mastering the art of effortless freedom? It was undeniable that it bore a striking resemblance to the notion of effortless freedom. What do you think, Goku? This is the tranquility one seeks after reaching a certain pinnacle in martial arts, where the body and consciousness achieve a flawless separation. And every move is as if inscribed into one's very being. Seeing Goku halt, Master Roshi couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Yet, this was perhaps the only lesson he could impart to his disciple at this stage. Indeed, Grandpa Roshi, attaining a martial arts level akin to yours is indeed impressive. I will continually strive to elevate my own martial prowess, but what if my energy surpasses yours by a significant margin? With that, Goku unleashed his full energy, a fierce wave resembling a tsunami crashing toward Master Roshi. Upon sensing Goku's overwhelming power, Master Roshi could only manage a wry smile. While a profound martial arts level could bridge some gaps, if the disparity reached a certain extent, even the highest mastery would seem laughable. Goku soared toward Master Roshi, his surging aura carving a path across the ground, and before Master Roshi could react, Goku grasped his arm. Grandpa Roshi, concede. Goku wished to preserve Master Roshi's dignity. Host, I concede. I hereby declare that the champion of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament is contestant Son Goku. After the host made the announcement, he escorted Goku to claim the prize of 500,000. To be frank, Goku was no longer particularly thrilled about receiving the 500,000. Setting aside the 1 billion Bulma had given him, he had been utterly astounded by the wealth of the Brief family during his 6-month stay at their residence. As Goku walked out of the martial arts arena alongside Master Roshi and the others, he heard Bulma's voice nearby. That's amazing, Goku. I knew you would win the championship. Bulma sprinted over, brimming with excitement. Master Roshi and the others exchanged knowing glances. It was true. They were not on the same level as Goku. Let us keep a low profile, Bulma. Goku felt a twinge of embarrassment at being associated with Bulma under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Bulma, too exhilarated, blushed slightly as she became aware of the surrounding gazes. Ahem, let us not dwell on that. To celebrate your victory, Goku, I'll treat you all to a meal. Eat to your heart's content. Bulma thought it only fitting to express her gratitude to Goku by treating him and his companions to a feast. I know a fantastic restaurant. I'll take you there, Master Roshi chimed in. Then let us go. The group made their way to a nearby eatery. During the meal, Krillin witnessed Goku's remarkable appetite. Once they were satisfied, they split into 2 groups. Goodbye, Grandpa Roshi, Yamcha, Krillin. Goku waved from the plane. Farewell, Goku. They called back. As the plane ascended into the sky, the 3 on the ground were met with a gust of wind. Master, why did you disguise yourself to participate in this tournament? As Goku and Bulma departed, Krillin, somewhat perplexed, directed a question toward Master Roshi. What do you know? Master Roshi retorted, I am indeed teaching you all. Huh. But didn't you lose to Goku, Master? Krillin bluntly pointed out. That is precisely why I said you know nothing. You cannot comprehend what I imparted to him. Master Roshi then playfully smacked Krillin on the head. Ouch. Please, Master Roshi. Chapter 14. On the way to the lookout, let's eliminate the Red Ribbon Army, shall we? 1 year after the martial arts tournament, Goku had lost track of the extent of his own power. But he was certain that he had grown 100-fold stronger compared to a year prior. Goku, are you really leaving? Bulma watched as Goku packed his belongings, feeling a tinge of reluctance. Yes, for the sake of becoming stronger. After finishing his packing, Goku slung his bag over his shoulder and stepped out onto the balcony. But can't you grow stronger using the gravity chamber at my place? Bulma followed him outside. No, while I can indeed enhance my strength here, the progression in martial arts mastery is painstakingly slow. So, where are you headed? Bulma tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and turned to Goku. There. To the horizon. Goku gazed into the distance, where the clouds at sunset transformed into a brilliant crimson hue. The golden sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a warm glow on the balcony, giving both Bulma and Goku's hair a reddish tint. For reasons unknown, as she beheld the stunning sunset, Bulma felt an indescribable emotion stirring within her heart. The horizon? Yes. How long will it take? A year? 2 years? Perhaps even longer. It will. Goku turned to Bulma. Bulma, could you lend me the dragon radar? Goku wished to seize the opportunity to gather the Dragon Balls, which only appeared once a year. Over the past year, he had diligently used the Dragon Radar to locate all the Dragon Balls and had wished for the Saiyans to be able to survive in space. Absolutely not. Huh. Do you intend to use the Dragon Radar to search for the Dragon Balls once a year? Indeed. Well then, you must come back to find me every year and take me along to search for them. Bulma smiled brightly at Goku. Huh. I can find the Dragon Balls quickly. You can just hand it over to me. No need to trouble yourself. Goku, oblivious to her intentions, replied rather bluntly. Oh, Goku, this is my way of ensuring you won't forget about me as a friend. So, you'd better come to find me every year. All right, fine. With Bulma's insistence, Goku had no choice but to acquiesce. Well then, goodbye, Bulma. Goku lifted off the ground, waving as he slowly ascended into the sky. Goodbye, Goku. Bulma leaned against the balcony, watching as Goku soared farther away, suddenly calling out, Goku, don't forget our promise. Once a year. If you do, I won't let you off the hook. Understood. Although Goku's figure vanished from sight, his voice still echoed through the air. Once he left West City, Goku's speed surged dramatically. His first objective was clear. He would seek out and eradicate the Red Ribbon Army, as it was a foe he had chosen to confront. After all, the Red Ribbon Army was far from benign. It is advisable to eliminate entities like the Red Ribbon Army at the earliest opportunity, as prolonged delays may invite unforeseen complications. In doing so, one contributes to the peace of the earth. The process of eradication proved remarkably effortless, albeit time-consuming. Wukong first ventured to the main base of the Red Ribbon Army, acquiring maps of all their outposts, and then unleashed energy blasts from the sky upon each one. This exemplifies the concept of dimensionality reduction in combat. The main base and all its divisions were transformed into ephemeral fireworks, vanishing from existence. However, contrary to expectations, an unforeseen predicament arose. Wukong discovered a base belonging to Dr. Gero that was not indicated on the map, rendering an encounter with Cell and the androids inevitable. Although, based on his current progress, the emergence of Cell was not a significant concern, the thought of his cells residing within him was rather disconcerting. After vanquishing the Red Ribbon Army, Wukong soared towards the sacred tower, arriving at its base. Gazing upward, the towering white pillar seemed to stretch infinitely into the sky. He ascended along this pillar. Greetings, Master Karen. Upon reaching the summit, Wukong greeted Master Karen, who was grilling fish. Are you here for the sacred water? Master Karen inquired after devouring a freshly cooked fish. No, I have come to cultivate my skills. Ah, splendid. The sacred water is merely a superficial benefit. Yet you have grown so strong. Do you still require further cultivation? Indeed. While my strength is considerable, my martial arts mastery remains quite rudimentary. I am here to elevate my martial prowess. Oh, by the way, here is a token of my gratitude. With that, Wukong produced several large baskets of fish from his capsule. Master Karen's eyes sparkled at the sight of the fish. Very well. From now on, you may refer to me as Master Karen. Now, suppress your internal energy to match my level and strike me. After hastily storing the fish, Master Karen instructed Wukong. All right. After suppressing his energy to the same level as Master Karen, Wukong launched a punch, which was effortlessly dodged. He swiftly turned and executed a sweeping kick, only to have Master Karen use a hand to deflect Wukong's leg and flip him over. Enough. I have gathered sufficient information. Master Karen signaled for Wukong to cease. Your martial arts level is commendable, yet some of your movements are excessive. For instance, that sweeping kick could have been executed without such a broad turn. Once Wukong halted, Master Karen continued, you must gradually amend your bad habits. I cannot teach you much more, but there is one who can, the Heavenly God. The Heavenly God? Wukong feigned surprise. Indeed, he resides in the temple atop the sacred tower. Your Rui Bang serves as a conduit between the tower and the temple. But since you can already perform flight techniques, the Rui Bang may no longer be necessary. Master Karen had long observed the Rui Bang on Wukong's back. Thank you. Master Karen, I have heard tales of miraculous beans you possess. Is there any chance of trading for them? Wukong's eyes gleamed with desire for the magical beans, which in the latter part of the original tale, he wished to utilize as 4 separate portions from a single bean. Are you referring to the sacred beans? I have 6 jars. What do you intend to trade for them? Karen, the sage, cast a glance at the fish beside him, subtly prompting son Wukong. Wukong immediately grasped the implication. In truth, even without Karen's hint, he had concealed a plethora of fish within his universal capsule. Such foresight. Leaning back, he pressed the capsule and tossed it to the ground, whereupon a multitude, at least several thousand fish, suddenly appeared. Take them all. Take them all. Take them all if you wish. The divine beans are right there. Karen lunged eagerly into the pile of fish, gesturing towards the direction of the divine beans. then paid no further heed to Wukong. Lost in a blissful reverie. Approaching the container filled with divine beans, Wukong gazed at the 6 jars brimming with at least 10,000 beans. He couldn't help but marvel. Now that the beans had escaped the clutches of the meat-clad Kakarot, they were indeed abundant, ready for indulgence in the future. Wukong took only 5 jars to place within the universal capsule, leaving one behind. After all, he couldn't take them all, could he? Just because Karen said to take them all didn't mean he had to. This was a matter of social etiquette, and Wukong was keenly aware of it. Farewell, Karen. Until we meet again, I shall continue to bring you fish, he waved, soaring towards the temple above. However, Karen remained utterly absorbed in the bounty of fish, only lifting his head when he caught the mention of fish again. Fish? What fish? Chapter 15. The Temple, the Pinnacle of Martial Arts. Upon arriving at the temple adorned with intricate tiles, Wukong discovered that the Celestial God and Bobo had already been awaiting his arrival. Given Wukong's current combat prowess, it was no wonder that he attracted their attention. In fact, from the moment Wukong departed from the Turtle Hermit's Island, the Celestial God had taken note of him. After all, such strength had seldom graced the earth. As time progressed, Wukong's combat abilities became increasingly extraordinary. Had the Celestial God not sensed his inherent goodness, he might have feared for the fate of the planet. Are you the Celestial God? Wukong inquired. Indeed, I am the Celestial God, and this is my servant, Bobo. We have been observing you for quite some time. Greetings, I am Bobo. Observing me for long? Yes, with your formidable energy, how could we not take notice? He chuckled. Wukong scratched his head, acknowledging the truth. His power had likely soared into the hundreds of thousands, presenting a dimensional disparity for the current Earth. I understand your purpose. You shall train with Bobo, for he is more adept than I. The Celestial God gestured towards Bobo. The Celestial God spoke true. Bobo possessed superior teaching skills, and was, in fact, stronger than Wukong himself. To what extent, even he could not ascertain, as Bobo had guided several generations of Celestial Gods. Bobo, I look forward to your guidance. Very well, follow me. Training commences now. Wukong accompanied Bobo to an open field. Do you comprehend the essence of martial arts? Bobo posed the question to Wukong. To maintain tranquility of the heart, allowing the energy to move with intent? No, that is merely at your current level. The highest realm of martial arts is to achieve a defense as serene as the sky while delivering an offense swifter than lightning, all while maintaining that same tranquility in the midst of ferocity. Is that so? As Goku contemplated, he realized that this bore a striking resemblance to the secret of the ultimate freedom of martial arts. It was evident just how flourishing the martial arts of Earth had become, even brushing against the divine techniques of angels. While both Master Roshi and Bobo might appear similar, they lacked the significant enhancement to strength that the ultimate freedom bestowed. You may reduce your energy to half of mine and attack, Bobo stated, revealing a portion of his energy. All right, Goku replied, stretching his muscles and lowering his energy to half of what Bobo had displayed before launching a punch at him. However, Bobo effortlessly evaded the blow and countered with a punch to Goku's abdomen, catching him completely off guard. Despite Goku's energy exceeding Bobo's by half, he still experienced a sharp pain, staggering backward and rubbing his stomach. Let us go again. After exchanging blows for over 10 rounds, Goku began to grow impatient. After all, no one enjoys being hit, not even a rabbit when cornered. Do not increase your energy, otherwise it will hinder your training, Bobo advised, preventing Goku from escalating his energy. Gritting his teeth, Goku pressed on, enduring it all for the sake of becoming stronger. After a prolonged bout, how could one describe Goku's current state? Uncle Chinrue, I feel like I'm dying. Goku collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the sky while panting heavily. Bobo, you truly strike hard, he remarked. Without delving into details, Goku, with a combat power exceeding 1 million, was indeed injured by Bobo. The physicality within the Dragon Ball universe has its limits, and the level of defense is largely contingent upon the strength of one's energy. By utilizing only half of Bobo's energy, it was only natural for Goku to sustain injuries. There's no other way. The heavier the strikes, the swifter the progress, Bobo explained. Alas, this is also a matter of your insufficient control over your energy. Normally, with your energy being half again greater than mine, you should easily defeat me. If you could envelop your entire body in energy during your attacks, leaving no gaps, my onslaught would not have left you so battered. You speak so easily, yet executing it is quite another matter. Goku replied helplessly. Indeed, among mortals today, only your master, Wu Tian, has achieved this, and he has lived for several centuries. All right, let us go eat. Today's training is concluded. Upon hearing Bobo's words, Goku suddenly felt quite famished. After all, in the grand scheme of things, nothing surpasses the importance of a good meal. This time, even the deities were astonished by Goku's appetite. Half a year later, 2 figures clashed continuously in the sky, their exchanges comprising dozens of moves, the sounds of their strikes resonating throughout the heavens. Thud, 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 thud. Bobo launched a punch at Goku, who caught Bobo's fist with his left hand and retaliated with a swift counter. Bang! Goku's strike was also blocked by Bobo, and the two engaged in a relentless struggle, soaring from the sky to the ground, and then back to the divine temple. With a swift motion, Goku hurled Bobo away, drawing his hands back like a taut bowstring, and prepared to unleash a powerful punch towards him. Stop. Your combat skills have now reached a level comparable to mine. Upon hearing Bobo's words, Goku stumbled mid-attack. Hey, Bobo, could you please inform me earlier next time? Goku replied irritably. I just gathered all my strength. And you're calling for a halt to the challenge? You may now commence your training in mastering the energy within. In truth, over the past 6 months, your proficiency has reached a commendable level, yet there remains room for enhancement. One must endeavor to harness every ounce of power to its fullest potential, Bobo remarked to Goku. By the way, Bobo, has it truly been over half a year since my arrival? Goku inquired. Indeed, Bobo replied. Though he was uncertain why Goku suddenly sought to inquire about the passage of time, nonetheless, he nodded in affirmation. May I request a few days off? I have promised a friend I would assist them with certain matters. Goku dared not forget his commitment to Bulma. Despite Bulma's previous kindness towards him, he knew well that incurring her wrath would yield no favorable outcome. Of course, that's no trouble at all, Bobo responded, ever understanding. Thank you, Bobo. Please extend my regards to King Kai. I shall take my leave now. In West City, Bulma lounged upon her balcony, gazing into the distant sky, boredom consuming her. Ever since Goku's departure, she had taken to this spot daily, not for any other reason than that it was from here that Goku had set off. That infuriating Goku. It has been over 6 months, and there has not been a single word from him. Surely he hasn't forgotten about that matter? Bulma thought, her teeth clenched in frustration. Bulma. At the sound of that familiar voice, Bulma, who had been feeling despondent, found herself overwhelmed with joy, tears brimming in her eyes as she looked up to see the familiar figure gradually coming into focus. Goku. Despite her elation, Bulma did not reveal her feelings, for she had long since recognized Goku's obliviousness. After spending over half a year together, she had grown accustomed to it. All right. With that exclamation, Bulma dashed into her room, and after a brief flurry of activity lasting about 5 minutes, she emerged. Let us go. Everything is ready. Chapter 16. The Path to Martial Arts Mastery. This time, Goku and his companions spent a little more than a day gathering the Dragon Balls. Had Goku been alone, he might have completed the task in merely half a day. As Bulma gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls nestled in the bag, nostalgia washed over her. Goku, do you remember the first time we met? Bulma's voice took on a notably gentle tone. Of course. Your car malfunctioned, and you nearly collided with me. I managed to stop you just in time. Had it been anyone else, they might have met with a tragic fate. Isn't that a twist of fate? My destiny was to nearly run you over. Humph. Being nearly run over by me is a stroke of luck for you, Bulma retorted, rolling her eyes. Let us summon the Eternal Dragon. With that thought, Bulma assessed Goku. He seemed slightly taller than before, though not by much. The visage of his 14-year-old face still bore a youthful innocence. When Goku matured, she would be in her 20s, and the passage of time would not be kind to her. This realization brought a twinge of discomfort to Bulma. In truth, such thoughts were mere figments of Bulma's imagination. Considering her mother's genetics, true aging might not set in until her 40s or 50s. Once Goku arranged the Dragon Balls, he looked toward Bulma. It is your turn to summon the dragon. Hearing Goku's words, Bulma was visibly elated. She cast aside her sentimental musings. Why should she worry? After all, the Dragon Balls were at their disposal. When the moment arrived, she would surely take full advantage of Goku. Arise, Eternal Dragon, and grant my wish. As darkness enveloped the sky, the Eternal Dragon re-emerged once more. Speak your wish, Summoner. Grant me a panel that can reveal my enemies. Your wish is granted. But this panel's efficacy is contingent upon your strength. The mightier you become, the stronger the foes you can detect. Farewell. With that, the divine dragon transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the earth. Upon hearing the dragon's words, Goku nodded. It was based on his own strength, which he deemed beneficial for his lifelong growth. On board the aircraft, a profound silence enveloped the interior as Bulma tightly gripped the controls, her spirits notably low. Yet, she thought, it would likely conclude in about 6 months. Goku, noticing her despondency, sought to console her. Though Bulma's mood improved slightly with Goku's words, it still lingered in the shadows of her heart. As night fell, Goku soared through the sky, casting a final glance at Bulma's home before turning toward the horizon. Bulma rushed to the balcony, calling out to him, the evening breeze gently tousling her hair. Though their 2 days together were fleeting, they were immensely precious. Parting was but a precursor to a more profound reunion, and after this half-year separation, Bulma realized the significant impact Goku had etched into her heart. I will. Goku, gliding through the air, felt the evening breeze caress his face and gazed at the twinkling stars above, his heart strangely restless. The moment he stepped onto the temple's tiled floor, he was greeted by the awaiting Kai and Bubbles. Indeed, do not underestimate my pursuit of martial arts, Goku exclaimed, embodying the spirit of an exuberant youth. Both Bubbles and the Kai were clearly amused by Goku's enthusiasm. Goku checked the panel for information on Bubbles and the Kai. Discovering Bubbles possessed a combat power exceeding 1,000, while the Kai's was nearly 300, both existing within the same divine realm. Witnessing Bubbles' combat prowess, threefold that of the Kai, Goku couldn't help but marvel at the legacy of those who had endured through generations of celestial beings. The panel meticulously informed him that dimensions were categorized into several levels, and he himself was but a mortal. His panel displayed: name, Son Goku race, Saiyan base combat power, 1,480,000 dimension level, mortal skills. With a thought, Goku deactivated the panel and turned his attention to Bubbles. Is it too late to commence training tonight? Of course, but if you wish to train this evening, that is also an option. Over the past 6 months, Bubbles had grown more lively and cheerful, even jesting with Goku. Haha, then never mind. Goku scratched his head, resembling a playful crab. Bubbles, you should wear this. Goku looked at the blue bracelet Bulma offered with curiosity. What is this? Although puzzled, he accepted it and fastened it around his wrist. To kill you. Uffed, who would believe that? Goku rolled his eyes in jest. TCH, how dull. This is a gravity bracelet, adjustable up to 100 times. While it may not compare to the gravity chamber, it will serve you well, providing 100 times the gravity to accelerate your strength. When did you make this? Goku had never asked Bulma to do such a thing. Thank you, Bulma, he said, making her feel a bit uneasy. Come on, do I really need to thank you? After finishing breakfast on a serene morning, Goku exclaimed, Oh, Poir, let's go. He threw a punch at Poir, and the two quickly engaged in a fierce battle, the sound of their intense clashes resonating throughout the temple. From now on, you will train with me for half the day and meditate for the other half. This is how you will refine your mastery over ki, Poir remarked, effortlessly parrying Goku's attack. All right. Months later, Goku awoke from his meditative state to find Poir and the Supreme Kai standing before him. Goku, you have become a martial arts master. There is little more I can teach you. Perhaps this level is not the final destination of martial arts, but the future is in your hands. Goku rose and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Poir and Supreme Kai, for your guidance and companionship over the past year. I will never forget everything you have taught me. Haha, you may leave now. Your little girlfriend has been waiting for you. Goku's face flushed crimson at the remark, and he stammered, what? No, she's just a friend. All right, understood, just a friend. Let's go. Goku, after all, had only his mouth left after everything else had turned to ash. Farewell. Chapter 17. The 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, 3 million battle power. Bulma. Goku exclaimed as he arrived above Bulma's house, instantly spotting her beside the gravity chamber. Goku. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Bulma looked up at him. With a thud, Goku landed on the ground, curious about Bulma's presence near the gravity chamber. Bulma, what is this? Oh, you mean the gravity chamber? The one conjured by the Dragon Balls only had a capacity of 150 times, which is no longer sufficient for you. So, I had my father upgrade it. Bulma replied with a radiant smile. Your father is so busy, would he agree? Goku questioned. Would he dare to refuse? Every father loves his daughter dearly, a sentiment only a father can understand. But when Dr. Brief learned that Bulma was threatening him for Goku's sake, he was heartbroken. Would you like to try it out? It can now reach 400 times. Bulma tempted him. She immediately regretted her words when she saw Goku's eyes light up at the mention of 400 times. Hey, I'm wearing white stockings today. As Goku entered the gravity chamber, Bulma remained outside, feeling forlorn. Son, Goku. Bulma's call immediately caught the attention of Mrs. Brief. What is the matter, Bulma? She inquired, approaching her. Bulma took a moment to compose herself, finally managing to smile as she explained to her mother. A year later, Goku summoned the Eternal Dragon once again, intending to wish for a recovery ability akin to Boo's. However, the dragon declared that such a wish was beyond its capabilities. Goku had to settle for a healing ability that could restore limbs as long as his head remained intact. On this day, the sun shone brightly. In a sunlit courtyard, Goku and Bulma savored afternoon tea, basking in the warmth. Goku, tomorrow marks the registration for the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Are you planning to participate? Bulma inquired. Sipping her red tea and observing the young lad, Goku, who had grown to an impressive height of 1.5 meters, it was rather curious. Perhaps the abundant nutrition was to blame. At this age, Goku should have been around 1.3 meters, yet here he stood, noticeably taller. I don't intend to participate this time, Goku replied. After all, I already claimed the championship in the last tournament. However, Yamcha and Krillin will likely enter, so I might go to watch. He pondered the absurdity of his 3 million battle power competing in an event where the highest contenders barely reached a few hundred. Isn't that a bit unfair? I don't plan to strictly adhere to the original storyline, even if it causes a ripple effect. What of it? Is my strength diminished? What unforeseen events can a few hundred battle power generate? The next day, Goku and Bulma arrived early at the venue for the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku, Krillin, and the others, who had just arrived, spotted him. Krillin, Yamcha, Poir, Master Roshi, and Launch were all there. Goku greeted them warmly. Over the past 3 years, Aside from a year spent training in the Divine Realm, Goku and Bulma frequently visited Kame House, fostering strong bonds with the group, including Launch. Launch! Bulma exclaimed as she dashed over, taking Launch by the arm, and the two began to discuss topics of feminine interest away from the boys. Master Roshi, upon seeing Bulma, refrained from his usual flirtations, having recognized the unique connection between her and Goku. Goku, how have you grown so tall? Krillin remarked with a hint of melancholy after comparing their heights. The reason Krillin did not address Goku as senpai was due to Goku's request. It felt somewhat awkward to him. Haha, perhaps it's the good food, Goku mused, sensing that his height might exceed 176 centimeters in the future. Goku, are you participating in this tournament? Yamcha asked from the side. I won't compete, as I've already won once. It's only fair to give others a chance, Goku said. Though it seemed that his words carried an unintended air of arrogance, which his friends often detected. That's splendid. I finally have a chance to win the championship, Yamcha rejoiced, feeling that he might finally shine. However, Krillin still felt the pressure of competition nearby. Hey kid, what are you thinking? I'm entering too, if you want the championship. You'll have to get past me first, Master Roshi interjected. Master Roshi, you're competing again? Krillin exclaimed, surprised. Is that a problem? Master Roshi retorted with mild annoyance. Meanwhile, Bulma and Launch were engrossed in a conversation completely unrelated to the tournament. Bulma. Goku has grown quite a bit over these 3 years. He is becoming increasingly handsome, Launch remarked, glancing at Goku from a distance. He's alright, I don't see much difference. Bulma feigned indifference. Please, you spend every day with him, so of course, you wouldn't notice, Launch teased. It is said that Bulma remarked, Goku has become increasingly handsome. When do you plan to confess your feelings to him? Don't let someone else beat you to it. Launchy teased. Upon hearing Launchy's words, Bulma's face flushed crimson. And she shyly replied, what are you talking about? Goku and I are merely good friends. Who would believe that? Asked Krillin and the others. Who among them is unaware of your relationship? Friends? I dare say you are more like a couple. Bulma could no longer tolerate the teasing and playfully dug her fingers into Launchy's sides, tickling her. You little rascal. After a month apart, you've grown bold enough to tease me. Bulma appeared relentless in her pursuit to tickle Launchy. Haha, Bulma, I concede. Please let go. Launchy attempted to escape Bulma's grasp. But after years of training alongside Goku, Bulma was not someone Launchy could easily evade. Help! Goku, come see what Bulma is doing. Upon hearing his name called, Goku turned his attention to Bulma and Launchy. Noticing Goku's gaze, Bulma promptly released her hold, and Launchy finally caught her breath, nearly laughing herself into a fit. What are you two up to? Did you call me for something? Goku inquired, puzzled. It's nothing concerning you, Launchy began, but Bulma swiftly covered her mouth. Then turned to Goku with a bright smile. Oh, Goku, why do you need to know? I was just sharing a secret with Launchy. Some matters are best kept among us girls. How peculiar, Goku muttered, turning back to converse with Krillin and the others. Women, Bulma squinted at Launchy and said. You were truly pushing your luck just now. Bulma had been genuinely startled. Such conversations were meant to remain between them. If Launchy voiced it aloud, how would she face Goku afterward? Launchy, under Bulma's intense gaze, shuddered and quickly pleaded for mercy. Alright. I want to mention it to Goku again. Before long, the martial arts tournament commenced, with Goku, Bulma, Launchy, and Puer seated in the audience. The ensuing scenes unfolded much like the original tale, albeit without Goku, culminating in a match between Krillin and Tien, which ended in a stalemate, ultimately showcasing Tien's superior skill. Indeed, Yamcha had lost to Krillin, and the reason Krillin could hold his own against Tien was due to intensive training sessions with Goku and Bulma. Eventually, Tien departed from his master. In Goku's perspective, Tien's departure stemmed from multiple reasons, primarily the prior counsel from Master Roshi and his own disinterest in continuing as an assassin. Hey, are you the senior brother that Krillin mentioned? Tien approached Goku and asked. Upon hearing this, Goku turned to face Tien, already anticipating his intentions. Would you care to spar with me? Krillin says you are much stronger than he is. No, thank you, Goku declined. Why not? At that moment, Goku swiftly moved in a blur, reaching Tien's side before he could comprehend the speed. This is precisely why I shall grant you 3 years for your training. I will participate in the martial arts tournament after 3 years, and you may challenge me then. With that, Goku turned and walked towards Bulma. Goku, I feel you're just putting on a show, Bulma remarked as she poked him playfully. Putting on a show? Perhaps my aura is simply too formidable. Goku replied with a cheeky grin. How shameless, Bulma retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Piccolo Daimao, he should be revived by now. Chapter 18. This Piccolo Daimao is excessively cautious. Goku quickly attuned his energy senses, discovering that Krillin was alive and well, and he felt no trace of demonic energy, which left him pondering the reason behind it. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously. Oh no, the dragon has been summoned. Goku chided himself for his carelessness. Whether Piccolo Daimao was resurrected was inconsequential, since he could be effortlessly vanquished. However, the depletion of the Dragon Balls was of paramount importance. Without further ado, Goku soared towards the location of the Dragon-S summoning. The Pilaf trio stumbled upon a rice cooker. King Pilaf, what is this rice cooker? And why is there a talisman affixed to it? As Shu tore off the talisman while conversing with Pilaf, he exclaimed, "Don't." But it was too late. A brilliant flash erupted, and the long-sealed Piccolo Daimao re-emerged into the world. Ha ha ha. I, Piccolo Daimao, have finally returned. Upon his emergence, Piccolo Daimao first threw his head back in laughter before turning his gaze towards the Pilaf trio. In light of the fact that you have freed me, I shall grant you a chance to live as my subordinates. Before Shu could voice his refusal, Pilaf swiftly covered his mouth. Piccolo Daimao, we are willing to serve as your subordinates, Pilaf declared, choosing to align himself with the formidable entity, relieved that he had silenced Shu, for otherwise, their lives might have been forfeit. Now, tell me about the current state of the world. Piccolo Daimao deemed it essential to comprehend the present global dynamics, lest there be someone stronger than himself. Currently, the entire world is under the dominion of the Earth Kingdom, ruled by a dog. Humph, a dog ruling the Earth? What a mockery and utter farce. Are there any formidable martial artists on Earth? Piccolo Daimao harbored some trepidation towards martial artists, having once been sealed by one. Upon hearing this, Piccolo Daimao furrowed his brow. It seemed that this unknown martial artist, even if not superior to him, was certainly not significantly weaker. For safety's sake, I shall utilize the Dragon Balls to restore my youth before making any further decisions. What? That malevolent energy, could it be Piccolo Daimao? At this moment, Master Roshi and the others had not yet departed, and the aura emanating from the rejuvenated Piccolo Daimao astonished Master Roshi. However, he remained untroubled, for he sensed Goku flying towards Piccolo Daimao. At present, Goku's strength was more than adequate to handle Piccolo Daimao with ease. Meanwhile, the rejuvenated Piccolo Daimao casually unleashed a strike, obliterating the dragon, his expression turning grave. After restoring his youth, an uncontrollable surge of energy erupted from within, its force so overwhelming that powerful martial artists on Earth must have sensed it. Initially, he had intended to proceed with caution, to gradually dominate this era. But fate had betrayed him. Now, he could only hope that there were no martial artists stronger than himself on Earth, or else, alas. Fortunately, he had a contingency plan in place. If it came to dire straits, he would have to resort to that scheme. At that moment, King Piccolo sensed a presence approaching him, one that rivaled his own strength, and his expression darkened instantly. As he beheld Goku descending from the sky, he was surprised to find that the figure before him was merely a youth. Recognizing the potential for manipulation, King Piccolo decided to test the waters. Young man, would you like to possess endless wealth and power? Beautiful women, luxurious cars, and opulent mansions at your fingertips? Upon hearing this, Goku couldn't help but chuckle. How could someone with a combat power of just over 200 dare to tempt him, a warrior with a staggering 3 million? Seeing Goku's smile, a glimmer of hope sparked in King Piccolo's heart, and he hastily continued, "Join me as my subordinate, and once I conquer the world, you will stand above all, second only to me." "What do you say?" Goku replied with a grin. "Is there not a possibility that after I defeat you, I will be the one standing above all?" At this, King Piccolo realized that the youth had never considered becoming his subordinate. He had come solely to eliminate him. The notion of aspiring to greatness was irrelevant. "You are overly confident. What makes you believe you can vanquish me?" King Piccolo scoffed, sensing that Goku's energy was comparable to his own. After all, he was merely an ordinary earthling, and his rapid healing ability would allow him to prevail in a battle of equal strength. "If you are determined to seek your demise, then I shall oblige," he declared. And before he could finish his sentence, King Piccolo propelled himself off the ground, launching a powerful punch towards Goku. In an instant, Goku transformed into a mere afterimage, swiftly appearing before King Piccolo and delivering a crushing knee strike deep into his abdomen. The force of the blow caused King Piccolo to expel a mouthful of bile, his body crashing through the sound barrier as he collided violently with the ground. Boom! With a thunderous crash, a massive crater was formed, dust swirling into the air. As the dust settled, King Piccolo lay at the center of the pit, his eyes glazed over, rendered incapable of resistance. "You can sense energy, can you not? Did you ever consider that I might conceal the magnitude of my own?" Goku floated above, smiling down at King Piccolo. In a fit of rage, King Piccolo gathered a large orb of energy in his hands and hurled it at Goku. With a swift motion, Goku deflected the energy blast upward. Boom! The explosion resonated above Goku's head, the shockwave tousling his hair as it danced in the air. In an instant, Goku unleashed his own energy, charging towards King Piccolo in the pit, delivering a fist that crashed into Piccolo's face with tremendous force, plunging him deeper into the ground. Then, seizing King Piccolo by the head, Goku emerged from the earth, delivering another powerful blow to his abdomen. As the malevolent King Piccolo was propelled backward, Goku swiftly soared behind him, delivering a spinning kick that sent the villain hurtling away at an even greater velocity. For a fleeting moment, King Piccolo found himself at Goku's mercy, being treated like a mere ball in the air. Infuriated, he struggled to rise from the ground. "Do you think you've triumphed over me?" He gasped, his words barely coherent. Come on, buddy, look at you now, still putting up a tough front? Goku remarked, incredulous at Piccolo's resilience. If I were in your shoes, I'd be begging for mercy. Huh, I have planted bombs throughout the metropolis, Piccolo cackled, wiping the green blood from his mouth. If I perish, those bombs will detonate, claiming the lives of hundreds of thousands. I have already slain the dragon. You cannot resurrect the dead, nor can you vanquish me. Ah, so this is your leverage, Goku replied, unimpressed. But alas, I know how to bring the dragon back to life. You can rest easy in your demise. Piccolo's laughter echoed through the air like thunder, his pride seemingly unshaken. Ha! Who would have thought that I, the formidable King Piccolo, would fall to a mere child? Yet, we demons shall not be defeated so easily. Huh, let them all perish. With that proclamation, Piccolo expelled an egg from his mouth, followed by his own explosive demise. In an instant, violent explosions erupted across the globe. Remarkably, Goku remained unscathed by the devastation, watching as the egg soared into the distance. Why would he intervene? After all, it was destined to be the future caretaker of his family. Alas, the loss of life was regrettable, for those who perished would have to wait a year for resurrection. With a sigh, Goku set his course toward the martial arts tournament. This incarnation of King Piccolo was far more cautious than in the original tale, yet ultimately, his efforts were in vain. Chapter 19, Revive, My Beloved. As Goku approached Bulma, who awaited him, he called out, Bulma, hey, Goku, where have you been? She inquired. Goku spoke candidly, if it weren't for me, King Piccolo would have ruled the earth, you know. Who would believe that? If you want to keep secrets, then don't say anything at all, Bulma retorted, her skepticism evident. What an injustice. I am merely speaking the truth. Goku protested, feeling wronged. When their aircraft arrived in West City, Bulma was taken aback by the scene before her. Thick plumes of smoke billowed from various locations, and many were being rescued from the inferno. She hastily flew toward her home. Phew, thank goodness. Bulma sighed in relief upon seeing her house unscathed, though her heart remained heavy, knowing that the death toll in West City was in the tens of thousands. I told you, I went to save the Earth, Goku stated, crossing his arms. But don't worry about those people. They can be revived with the Dragon Balls. The property damage, however, cannot be remedied. Then let us seek the Dragon Balls, Bulma exclaimed, hopeful to restore those who had perished. It's pointless to search now. The dragon has already been summoned. We'll have to wait until after the new year to pursue them again. After numerous quests for the Dragon Balls, Goku stumbled upon an intriguing realization. The Dragon Balls refresh annually. For instance, if one makes a wish in December of this year, they may wish again in January of the following year. Last December, Goku had made a wish, intending to seek the Dragon Balls again after the martial arts tournament concluded in May. However, unforeseen circumstances arose, leading to a moment of carelessness on his part. Upon returning home, Goku conveyed the situation to Bulma, who fell silent upon hearing the news, reflecting on how insignificant her mortal life seemed in the presence of such formidable beings. In truth, Bulma was no longer weak, after years of training under Goku's guidance. Her combat power had reached 22 points, rendering her unafraid of ordinary firearms. The subsequent 6 months passed in a simple and unpretentious manner for Goku. He indulged in exquisite culinary delights, traversed in luxury vehicles, and resided in opulent accommodations. His days were spent either training alone or accompanying Bulma in her training or engaging in light-hearted conversations. At times, Goku found solace in this tranquil existence, appreciating the ordinary yet comforting rhythm of life. Half a year prior, Goku had visited the sacred temple, seeking to resurrect the eternal dragon. To his surprise, the deity had revived the dragon the very moment it was slain. Bulma, it's about time we sought the Dragon Balls, he declared. Now, 6 months later, Goku had grown to a height of 1.6 meters, and Bulma found herself captivated by the striking young man before her. Her heart fluttering as she admired his increasing charm. She mused that her years had not been wasted. Indeed, for years ago, her intentions had been less than pure. Was he not her childhood husband? Seeing Bulma gazing at him dreamily, Goku waved his hand in front of her face. Hey, Bulma. Don't daydream. I know I'm handsome. What? Your looks are of no concern to me, you narcissistic fool. Bulma retorted, her cheeks flushing crimson at his audacity. Ah yes, I am indeed self-absorbed, Goku teased, eliciting a playful reprimand from Bulma. You know, your words are quite infuriating, she exclaimed, her hand playfully poking at his waist, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Wait, Bulma, don't. That is not fair. Goku raised his hands in surrender, realizing his predicament. Humph. Let us see if you dare to act this way again, Bulma scoffed as she released him. All right, Bulma, let us embark on our quest for the Dragon Balls. The duo quickly gathered the Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon. Arise, Eternal Dragon, grant my wish, Goku exclaimed. In an instant, darkness enveloped the heavens, and the Eternal Dragon reappeared. Those who summoned me, state your wish. The dragon intoned, gazing at Goku. Revive, pardon me, Eternal Dragon. Please bring back those who perished due to Demon King Piccolo. Goku nearly blurted out a name that was not his own in his excitement. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The dragon transformed into 7 shimmering dragon balls, scattering across the earth. With the revival of all who had fallen to Demon King Piccolo, the shared burden between Goku and Bulma was finally lifted. In other words, enlightenment had dawned. Suddenly, a peculiar scene unfolded across the globe. Countless deceased individuals emerged from their graves, knocking on their own doors. When their living relatives opened the doors, they were nearly terrified to death, believing they were witnessing a haunting. However, there were also heartwarming reunions among some families. Upon returning to the West City, Wukong glanced at Bulma with a sense of hesitation, uncertain of how to broach the subject. Wukong, is something the matter? Bulma noticed Wukong's puzzled gaze fixed upon her. Well, Bulma, I might need to be away for another 6 months. Wukong scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He planned to travel to King Kai's planet to learn the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb techniques. In the original story, Son Goku spent nearly half of a year on the journey alone, but he felt 6 months would suffice for himself. Initially, Bulma felt a twinge of anger upon hearing this, but then reconsidered. What good would anger do? Strengthening oneself through training had always been Wukong's passion, and over the years, she had grown accustomed to it. Very well, go ahead, but it's agreed that it will only be for 6 months. Wukong had braced himself for a scolding, so he was pleasantly surprised by Bulma's light-hearted agreement. Wonderful. Seeing Wukong's joyful expression brought a smile to Bulma's face. Though they were not officially a couple, their conversation resembled that of a married pair. After bidding farewell to Bulma, Wukong made his way to the Divine Temple. Lord Kami. Upon his arrival, Wukong sought out the deity. Wukong, what brings you here this time? Lord Kami, could I ask you for a favor? Wukong, unsure of how to reach the underworld, could only implore Kami to accompany him. Speak freely, Wukong. What is it? Having grown familiar with Wukong over the past year, Kami was more than willing to assist. Could you take me to King Yama? Wukong's request was startling, momentarily leaving Kami speechless. King Yama? Are you certain? Indeed, Wukong affirmed with a nod, speaking earnestly. Very well. Follow me. Before long, Wukong and Kami arrived at King Yama's Grand Hall. Kami of Earth, what brings you here? King Yama regarded Kami with a somewhat irritable tone, as the Dragon Balls he had created had significantly increased the workload in the underworld. Lord King Yama, I have brought this young man with me. Greetings, Lord King Yama. My name is Son Wukong, and I wish to seek guidance from King Kai. King Yama followed the voice and noticed a young boy standing before him. Are you referring to Lord King Kai? He seldom takes on students. Your success will depend on your own efforts. The path to Lord King Kai's planet lies along that route. King Yama indicated the Snake Way. Thank you, Lord King Yama. Kami, farewell. Wukong waved to Kami before embarking along the Snake Way toward King Kai's planet. What are you still doing here? King Yama harbored little patience for the Earth deity. Kami broke into a cold sweat. Yes, Lord King Yama, I shall take my leave immediately. Chapter 20, King Kai. As Wukong ascended the Snake Way, he finally understood why the original tale depicted a 4-month journey. It was indeed exceedingly long. The experience was reminiscent of wrapping a foot in a long, foul-smelling cloth. Even with his formidable battle power of 5.23 million, it took nearly 10 minutes to reach the end of the serpentine path. Peering down, Goku beheld an exceedingly small celestial body. With a gentle leap, he succumbed to the pull of gravity and descended toward the planet's surface. He could distinctly perceive a gravitational force stronger than in other locales. However, for one capable of enduring hundreds of times the normal gravity, this was merely a trifling challenge. Greetings, Lord King Kai of the North. I am Son Goku, he announced upon landing, encountering the North Kai. Hello, what brings you here? The North Kai inquired, surveying Goku with a hint of curiosity. I have come to seek your tutelage. I have heard that you possess 2 exceptionally powerful martial arts, and I wish to learn them from you. Oh, so you seek to be my disciple. However, there is a condition. You must amuse me with a joke. The North Kai said, placing his hands behind his back and slowly approaching Goku. Upon hearing this, Goku found himself at a loss for an appropriate joke. While he was aware of the North Kai's low threshold for humor, he struggled to formulate anything suitable. After pondering for a brief moment, he delivered a joke that he deemed rather dull. To his surprise, the North Kai erupted into laughter, unable to contain himself, his mirth echoing even through his clasped hands. After approximately a minute of hearty laughter, he turned to Goku, exclaiming, "That was quite amusing. I shall now teach you the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. Those are the 2 formidable techniques." Thank you, Lord North Kai. Goku replied eagerly. First, you need to catch a Barbarous. Follow me, the North Kai instructed, pointing towards a nearby gorilla. In an instant, Goku teleported beside the Barbarous and reached out to grasp it. The North Kai was taken aback. Goku's energy had likely exceeded 100,000 in battle power. Initially, the North Kai had intended to use his 2 pets to help Goku strengthen his fundamentals, but he never anticipated Goku's immense strength. Well, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Let us begin your training in the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb, the North Kai proclaimed. Several hours later, as Goku completed his training, he discovered that the North Kai had prepared a meal for him. Thank you, Lord North Kai. May I have another bowl? Goodness. Are you a reincarnation of a glutton? Eating so much. The North Kai observed, utterly astonished by the towering stack of bowls beside Goku. After finishing the meal, Goku decided to adjust the gravity of his training weights to 10 times normal. A substantial pressure enveloped him, causing a smile to spread across his face. He had not anticipated it would be multiplicative. The gravity weights could reach a maximum of 100 times, which could be compounded to 1,000 times on King Kai's planet. 1,000 times would suffice for a considerable duration, likely even beyond his Super Saiyan transformations, at least under normal conditions. I apologize, Bulma, Goku mused, contemplating the possibility of training here with the North Kai if he could not construct a gravity chamber with 1,000 times the force in the future. Half a year later. Farewell, Lord North Kai. With a wave, Goku took off along the Snake Way. Lord North Kai watched as Goku's figure receded, letting out a sigh of relief. At last, he was gone. Farewell? It would be preferable never to see him again. Yet, beneath his sharp tongue lay a tender heart. Should Goku require assistance, he would undoubtedly lend a hand, though that was a matter for another time. As Goku soared down the Snake Way, he felt immense satisfaction with his training over the past 6 months. His combat power had surged from over 5 million to nearly 8 million. Presently, his stats were as follows: Son Goku. Race, Saiyan. Combat power, 7, 960, 000. Dimension, mortal. Skills, healing technique. Final Kamehameha, Kamehameha, Kaioken up to 20 times, Spirit Bomb. Indeed, Goku had mastered the Kaioken to 20 times its normal capacity, and the final Kamehameha was an enhancement he had devised, amplifying its destructive power significantly. Suddenly startled by an unexpected voice, King Enma looked down to discover it was Son Goku. Ah, it's you, little one. Have you returned from your training with Lord North Kai? King Enma found it hard to believe Goku had completed his training in just 6 months. Yes, Lord Enma. Thank you, Goku replied as he entered his home from the balcony. Descending the stairs, he spotted Bulma practicing yoga. One couldn't help but notice Bulma's remarkable figure. Goku stole a few glances, the stirrings of adolescence awakening within him. Upon noticing Goku's gaze, Bulma felt a mix of shyness and delight. It seemed that Goku, the dense-headed boy, had finally awakened to his feelings. Embarrassed by being caught staring, Goku sheepishly scratched his nose. Bulma approached him, circling around him, entranced by his height, which was now a head and a half taller than her own. Goku had indeed grown tall and handsome. The years had not been wasted waiting for this moment. 6 months had passed, and Goku now stood at 1.8 meters, 4 centimeters taller than his original form in the story. Though it seemed this height would become his permanent stature. Why are you staring at me like that? Goku asked, feeling uncomfortable under her gaze. Nothing much, just observing you. You seem to have undergone quite the transformation in 6 months, she replied. Of course. I know I've become more handsome, Goku declared shamelessly. Look at you. So full of yourself. Bulma rolled her eyes at him. Have you had lunch? Bulma asked as they walked together. Goku sought to please Bulma, yet his attempt at flattery fell flat, missing the mark. If I recall correctly, today marks the 184th day since your departure, surpassing 6 months by 1 day, right? Bulma smirked at Goku, her slender hand reaching toward his waist. Goku, feeling flustered under her gaze, quickly pleaded for mercy. I'm sorry. I want to do it again. Please let me off this time. Humph. In that case, you'll accompany me for half a day of shopping this afternoon, and I shall forgive you. What? As Goku was yet to give his assent, he found himself being led by Bulma, her hand firmly grasping his, towards the bustling commercial street. Chapter 21, A Thin Veil. Following Bulma to the shopping district, Goku realized there was no escaping today's excursion. He recalled their previous visit 6 months prior, which had left him feeling more exhausted than an entire day of training, and since then, he had avoided accompanying Bulma again. Rubbing his belly, he pondered that since escape was futile, he might as well satiate his hunger first. He gently grasped Bulma's hand, suggesting, how about we eat first? After that, I'll accompany you shopping. Bulma had never anticipated Goku would take the initiative to hold her hand. The warmth and dryness of his touch sent a shiver through her, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush, making her feel like a shy girl of 17 or 18, so nervous she could hardly breathe. Why yes, that sounds good, she stammered, her voice trembling slightly. As Goku attempted to withdraw his hand, he discovered that Bulma had a firm grip on him, as if she were clutching the entire world in that moment. Watching Bulma gaze straight ahead with an intensity that captivated him, Goku allowed his previously intended withdrawal to fade away, a smile gracing his lips. Hand in hand, they stepped into a restaurant, where the attentive staff immediately approached them and guided them inside. We'll need a large private room, Bulma stated. Noticing the server was about to lead them to a small table in the main dining area. Are you not more than 2? The server questioned, puzzled. Just the 2 of us. Please take us there, Bulma replied. Given Goku's hearty appetite, a larger table was essential, and even then, it might still be insufficient. The server quickly comprehended, reflecting on how extravagant the younger generation had become. As Bulma noticed the server's understanding expression, she dismissed any further thoughts. Once inside the private room, they seated themselves, and the server presented the menu. Bulma set the menu aside and instructed, "No need to look. Please bring us 10 portions of all your signature dishes." 10 portions? The server echoed, bewildered. "Yes, indeed. Don't worry, we can handle it," Goku chimed in, perhaps anticipating the need for more later. "All right then." The server, still somewhat dazed, exited, realizing her earlier misapprehension. Eventually, after adding 5 more portions, Goku felt satisfied as he and Bulma exited the restaurant. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, the staff breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing there were no further orders, muttering complaints about the peculiarities of group dining. "Goku, did you see the way that server looked at you? I felt embarrassed for you," Bulma remarked with a disapproving expression. "Uft. It's not my fault if he can't handle such a meal. The problem lies with him, not me," Goku retorted, asserting that it was the world that was at fault. "Goku, would you like me to help you style your hair? While it looks quite handsome, it resembles a crab's head too much." "No, thank you. Due to my physical constitution, my hair will always look like this, regardless of what I do." "Oh, that explains why your hairstyle has remained unchanged all these years. Why don't I take you to a clothing store to buy some new outfits?" Bulma suggested, a hint of regret in her voice. "A clothing store? Buying clothes? I usually wear my martial arts uniform, which feels rather monotonous. It would be nice to get some new clothes. Let us go," Goku replied enthusiastically. Originally, Goku intended to express that wearing his martial arts uniform was perfectly adequate. However, the moment Bulma cast her deathly gaze upon him, he hastily reconsidered, not out of cowardice but from the depths of his heart. Bulma's once frosty demeanor melted away like spring snow, revealing a satisfied smile. "Humph, at least you know your place," she murmured softly. "What did you say?" Upon arriving home, Goku collapsed onto the sofa. "I'm so tired," he muttered under his breath, fully aware that should Bulma overhear him, he would face dire consequences. "Goku, what are you mumbling about?" Bulma inquired, having just placed the item she had bought. "Oh, nothing. I had a really enjoyable day," he replied dismissively. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Bulma's lips as she spoke slowly. "Oh, is that so? Shall we continue our shopping tomorrow?" As she beamed at Goku, her smile carried a hint of mockery. "Huh." Goku's heart raced, unsure of how to respond. Witnessing his flustered expression, Bulma could not contain her laughter. "Haha, all right. I won't tease you anymore. Just having you accompany me today made me very happy." For reasons unbeknownst to him, Goku's heart felt heavier upon hearing Bulma's words, and he found himself at a loss for words. Thus, their tranquil life continued for 6 months, with the bond between Goku and Bulma gradually intensifying. Yet, neither dared to utter the pivotal words that lingered between them, as if they were merely a breath away from breaking that fragile barrier. After a day of rigorous training, Goku emerged from the gravity chamber. "Why is this happening? My power level has surpassed 10 million, yet I still cannot transform into a Super Saiyan." A look of despondency clouded his face. He understood that transformation required rage. He had tried conjuring images that would incite anger, yet none could evoke the necessary fury. Minor irritations fell woefully short of igniting the blaze required for transformation. "Goku, what troubles you? You appear so distressed." Bulma had come to summon Goku for dinner. But upon her arrival, she found him lost in a sea of worries, piquing her curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing. I have a solution. Let us go eat dinner." It seemed that in both this life and the last, Goku had enjoyed an untroubled existence. While his heart was at peace, his anger had dissipated. It appeared that only the Dragon Balls could provide the answer. During dinner, Goku suddenly broached the subject of seeking the Dragon Balls with Bulma. "Bulma, let us search for the Dragon Balls tomorrow." After swallowing his food, he stated confidently, "Oh, off to search for the Dragon Balls again. Sounds good." Bulma thought it better to embark on a quest than to languish in idleness. "You two are off to hunt for Dragon Balls again. By the way, when will you define your relationship?" Mrs. Brief interjected from the side. The years had left the Brief couple exasperated. It was evident that Goku and Bulma were merely a thin veil away from clarity, yet neither was willing to take the first step. "Mom, what are you talking about?" Bulma was accustomed to her mother's inquiries, having lost count of how many times they had been uttered over the past 6 months. "Do you not realize what I am saying? And you, Bulma, with such a strong personality, why do you not speak up first? This is unlike you. I'm full." Upon finishing her words, Bulma rose and departed, leaving Goku awkwardly seated at the dining table. You may wonder why Goku did not leave. For him, the insatiable hunger for food outweighed all else. Then, addressing Goku, Mrs. Brief inquired, "Goku, do you have feelings for our daughter?" After observing Bulma's exit, she began her counsel. "I do," Goku replied. "Are you aware that our daughter harbors feelings for you?" "I know." "Then why haven't you openly expressed this to Bulma?" Goku found himself momentarily at a loss for words. I. Hear my advice, dear. The two of you cannot continue in this manner. If Bulma does not take the initiative, why can't you?" After pondering seriously for a few seconds, Goku nodded and solemnly stated, "I understand, Auntie." Chapter 22, Super Saiyan. That night, both Goku and Bulma suffered from insomnia. The following morning, their heightened mental fortitude spared them from the usual signs of fatigue. "Let us go, Bulma." The conversation between them seemed to dwindle significantly. On the aircraft, Goku gazed at Bulma as she piloted the plane. Bulma, I have nothing in particular to say. I just felt like calling your name. Goku ultimately could not voice his feelings. I like you. It seemed an utterance forever beyond his reach. Okay. Bulma appeared to sense Goku's unspoken thoughts. Thus, an eerily quiet atmosphere enveloped them once more. After gathering the Dragon Balls, Bulma arranged them and turned to Goku. Goku, it's your turn. All right. Goku stepped forward and summoned the Eternal Dragon. Who calls upon me? State your wish. Goku glanced at Bulma and then declared, Please grant me immense fury. Very well, your wish is granted. Farewell. The dragon transformed into the 7 Dragon Balls and soared away. Suddenly, Goku found himself in an entirely different scene, as if he had been transported to an apocalyptic realm. Roar, roar. Mr. Goku, behold my true power, 1.2 billion battle strength. Goku recognized the familiar voice. It was Frieza in his final form. Goku remained unfazed, confident that his normal strength of 10 million combined with the Kaioken times 20 would amount to a formidable 200 million. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. He could distinctly feel that, with the Kaioken, his power was only 60 million. Mr. Goku, I presume this woman holds great significance for you? Goku run. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Goku turned to see the scene he dreaded most. Bulma was ensnared in midair, held aloft by Frieza's single hand. No, Bulma. Frieza, release her. Goku, consumed by rage, unleashed all his energy and charged at Frieza, his fist aimed squarely at the villain's face. Yet, Frieza retaliated with a swift kick to Goku's abdomen, sending him crashing into the ground. Goku coughed up blood, feeling a searing pain coursing through his body. Oh dear, Mr. Goku, why is your power so feeble? Can you not even protect your own woman? Didn't Vegeta claim you were a Super Saiyan? Is this what a Super Saiyan is? Frieza spoke with a mocking tone. Run. Goku, don't worry about me. Bulma's cries echoed in Goku's ears. I beg you, Goku, don't look back, just run. Her words struck Goku's heart like a series of sharp daggers. Silence, woman. Do you truly believe he can escape? I shall eliminate you first, then him. Frieza concentrated a laser in his other hand, the crimson glow intensifying. No. Goku struggled to rise from the ground and rushed towards Frieza, but it was too late. A crimson laser streaked across the sky, a burst of red blossoming against the heavens. Bulma turned to Goku, the light in her eyes fading rapidly. Her lips moved as if to speak, yet no strength remained to voice her thoughts. She regretfully closed her eyes, her fragile form slowly descending from the heights. Bulma. With a furious roar that reverberated through the skies, bolts of golden lightning struck down, and a tempest arose, an astonishing aura erupting from Goku. Frieza turned to Goku, witnessing the golden flames enveloping him, his hair oscillating between gold and black. He recalled the warnings from his ancestors to beware of the golden flames and golden-haired Saiyans. No, it cannot be. How could a Super Saiyan truly exist? Die? Frieza swiftly conjured a crimson energy sphere and hurled it at Goku. Boom. With a violent explosion, smoke enveloped half the sky. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Frieza. No. Impossible. With a defiant roar, a golden flame pierced through the smoke, striking Frieza's face amidst his terror. On Earth, a figure with golden flames, golden hair, and azure eyes stood resolutely in the sky, tears streaming down his cheeks, carried away by the scorching aura. TCH. How infuriating. Goku was exceedingly displeased. Although it was but an illusion, the frustration was palpable. Frieza, just wait, I want to let you off easy. Goku resolved. The transformation into a Super Saiyan altering his demeanor, infusing a hint of brutality into his once gentle face, now tinged with a touch of resolve and darkness. Frieza found himself at a loss, pondering how trouble seemed to descend upon him unbidden. Goku retracted his aura, slowly gliding towards Bulma. Goku, what has happened to you? You look so much more handsome all of a sudden. Bulma gazed at Goku, noticing his golden hair, his lofty hairstyle adorned with a few cascading bangs, golden eyebrows, and emerald eyes, all exuding a hint of mischief that captivated her. Goku, you. Bulma momentarily froze, caught off guard. Goku buried his face in her silky hair, inhaling the sweet fragrance that calmed his previously tumultuous heart. Don't leave me, Bulma. Silly, how could I ever leave you? Bulma embraced Goku's waist, resting her head on his shoulder, whispering tenderly, Indeed, I shall not permit you to depart from me. No one can inflict harm upon you. No one. Bulma seemed to sense Goku's heightened emotions and gently patted his back. All right, do not overthink it. With you by my side, how could anyone possibly hurt me? Under Bulma's soothing presence, Goku's fervent emotions gradually calmed. Bulma, I cherish you. Would you be my girlfriend? I wish to protect you for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Bulma paused for a moment, then broke into a radiant smile. Certainly, but you must ensure you protect me well. Yes, I will. Goku, please release me, Bulma gently urged, tapping his arms that were tightly wrapped around her. All right, lower your head. Goku complied as Bulma embraced his neck, a wave of softness emanating from her lips. Goku's eyes widened in astonishment, his pupils constricting, as if time itself had paused. His breath and heartbeat ceased at that instant. The unexpected kiss struck him like a tempest, the sweetness swirling on his tongue, leaving his mind blank as he instinctively pulled Bulma closer into his embrace. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Bulma, her hand still around Goku's neck, gazed at him with a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes, her warm breath tickling his face, igniting a blush upon him. Bulma studied Goku's eyes, gradually sensing a shift in his gaze, as his hands began to wander uninvitedly. She quickly pushed him away, while Bulma was bold. She was not audacious enough to cross that boundary. Oh dear, I suppose everything is thrust upon me, isn't it? Indeed. Bulma linked her arm with Goku's, resting her head on his shoulder, as they strolled towards the distant aircraft beneath the setting sun. The sunlight cast a gentle glow, elongating their shadows as they walked side by side. Chapter 23, No Misbehaving, Please. At Bulma's home in West City, Mr. and Mrs. Brief observed the newly formed couple with expressions of mild disdain. It was apparent that these lovebirds, freshly affirmed in their relationship, wished to be inseparable. Unlike the seasoned couple who had grown accustomed to each other, their lives now devoid of romantic displays. Dear, when do you think Bulma will bless us with a grandchild? Mrs. Brief inquired softly, mindful of being overheard by Bulma. I cannot say for certain, but knowing Bulma's spirited nature, I doubt it will be too long, Doctor. Brief mused after a brief contemplation. Indeed, considering their many years of affection, with their relationship now confirmed, I suspect Bulma may soon invite Goku to share her bed. A sly smile crept across Mrs. Brief's face. Then we must prepare for their wedding. What do Goku's family think of this? Dr. Brief was unaware of Goku's familial circumstances. No, I previously inquired of Bulma regarding Goku. It appears he is now alone in his family. Mrs. Brief lamented. What a fine young man he is. Yet his situation is so unfortunate. Oh, then you should speak to Bulma and Goku about when they plan to marry. Goku, your hand. Having just established their relationship a few days prior, Bulma felt a twinge of shyness as she observed Goku placing his hand on her curvaceous figure. Ahem, how careless. Goku, feeling a bit awkward, coughed lightly. It wasn't entirely his fault. The atmosphere had certainly shifted. Goku, would you like to share a bed tonight? Bulma managed to utter these words, suppressing her embarrassment. Huh, sure. Goku was taken aback by the sudden turn of fortune. It was a delightful surprise for him, especially given the tumultuous nature of adolescence. After all, he was still capable of riding the flying Nimbus, which stood as the best testament to his youthful vitality. However, it dawned on him that he hadn't ridden it in quite some time. Yet, that mattered little, as long as he refrained from attempting it. It could be said he still possessed that ability. That night, Goku lay excitedly on Bulma's bed, half of his face obscured by the blanket, his eyes peering toward the bathroom. Bulma emerged from the bathroom clad in her nightwear, her fair skin slightly tinged pink from her recent shower, and her damp hair cascading over her shoulders. Gulp. Goku swallowed hard. What is that expression, Goku? Bulma asked, one hand styling her hair while the other dabbed at it. Her gaze quickly fell upon the pair of eyes peeking out from beneath the covers. And nothing, Goku stammered, feeling a bit guilty. Bulma squinted at him, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Are you perhaps thinking about something naughty, Goku? Hee. Of course not. How could I? He replied hastily, feigning sleepiness as he lay back down. Is that so? Then good. No funny business, Bulma said, leaning closer as she turned off the light, her lips nearly brushing against Goku's ear as she whispered. After speaking, she playfully blew a gentle breath into his ear. Goku clenched his fists, struggling to contain himself. Oh, the tension was palpable. The following day, Goku found himself deprived of sleep. Why, you ask? Bulma had practically draped herself over him throughout the night, making it impossible for him to rest. When she awoke, she immediately sensed Goku's arousal and gasped, quickly distancing herself. Goku, Bulma stuttered, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Goku sighed, staring at the ceiling in resignation. Are you curious why this happened? Guess why? You were half on top of me while we were sleeping. Is it really that noticeable? Hey, don't say that, Goku exclaimed as he fled to the living room, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Bulma's boldness had truly astonished him. At breakfast, Bulma's cheeks were flushed and she avoided Goku's gaze. Yet she still managed to give him a warning look. The meaning was clear. Should he dare to reveal this incident to her parents, he would face dire consequences. Goku felt utterly helpless. What a predicament. He seemed to have encountered a bold girl, yet he couldn't divulge the incident. After all, revealing it would only lead to his own embarrassment. Meanwhile, Bulma's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Brief, had already noticed the peculiar dynamic between the two. What is going on between you two? They inquired. Might it be that Mrs. Brief is somewhat curious? Mom, what are you saying? No way, Bulma exclaimed, feeling unable to swallow her meal. Hey, didn't you two sleep together last night? Who says sleeping together necessarily leads to that? Bulma retorted through gritted teeth. All right. Let us not discuss it any further. Let us eat. Upon witnessing Bulma's expression, which seemed on the verge of an explosion, Mrs. Brief promptly conceded. Thus, a month later, Goku received his spaceship from the Supreme Kai and subsequently sought out Dr. Brief. Uncle, could you assist me in repairing the spaceship? Goku gestured toward the cosmic vessel he had extracted from his capsule. Dr. Brief circled the spacecraft with keen curiosity. Goku, where did you acquire this ship? He inquired. I got it from the Supreme Kai. Having previously mentioned the Supreme Kai during their meal, Dr. Brief was not taken aback. I see. I will do my utmost to repair it, but I cannot guarantee success, so be mentally prepared. Dr. Brief nodded, advising Goku to brace himself. All right, Goku, well aware of the original storyline, knew that Dr. Brief would indeed restore the spaceship, though he chose not to voice this certainty. By the way, Uncle, please don't let Bulma know. If she finds out, I'm doomed. I will do my best. Approximately 2 weeks later, Dr. Brief successfully repaired the spaceship. On that day, Goku returned to the North Kai's planet. Lord North Kai, Goku greeted as he landed. Startled by the familiar voice, North Kai exclaimed, Goku. What brings you here? I'm here to train, of course. Goku jested. Training. Well then, how long do you plan to stay? North Kai resigned himself to the situation. Haha, Lord North Kai, I was merely joking. I'm not here to train, but rather to ask if you possess a cosmic map. Upon hearing this, North Kai snorted. I do. With that, North Kai conjured a disc-like object from thin air. You must be heading into the universe. Insert this into your spaceship, and it will come equipped with a cosmic star map. Thank you, Lord North Kai. Goku replied with a grin. It's noon. Would you like to stay for a meal? Immediately regretting his invitation, North Kai had to bear the consequences of his words. Sure. Thank you, Lord North Kai. Goku truly did not anticipate that North Kai would invite him to dine. What else could North Kai do? Once spoken, words cannot be taken back. He had to, with a heavy heart, treat Goku to a lavish meal. Did you think North Kai's fare was ordinary? As a significant deity, the sustenance he provided greatly benefited one's spirit and combat prowess. Goku could consume the equivalent of North Kai's provisions for several days in a single sitting. One can only imagine North Kai's heartache. Chapter 24, Planet Adrat. The night before Goku was set to depart, Bulma and Goku lay in bed, and Goku noticed Bulma's unusual silence. Bulma, what is wrong with you today? I sense that you have scarcely uttered a word all day. Wukong, concerned about Bulma's unspoken worries, has bottled up his emotions to the point of illness. Wukong, must you truly depart once more? Bulma's voice quivers, tinged with suppressed tears. She had known when Wukong found her father. Can't you take me with you? Bulma gazes at Wukong with a glimmer of hope. Wukong shakes his head, declaring that the cosmos is fraught with peril. While he can assure his own safety, he cannot guarantee Bulma's. Bulma, it is far too dangerous. I cannot bring you along. Disappointment clouds Bulma's expression. How long will you be gone? She playfully traces circles on Wukong's chest with her finger, leaving him feeling a mix of ticklishness and unease. Wukong believes that once he masters instantaneous movement, he will be able to safeguard Bulma. Very well, I shall wait for you. With that, Bulma turns and sits upon Wukong, leaning in to kiss him. Wukong finds himself momentarily bewildered by her unexpected kiss. Wukong, do not speak, just kiss me. This night is destined to be sleepless. A pair of lovebirds entwined under the moonlight, like a tree of pear blossoms weighed down by the weight of crab apples. The following morning, even Wukong's robust physique feels somewhat weakened. Bulma's fervor the previous night was relentless and exhausting. After rising, he gazes at the slumbering Bulma and the telltale red mark on the sheets before quietly exiting the room. He detests farewells, especially the act of confronting one another with words of parting. If separation is inevitable, why not embrace a silent departure? Seated within his spacecraft, Wukong takes one last glance at Bulma's room through the glass before initiating the ship's launch into the vast expanse of space. Wukong. Bulma slowly steps onto the balcony, looking up towards the heavens. Meanwhile, Wukong activates the gravity training device aboard the ship, commencing his training. The gravity ring has now been enhanced to 200 times. And while he believes that training under 300 times would yield the utmost efficiency, it is still a marked improvement over nothing. The gravity chamber at Bulma's home on Earth, having been granted by the dragon Shinron, is of exceptional quality, upgraded to 600 times. Wukong has attempted to combine the use of the gravity ring with the chamber. Yet for reasons unknown, the two cannot be stacked. He does not dwell on it, knowing he still has time to acclimatize to 600 times gravity. Approximately half a month later, guided by the map provided by North Kai, Wukong arrives at the planet Adrat. As he enters the atmosphere, the inhabitants of Adrat sense his presence. Inside a grand palace, a tall Yardration commands, Batla, please bring our guest here. Yes, Elder Pibra, replies a small Yardration with a pointed head. Wukong descends onto a barren expanse, sensing 10 distinct energies outside. Intriguingly, 9 of them are mere illusions. Had it not been for his adeptness in sensing energy, he might not have discerned this. As Wukong opens the hatch and steps outside, 10 identical Yardration figures approach him. Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Batla, and our elder requests your presence. The 10 figures bow in unison. Batla had indeed noticed Goku's tail and was filled with curiosity. Was it not said that planet Vegeta had been annihilated by Frieza? Had the Saiyan race been entirely extinguished? Moreover, this Saiyan named Spirito exhibited no malevolence whatsoever. Greetings, Batla. I am Son Goku, a Saiyan raised on Earth. Goku had never considered concealing his Saiyan heritage. After all, the reputation of Saiyans was hardly one of universal acclaim. Rather, it was somewhat notorious, easily recognizable by all. Batla, are you and your 9 companions mere doppelgangers? Upon hearing this, Batla bashfully scratched his head and dispelled his duplicates. Haha, since our Adrat star has a sparse and weaker population, we tend to multiply our appearances before outsiders. Your mastery over Spirito must be quite profound. Otherwise you would not have discerned it. I understand, as weakness invites invasion, does it not? Mr. Goku, please place your hand upon my shoulder. I shall take you to meet the elder. At Batla's request, Goku rested his hand on Batla's shoulder, and as the scenery shifted, the two found themselves in a grand palace. Greetings, distant Scion. I am Pibara, the elder of Adrat star. How may I assist you? Pibara sensed Goku's Spirito was benevolent, thus he greeted him warmly. Hello, Elder Pibara. I am Son Goku, a Saiyan raised on Earth. I have come to learn of the extraordinary martial arts of Adrat star. Goku spoke humbly. You seek to learn martial arts? Adrat star warmly welcomes you. However, I perceive that your mastery of Spirito is quite advanced, so acquiring these martial arts should pose no challenge for you. Elder, do you refer to Spirito as Chi? In response, Goku concentrated energy in his hand and then dispersed it. Having read the comics, he understood that Spirito was the term used by the Adratrans for Chi, yet he feigned ignorance for clarity's sake. Oh, so you refer to it as Chi. It's essentially the same concept. I can sense your Chi is immensely powerful, indicating you lack for nothing in combat skills. Thus, let us impart some practical martial arts to you. Pibara was considerate, using the term Chi for Goku's ease of understanding. Batla, please guide him, Pibara instructed, directing his gaze towards Batla beside Goku. Of course, Elder. Mr. Goku, please follow me. Batla led the way, with Goku trailing behind, arriving at a place reminiscent of a martial arts arena. Mr. Goku, I believe there are several martial arts that would suit you well. Batla, just call me Goku. Referring to me as Mr. Goku feels rather odd. Goku preferred not to be overly revered. He cherished equality in discourse. Very well, Goku. They exchanged a glance and smiled. By the way, Batla, which martial arts do you think would be particularly suited for me? Goku inquired, intrigued. Instant transmission, separation technique, Chi transformation technique, fusion technique. Wukong possesses knowledge of instant transmission, separation technique, and fusion technique, yet he remains oblivious to the concept of gasification technique, which was never mentioned in the original text. Batla, seemingly perceiving Wukong's confusion, hastily offered an explanation. Instant transmission involves sensing energy through the aura to achieve instantaneous movement, while separation technique allows one to detach powers that do not belong to them. The term gasification technique was coined for your comprehension. It enables the conversion of your internal energy into myriad forms. Observe like this. With a flourish of his hand, Batla conjured a ladder of white energy that soared into the clouds. Wow, coach, I want to learn this. Wukong exclaimed, his youthful spirit ignited by the awe-inspiring display. The thought of traversing the skies, creating steps with each stride, exhilarated him. As for the fusion technique, it merges two warriors of comparable strength, resulting in a miraculous fighter of unparalleled might. We, the inhabitants of Adrat, have often relied on fusion technique to overcome dire challenges. Let's begin, Batla. Wukong could hardly contain his eagerness. Very well, Batla responded, anticipating the opportunity to impart these martial arts to Wukong, whose mastery of Spirito surpassed his own, allowing for a mutual exchange of knowledge during the teaching process. Chapter 25. Oh my, so you too. Time flowed inexorably, and before long, a year had passed. Wukong, are you truly leaving? Batla inquired, walking through the palace with a hint of reluctance, aware that Wukong's departure was imminent. Indeed, I've troubled you for a year. It is time for me to return. There are those waiting for me back home. As he spoke, Wukong's thoughts drifted to Bulma, and the longing he felt for her deepened after a year of separation. Batla silently chastised Wukong, resigning himself to his own singlehood. Well then, let us pay a visit to Elder Pibara. This past year, the Elder's guidance on energy control has been invaluable, and I should express my gratitude before I depart. Wukong had not forgotten Elder Pibara's assistance. In truth, Wukong had mastered those 4 martial arts in merely a month, spending the remaining 11 months honing his control over energy. Over the course of that year, his base combat power had surged to 32 million, likely due to his breakthrough into Super Saiyan, resulting in a dramatic increase in strength. Had he received further assistance to enhance his combat prowess during that time, he might have reached 40 million. Now, his mastery of energy had advanced significantly. Though it seemed a mere increment, at his level, each small gain required considerable time and effort. As the two entered the Elder's chamber, Pibara's voice resonated within. Wukong, I presume you are set to depart today? Yes, I am here to express my gratitude. Thank you for your guidance this past year. Wukong replied with a cheerful smile. placing a hand on Pibra's shoulder. Over the year, Wukong had become quite familiar with both Pibra and Batla, their camaraderie nearing the point of brotherhood. Oh, not at all. The credit goes to your exceptional talent. In just a year, I found little left to teach you. Your achievements are the result of your own efforts. Pabala spoke from the heart, for he had never encountered anyone with such extraordinary talent as Wukong. Isn't this just a polite exchange? Wukong remarked without a hint of embarrassment. The expressions of the other two darkened momentarily, yet they were unperturbed. After a year of acquaintance, they had grown accustomed to it. By the way, Wukong, before you depart, allow me to impart one last piece of advice, Pabala said earnestly. In the parlance of your Earth, the journey of martial arts knows no bounds. You will benefit for a lifetime, so I implore you not to cease your exploration of this path. Pabala was genuinely concerned that such a prodigy as Wukong might lose his fervor for martial arts. Indeed, I shall, Wukong affirmed, placing his finger to his forehead before vanishing in an instant. Pabala gazed in astonishment at Butra, who seemed to have an epiphany, and hastily spoke to Pabala. Ah, Elder. I almost forgot to mention, Wukong has improved the instant transmission technique. Now, he can teleport to any place he has previously visited without even needing to sense energy. Pabala was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Haha, truly a monster. By the way, Wukong should share his refined instant transmission with you, correct? At this, Butra scratched his head sheepishly, confessing, well, he did teach me, but I couldn't quite grasp it. Yes, Elder, Wukong taught me, but I didn't master it. However, I did take notes, Butra added, a sense of pride swelling within him. Pabala raised an eyebrow, bemused. It was his first encounter with someone who took pride in not mastering a technique. Show me the notes you took, Pabala requested. Butra promptly produced several sheets of paper and handed them over. After a lengthy examination, Pabala chuckled awkwardly. Haha, it's no wonder it's Wukong. Let us place these papers in the collection room and see if anyone can learn from them in the future. One must have faith in the wisdom of posterity. Pabala felt as if he could now boast a 3-bedroom apartment. Butra inwardly scoffed at Pabala. Unable to learn the technique himself, he began to elevate Wukong's status, even as he mused about trusting the wisdom of future generations. After spending so much time with Wukong, they had hardly turned out to be exemplary individuals. Butra, however, possessed a degree of self-awareness and recognized his own shortcomings. Alas, it was primarily due to Wukong's influence, and he could hardly blame himself for it. Yes. Wukong had journeyed through the cosmos for 5 or 6 days before arriving at a planet bustling with commercial activity. He intended to purchase some gifts for Bulma on this vibrant world. After disembarking from his spacecraft, Wukong found himself on the most renowned shopping street of the planet. True to its reputation, the street was teeming with people of all shapes and sizes, a veritable kaleidoscope of alien life. That individual bears a striking resemblance to a Namekian, while this one, with 3 eyes, must share lineage with the likes of Tianjin Han. Goodness, an alien shimmering in gold. Wukong was utterly fascinated by the diverse array of extraterrestrial beings. His curiosity piqued as he began to observe them. Hey there, buddy, are you a Saiyan? An alien resembling a human approached Wukong, inquiring with interest. His name is Yake, and he occupies a position on this bustling commercial street, where his primary task is to encourage patrons to indulge in spending. The more they consume, the greater his commission. This street is teeming with individuals akin to him, many of whom have noticed Wukong. However, upon glimpsing the tail trailing behind Wukong, the formidable reputation of Saiyans throughout the cosmos instills a sense of trepidation, preventing them from approaching. Although it is said that Saiyans have been nearly eradicated, this does not detract from their individual prowess, and here stands a Saiyan before them. Indeed, I have come to procure some goods. Wukong acutely senses his distinctiveness compared to others. It seems he is in the presence of a salesperson. Ah, my friend, you have certainly arrived at the right place. We are renowned commercial planets, and this street is the epitome of commerce. What do you wish to buy? I can make some recommendations. Yake's eyes gleam with golden excitement. Typically, Saiyans possess considerable strength, and with strength often comes wealth. It appears he might secure a substantial deal today. Women as products. Wukong feels a slight suspicion towards him, yet he cannot detect any malice. Moreover, Wukong senses a familiar and peculiar aura emanating from him. However, even if there were ill intentions, it matters little. For he possesses battle power exceeding 10,000. He could withstand a confrontation without concern. Women as products? Wukong cannot help but exclaim. Oh my, you too. Yake's words are abruptly halted by Wukong's intervention. Hey, let us keep this between us, shall we? Wukong whispers conspiratorially into Yake's ear. At this moment, Yake gazes at Wukong with newfound empathy. He did not expect a pure-blooded Saiyan to share his fears of a spouse. Yake resolves to refrain from extracting too much money from Wukong, driven not by self-interest, but by camaraderie, a bond of kindred spirits. Yet, one must earn a living, after all. So he will still seek to minimize his gains. Nonetheless, Yake recognizes that his situation diverges from that of this Saiyan. He is a son-in-law, enduring mockery in his wife's household, with only his spouse offering him solace. As for his wife's friends and family, Yake can only lament their lack of discernment. He is, after all, the sole individual on this planet with a battle power exceeding 10,000, yet he aspires to lead a simple life alongside his wife. Wukong remains oblivious to Yake's domestic circumstances. Had he known, he would surely exclaim, "Goodness, a Dragon Ball son-in-law. I understand, I understand." Yake returns Wukong a reassuring glance. "If you seek women as products, I recommend some beauty and wellness items. Let me tell you, we have a range of skincare products that can gradually enhance your curves and bust size. Just look." With that, Yake produces a transparent electronic panel, showcasing an array of beauty products. Wukong leans in closer, immediately astonished by the plethora of offerings, overwhelmed by their extensive features and remarkable benefits. This one tightens and whitens the skin, while this one extends life and youth. Yake elaborates on each item. Chapter 26, Gula. Meanwhile, in the outer space surrounding the planet Oxt, a colossal disc-shaped spaceship hovers silently in the void. King Gulda, are we not encroaching upon the territory of King Frisia by plundering this planet? Shaviza inquired from the side. Standing before the glass window, Gulda scoffed at Shaviza's words. "My brother? Pay him no mind. Even if he were to find out, he would not dare confront me. You must understand. My ultimate form possesses a staggering combat power of 4.7 billion, while he languishes at a pitiful 1.2 billion. He is but a worthless fool who cannot cultivate. Shaviza, this planet likely harbors no significant resources, primarily serving as a renowned commercial hub, correct?" Gulda gazed down at the planet Byangda through the glass. "Indeed, King Gulda. Very well, after seizing all the wealth of this planet, we shall annihilate it." With that, a wicked smile spread across Gulda's face. "Prepare the entire legion. Ready the ships for descent." As the ship entered the outer atmosphere, Gulda declared. In an instant, countless small black dots erupted from the ship, hurtling towards Byangda. Meanwhile, as Yake tirelessly introduced products to Goku, the defense alarm suddenly blared. Goku and Yake looked up to see aliens clad in battle suits descending from the sky, wreaking havoc. This is bad, Yake thought anxiously. As his home was near the commercial street, his wife could be in danger. At that moment, an energy blast plummeted towards Goku and Yake. Goku raised his hand, condensing a sphere of blue energy that transformed into a straight energy sword, intercepting the blast midair. Boom. The explosion sent shockwaves radiating outward. Yake observed Goku, whose hair was tousled by the blast. Realizing this scion was formidable, that single maneuver equaled his own prowess. Yake felt torn. As the strongest native of this planet, he ought to defend it, yet his wife was left unprotected. Damn it. Yake clenched his fists tightly. Go on. Leave this to me. Is it not paramount to protect the ones you love? Goku discerned Yake's inner turmoil and, disapproving of the invasion, offered his assistance. Yake hesitated momentarily. As Goku's hair fluttered slightly, an astonishing aura erupted from him. All right, thank you. Yake nodded earnestly, sensing the overwhelming power emanating from Goku, far surpassing his own. Prepare the items I requested. I would not want to find them gone after saving this planet, for I came here to shop. Goku smiled at Yake. Certainly. With that, Yake turned and soared into the distance. Once Yake departed, Goku fixed his gaze on the invaders above, feeling an unsettling familiarity in their attire. In an instant, he recalled Frisia, a cruel smile creeping onto his face. Goku instantaneously teleported into the sky, surrounded by members of Gulda's legion. Who are you? The surrounding individuals jumped back, startled, casting wary glances at Goku. Goku turned his head to gaze at the speaker, tilting it slightly before instantaneously appearing beside him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. What? The surrounding individuals had yet to comprehend the situation when Goku, with an unfathomable swiftness, unleashed a flurry of punches, causing numerous foes to be hurled backwards. In an instant, the sky was left with but a single figure. Who are you? We are members of the Gula Legion. You are doomed. The remaining individual retreated, attempting to intimidate Goku. Gula? Or is it Frisia? It matters not. They are one and the same. Goku teleported before the last man, his right hand gathering an energy sphere, pressing it against the man's head. Farewell. May you repent for your sins in the depths of hell. As the words left his lips, the energy sphere rapidly expanded, enveloping the last member of the Gula Legion. And when it dissipated, not a trace remained. After vanquishing this group, Goku looked skyward, sensing the presence of the strongest individuals above. At that moment, Gula and his elite special forces, stationed high in the air, became aware of the unusual events below. Whoosh! Goku teleported to their front, startling Gula and his comrades. Gula slowly emerged from behind them, his gaze falling upon Goku's tail. You must be a Saiyan, am I correct? Let me think. Aside from the three under Frisia, the only one left is the one I once spared. Goku was well aware of this. He had seen the movie The Strongest versus The Strongest, where he survived on Earth because Gula had let him go. Gula was indeed discerning, as aside from his three elite soldiers boasting battle powers exceeding 100,000, none others matched that level. Don't be delusional. Do you truly believe that? Goku remarked with a derisive smile, observing Gula, who bore a striking resemblance to Frieza's final form. In the next moment, Goku delivered a spinning kick to Gula's face, sending the unprepared foe flying. Meanwhile, where were the figures of the three members of Xavi's? Goku unleashed his energy, obliterating them in an instant, while simultaneously directing a kick at Gula. Gula steadied himself in midair, touching his face where Goku had struck. Though uninjured, he felt a surge of humiliation, igniting a fierce anger within him. Saiyan Monkey, you seek your demise. Despite his immense fury, Gula's tone remained remarkably composed. At that moment, a voice from the spaceship reached Gula's ears. King Gula, that Saiyan just unleashed a battle power of 32 million. The special forces were annihilated in an instant. Upon hearing this, Gula let out a cold laugh, turning his gaze back to Goku. Saiyan Monkey, now I understand your audacity. You possess a battle power of 32 million. However, that does not grant you the right to be arrogant. Do you know how much power I hold? Goku, unfazed, stretched his limbs and responded, of course. 200 million, right? And I know you possess an even more formidable form. Let it be revealed. Gula was somewhat taken aback that Goku was aware of his 200 million battle power and his final form, while also curious as to why Goku, with his 32 million battle power, did not appear fearful. Although I am somewhat astonished by your knowledge, since this is your wish before death, I shall fulfill it and make you aware of the true disparity that exists. Upon finishing my words, a surge of purple energy enveloped Gula. With a deafening roar. The purple radiance dissipated, revealing Gula in his ultimate form. Standing tall, his feet together and arms hanging diagonally downward with palms facing up. He gazed down at Goku with a haughty demeanor, proclaiming, Saiyan, do you see? This is the chasm that separates us. Chapter 27, 1. 6 billion battle power. If that is the case, then your demise is imminent. With that, Gula transformed into a stream of purple energy and struck Goku with a powerful punch. What? Goku firmly grasped Gula's incoming fist with his left hand, a golden aura emanating from his body. Have you heard of the legend of the Super Saiyan? With that, Goku raised his right fist and delivered a fierce blow to Gula's face, causing the golden flames to surge, and in an instant, he transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. 1. 6 billion battle power, here I come. Bang! Gula's figure morphed into a streak of purple light, crashing violently into a mountain. No, it can't be. How could the legend of the Super Saiyan possibly be true? Gula extracted his limbs from the mountain. Unable to maintain his composure, he roared with ferocity. Goku's previous punch had inflicted significant damage on him. After all, with a nearly threefold disparity, surviving a single blow was commendable for the Frost Demons. Known for their tough skin, there is nothing impossible. The golden aura and golden hair of the Super Saiyan stand before you. Goku, with his cold, green eyes, regarded Gula with indifference. How audacious. I should have eradicated all you Saiyan monkeys back then. Floating in the air, Gula's visage twisted with rage as purple energy erupted from him, enveloping half the sky in its ominous hue. Gula swung a punch at Goku, who seized it deftly and delivered a knee strike deep into Gula's abdomen. Gula's body contorted painfully as he spat out bile, yet Goku was unwilling to relent. Gripping Gula's fist tightly, he extended his left hand towards Gula's face. Did your parents never teach you not to hit faces? Slap, slap, slap. This time, Goku relished the moment. After all, Gula bore a striking resemblance to Frieza, and Goku had not forgotten their previous encounters. Gula summoned all his strength in a desperate attempt to break free. Once more, Gula charged towards Goku, pausing midair to glance downwards, only to feel a golden energy sword piercing through his abdomen. Goku, several dozen meters away, flung his hand upward, sending Gula soaring into the sky. This is your end, he declared, as golden and blue energy coalesced in his grasp. Ultimately, the Kamehameha wave, a golden energy enveloping blue energy, surged skyward, and in an instant, the brilliance rendered the entire sky devoid of color. If I cannot live, then you shall accompany me to death. Gula, aware that Saiyans could not survive in the cosmos, gathered a golden energy sphere of destruction in his hands, and, at the final moment before turning to ash, hurled it towards the ground. Goku had sensed this all along. He teleported beneath the destructive sphere, materializing an energy sword and sweeping it across the energy orb, cleaving it in twain, which resulted in a spectacular explosion in the air. Boom! However, just as Goku believed the ordeal concluded with the explosion, a crimson laser shot down from the heavens. Reacting swiftly, Goku extended his golden energy sword to intercept the laser. After executing this maneuver, he elongated the sword once more, creating a towering golden energy blade that sliced through the sky, piercing a spacecraft situated in the outer atmosphere. With a swift motion of his arm, Goku effortlessly bifurcated the spacecraft, resulting in a breathtaking display of fireworks amidst the cosmos. TCH, as expected of the Frozen Demon Clan, disgusting to the core. Yet, you've miscalculated. Even should this planet be annihilated, I can still endure in the vastness of space. Now, With Gula and his elite forces eradicated, only the foot soldiers remained. Their combat prowess merely in the thousands, with the strongest barely exceeding 10,000. His own regular power of 32 million was more than sufficient. 10 minutes later, Goku's energy sword swept through the last of Gula's battalion, and in an instant, the soldiers were cleaved in half, green blood splattering everywhere. Goku hastily shielded himself from the green ichor. Initially, he had been averse to such brutal methods, but as the body count rose, he became increasingly desensitized. Oh, finally it's over. Goku felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He realized he would need a substantial respite after this encounter. To take so many lives at once, even those of the wicked, left him feeling a twinge of discomfort. Goku began to sense the energy of Yake. Found it. With that, Goku teleported to Yake's side, only to stumble upon a dramatic scene. Humph, blind to the truth, from this moment forth, I, Yake, shall have no further ties with you. My dear, let us depart. Yake spoke with an air of indifference to the kneeling figure before him, preparing to leave with his wife when Goku's sudden appearance startled him. Whoa, dude, how did you just pop up like that? Enough with the dude nonsense. Yake, just call me Goku. My sudden appearances are simply a skill of mine. All right, Goku, let us find somewhere else to converse. I'd rather not see them. Of course. With that, Goku placed a hand on Yake's shoulder, and they teleported to the commercial district they had visited earlier. This commercial street, largely unscathed due to Wukong's presence, boasts remarkably intact architecture. It's truly astonishing, thought Yake, gazing around in disbelief. Ah, by the way, Wukong, this is my wife, Is. With her long, flowing black hair. Is bears a striking resemblance to Earthlings, more so than the Oxtians. Hello, Mrs. Wukong greeted her politely. Hello, Mr. Wukong, Is replied. Yake, what was that all about? Wukong inquired with a hint of curiosity. Sighing, Yake continued, I prefer a mundane life, so I never disclosed my abilities to my wife's people. Nor did I showcase them, which led to their disdain for me. Just now, during the invasion, I had to reveal my strength to protect my wife. And as you witnessed, they were begging for my forgiveness. It's clear they had ulterior motives. I truly wish to avoid them now. As Wukong absorbed Yake's words, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Wait, are you the Dragon King? He exclaimed. Yake looked puzzled. What is the Dragon King? Cough, cough, never mind. By the way, how are the cosmetics you prepared for me? Wukong awkwardly cleared his throat. He couldn't help but wonder how Yake could possibly have read a novel about the Dragon King. Just go grab them from the store. This street is my wife's property, Yake replied. Wukong was taken aback, realizing he had encountered another man living off his partner's success. Brother, I didn't expect you to be one of those two, he chuckled, patting Yake on the shoulder. Chapter 28, The Half-Blood Scion Yake. I didn't realize you were one of those. Yake exclaimed, astonished to find so much in common with Wukong, especially considering he too possessed Scion blood. How about I call you Big Brother? Yake proposed, feeling fortunate to have such a powerful Scion as an ally, especially after sensing the terrifying auras in the sky. Indeed, we are quite alike, and I too have Scion blood. Wukong was surprised and opened his panel to examine Yake. Yake, race, half-blood Scion, a mix of Oxtian and Scion. Battle power, 10,086. Upon seeing this, Wukong finally understood why Yake's aura felt so familiar. He was indeed a half-blood Scion. But your battle power, are you mobile? You're a half-blood Scion? Where's your tail? My tail was severed. My father is a Scion, but I have never met him, Yake replied through clenched teeth, harboring resentment towards his father for his abandonment. Well then, I accept you as my younger brother, Wukong declared. Big brother. Yake responded enthusiastically. All right, you two, calm yourselves. Is interjected, unable to watch any longer. Yes, sister-in-law is right. Wukong nodded in agreement. Indeed, Big Brother is correct, Yake concurred. Is glanced helplessly at the two of them. They were beyond saving. By the way, younger brother, how old are you this year? Wukong could distinctly sense that Yake was older than him. I'm 24 this year. Brother, there's no need for further discussion. What does age matter? Yake replied. With that, Yake effectively silenced Wukong's words. Wukong shook his head in resignation and turned to Yake with a question. Well then, what are you two planning to do now? We plan to leave this planet and seek a new life elsewhere. The profits from this street will automatically be deposited into my wife's universal bank account anyway. Yake stated casually, genuinely eager to avoid any further encounters with those people. The Universal Bank was a financial institution established by several powerful factions, including the Frozen Demon Clan, and its currency was nearly universally accepted across the cosmos. Wukong looked at the two of them, contemplating whether he should persuade them to come to Earth. After all, Scions were a rare breed these days, even half-breeds. Becoming a Super Saiyan would yield a combat power in the hundreds of millions eventually. Why don't you both come with me to Earth? It's a beautiful planet, and I'm certain you will love it, Wukong suggested. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Yake and his exchanged glances, and then Yake nodded. All right, we'll follow your lead, brother. Then you two should pack your things, and we will leave together, Wukong instructed. Half an hour later, Yake and Is had gathered their belongings. Brother, you go ahead. We'll follow in our spaceship, they informed Wukong. nodding in agreement. Wukong acknowledged that this arrangement was acceptable. In the vast expanse of deep space, two spaceships traveled in tandem. Yake and Is were engaged in conversation when suddenly, Wukong appeared beside Yake in a flash. Hey, brother, is there something you need? Yake asked, somewhat puzzled. Do you wish to learn how to control your combat power as I do? Wukong approached with the intention of teaching Yake how to manage his energy, ensuring that when they reached Earth, his overwhelming power would alarm the inhabitants. Of course I want to. Brother, please teach me. Yake exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. He had long envied Wukong's ability. Although he had independently grasped a technique to conceal some of his strength, it paled in comparison to Wukong's skill. With this newfound ability, wouldn't he be able to better disguise his true prowess? No, it wasn't merely about hiding his strength. It was about leading a more ordinary life. Place your hand on my shoulder and follow me. We'll train on my spaceship. This environment isn't suitable for practice. Wukong said, glancing around the spaceship. His vessel was specially modified by Dr. Brief, featuring a significant area dedicated to training, while Yake's ship was almost entirely a leisure space. Alright, with that, Yake placed his hand on Wukong's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished from the ship. Is watched as the two disappeared, uncertain whether their journey to Earth would yield positive or negative outcomes, especially since Yake had previously shown little interest in training. As Goku began to instruct Yake, he could not help but marvel at the inherent prowess of the half-Saiyan. Within less than half a day, Yake had managed to perceive and initially harness his ki. Although he did not match Goku's own early capabilities, he undoubtedly surpassed many on Earth. In just 10 brief days, Yake was able to freely control the battle power he exhibited. Simultaneously, Goku imparted the Kamehameha technique to him, which, while not overly complex, became quite manageable once one had grasped the concept of ki. How bold! Without Is, Yake has grown quite assertive, Goku remarked with a smirk as he exposed Yake's bravado. Well, we are nearing Earth. Look ahead. That beautiful azure planet is it. Goku gestured through the glass window. Following Goku's direction, Yake gazed out, beholding a stunning blue orb that confirmed his brother's words. Earth truly was magnificent. The sky was overcast, with a gentle drizzle falling softly, resembling countless silken threads spun by silkworms. Numerous delicate strands danced in the air, a misty veil cloaking the dark expanse of land below. Bulma stood at the entrance of the martial arts tournament registration, holding an umbrella, eagerly awaiting the arrival of someone dear to her heart. As the rain intensified, pattering against her umbrella, the person she longed for had yet to appear, causing her eyes to redden and her spirits to wane. She had been waiting for over a year. Her faint voice was but a whisper in the wind, nearly swept away by the breeze. She bit her lip, fighting back tears, yet her reddened eyes betrayed her sorrow. Looking up, Bulma saw the rain cascading down, and amidst the hazy downpour, she recognized a familiar figure. In that moment, her tears could no longer be contained. Goku approached, enveloping Bulma in his embrace, tenderly wiping her tears away with his hand. Goku, please don't leave again, alright? I can't bear waiting alone any longer. Bulma's soft murmurs reached Goku's ears. His hold on her tightened instinctively as he lowered his head to kiss her gentle softness. At that moment, an opaque barrier enveloped the two, formed by Goku's ki. Nearby, Yake and his companion observed the scene with a hint of regret. Incredible, Goku has erected a barrier. How infuriating. At that instant, Krillin's voice reached Yake's ears. Turning towards the sound, Yake noticed a short, bald figure. Do you know Goku as well? Yake inquired as he approached. Indeed, I am his junior disciple. We are all friends of his. By the way, who are you? I haven't heard Goku mention you, Krillin replied, gesturing towards Master Roshi and the others. I am the newly recognized younger brother of my elder brother, Yake declared unabashedly, his expression shifting upon catching sight of Master Roshi. Hey, you old pervert. Keep those wandering eyes off my wife, or I'll make sure you regret it. Yake glared at Master Roshi, unable to tolerate the old man's lecherous gaze upon his. My apologies. I had no idea she was Goku's sister-in-law, Master Roshi responded contritely. Upon hearing this, Master Roshi immediately averted his gaze and muttered an apology. Yark still decided to show his elder brother some respect. Chapter 29, The Arrival of the Sun Family's Maid. Hey, what are you all staring at over there? Is it entertaining? Suddenly, Goku and Bulma appeared beside them, with Bulma sporting a displeased expression. Her warmth was reserved solely for Goku. She had little patience for anyone else. And nothing, the crowd hastily clarified. Hello, sister-in-law, Yark exclaimed from the side. Yark's casual address left Bulma momentarily stunned, glancing at Goku in confusion. Who is this? Quite the talker. Isn't he? If he can talk, he should say more. Noticing Bulma's inquisitive gaze, Goku promptly made the introductions. This is my newly recognized younger brother, Yark. And the lady beside him is his wife, Is. Bulma regarded the couple, her impression of them having improved due to Yark's earlier greeting. Hello, Yark and Is. I am Bulma. Hello, sister-in-law, Is responded amiably. Good. Sister-in-law, nice to meet you. Bulma couldn't help but feel elated. Goku looked at Bulma with exasperation. then gently pulled her into his embrace, whispering, "Yes, indeed." Flushing, Bulma nodded and turned to the others, only to find them wearing amused expressions as they observed her and Goku. Overcome with embarrassment, she felt as if she could excavate an entire apartment from her mortification, and playfully pinched Goku's soft flesh at his waist. Ouch, what was that for? Goku winced, rubbing his side. Isn't it obvious? Just look at how they're watching us. How can you even ask? Hurry up and introduce yourself. With that, Bulma escaped from Goku's embrace. Hey everyone. Long time no see. Goku greeted as he approached Krillin and the others. To his surprise, nearly everyone he knew had shown up. Even Oolong was present. Goku, it's been nearly 2 years since we last met, and you've grown quite a bit. You must be around 180 centimeters now, right? Krillin remarked as he scrutinized Goku. A twinge of sadness struck Krillin. He felt like a dwarf in comparison, pondering how he would ever find a girlfriend given his stature. Among the trio of brothers, he was still the lone single one. Indeed, Yamcha has also found a girlfriend. He overcame his fear of women 2 years ago, and since then, he has been quite the player. This must be his umpteenth girlfriend. Krillin thought enviously, realizing the widening gap in strength between himself and Yamcha. Haha, exactly 180. By the way, Oolong, what brings you here? Goku inquired, intrigued. Oolong rolled his eyes at the question. What do you mean, what brings me here? Can I come? You wouldn't know since you're not on Earth, but the second generation of the Demon King has declared he will attend this martial arts tournament. If no one can defeat him, he plans to use force to dominate this world, Oolong replied with irritation. Haha, I see. My apologies, Oolong. Wukong was taken aback by Piccolo's unexpected demeanor. This was a stark deviation from the original narrative. It seemed yet another instance of the butterfly effect he had inadvertently triggered. However, he dismissed such thoughts, for no amount of alteration could change the undeniable truth that Piccolo was, in essence, his household caretaker. Wukong discerned that among the group, Tien possessed the most formidable strength, followed closely by Krillin, excluding Yak. A glance at his interface revealed Tien's combat power had soared to an astonishing 602 points, more than double that of the original story, while Krillin boasted a commendable 532 points. Such achievements were remarkable, considering they had not utilized any gravity training facilities, relying solely on diligent practice to surpass their original capabilities. Undoubtedly, this was also influenced by Wukong's butterfly effect. Tien, I hope this time you can unleash your full potential and reveal the gap between us, he thought as he caught Tien's pained smile amidst the crowd. It was only after becoming acquainted with Wukong that Tien comprehended the true extent of his strength. He realized that he was currently no match for the Wukong of 6 years prior, let alone the present version. This vast disparity was indeed disheartening. Yet, Tien remained undeterred. His pursuit of martial arts transcended such setbacks. After all, martial arts was a personal journey, requiring comparison only with oneself, rather than concern for others. In Tien's understanding, this was the essence of genuine respect. Should I join? Yak pondered, observing the enthusiasm of the others preparing for the martial arts tournament. Why not? Wukong replied nonchalantly. However, he knew that if Yak participated, no one present, aside from himself, could hope to defeat Yak. In this era, possessing a 4-digit combat power was akin to wielding a decisive advantage, let alone a 5-digit figure. Wait, he is joining too? Krillin questioned, casting a skeptical glance at Yak, who had concealed his energy, rendering his true strength undetectable to Krillin. Krillin, do not underestimate him. He is the second strongest here after me. Be cautious not to incur his wrath when you face him in the arena, Wukong remarked with a mischievous grin, casting a knowing glance at Yak, who immediately understood the implication. Hey, Wukong, don't mess with me, Krillin exclaimed, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he regarded Yak. In that moment, Krillin's demeanor shifted to one of despair, prompting laughter from the onlookers at his comical expression. All right, enough teasing, Krillin. Yak is not that petty. Wukong decided to alleviate the tension. Realization dawned on Krillin. He had been duped. While everyone else had caught on, he remained blissfully unaware, left in the dark. Thank you for the trickery. Krillin shot a resentful look at Wukong. Come now, let us all go register, Yamcha interjected to diffuse the situation. Upon hearing Yamcha's voice, Wukong turned his attention to him. To his surprise, Yamcha's combat power was shockingly below 300 points, a stark contrast to Krillin and the others. Alas, the once great Yamcha has indeed fallen from grace. No matter my presence, it cannot alter the course of time, Wukong lamented. Yamcha, you have not been training diligently these past 2 years. Goku decided to offer a gentle reminder, hoping to see if Yamcha might change his mind. Upon hearing Goku's words, Yamcha awkwardly chuckled, scratching his head as he spoke. Sigh. Despite my efforts, the gap only seems to widen. Even if I try my hardest, I doubt I could ever surpass Krillin or Tien. I think I'll just let it be. My current life is quite satisfactory. Goku, upon hearing Yamcha's response, shook his head and relinquished his efforts to persuade him further, realizing that Yamcha was beyond help. Krillin, Tien, and Master Roshi shared similar sentiments. Yet they did not press the issue, recognizing that Yamcha's aspirations lay elsewhere. As the group entered the waiting room after signing up, a smile crept across Goku's lips. He sensed the arrival of their caretaker. Chapter 30, the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. Goku turned his gaze toward the source of his sensing, where he spotted a green-skinned figure. Indeed, it was Piccolo. Intrigued, Goku pondered how Piccolo could dare to utter such words. As he contemplated, he opened his panel, discovering that Piccolo's battle power was a mere 1126. This perplexed Goku even further. Although this was 3 times higher than in the original story, he needed to consider his own current strength. In truth, this was partly Goku's fault. During their initial encounter, he had created a vast ocean to coax the old Piccolo into spitting out an egg, leading to a gross misjudgment of Goku's true power. Piccolo assumed Goku's strength could only be around 400 or 500. And now, with Piccolo having trained to just over 1,000 in battle power, he believed himself invincible. Indeed, he had been invincible before, but now he faced a formidable opponent. As Goku caught sight of Piccolo, Piccolo also noticed him and let out a disdainful huff. "Humph, son Goku. Just you wait," he muttered silently to himself. Firmly believing that he was far superior to Goku, convinced that no one on Earth could rival him. It must be said that the old Piccolo had misguided many. Piccolo was still but a child of 3 years. However, this did not impede his role as a caretaker. For Goku, it seemed that Piccolo was destined to remain a caretaker for life. Realizing that Piccolo had seen him, Goku turned to chat with Krillin and the others, unhurried, knowing that they would inevitably meet in the arena. This martial arts tournament progressed much quicker than in previous years, primarily due to the presence of the Demon King Piccolo, which caused many fearful martial artists to abstain from participation, resulting in half the usual number of competitors. Yet, it appeared that several formidable martial artists not featured in the original story had also emerged. After the draw, a pain scream erupted from Yamcha. "What the heck? In the very first match, I'm pitted against Goku? Just destroy me now." Yamcha lamented, on the verge of tears. Despite the multitude of competitors, he found himself facing Goku, while others seemed to avoid such unfortunate pairings. He felt thoroughly unlucky, as if he were destined to be the butt of a cruel joke. "I'll make it quick for you, Yamcha," Goku said as he slowly approached Yamcha, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat and nodding at him. Just then, a melodic female voice reached the ears of the gathered crowd. As the crowd turned towards the source of the sound, they beheld a beautiful young lady adorned in a cheapao. Krillin cast a mischievous glance at Goku, nudging him with his shoulder, his brows twitching in amusement. "Goku, I never imagined you were this kind of person, so extravagant in your pursuits." Goku felt the weight of Bulma's piercing gaze from the audience. "How could that be? Am I really like that? Are you Chi-Chi?" Recognizing her immediately, Goku, familiar with the original tale, confirmed, "Yes, it's me." Chi-Chi nodded, having approached mainly to greet him, as their previous interactions had been sparse, and she did not linger. "All right then, let us reminisce after the competition." With a nod, Chi-Chi departed. Upon ascending the arena with Yamcha, the golden-haired host regarded Goku with a sense of familiarity. "Are you the contestant, son Goku?" Noting Goku's distinctive crab-like hairstyle, the host inquired. His impression of Goku was profound, recalling the overwhelming victory he had achieved in his previous tournament, the final match's powerful aura still vivid in his memory. "Wonderful. You've returned. I can hardly believe how much you've grown in these years." Goku tilted his head in playful inquiry. "So, can the match commence?" Yes. Let the competition begin." As the contest officially commenced, Goku instantaneously appeared before Yamcha, patting him on the shoulder. "You might as well concede gracefully. Being knocked out by me would be quite undignified." Yamcha, in agreement with Goku's sentiment, promptly stepped off the stage to yield. "Host, I concede." Observing Yamcha's nonchalant resignation, Goku sighed and shook his head. Yamcha truly lacked the ambition for martial arts, as evidenced by his ease in surrendering. In the blink of an eye, the competition reached the quarterfinals. Goku glanced at the draw results, discovering he would face Tien, Krillin, and Yajirobe, along with Piccolo. Interesting. I didn't expect Krillin and Yajirobe to cross paths. Krillin, having seen the matchups, felt a pang of anxiety and cautiously addressed Yajirobe. "You don't hold grudges, do you?" He scratched his bald head, feeling somewhat awkward. "Rest assured, I want to make it difficult for you," Yajirobe replied. Though a bit tricky, he was certainly not one to harbor resentment over trivial matters. Relieved by Yajirobe's words, Krillin sighed, acknowledging his likely fate at the quarterfinals. "Well, I'll do my best." The first match featured Goku against Tien. "Goku, unleash your power." Tien assumed a serious stance, his expression solemn as he faced Goku. He understood that if Goku went all out, he wouldn't last even a moment. Yet, that was precisely the opportunity to witness the disparity between their strengths. "All right." Goku nodded solemnly, acknowledging Tien's seriousness. At the very instant the match commenced, Goku vanished and reappeared beside Tien, who barely had time to react before Goku delivered a swift chop to his neck. Announced the result, Goku declared, "Oh, very well. The winner is Son Goku." The host was momentarily taken aback as the match concluded with astonishing swiftness, silently marveling at the prowess of the competitor, Son Goku. The spectators, witnessing Tien's defeat in such a clean and decisive manner, felt a mixture of authenticity and disbelief. Piccolo, with a grave expression, observed Goku as he descended from the ring, seemingly paling further. The strike from Goku had been so swift that even Piccolo had failed to perceive it, a clear indication that Goku's strength vastly surpassed his own. While Piccolo remained lost in contemplation, the second match commenced. Krillin, channeling all his energy, propelled himself forward with a powerful thrust against Yak. Yak effortlessly evaded Krillin's advancing fist, dodging with grace as Krillin's subsequent flurry of punches were also deftly avoided. Observing Yak's continual evasions, Krillin felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. The disparity in their abilities was indeed considerable. "All right, Krillin, it's my turn to strike," Yak declared. Though he had previously stated he would not intentionally target Krillin, this did not imply that he would solely adopt a defensive stance. In a flash, Yak executed a swift kick that connected with Krillin, though he restrained his full strength. Had he unleashed his full power, Krillin would have been utterly obliterated. With tremendous force, Krillin, caught off guard, transformed into a mere shadow as he collided with the wall of the arena. A thunderous crash echoed as a cloud of dust rose. After regaining his footing, Krillin, thanks to Yak's controlled strike, found himself only slightly injured. Chuckling wryly, he acknowledged the overwhelming gap in their abilities. Yak emerges victorious. As Yak accepted his triumph, he approached Krillin. "Are you alright, Krillin?" "Haha, you didn't use your full strength. It's merely a scratch," he remarked with a smile. Below, Piccolo's expression darkened further. Even with Yak holding back, he could only perceive a fleeting glimpse of the action. "Damn it, another stronger than me," he thought bitterly, reflecting on his previous bravado, which now seemed utterly ludicrous. Once in the preparation room, Krillin turned to Yak and inquired, "By the way, do you have any idea how powerful Goku truly is?" Yak shook his head, replying, "I'm unsure, but he is certainly not in our league. In the universe, there exists a standard measure of combat strength. Mine is just over 10,000. Aside from that green-skinned fellow on Earth, who is over 1,000, the rest barely reach a few hundred. As for Goku, he might possess a combat strength in the hundreds of millions." As they conversed, Piccolo swiftly dispatched his opponent from the ring, drawing their attention once more. "So, that's the Demon King Piccolo. He is undeniably formidable," Krillin mused, feeling a sense of awe. He pondered that even if he were to take the stage, he might also be sent flying with a single strike. "Well, it's not that impressive. Just over 1,000 in combat strength," Yak boasted nonchalantly. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Krillin shot a look at Yak. "Hey, with your combat strength over 10,000, of course, you think it's nothing. I'm just a few hundred." The weight of being at a lower combat level felt exhausting for Krillin, constantly on the receiving end of jests. Although Yak meant no harm, the unintentional air of superiority was discouraging. Ultimately, Chi-Chi's journey ended in the quarterfinals, and soon, the semi-final matchups were announced: Goku versus Yak. On the arena, Yak and Goku stood facing each other. "Brother, just how strong are you?" Yak inquired, gazing intently at Goku. "You will find out in due time. Come, attack me," Goku replied, showing no sign of defense. "All right, here I come. Kamehameha, let us go." Just as Goku anticipated Yak would charge at him, Yak unexpectedly unleashed a Kamehameha wave directed at himself. Goku quickly extended his right hand, catching the Kamehameha. "Hey, Yak, you're not playing by the rules. Who starts with a power move?" With a flick of his wrist, Goku dissipated the residual blue energy into a shimmering arc that vanished into the air. "Haha, brother. If I adhere to the rules, how would I ever land a hit on you?" Yak's retort silenced Goku, who had initially intended to showcase his prowess. "Come on. Let us not waste time. I might just go easy on you this time," Goku stated with a calm demeanor, uttering the most terrifying words. Throughout the previous 10 days aboard the spaceship, Yak had been thoroughly beaten by Goku on every occasion. "Damn it, here goes." Yak threw a punch at Goku, but in the next instant, he vanished and reappeared behind him at an astonishing speed. However, to Goku, this speed seemed exceedingly slow. Goku swiftly turned and grabbed Yak by the head, forcefully driving him down towards the ground. Boom. A massive crater formed on the arena floor, enveloped in dust and smoke. The host hastily covered his mouth and nose, squinting to shield his eyes from the debris. As the smoke cleared, the host widened his eyes in astonishment, seeing that Yak had lost consciousness, and immediately declared, "Contestant Son Wukong wins." From the audience, Krillin gazed at Yak's disheveled state, feeling an inexplicable sense of schadenfreude. Thankfully, his training kept him from laughing unless absolutely necessary. However, he ultimately succumbed to laughter. "You're finished, Krillin. Just wait until I tell Yak. Let us see if he remembers this time," Yamcha teased from the side. "Ha ha ha. Cough cough." Yamcha's sudden remark nearly caused Krillin to choke on his laughter. In the subsequent match, Piccolo also triumphed effortlessly. The final showdown would see Goku face off against Piccolo. In the championship, Piccolo regarded Goku with a grave expression. "Son Goku, I know you are formidable, but I must avenge our enmity." Upon hearing this, Goku let out a resigned sigh. I can sense you are different from the old Piccolo. Do you know why I sought to kill him? Piccolo shook his head, having devoted his existence solely to training, oblivious to such matters. Because he embodies pure evil. His aim is to enslave the entire Earth. The Earth is a beautiful place, and its inhabitants are kind and virtuous. However, if the old Piccolo were to dominate this world, the smiles would vanish from every face. For Piccolo, Goku promptly unleashed his righteous verbal prowess. For a protagonist, the art of eloquence is perpetually advantageous. The smile of Slimy Road. Piccolo's inherent nature is not malevolent. In fact, over the past 3 years, he has assisted numerous individuals, albeit with his aloof demeanor and prideful disposition. Perhaps the only one more haughty than him is our Prince Vegeta. And you. Chapter 31. The Art of Righteous Eloquence. Yes, you. Unlike the old Piccolo, your essence is kind-hearted. Throughout these 3 years, you must have aided many. When you witnessed their genuine smiles and gratitude, did you not feel a sense of joy? Goku countered towards Piccolo. A little girl produced a lollipop, her face adorned with an innocent smile as she said to herself, "Uncle, thank you. I'll treat you to some candy. Lollipops are so sweet." I don't need it. Thank you." In his mind, countless voices of gratitude intertwined, as if converging in this singular moment. All right, I shall say no more. This is my reason for wanting to end the old Piccolo. Of course, having done so, if you harbor any resentment towards me, then come at me. Alas, Goku sighed, gazing at Piccolo with a melancholic expression. Piccolo, observing Goku, found himself in turmoil. Indeed, he had grown deeply fond of this earth and the people inhabiting it over the past 3 years. Yet, his father intended to annihilate this beautiful world. Perhaps his demise was destined. Goku truly did not anticipate that his eloquence would yield success. He felt an overwhelming sense of filial piety, a grand display of reverence. Returning to the present, Piccolo cast a cold glance at Goku and snorted. Let us discuss vengeance later. For now, let us conclude this match. Very well. Piccolo assumed his stance, but noticed Goku standing still, motionless. Why do you remain unmoving? Piccolo inquired, perplexed. You may strike first. I permit you to attack as an apology for the death of your father. Goku's words left Piccolo momentarily speechless, for a fleeting moment. He felt he truly deserved to perish for seeking vengeance against such a benevolent individual. Unnecessary. I have already relinquished my hatred. Old Piccolo. 666. Such filial piety. Upon hearing Piccolo's declaration, Goku smiled slightly, and then adopted a defensive posture. Come. Seeing Goku finally assume a defensive stance, a smile crept onto Piccolo's lips, and he launched a punch towards Goku. Ultimately, the match concluded with Goku's victory, as expected. After Goku sent Piccolo's Demon King cannon flying with a single slap, he struck Piccolo in the abdomen, embedding him into the wall. Once the announcer declared Goku the victor, he descended from the arena and pulled the embedded Piccolo from the wall. How about you train with me from now on, to better protect this beautiful planet? Then I shall gift you something beneficial for your training. Piccolo scoffed before soaring away. Goku watched the retreating shadow in the sky, shaking his head in resignation. The match was broadcast live worldwide, and as Goku triumphed with overwhelming strength, countless voices erupted in cheers. Among the crowd, a small number wore expressions of satisfaction, for they were individuals whom Piccolo had aided, firmly believing in his benevolence. After collecting his prize, Goku joined the others, though the monetary reward held little allure for him. As soon as he rejoined the group, he felt a soft hand grasping the flesh at his waist. Goku, could you enlighten me about the girl in the Cheongsam from earlier? Bulma inquired, her gaze fixed intently on him. Bulma, do you not remember the Ox King's family? That was Chi-Chi. She merely greeted me, Goku hurriedly explained. Upon hearing this, Bulma released her grip. So that was Chi-Chi. I always thought she'd grow up to be quite beautiful, Bulma reminisced, her memories of their first Dragon Ball adventure vividly clear. Now that she's so lovely, do you have feelings for her? Bulma posed a rather provocative question. Goku chuckled softly, drawing Bulma into his embrace. His gentle voice whispered in her ear, No. Loving only you is sufficient. My heart is small, and can accommodate only you. Instantly, Bulma's fair skin flushed crimson. She had never before heard Goku utter such endearing words. Oh dear, not here. The once bold Bulma now found herself shy. Observing Bulma's reaction, Goku couldn't help but reflect on the romantic dialogues he had once seen in stories. Goku. At that moment, Chi-Chi approached the group, adorned in her elegant Cheongsam, while Bulma regarded her with a hint of hostility. Chi-Chi noticed Bulma's glare, and despite being captivated by Goku's tall and handsome stature, she knew it was futile to harbor any ambitions. Some individuals were simply not meant to be together. Akin to Goku and Bulma in the original narrative, just as Goku and Chi-Chi were now. She could never stoop to the level of competing for a man. Hello, Chi-Chi. I am Bulma, Goku's girlfriend. I recall having met you before, Bulma declared, asserting her claim while nearly leaning against Goku. Goku did not express any displeasure at Bulma's possessiveness. Rather, it was a testament to her feelings for him, and he couldn't resist enjoying the benefits of such affection. Hello, Bulma, I remember you as well. It seems you've been training diligently these past few years to reach the top 8, Chi-Chi observed. Achieving such a rank in the martial arts tournament indicated a battle power of at least 100. A remarkable feat considering most people never surpass a mere 10 throughout their lives. Indeed, I have a strong passion for martial arts and have been persevering in my training. Chi-Chi replied, her youthful enthusiasm for martial arts undiminished, unlike her character in the original story, where she grew disenchanted after becoming a wife. How about I take you to a place that can significantly enhance your martial arts prowess? You all are welcome to join, Goku suggested, glancing at Krillin and the others, whose martial arts levels still lagged far behind his own. Sounds great. Chi-Chi nodded in agreement. Very well, let us go together, Krillin replied, scratching his head, while Tianjin and Dumplings nodded in agreement. Ultimately, everyone turned their gaze towards Yamcha, and under their collective scrutiny, he resolved to join them. It was not a matter of cowardice. It was simply a matter of following one's heart. You all form a chain, and we shall teleport directly. Once Krillin and the others linked hands, Goku cradled Bulma in one arm and placed his other hand on one of their shoulders. In an instant, they arrived at the temple. Goku, what brings you here? Who are these people? The god was somewhat perplexed by the sudden appearance of the group. After all, he could not monitor Goku and his friends constantly. I've brought them here for training, God. Bubbles, would you be willing to instruct them? The decision ultimately rested with the god and Bubbles, yet Goku felt confident they would likely agree, as it would foster the development of martial arts on Earth. Upon hearing this, the god and Bubbles exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Very well, but it can only be for 3 years. How much they learn will depend on their innate talent. 3 years. That should suffice, Goku mused, believing he could accomplish his goals in a year, and thus felt 3 years would be ample time for his companions. He had never truly considered the extent of his own talent. Bubbles looked at Goku with a bemused expression. Do you think everyone possesses talent as remarkable as yours? 3 years. That seems quite lengthy. Yamcha interjected, a hint of trepidation in his voice. 3 years was a significant span. By the end, it was conceivable that his girlfriend might have given birth, though not to his child, of course. Ah, that's a relief, Yamcha sighed, reassured that he need not worry about his girlfriend being unfaithful. With that, Goku whisked the 3 of them away from the temple in another instant. As for the concluding remarks and the power levels of characters in the upcoming volume, the protagonist of this narrative is a new soul born from the fusion of a modern individual and Goku's essence. Therefore, one should not judge his character solely by Goku's established persona or through the lens of contemporary thought. For those familiar with the game Dragon Ball Z, Battle of Z, and who have seen a certain character named Flame Reversal, this context should resonate. As I delve deeper into writing, having committed to this endeavor, I intend to approach it with seriousness. This is my inaugural attempt at novel writing, and I appreciate your understanding regarding any shortcomings. Below are the power levels of characters upon their initial appearances. Many of these have been revised, as the existing power dynamics were untenable. Without adjustments, the integrity of this narrative would also falter. If there are any objections, feel free to comment. Should I find your points valid before a character's introduction, I shall make amendments. This discussion also touches upon the original power levels. This book will implement certain alterations primarily concerning key figures who emerge as adversaries. Characters with infrequent appearances will not be expounded upon. Herein are the power levels of characters upon their first appearances. Raditz, 1500. Nappa, originally stated as 4000, yet given his performance, I have revised it to 5000. Vegeta, 18,000. But due to specific circumstances, his level in this narrative is set at 25,000, which will be elucidated in subsequent chapters. The following passage presents the combat powers as depicted in the original text. Unless enhanced within this narrative, these figures are definitive. However, there remains the potential for augmentation, owing to the butterfly effect. Thus, consider these statistics with a degree of skepticism. Android 16, 1 billion, as explicitly stated in the manga, is as formidable as Cell after absorbing several 100,000 individuals during his second appearance. Android 17, 800 million. Android 18, 700 million. Android 19, 5 billion. Android 20, 5 billion. Cell, initially, after absorbing tens of thousands, his power was 500 million. Following the absorption of hundreds of thousands, it rose to 1 billion. After absorbing Android 17, his second form reached 2 billion, his perfect form 5 billion, and his lightning form 8 billion. Dabura, 5 billion. Able to dominate over Super Saiyan Gohan in his youth. Although grown-up Gohan may not match his childhood prowess, the decline should not be significant, rendering him slightly weaker than youthful Super Saiyan Gohan. Majin Buu. The initial Fat Buu appeared at 60 billion, while his normal state registered at 80 billion. Kid Buu at 90 billion, Gotenks Buu at 150 billion, and Gohan Buu at 160 billion. In my interpretation, even with absorption, Buu's power does not sum up due to inherent losses. Original Buu stands at 50 billion, devoid of any power, being the most primitive, evil, and weakest form, having even split off a weaker Fat Buu. Additionally, I have adjusted the threshold for divine power from 300 billion to 1 trillion, as it seems more reasonable. Group 942583176. Feel free to join for discussions. Chapter 32, Kindling Flames. Returning to Bulma's home in West City, the group settled on the sofa. Goku turned to Yak and Is, inquiring, "Where do you plan to reside?" The couple exchanged glances, contemplating before deciding to stay in the city, as it was far more intriguing than rural life. "We shall reside in West City, purchasing a house nearby," they concluded. This time, they departed from planet Adrat with numerous valuables, including a considerable amount of gold. Although gold held significantly less value on their planet compared to Earth, they were persuaded by Goku to bring a substantial amount. "In our vicinity, there aren't any particularly large villas close to our home. This is the very heart of West City, surrounded by commercial streets and skyscrapers," Goku remarked, scratching his head in embarrassment upon hearing the couple's intentions. "Is that so?" Yak replied, feeling somewhat disappointed but realizing they must seek another location. "Then, brother, where is the nearest villa to your home?" At that moment, Goku produced an electronic screen from somewhere, tapped a few times, and handed it to Yak. Yak promptly received it, gazing down at the screen. "This one seems appropriate. It's approximately 6 kilometers from our home, and this villa occupies a substantial area. You wish to be close to us for training, don't you? 6 kilometers is but a few seconds for you, making it quite convenient." Wukong had already selected a suitable villa for Yak, feeling there was nothing more fitting than this one. He inquired, "What do you think of this property?" Yak examined the villa's specifics and then handed the details to Is. Eli accepted the electronic screen, studied it for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Both of them found the villa quite satisfactory. It was ample for their needs. "Brother, this is the one," Yak declared. Wukong nodded in response. "You can head directly to the villa. It's an extra property of mine. Move in at your convenience, and in a few days, I will arrange your identities. You can come to my home to collect them then," Bulma interjected. To her, a villa was a trivial matter. She was more than willing to give it away. Previously, she had enjoyed being addressed as sister-in-law by them, considering it a gift. Moreover, Bulma wished for them to leave swiftly, so as not to disturb her and Wukong. "All right, brother, sister-in-law. Farewell. We will return in a few days," Yak said, clearly understanding Bulma's intentions. After exchanging pleasantries, they departed. Once they had left, Bulma turned to Wukong, recalling his promise of numerous gifts. "What about the presents you mentioned?" she inquired, casting a sidelong glance at him. Wukong quickly grasped her meaning and retrieved the gifts from the universal capsule. In an instant, they formed a small mountain on the floor. Bulma gazed in astonishment at the heap of gifts, realizing that Wukong had indeed spoken the truth. There were a multitude of presents. She was curious about their contents. "Wukong, what are all these? Why so many?" Upon hearing her question, Wukong leaned closer, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, and whispered conspiratorially, "Bulma, let me tell you about these." He elaborated at length, oblivious to the growing flush on Bulma's face, as some of the gifts were rather risky. "Hey, where are you going to the bedroom?" Wukong seemed perplexed by Bulma's actions. "Mind your own business," Bulma replied, her grip tightening slightly. "In the bedroom," Wukong exclaimed. "No, Bulma. It's still daytime. And what of it? Who says daytime is off limits? Or is it that you can't?" This remark incensed Wukong. No man should admit to being incapable. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder, and considering they had not married yet, their separation of over a year only intensified their passion. After some time, Bulma lay atop Wukong, her right cheek flushed against his left chest, her fingers tracing circles on his side. This sensation left Wukong feeling quite ticklish. "Stop that, Bulma. It tickles," he protested. Hearing this, a sly smile crept across Bulma's face. Not only did she not relent, but she also intensified her playful actions. Resigned, Wukong surrendered to her whims. "Do as you please. I am at your mercy. By the way, Bulma, let us get married," Wukong proposed. He had contemplated this matter for quite some time, ever since their first encounter over a year ago. Bulma's actions came to an abrupt halt, caught off guard by Goku's unexpected words. "Well, when shall we hold the wedding?" she inquired, her previously still hands now slowly beginning to move again. "You decide." "That's why I asked you," Goku replied, feeling slightly uncomfortable under Bulma's scrutiny. Those who understood the nature of his discomfort would know, while those who did not would remain oblivious. During Goku's year in space, Mrs. Brief had indeed spoken to Bulma about their relationship, although at the time, Bulma had not taken it to heart. "Tomorrow? Can't we do it today?" Goku asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Oh, Goku, I have a reward for you," Bulma exclaimed. The following morning, the two of them sought out Mrs. Brief. Upon seeing them, she regarded them with a peculiar expression. "You two haven't left your room since yesterday afternoon, have you? Truly, the vitality of youth is remarkable," she remarked. "Mom, why are you looking at us like that?" Bulma retorted, feeling somewhat annoyed by her mother's gaze. Mrs. Brief could not help but chuckle at her daughter's indignation. "Surely, you both know the reason behind my look." Bulma felt her cheeks flush at Mrs. Brief's teasing. "Mom," Bulma whined, a mix of petulance and affection in her tone. All right, enough of that. What brings you two to me?" Mrs. Brief shifted the conversation back to serious matters. Bulma glanced at Goku, signaling him to speak. Although slightly bashful, Goku finally spoke up. Auntie, we came to discuss our wedding. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly, as such a topic could be somewhat embarrassing for anyone. After his declaration, Goku and Bulma awaited Mrs. Brief's response, who appeared to be deep in thought. Yes, indeed. It is time for you two to settle this matter. After all, it has been several years, she nodded in agreement. Mom, it's only been a little over a year. Bulma rolled her eyes. Oh, really? From the moment Goku first visited our home, I regarded him as my son-in-law, Mrs. Brief said with a mischievous grin, glancing at both Goku and Bulma. What? Goku looked at Bulma with a hint of curiosity, while Bulma wished to vanish into the ground. All right, Mom, can we not discuss this any longer? She surrendered, giving up her resistance. Mrs. Brief was taken aback, surprised that her daughter had not continued to be stubborn this time. Quite a rarity. What are your thoughts on this? She inquired, eager to hear the couple's opinions, as it was indeed their wedding. The sooner, the better, Goku replied, his straightforward nature disliking delays. If they were to marry, he preferred to do so promptly, as dragging it out seemed pointless. Then let us set the date for the 1st of next month. Do you wish for a grand celebration? Mrs. Brief asked, looking at Goku and Bulma. After exchanging glances, they both shook their heads in unison. They had no desire for a lavish affair, finding it rather bothersome. Just inviting a few familiar faces will suffice. In truth, the Bulma family could easily accommodate 1,000 guests, yet since the newlyweds preferred a more intimate gathering, a mere few dozen would suffice. Thus, a month later, at the wedding, Goku and Krillin engaged in lively conversation. Goku, you're married now, Yamcha remarked, having recently acquired a new girlfriend, while Krillin lamented, alas. It seems I am destined to remain single. Krillin's frustration was palpable. Is height and appearance truly that significant? Goku had secured a wealthy and beautiful partner akin to Bulma, while Yamcha appeared to change girlfriends as frequently as one changes clothes, leaving Krillin feeling like a forlorn bachelor. Upon hearing Krillin's lament, Goku clapped a reassuring hand on his shoulder, offering comfort. Do not worry, you shall surely find a lovely wife in due time. Goku spoke truthfully, though it would take several years for this to materialize, by which time Krillin would find himself labeled a perennial bachelor. However, a saying rings true. 30-year-old women are drawn to 18-year-old youths, while 18-year-old girls are enamored with 30-year-old men. By then, Krillin would indeed be in his prime. Haha, I shall take that as a good omen, Krillin chuckled, though he remained skeptical. It would not be until 9 years later that he would come to believe Goku's words. At that moment, Yamcha, having overheard their discussion, approached, linking arms with both Goku and Krillin. Cheer up, Krillin. You still have Ten Shinhan by your side, right? He teased, casting a playful glance at Ten Shinhan. Naturally, Ten Shinhan overheard but chose to remain silent. Do not speak so. Ten Shinhan might not be single for long, Krillin quipped, a mischievous smile on his face, fully aware of the complexities between Ten Shinhan and Launch. Are you referring to Launch? Goku quickly caught on to Krillin's insinuation. Are their affections so apparent? How did you come to know? Krillin questioned, surprised that Goku, who merely visited for leisure, had discerned their relationship. In truth, anyone with a keen eye could perceive the subtle nuances of their bond, yet Goku had not closely observed, relying instead on his knowledge of the original narrative. Haha, indeed. Goku scratched his head awkwardly, relishing the delightful misunderstanding. Hey, what are you two discussing? What connection could Launch and I possibly share? Ten Shinhan interjected, his cheeks flushing. At that moment, Bulma, adorned in a pristine white wedding gown, was engaged in conversation with the blue-haired Launch. Bulma, you and Goku have finally tied the knot. We have awaited this day for years. Launch teased, catching Bulma off guard. The dynamics had shifted, and Bulma was now on the offensive. Indeed. Speaking of which, when do you and Ten Shinhan plan to wed? Bulma inquired with a playful grin, causing Launch's face to flush crimson. If she had been a blonde, perhaps she would have remained composed. But Bulma likely had already heard whispers of Launch's plans. Bulma, fully aware of the situation, seized the opportunity to tease Launch while she sported her blue locks. Observing Launch's flustered demeanor, Bulma's spirits lifted, recalling how she had been the target of similar jests in the past. On that day, both Bulma and Goku indulged in copious amounts of wine. In the stillness of the night, Goku remained alert due to his formidable physique, while Bulma was thoroughly intoxicated. Hee, Goku, do you prefer boys or girls? Bulma's cheeks were flushed, her eyes glazed with inebriation, exuding a delicate charm as she leaned against Goku, smiling foolishly. Why do you ask that? It's time to sleep, you're drunk, be obedient, Goku gently replied, stroking Bulma's blue hair. No, I want to have a child with you. Bulma insisted. The night passed in silence. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast together, the couple took up the Dragon Radar. They were about to embark on another journey to seek the Dragon Balls, this time at a leisurely pace, akin to a honeymoon, relishing the beauty of Earth along the way. A month later, they successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. This time, Goku made a wish to the Eternal Dragon for divine training methods. He had previously heard of dimensional levels during his training with King Kai and understood the advantages that a higher dimensional level could confer. Goku had sought advice from King Kai regarding training methods, but the king had refused, stating that Goku must agree to become a candidate for the next king of the universe. Naturally, Goku would not consent to such a proposition. Dimensional levels can be viewed as a form of spiritual energy, a higher echelon of mental prowess. The spirit of a deity is undoubtedly formidable. However, no matter how powerful a mortal-esque spirit may be, they remain mortal. Goku's spiritual energy was exceptionally potent, and he progressed rapidly through the dimensions leading up to the Great King. Two reasons accounted for this strength: his innate talent and, of course, the exceptional nourishment provided by King Kai. King Kai is truly a good person, Goku mused internally. The Super Saiyan God embodies divine energy. Goku was eager to contemplate what it would be like to transform into a Super Saiyan God after attaining the divine dimension. Indeed, only upon reaching the divine dimension could one fully convert their internal energy into divine energy. Yet, prior to attaining the divine dimension, it was still possible to grasp divine energy, albeit with lesser purity. Curiously, this principle seemed not to apply to the Saiyans. Upon returning home, Goku's first order of business was to teach Bulma the divine training methods. Thus, 6 months passed. Chapter 34 marked the beginning of everything. Goku anxiously awaited outside the room, for his child was about to be born, and this was his first experience of fatherhood. He believed that no one could remain calm in such a moment. The tension was not solely about the child, but also Bulma's well-being. Bulma had opted not to stay in the hospital during her pregnancy, instead hiring the finest medical team to come to their home, a decision befitting their financial situation. "Mr. Son Goku, you may come in. It's a boy. Both mother and child are safe. We shall take our leave now. Do call us if there is anything you need." A group of masked female doctors exited through the sliding door. After what felt like an eternity, Goku finally heard the words he had longed for. "All right, thank you all. I will reach out if I need assistance." After nodding to the female doctors, Goku stepped into the room. Upon entering, he approached Bulma's bedside, his expression filled with concern. "Bulma, are you all right?" At that moment, Bulma's complexion appeared slightly pale, yet due to her rigorous training alongside Goku, her health was significantly better than that of an average person. "I'm fine, but you should go check on our son. He truly resembles you," Bulma said, a comforting smile gracing her lips. "All right." Goku breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Bulma was not in serious trouble, and turned his gaze toward the small bed where a boy lay. The little boy had a tail protruding from his backside, and though his face bore a striking resemblance to Goku, his hair was somewhat different. Upon closer inspection, it exhibited a faint bluish hue, though it generally appeared black. "It seems my genes are superior to Vegeta's," Goku thought to himself, unabashedly. Goku picked up the small boy and brought him to Bulma's side. "Goku, what name do you wish to give our son?" Bulma inquired, looking at the child in Goku's arms. After considering for a moment, Goku decided it was unnecessary to change things. "Let us name him Gohan, in honor of my grandfather." In truth, Bulma had encountered Gohan a few times. The first being after the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament when Goku brought her to visit the fortune teller and subsequently met Gohan. "Gohan, you say? That sounds wonderful. Should we visit your grandfather and share this news with him?" Bulma asked Goku. "Let us wait until you are fully recovered," Goku replied, nodding in agreement. Perhaps due to being a half Saiyan, little Gohan was remarkably lively even at birth, playfully pinching Goku's face. "Impudent child. Pinching your father's face at such a tender age. What will you be like when you grow up?" Goku jested, gently patting Gohan's bottom. "Hee hee." Bulma chuckled softly as she watched the playful interaction between father and son. Suddenly, little Gohan quieted, gazing intently at Goku before bursting into tears. 2 years later, Goku awoke from his meditative state. The divine training method resembled meditation, albeit with added elements. He opened his eyes and glanced at his status panel. Son Goku Race, Saiyan Battle Power, 91 million Dimension. King Kai Transformation, Super Saiyan Full Power indeed. Goku's base battle power had now reached an impressive 91 million, despite his focus over the past 2 years being more on dimensional training rather than pure combat strength. Naturally, engaging in dimensional training had elevated his dimensional level, which in turn contributed to a slight increase in his battle power. If all went as anticipated, next year his base battle power would surpass 100 million. No, it was an absolute certainty. "Daddy." At that moment, little Gohan, with his short legs, ran over and leaped into Goku's embrace. "Gohan, what brings you here? Where's your mother?" Goku asked as he ruffled Gohan's hair. "Mama is busy, so she sent me to play with you." Goku recalled having asked Bulma a few days prior to create several gravity training weights, and indeed, she had been quite occupied lately. These gravity bracelets were prepared by Goku for Krillin and the others, ensuring a significant enhancement in their combat abilities. "Gohan, what would you like to do?" Goku decided to spend more time with Gohan in the coming days, alleviating Bulma's concerns regarding his well-being. "I want to go to the amusement park." "All right, Daddy will take you there. Shall we fly?" "Yes, Daddy is the best." Little Gohan could no longer contain his joy upon hearing that his father would take him to the amusement park, and he happily kissed Goku's cheek. Goku gazed at his adorable son in his arms and smiled sincerely. How wonderful this life is. Not long ago, she had finally completed all the gravity bracelets. Goku, why haven't you maintained that golden-haired state these past few days? Bulma adored the golden hair not only for its striking appearance, but also for its fierce allure, causing a slight blush to rise on her cheeks. Bulma favored the Super Saiyan form, yet Goku was reluctant to sustain it continuously, as meditating in that state proved inefficient. Even at full power, his mind could not remain as tranquil as in its normal state. Moreover, during this past year of training at full power, the frequency of their nighttime activities had noticeably increased, not out of his initiative, but rather Bulma's. A mere tease from her would lead to, ahem, haha. This is merely one of my forms, which I have perfected, so there is no need to maintain it, as doing so would adversely affect me. Goku spoke the truth. Sustaining full power was detrimental to his meditative practices. Is that so? That truly is a pity, Bulma replied somewhat regretfully. When Bulma asked, is that so? Goku's heart skipped a beat, but her subsequent words offered him reassurance. Bulma approached, crouched down, and picked up little Gohan, smiling as she inquired, Gohan, did you have fun this afternoon? Yes, it was fun. Too bad mommy didn't come. Little Gohan poked his thumbs together, looking a bit forlorn. All right, next time daddy and mommy will go with you. Bulma pinched Gohan's chubby cheeks. Really? Little Gohan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Yay, that is fantastic. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Goku, we've come to see you. Goku and Bulma stepped out into the courtyard and saw Krillin and 4 others. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tien, Uncle Kaiatsu, Uncle Yajirobe. Gohan greeted each of them politely from Bulma's arms. Oh, little Gohan, it's been a few months since we last met. You've grown. Haven't you? Yajirobe greeted him. They had all met little Gohan before. After all, they hadn't spent the past 3 years solely at the temple. What brings you here? Goku asked, puzzled. Oh, indeed, when one thinks about it, it has been 3 years. Goku nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, where's Chi-Chi? Bulma noticed that Chi-Chi had not come along, regarding Krillin with curiosity. Regarding Chi-Chi, Bulma remained notably concerned for her, even after marrying Goku. As one must never excessively rely on a man's self-control, she had stayed in the temple. A comment from Krillin left both Goku and Bulma in a state of bewilderment. What? Stayed in the temple? Goku seemed somewhat confused. Observing the perplexed expressions on their faces, Krillin earnestly declared, yes, she has become a candidate for the divine. Upon hearing this, for reasons unknown, Goku felt a weight lift from his heart. Becoming a candidate for the divine? Quite splendid. Perhaps this would be a favorable conclusion for her. Everyone seemed to have no objections. Chapter 35, The Science Assault. At the party, the brief couple did not attend. In their own words, what business do we have at a gathering for the youth? For this occasion, Goku even invited Piccolo, who initially declined but ultimately joined. Humph. All for that which strengthens one, Piccolo thought to himself. As the evening wore on, the guests had indulged sufficiently in food and drink, engaging in light-hearted banter, while only Goku and Yajirobe continued to feast on grilled meat. Hey, Goku, I've heard that many men have a significantly lower status at home after marriage. What do you think? Krillin, somewhat inebriated, grinned mischievously at Goku. Knowing Goku's tendencies, he assumed Goku likely pampered Bulma, thus his domestic standing could not be very high. What expression is that, Krillin? Do you think my status at home is low? Goku felt insulted and quickly set down the grilled meat. Let me tell you, this is no exaggeration. At home, I do as I please. What have I not done for Bulma? My status is that of the sovereign. Goku exuded an air of unparalleled supremacy. At that moment, the gravity bracelet on Goku's wrist vibrated. Looking down, he saw it was a call from Bulma. Ahem. My wife is calling. I shall take this call over there. You all continue chatting. Goku pretended to clear his throat and walked a few meters away, activating the voice call and lowering the volume, leaning in to whisper. Hello, Bulma, what is the matter? Once Goku had departed, the others could no longer contain themselves. They were all professionally trained to hold their tongues, but this was simply too much. What's sovereign status at home? More like a subordinate position. Goku had overlooked one crucial detail, Piccolo's exceptional hearing. 15 minutes later, Goku emerged with 6 gravity bracelets. As he approached the dining table, he sensed the peculiar gazes directed at him and felt a twinge of curiosity. Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there something on your minds? Nothing of concern. This is a gravity bracelet, which significantly enhances combat power. It has been tested and proven effective, capable of withstanding up to 300 times gravity. But you should ideally start from 10 times and gradually increase, Goku explained as he distributed the bracelets to the others. After 3 years of rigorous training, even Yamcha's combat power approached an impressive 1,000, while Krillin and Tien had surpassed 1,000, nearing 2,000. Not to mention Yajirobe, whose strength had skyrocketed to an astounding 50,000. Piccolo, through his own dedication, had also experienced rapid growth, increasing his combat power from just over 1,000 to more than 3,000. Goku speculated that with the acquisition of gravity training devices, they could boost their power by several tens of thousands in the subsequent 2 years. After boasting for over an hour, the gathering finally came to a close. Shortly thereafter, Goku succumbed to slumber. 2 years later, a spherical spaceship descended from the heavens like a meteor. With a thunderous crash, it landed in a field, sending up clouds of dust. A nearby farmer, drawn by curiosity, drove his car to the impact site, cautiously approaching with a shotgun in hand. Not far off, Piccolo, invited by Goku to the gathering, sensed an unfamiliar energy and adjusted his course to investigate. With a click, the hatch of the spacecraft swung open, revealing a robust man with waist-length hair, a tail coiling around his waist. "Is this the planet that Kakarot has brought me to? The environment seems rather pleasant," Raditz remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. "I wonder if Kakarot has managed to conquer this world." Just as Raditz contemplated, a voice interrupted him. Who are you?" The farmer trembled as he aimed his gun at Raditz. Raditz glanced at the farmer, and the power level meter flickered, finally resting on the number 5. "Oh, so it's merely a weakling with a power level of 5, daring to point a weapon at me?" Raditz's tone dripped with disdain. Bang! Startled, the farmer accidentally pulled the trigger, and a scorching bullet sliced through the air towards Raditz. With a casual motion, Raditz caught the bullet, crushing it effortlessly before letting it drop. Clatter! The deformed bullet fell to the ground as Raditz cast a scornful look at the farmer. At that moment, the power level meter suddenly surged and pointed towards the sky. Raditz looked up to see a green-skinned individual hovering in mid-air, observing him. The meter's reading jumped to 500. And upon seeing this, a smirk crept across Raditz's face. "Huh. A mere insect with a combat power of 500 dares to act so arrogantly. Come down here," he declared, gathering a sphere of energy in his hand and hurling it at Piccolo. Piccolo, having noticed the tail behind Raditz and pondering if there was a connection to Goku, stood still as the energy sphere hurtled towards him. Boom! A cloud of smoke erupted. "Haha, trash. You think you can be so brazen before me with your 500 points of combat power? You are simply courting death." Raditz laughed uproariously, disregarding the farmer who fled in his vehicle. "Is that so? Who is truly the trash here? Remains to be seen," a voice echoed in Raditz's ear. "What? Oh." Raditz had yet to comprehend the situation when Piccolo delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing his fist to sink deep into his flesh. Raditz doubled over, spitting out a mouthful of bitter liquid onto the ground. Piccolo, indifferent to any connection between him and Goku, thought it best to subdue Raditz first and then inquire about Goku later. What? "No, it's impossible. Your battle power is clearly only 500. Raditz struggled to rise from the ground. Upon hearing this, Piccolo smiled and replied, "Let me enlighten you. If measured by your standards, my battle power stands at 38,000. Chapter 36, A Compassionate Vegeta? What? No, that's impossible. How could your battle power be so high?" Raditz gasped in pain. "There's nothing impossible about it. If you don't believe me, why not test it with your scouter?" With that, Piccolo unleashed his full energy. Raditz was rendered speechless as he watched the numbers on the scouter skyrocket. 5,000, 10,000, 18,000. As a plume of white smoke rose, Piccolo's battle power exceeded the scouter's maximum limit, causing it to explode instantaneously. "No, this can't be. This planet is merely a low-level world. Why? Does that mean Kakarot?" Raditz never anticipated that he and his brother would soon reunite in the afterlife. "Kakarot? Who is that?" Piccolo dismissed the thought, focusing instead on bringing Raditz to Goku. With that, he unleashed 4 streams of energy, dislocating Raditz's limbs. The sudden agony compelled Raditz to cry out, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. "Stop screaming. Your limbs are merely dislocated. They can be reattached with ease. Don't tell me you can't endure this little pain," Piccolo remarked coldly, observing Raditz's torment. Meanwhile, Goku, at his home in West City, had sensed Piccolo's unleashed energy, along with another unfamiliar presence. If he was not mistaken, it was his brother Raditz arriving. Just as he prepared to fly to their location, his gravity wristband vibrated. Looking down, he saw it was a video call from Piccolo. With a quick swipe, he answered, revealing Piccolo's green visage. "Hey, Piccolo. I was just about to find you. I wanted to ask you something," Goku greeted. "It's nothing. I've already taken care of it. Do you recognize this person?" Piccolo said, shifting the camera to show Raditz, who lay pitifully on the ground, his limbs dismembered. "Haha, that's my brother, Raditz." "What? Your brother?" Piccolo panicked slightly, worried. "With your assurance, I feel relieved. I shall bring him along." Piccolo finally felt a sense of ease in his heart. At that moment, Raditz, lying on the ground, suddenly heard a familiar voice, his father's voice. The only other voice that resembled his father's was that of Kakarot. Despite the pain, Raditz struggled to lift his head and look over. Indeed, he bore an uncanny resemblance to his father. It must be Kakarot. "Kakarot, you're alive, how wonderful." In an instant, Raditz felt a glimmer of hope, as he had thought that he and his brother would meet in the afterlife. However, It appeared that his brother Kakarot was acquainted with this green-faced alien. To know someone with a battle power of 38,000, his brother's strength must be near that figure as well. How splendid. This surpassed even Vegeta's power. Kakarot, please make that green-faced one release me. Goku looked at Raditz, who was utterly perplexed by the situation, and shook his head helplessly. My dear brother, you ought to assess the current circumstances. I shall not intervene. You must face the consequences of your past misdeeds, so choose your words wisely. For you are in his grasp. After speaking to Raditz, Goku turned back to Piccolo. Piccolo, please take him with you. Piccolo nodded in response, ending the video call and turning his gaze to Raditz. At this moment, Raditz had quieted down, seemingly aware of his predicament. Are you taking me to see Kakarot? Piccolo, observing the now docile Raditz, smiled slightly. Yes, if the Kakarot you speak of is son Goku. Very well. Raditz understood that this referred to Kakarot and asked no further questions, exhibiting notable obedience. Piccolo then grasped Raditz's battle armor and flew towards Goku's home. Meanwhile, on a distant planet far from Earth, Vegeta was munching on a fruit when Nappa turned to him, asking, what should we do now? Vegeta tossed aside the half-eaten fruit and stood up from the stone. What else can we do? We're going to Earth. Nappa, startled by the mention of Earth, exclaimed, what? To Earth? Did you not hear the conversation on the scouter? That individual possesses a battle power of 380,000. That was merely his own claim, which caused the outdated scouter to explode. I could do the same. Let us go see for ourselves. If he truly has a power of 380,000, then we will leave. Vegeta, why must we go to Earth? Raditz may very well be dead. Nappa was genuinely reluctant to go. It was far too dangerous. Raditz is one of the few surviving Saiyans. If he is still alive, we must find a way to rescue him. If Raditz is indeed alive, it implies that his brother Kakarot might also be alive. For the sake of the Saiyans, we cannot abandon either of them. I doubt they would kill Raditz. If that were their intention, they wouldn't go through so much trouble. Let us go, Vegeta said, turning his back on Nappa. There was another vital reason he did not disclose to Nappa. Earth was the homeland of that woman, and he yearned to see it. As I observed Vegeta approach the spacecraft, Nappa helplessly followed suit. I could not fathom why. Ever since Vegeta vanished for a year over a decade ago, his demeanor had transformed. The Vegeta of yore, indifferent to our lives, now appeared to embody a semblance of humanity. Yet, this change bodes well for me. Nappa mused silently as he gazed at Vegeta's retreating figure. Before long, Piccolo arrived at Goku's abode, dragging Raditz along. Newly liberated, Raditz harbored no intention of fleeing. Instead, he inquired about Piccolo. Where's Kakarot? Raditz's stance had noticeably softened. He'll be here shortly, Piccolo replied, sensing Goku's energy approaching. Mere moments later, Goku stood before them. Oh, you've come. Piccolo nodded at Goku, signaling the brothers to converse, then turned to seek out Krillin and the others. Raditz's gaze fell upon that familiar crab-like head, stirring a sense of nostalgia within him. Perhaps the only distinction between his brother and father lay in the absence of scars on Goku's visage. Raditz, what brings you to Earth? Goku inquired, though he already had an inkling of the answer. Vegeta sent me to find you, Raditz explained. He mentioned that you are one of the few surviving Saiyans, and we should unite for our survival. Raditz's words left Goku momentarily bewildered. Did Vegeta truly say that? Is my original source material a counterfeit? Kakarot, come with me. Vegeta is correct. We are the last of the Saiyans. Raditz surprisingly appealed to their shared history. Goku scrutinized Raditz, sensing a discrepancy from the original narrative. Even Vegeta's words seemed altered. Chapter 37. My brother has become a Super Saiyan. No, I cannot leave. This planet is imbued with my memories and connections. Goku shook his head, resolutely declining Raditz's proposition. Memories and connections? What do you mean? Raditz appeared to grasp the implication. Goku nodded in affirmation. Kakarot, you are a Saiyan. How can you be ensnared by emotions, especially on such a primitive planet? Raditz gazed incredulously at Kakarot. Most Saiyans regarded emotions and familial bonds with indifference. Even their father was a rare exception. Thus, while surprised, Raditz still found it plausible. Goku's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing with a hint of frost as he regarded Raditz, for his words dripped with disdain towards Bulma. I apologize. I should not have spoken of your wife. Raditz quickly retracted, sensing the tension. Due to his brother's influence, Goku felt compelled to offer a gentle warning to Raditz. Upon hearing Goku's words, Raditz was taken aback. Kakarot, what do you mean by massacring planets? We have not engaged in such acts for over a decade. Once we eliminate or capture the high-level resistance, we simply leave the remainder to Frisia's forces. Raditz acknowledged his own shortcomings, but vehemently denied being as malevolent as Kakarot suggested. Can we refrain from placing all blame upon the three of us? Is it not so? Wukong was taken aback, pondering the perplexing situation. Had he misremembered? He realized that his brother's chances of redemption had significantly increased, not only Raditz, but also Vegeta and Nappa. Despite his overwhelming strength, Wukong did not dismiss Raditz's feelings and offered a sincere apology. However, regarding Vegeta, he reassured, they will come. Trust me. Gazing upward, he seemed to envision the circular spacecraft traversing the cosmos. I understand your fear of Frisia, but let me assure you that my battle power has surpassed his. Wukong said calmly, locking eyes with Raditz. What? Surpassed Frisia? Your power exceeds 530,000. Raditz exclaimed, astonished at Wukong's claim. Wukong nodded, then shook his head, and as Raditz looked on in confusion, he began to clarify. I have indeed surpassed Frisia, but his ultimate battle power is 1.2 billion, not merely 530,000. After 2 years, Wukong's base power had reached 200 million, exceeding Frisia's final form, not to mention he had mastered Super Saiyan 2, with his ultimate power potentially soaring to 20 billion. What? 1.2 billion? Are you the legendary Super Saiyan? Raditz exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement. How could he not be thrilled? Among their trio, he held the lowest status, often relegated to the more arduous tasks. Now, with his brother Kakarot having attained the status of a Super Saiyan, did that not make him the brother of a Super Saiyan? Would Vegeta and Nappa not have to show him deference from now on? Furthermore, he no longer had to fear Frisia, and could even seek revenge, as they had previously discussed the true cause of the destruction of planet Vegeta. Finally, he could avenge his kin, his father, and mother. The Saiyans were not devoid of familial bonds and emotions. They simply did not place much value on them. In that moment, Raditz resembled the ecstatic scholar from the tale of Fanjin. Indeed, Wukong replied with a smile at the exhilarated Raditz. Now, calm your excitement and accompany me to a gathering. I shall introduce you to some of my friends. From this day forth, you shall reside on Earth. Pausing briefly, Wukong continued. However, you must amend your bad habits of relying solely on brute force and adhere to Earth's laws. He then turned his gaze back to Raditz. Yes. I will certainly change. By the way, dear brother, could you demonstrate your Super Saiyan form for me? Raditz asked eagerly, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Wukong chuckled at Raditz's enthusiasm. It was amusing to see such a big man display such eagerness, and he reluctantly agreed, once the gathering concludes. Raditz nodded, albeit with a hint of disappointment at not witnessing the Super Saiyan splendor immediately. By the way, Kakarot, why do they call you Son Wukong? Raditz inquired, somewhat puzzled, as it seemed Kakarot had not lost his memory. This is my name among the Earthlings. If you prefer not to call me Son Wukong, you may refer to me as Kakarot. In truth, Goku prefers the name Son Wukong, as it signifies his existence as a human on Earth. However, he harbors no disdain for the name Kakarot, for he is indeed a Saiyan. Goku brought Raditz to the party, and everyone immediately took notice of Raditz's long hair cascading down to his waist. So, Goku, this must be your brother? Who would have thought you were an alien? If it weren't for Bulma's revelation, we would have remained oblivious. How dull. Krillin jested from the side. Haha, well, you didn't bother to ask, did you? Just then, Bulma emerged from the house, cradling little Gohan, and upon spotting Raditz, she approached him. Hello, you must be Goku's brother. I am Bulma, Goku's wife, she said politely while holding Gohan. Haha, you are quite formal. Goku teased from the sidelines. Raditz shot Goku a glance. Being formal is essential. Oh, by the way, big brother, this is my son Gohan, who is 4 years old. Gohan, greet your uncle. Goku introduced Raditz before turning to Gohan. Hello, uncle, Gohan exclaimed, leaping from Bulma's arms towards Raditz. Goku watched quietly, unconcerned about Raditz's intentions toward Gohan. Firstly, he believed Raditz would not dare harm him, and secondly, Raditz had changed significantly since the original story. All right, Raditz said as he opened his arms to embrace his nephew. However, he was met with an overwhelming force that knocked him down to the ground. Indeed, 4-year-old Gohan possessed a battle power of 30,000, a feat achieved without Goku's training. His days were consumed with play, with Bulma occasionally imparting some advanced academic lessons, having already completed middle school material. For Gohan, inheriting Bulma's genes made these subjects seem effortless. Goku did not refrain from teaching out of reluctance. He believed that the best mentor for Gohan was Piccolo, and this presented a perfect opportunity for Piccolo to instruct Gohan. After all, Piccolo had benefited from Goku over the years, and it was reasonable to expect him to agree. If not, Goku could always persuade him through rigorous sparring sessions. Chapter 38. Is he really 4? This was the second reason. Lying on the ground, Raditz felt a twinge of pain in his chest, and a single thought echoed in his mind. 4 years old. He is truly 4 years old? Gohan, you need to learn to control your strength, Goku admonished, casting a stern look at Gohan before stepping forward to help Raditz up. Had it not been for Bulma's protective aura, the consequences could have been dire. Huh, Dad, Gohan replied, looking disheartened. Haha, it's all right, Uncle is fine. Let it go, Kakarot, Raditz said, ruffling Gohan's hair before addressing Goku. Brother, don't concern yourself with this. I have my own plans. Seeing Goku's expression, Raditz could only shake his head in resignation. By the way, how strong is Gohan now? Such immense power. Raditz cradled Gohan and glanced at Goku. 30,000. Goku's casual remark struck a heavy blow to Raditz's fragile psyche. At merely 4 years of age, Gohan possessed a battle power of 30,000, while Raditz, nearing 30, had only managed a meager 1,500. This half of his life felt as if it had been wasted. Gohan's impressive strength, achieved without rigorous training, could be attributed to his transformation into a Super Saiyan, which had led to Bulma's pregnancy. Contemplating Goten and Trunks, who could transform into Super Saiyans at the tender ages of 7 and 8, Raditz realized that Gohan's speed was, in fact, rather slow. Truly, he was a prodigy of the Saiyan race. Raditz lamented that Vegeta, the so-called genius, appeared as a mere joke in the presence of 4-year-old Gohan. Noticing Raditz's crestfallen demeanor, Goku playfully draped an arm around Raditz's neck. Brother, do you wish to grow stronger? To grow stronger swiftly? Goku winked at Raditz. Really? Is it true? Raditz replied, his excitement palpable as he looked at Goku. Goku produced a gravity training ring from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Raditz. This was a technique he had developed after enhancing his dimensional level, allowing him to store items using his mental energy and ki. It was significantly more effective than the universal capsules, as one could summon desired items with a mere thought. Raditz eagerly accepted the gravity ring and donned it. Thank you. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Goku, who had shown him such kindness despite their brief acquaintance. Was this what familial bonds felt like? After Raditz accepted the gravity ring, Goku activated his panel and scanned the battle powers of everyone present. Yakon, 653120. Piccolo, 38123. Tien, 21573. Krillin, 19582. Yamcha, 9540. Kaiatsu, 9423. Even Bulma's battle power reached 65, and her dimensional level had ascended to that of a deity. Bulma's extraordinary mental prowess was perhaps linked to her genius intellect, explaining her rapid advancement in dimensional training. After surveying the panel, Goku nodded in satisfaction. All was relatively well. Even Yamcha had nearly reached a battle power of 9,000. However, the disparity between Yakon and the others was indeed significant, partly due to his mixed Saiyan heritage. Additionally, it seemed that gravity training had a more pronounced effect on Saiyans. Goku's own panel read, Son Goku. Race, Saiyan. Battle power, 2, 200, 358, 409. Dimensional level, Great King. Transformations, Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2. Brother, take that seat. Enjoy your food and drink. Don't hold back. Goku gestured to an empty spot before departing. Where was he headed? Surely to seek the company of his beloved wife. Why would he choose to spend time with these rough fellows instead? Goku settled beside Bulma. Feeling inexplicably perturbed by Gohan's presence nearby, Goku gently patted Gohan's head and said, Go on, enter and enjoy the game. Alright. Watching Gohan happily depart, a satisfied smile graced Goku's face. He casually pulled Bulma into his embrace. A waft of fragrance enveloped him as the tips of Bulma's hair brushed against his nose. Goku inhaled deeply, never tiring of her scent, no matter how long it lingered. Feeling Goku's warmth, Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness. Normally, she would not act this way, but given the presence of so many people, it was different. What is Goku daring to do? Goku, let go of me. There are so many people around. Bulma gently tapped Goku's arm encircling her waist, twisting her body to signal him to release her. Goku rested his head on Bulma's shoulder, savoring the unique fragrance of her hair. Don't move. Your actions make me uncomfortable. At that moment, Bulma seemed to sense something, her entire body stiffening, as if she dared not move again. Yet, her face appeared to redden even more. Damn lovebirds. Krillin seethed through gritted teeth. Exactly. Come here, sweetheart. Let me give you a kiss. Watching Yajirobe and Izzy, Krillin was seething with frustration. How infuriating. Krillin felt utterly despondent. At least I have Yamcha and Tien to keep me company, he lamented. However, upon hearing Krillin's words, Yamcha immediately retorted, What do you mean? I'm keeping you company. I've experienced too much and have lost interest. There's nothing worth showing off. Just trivial matters. Yamcha shot a disdainful glance at Krillin. Have you experienced that? No. That's why you don't understand. Yamcha's words struck Krillin's weak heart like a hammer. Moreover, it seems Tien is no longer with you. Look at him and Launch. They appear to be in deep conversation. Yamcha's comment drew everyone's attention to Tien and Launch. What are you all staring at us for? The blue-haired Launch asked, slightly embarrassed. Hey, Launch, when did you and Tien start seeing each other? I remember it wasn't the case 6 months ago, Bulma inquired curiously. Eager for the gossip. And nothing to say, Launch's face was so red it seemed it could bleed. Ultimately, under persistent questioning from the group, the two revealed their secret. It turned out they had been together for 2 months. That day, after a prolonged stay inside, the blonde-haired Launch finally emerged. On the same day she appeared, she took the initiative, and since there was only a thin barrier separating her and Tien, her direct approach shattered it. They naturally became a couple, and even planned to marry in a few months. They intended to inform Goku of their relationship, but not so soon. Who would have guessed that Yamcha's remark would disrupt their plans? Tien shot a death glare at Yamcha. Chapter 39. The Sun Family's Maid officially begins work. Haha, my apologies. Tien, Yamcha chuckled awkwardly at Tien. An apology seems inevitable, for who could rival Tien Shinhan? He merely seeks to avoid a beating. Humph. With a cold huff, Tien Shinhan decided to spare Yamcha. Only Tien would do such a thing. Had it been Krillin or Yajirobe, they would undoubtedly challenge Yamcha to a sparring session. To commemorate Tien and launch, let us raise a glass. Bulma declared, lifting her juice-filled glass towards the group, determined not to miss any opportunity to tease launch. Cheers. Following a satisfying meal, the group gradually dispersed, but Goku retained Piccolo and Raditz. He led the two aside and first inquired of Raditz, "Brother, do you prefer to reside in the city or the countryside?" Raditz pondered for a moment before ultimately favoring the countryside. The countryside, I wish to train without disturbance, striving to surpass Nappa and Vegeta at the earliest. At the recent gathering, Raditz learned that they had significantly increased their combat power within a mere 2 years using gravity training devices. Yajirobe, for instance, had surged by over 500,000, prompting Raditz to eagerly anticipate how swiftly he could enhance his strength using the same device. His motivation to grow stronger was certainly ample, for who would not be driven by the prospect of rapid improvement? Then you should go to the Capsule Corporation's training facility. There, you will not be disturbed during your training, and a fully equipped house awaits you. I'll send the coordinates to your gravity device, and you can simply fly there. The ready-made house on the mountain was not the one he had shared with his grandfather, but a new construction he had financed later, boasting all the necessary amenities. All right. Thank you, Kakarot. Raditz was at a loss for words and could only express his heartfelt gratitude before soaring towards the Capsule Corporation. Once Raditz departed, Piccolo turned to Goku. "Old man, did you keep me back for a reason?" Goku, slightly embarrassed, revealed his request. "Haha, I'd like your help with something." "What is it?" Piccolo was inclined to assist Goku, especially since his current strength was largely attributable to Goku's support. "Help me train Gohan for a year." Wow, what? Piccolo exclaimed, astonished at the idea of training Goku's son while Goku himself would not do so. In truth, entrusting Gohan to Piccolo posed no issue. After all, Piccolo had inherited the wisdom and prowess of old Kami, making him exceptionally adept at harnessing and controlling ki. Furthermore, having absorbed old Piccolo's knowledge and strength, he was even more skilled than Krillin and the others, who had spent 3 years training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Goku nodded calmly, indicating he was serious. "Why? As his father, why don't you teach him yourself?" Piccolo questioned, puzzled by Goku's decision. "I have my reasons, trust me, alright? Just train Gohan for a year, and I will return to continue his instruction afterward." Piccolo had often been jestingly referred to as Gohan's true father. However, Goku was confident that his bond with Gohan would not allow Piccolo to usurp that title. Had he truly wasted 4 years in Gohan's company for nothing? Regardless of his disbelief, Gohan's closeness with Piccolo surpassed that of his own father. Piccolo, unable to refuse, nodded in agreement. "All right, but let me make it clear that if my guidance proves inadequate, do not blame me." "No, I trust you," Goku replied, his eyes shimmering with the omnipotence of the Saiyan race, causing Piccolo to blush slightly under his green skin. "Do you truly believe in me?" Piccolo scoffed, turning his head away in a display of his usual pride. "Now, come with me inside and bring Gohan out." "Understood." After Piccolo nodded, Goku led him into the house. Upon entering, they found Gohan engrossed in a video game. Despite being only 4 years old, he demonstrated impressive skills. "Gohan, it's time to stop playing. You'll be accompanying your Uncle Piccolo shortly." Hearing his father's voice, Gohan paused, looking up with a puzzled expression. "Dad, why am I going with Uncle Piccolo? You'll be training for a whole year. Haven't you always wanted me to teach you? Now you can train with your Uncle Piccolo." Gohan felt a mix of joy and discomfort at Goku's words. He was thrilled at the prospect of finally training, which had long piqued his interest. However, he was also disheartened that it was not his father who would be training him. All right, Gohan felt a twinge of sadness, as if his parents were abandoning him, leaving him feeling forsaken. "Well then, it's time to leave with your Uncle Piccolo," Goku said with a smile, looking at Gohan. "Huh, Dad, right now? Shouldn't I bring some clothes or personal items?" Gohan's little head was filled with confusion. "No need, this is part of your training. Just take him, Piccolo." Goku glanced at Piccolo, who stood with his arms crossed. "By the way, if Gohan transforms into a giant ape on the night of the full moon, cut off his tail. If that's not possible, contact me." Goku's expression turned serious as he looked at Piccolo. In truth, Goku no longer feared transforming into a giant ape, as his dimensional level was sufficiently high for him to maintain his sanity in that form. However, Gohan was different, although Goku had taught him the methods of training. It had been too short a time for Gohan to retain his composure in his giant ape form. "Understood." Piccolo nodded and stepped forward to lift Gohan into his arms. "Uncle Piccolo." "Yes, Gohan, let's go." "Okay." Gohan waved goodbye to Goku, calling out a farewell. "Goodbye." Goku smiled as he watched the two figures depart, the sky gradually darkening. It wasn't until their silhouettes vanished from sight that Goku made his way to the bedroom. What parent isn't concerned when their child departs? While the original Goku may not have known this, he was acutely aware that he would undoubtedly worry. After showering and donning his pajamas, Goku laid down on the bed. Beside him, Bulma, also clad in pajamas, appeared somewhat despondent, her moist eyes gazing up at him. Goku, why did you let Piccolo train Gohan? Goku looked at Bulma, unsure of how to respond. Sigh, I have my reasons. Trust me, do you not believe in me? He pulled Bulma into his embrace, offering her comfort. Indeed, if she did not trust Goku, whom could she believe? Goku's actions would undoubtedly benefit Gohan. With this thought, Bulma's spirits seemed to lift. After a considerable time, Goku sat on the bed in deep contemplation while Bulma busily scrolled through her smartphone. The concept of smartphones emerged during the Dragon Ball Super era in the original narrative. Yet Goku had described this device to Bulma several years prior. To his astonishment, within merely a month, Bulma had successfully developed it. One could only marvel at her brilliance. In recent years, she had effectively monopolized the industrial chain and mobile software, further enriching an already affluent family. Suddenly, Bulma tapped Goku on the shoulder. Goku, come look at this news. It's utterly outrageous. How can such a school exist? With that, she presented her phone screen before Goku's eyes. Upon glancing at the news, Goku's eyes widened in shock. What the heck? An internship for couples? Unbelievable. A certain high school, in response to the declining marriage and birth rates, had introduced a program for internship couples. A boy and girl were to cohabit in a suite provided by the school, and their intimacy would be monitored to determine their grades, linking graduation to the performance of these internship couples. What a preposterous notion. Was this truly the world of Dragon Ball? Surely, it couldn't be from some obscure anime, could it? Noticing Goku's bewildered expression, Bulma smiled, continuing to read further. Lo and behold, the local government actually approved this. Bulma thought the local authorities were beyond redemption, allowing such an outrageous scheme. At that moment, Goku recalled a plotline reminiscent of an anime he once watched on Earth. Couples but not quite lovers? He mused. Alright, I must visit this high school next time. That anime once gave me stomach aches just watching it. I wonder if I might see some familiar faces. As Goku pondered this, he suddenly felt Bulma's soft, rounded legs resting on his own, so close. Even through the silk pajamas, he could sense their smoothness and softness. Turning to Bulma, he understood in an instant. Chapter 40. Gohan's training. The sky was now shrouded in darkness, and Piccolo was flying high in the air, cradling Gohan. Uncle Piccolo, it's so late. Where are we going? I'm really hungry. Can we please eat first? Gohan, nestled in Piccolo's arms, looked up at him with pleading eyes. Piccolo, gazing down at the adorable Gohan, felt a twinge of sympathy. No, since old man's son entrusted Gohan to me, I cannot let him down. Shaking off his moment of compassion, Piccolo replied firmly, Sorry, Gohan. We're heading to your first training step. With that, Piccolo descended into a desolate wilderness, setting Gohan down with a serious expression. Your first lesson begins now. Survive the night alone. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's voice trembled as he surveyed the pitch-black surroundings, fear creeping in. When he called out for Piccolo, he realized that Piccolo had vanished. The darkness around him loomed like countless ferocious beasts, and suddenly, a bird's cry pierced the silence. Ah, Dad, Mom. I miss you so much. Where are you? Gohan was so frightened that he hurriedly concealed himself behind a massive rock, huddling with his hands clasped over his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. Indeed, he now possessed a battle power of 30,000, yet he had always been well protected by Goku and Bulma since childhood. For Gohan to truly grow, he must shed his dependence on Goku and Bulma. This was precisely why Goku had entrusted Piccolo with his training. He feared he might falter. Thus, as Gohan wept, his sobs gradually diminished. From the shadows, Piccolo observed with some perplexity, masking his presence as he soared into the sky for a better view. That little rascal has fallen asleep, Piccolo thought, a mixture of amusement and exasperation washing over him. He picked a few fruits from the nearby woods and placed them beside Gohan, recalling Gohan's earlier admission of hunger. However, he resolved that this would be his last act of assistance. He would not offer help again. The following morning, as the sweet melodies of birdsong filled the air, Gohan slowly emerged from his slumber. Rubbing his sleepy eyes with his small hands and yawning, he stood up. A sudden and intense hunger pang roared from his belly. I'm so hungry, Gohan exclaimed, patting his stomach. Just then, he noticed the fruits beside him. Without a second thought, he grabbed one and stuffed it into his mouth. The fruit was quite substantial, nearly the size of his own head, yet even after devouring several, he still felt ravenous. Gohan wiped his mouth with his arm. These must be from Uncle Piccolo, he thought, realizing that the only one who could have left them was Piccolo. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo, he shouted toward the sky. However, there was no response from Piccolo, and a flock of birds took flight from a distant forest, startled by his voice. Hidden among the clouds. Piccolo heard this and felt a blush creeping across his green face. TCH, that little brat. Gohan waited in vain for Piccolo's reply, feeling a twinge of disappointment. What should I do now? I'm still so hungry. I need to find something to eat. He patted his belly, feeling as if he might wither away. Without hesitation, he summoned all his energy and soared into the sky, searching for food. Though Goku had not taught him advanced techniques, He had imparted some fundamental skills, such as flight. If he hadn't taught the basics, who knows what calamity might befall the earth. After a considerable time, Gohan flitted about aimlessly like a headless fly, yet found not a morsel of food. Eventually, he descended to the ground and lay there, utterly still. I'm so tired. Why is there no food anywhere? I'm starving. He lamented, his eyes vacant as they gazed skyward. Piccolo, observing this scene from the clouds, couldn't he help but twitch his mouth in disbelief. It seemed that Goku had hardly taught Gohan anything at all. He didn't even know how to sense energy. Having only learned the most rudimentary of skills, with a sense of helplessness, Piccolo soared towards a dinosaur, using his energy to subdue it and bringing it to a location not far from Gohan. The colossal creature crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. What on earth? Gohan, who had been leisurely lounging, was abruptly startled by the sound and hurriedly scrambled to his feet, glancing in the direction of the noise. In the next moment, he beheld the menacing form of a dinosaur. The dinosaur, having noticed Gohan, was infuriated. It had been seized and unceremoniously thrown to the ground. And who wouldn't be enraged in such a predicament? Upon spotting Gohan, the dinosaur lunged forward with its massive body. Gohan, initially frozen in astonishment, suddenly found himself facing the dinosaur's gaping maw as it lunged to bite him. In a moment of sheer panic, Gohan squeezed his eyes shut and charged at the dinosaur, transforming into a blur that collided forcefully with the creature's abdomen. The dinosaur experienced yet another flight through the air, but this time, its fortune had decidedly waned. It arced gracefully through the sky, reaching impressive heights of over 100 meters, only to plummet for over 1,000 meters, landing lifelessly on the ground. Oh dear, this time I'm truly finished. After a few seconds, Gohan cautiously opened his eyes, only to find that the dinosaur was nowhere in sight. It had already collapsed far away, motionless and seemingly lifeless. Gohan approached the dinosaur's carcass, gingerly poking it with his finger, and upon confirming its demise, he breathed a sigh of relief. I'm really sorry, Mr. Dinosaur, it wasn't intentional. Young Gohan clasped his hands together and bowed several times in apology. At that moment, Gohan's stomach growled once more, and his eyes darted towards the enormous dinosaur, saliva unconsciously pooling in his mouth. Haha, Mr. Dinosaur, let's make the most of this. You did give me quite a scare, so consider this a gesture of goodwill. Thank you. Half an hour later, the savory aroma of roasted dinosaur meat wafted from a large rock. Thus, over the following days, Gohan grew accustomed to living alone in the wilderness. One day, after a few days of absence, Piccolo reappeared before Gohan. Hey, Uncle Piccolo! Gohan exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the sudden arrival of his mentor. Your first lesson has concluded. Now, let's commence your training. I shall teach you how to harness your energy, Piccolo replied, crossing his arms and adopting a stern expression. Absolutely. Gohan responded with enthusiasm, nodding vigorously. Although he had adapted to solitude over the past few days, he was eager for companionship. You can fly behind me, Piccolo instructed before taking to the air and soaring ahead, with Gohan quickly following suit. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan murmured softly as he trailed behind him. What did you say? Piccolo inquired. Nothing at all, Gohan replied, his voice tinged with nervousness. But how could Piccolo's keen hearing have missed it? A faint smile crept across Piccolo's lips as he feigned seriousness. Humph, if you said nothing, then be quiet. Yes. Unfortunately for Gohan, being behind Piccolo meant he could not see his mentor's expression clearly. Chapter 41, Super Saiyan 2. In recent days, Goku and Bulma had clandestinely visited Gohan numerous times. The heart of a parent is filled with concern. Which parent is devoid of worry for their offspring? On this day, after witnessing Piccolo once again carrying Gohan into the distance, Goku and Bulma made their way to the outskirts of the Baozi Mountain. Upon landing, Goku gently set Bulma down from his embrace. Initially, they had been flying together, but as Bulma's energy dwindled, Goku had taken her into his arms. Flying through the skies with the soft Bulma pressed closely against him was indeed a delightful experience. Brother, come out. I have come to find you. Goku called out to Raditz from the open space outside the house. Before long, Raditz emerged, now clad in a new outfit. Brother, I did not expect you to have tailored a new outfit, Goku remarked, observing Raditz's attire. Perhaps accustomed to battle gear, Raditz had opted not for ordinary clothing, but had commissioned several styles reminiscent of combat uniforms. Yes, having grown used to battle attire. By the way, Kakarot, did you come here for a specific reason? Raditz nodded, then looked curiously at Goku and Bulma. Brother, have you forgotten? Did you not wish to witness the legendary Super Saiyan? Goku, of course, would not admit that he had come on a whim. Some matters are better left unspoken. Understood only in silence. A benevolent falsehood, if you will. Oh right. Quickly, Kakarot, allow me to witness the legendary Super Saiyan of our Saiyan race. Raditz exclaimed, his face lighting up with realization as he eagerly grasped Goku's shoulders. Brother, please let go. I need space to transform, Goku said, feeling somewhat helpless under Raditz's fervent grip. All right. Raditz promptly released Goku, stepping back to grant him ample room. It was then that he noticed Bulma still standing by Goku's side, puzzled. Aren't you afraid Kakarot might inadvertently harm you during his transformation? Shouldn't you stand back a bit? Raditz inquired of Bulma. No need. Bulma shook her head and smiled reassuringly. With a slight grunt, Goku slowly closed his eyes as golden energy began enveloping him. In an instant, his hair and eyebrows transformed into a radiant gold. The golden aura surged around Goku, and in the next moment, it was absorbed into his body as he opened his vibrant green eyes. Is that all? Raditz stared in disbelief, expecting the transformation into a Super Saiyan to be a grand spectacle, if not awe-inspiring, at least a tumult of chaos. Instead, Kakarot merely grunted, and it was over. So quick. Raditz felt akin to a disappointed bride, having anticipated that his partner could sustain the transformation for over half an hour, only to find it lasted a mere 3 seconds. The disparity between expectation and reality was indeed disheartening. Hey, brother, what else with that expression? This merely reflects my mastery over the Super Saiyan form. Goku replied, somewhat exasperated, particularly by Raditz's expression, which compelled him to offer an explanation. Is that really a perspective one can hold? Raditz questioned, intrigued. Goku observed the bewildered expression on Raditz's face and decided to elucidate the matter. Upon finishing his explanation, Goku unleashed a golden aura from within, controlling it as it dispersed into the air. This situation proved detrimental for prolonged combat. Thus, to maximize every ounce of energy and stamina during his transformation into a Super Saiyan, he developed this form, which I refer to as Super Saiyan Grade 1 Full Power. In this state, energy and stamina do not continuously diminish. Instead, they are conserved within the body, and consumption is significantly reduced, serving as a prerequisite for transforming into Super Saiyan Grade 2. Super Saiyan Grade 2. Goku's final remark left Raditz utterly perplexed. What on earth was Super Saiyan Grade 2? Bulma, standing nearby, also appeared confused, having never witnessed Goku transform into Super Saiyan Grade 2 nor heard him mention it. Observing their puzzled expressions, Goku proceeded to explain. Super Saiyan Grade 2 is an advanced transformation built upon Super Saiyan Grade 1 Full Power, enhancing strength considerably, albeit with a substantial increase in energy and stamina consumption. The power boost of Super Saiyan Grade 1 is 50-fold, while that of Super Saiyan Grade 2 is a staggering 100-fold. With that, Goku soared into the sky, fists clenched at his waist, releasing a resounding whoosh. And now, behold the Super Saiyan Grade 2, he shouted. As Goku's voice echoed, countless golden flames erupted from him, soaring higher and higher, reaching for the heavens. Sparks of electricity crackled within the golden flames, dispersing the clouds above. Goku's bangs stood erect, with only a few strands remaining. While his emerald eyes became increasingly steely, his face a portrait of seriousness and maturity. Bulma gazed up at Goku, her heart fluttering. How handsome he looked. He seemed even more striking than in his Super Saiyan form, and his serious, mature visage tugged at her heartstrings. Meanwhile, Raditz was left speechless, staring at Goku with a dazed expression. His battle power already surpassed that of Frieza, and now it was amplified 100-fold. What did that even mean? It was truly unfathomable that such a formidable being would choose to remain on a lowly planet. Raditz looked up at Goku, enveloped in golden flames, filled with envy. With a snap, Goku retracted his aura, reverting to his normal state as he gently descended to the ground. Spotting Raditz's envious gaze, he approached and patted his shoulder. Do not be envious. You too shall become a Super Saiyan in the future, Goku asserted with unwavering confidence, convinced that with his presence, Raditz would ultimately surpass a battle power of 3 million in his base form. Raditz's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing Goku's words. Kakarot, is it true? Can I really transform into a Super Saiyan? Seeing the hopeful expression on Raditz's face, Goku nodded affirmatively. Indeed, you can transform. But first, your base battle power must reach 3 million. Raditz felt a rush of dopamine surging through his mind. Splendid. Now, let us embark on our training journey. As she watched Raditz soar away, Bulma cast a bemused glance at Goku. Goku, your Saiyan kin truly possess a peculiar temperament. What shall we do now? Goku shrugged helplessly. For as a fellow Saiyan, he could empathize with Raditz. Chapter 42, Vegeta and Ties. Thus, a year elapsed. During this time, Goku and Bulma frequently visited Gohan. Observing Gohan's continuous growth, the couple felt a deep sense of satisfaction, affirming that their initial decision was indeed wise. On this particular day, Goku sought out Piccolo and Gohan. Dad. Upon Goku's descent to the ground, Gohan immediately spotted him and, filled with excitement, rushed over to embrace Goku's leg. Ah, Gohan, Goku said, bending down to ruffle Gohan's hair. He then turned his gaze towards Piccolo. Hearing Goku's words, Piccolo's green visage flushed slightly, and he scoffed. I truly wonder how you manage this fatherhood. You've left Gohan in my care for an entire year. Piccolo looked at Goku with evident discontent. Goku, feeling awkward, scratched his head in response. I haven't neglected him. I've visited often, haven't I? Haha. Nonetheless, Gohan must grow. All right, Gohan, let us take our leave. Thank you, Piccolo. Goku lifted Gohan and, after sincerely thanking Piccolo, soared into the distance. As he watched Goku and Gohan fade from view, Piccolo felt a pang of reluctance in his heart and quickly shook his head. Who am I? I am Piccolo the Demon King. How can I harbor such sentiments? While soaring through the air, Goku suddenly recalled something and addressed Gohan. Great Aunt? Gohan looked puzzled, as he had never heard of a great aunt before. Noticing Gohan's bewilderment, Goku remembered that he and Bulma had never mentioned this relative to him. Oh, all right. Gohan nodded. However, Goku had come to terms with the fact that the present circumstances diverged significantly from the original narrative. This divergence even led Bulma to question if Tais was indeed her sister, suspecting her soul had not been swapped. Why would Tais mention Vegeta? Such matters beckoned contemplation. Reflecting on the transformations of Vegeta and his companions, while Tais ventured through the cosmos, Goku returned home to find Bulma and Tais engaged in conversation. Tais turned her head and instantly spotted Gohan in Goku's arms. What an adorable child. Bulma, is this your and Goku's son, Gohan? He is simply delightful. Tais hurried to Goku's side, unable to resist ruffling Gohan's hair. Gee, great aunt. Gohan greeted her with utmost politeness. Yes, Gohan, you are wonderful. Tais beamed at Gohan. Her affection for children, especially charming ones, evident. Goku gently set Gohan down and stroked his head tenderly. Gohan, you may go play now. After a year of diligent training, you deserve some well-earned relaxation. All right. Gohan was quite pleased. After a year of training, he realized that his interest in cultivation was merely a fleeting curiosity, far from a genuine passion. If given another chance, he would prefer to avoid enduring such rigorous training again. After Gohan departed, the three of them settled onto the sofa, with Goku casting a mischievous glance at Tais. Tais, Vegeta should be arriving soon, right? What? What Vegeta? Tais responded with evident panic, bewildered by Goku's knowledge of Vegeta, a name she had never mentioned in front of him or Bulma. Observing Tais' reaction only reinforced Goku's suspicions. Bulma, with an expression of eager curiosity, watched her sister closely, sensing that Tais was hiding something from both her and Goku. Tais, stop pretending. I've figured it out. You must have some connection with Vegeta, Goku declared, revealing her secret with a playful bluntness. Yes. Tais struggled to conjure an excuse, ultimately conceding. Wow, cool. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was juicy gossip. She had heard Goku mention Vegeta before. Hey, sister, how did you meet Vegeta? Do tell, Bulma inquired, her expression mischievous. Oh well. Tais appeared flustered. Oh come on, sister, share. Maybe we can help you strategize. Bulma leaned closer, whispering conspiratorially in Tais' ear. Fine, I'll tell you. Previously, Tais began to recount her encounter with Vegeta. It turned out that during a war, Tais' spaceship had been damaged, forcing her to land on a distant planet. She had remained there for a year, and the rest, well, those in the know would understand. Ultimately, they parted ways, only to reconnect a year ago. This time, she refused to abandon her dreams of cosmic adventures and becoming a cosmic novelist. After listening, Goku and Bulma exchanged knowing glances. Goku finally understood why Vegeta and the others had changed. It was all due to Tais' influence on Vegeta. Meanwhile, Bulma was astonished to discover that her sister had experienced the throes of infatuation. At that moment, Goku suddenly stood up, his eyes focused intently through the glass. They arrived. What do you mean, they arrived? Bulma was bewildered by Goku's abrupt action. Vegeta and the others are here. Chapter 43. The arrival of Vegeta. Two circular spaceships streaked across the sky, their passage igniting the oxygen in a fiery blaze, leaving long trails resembling meteors as they descended into a desolate wasteland. Boom. With a resounding explosion, smoke billowed as two massive impact craters formed on the ground. As the hatch doors opened, a figure emerged from each of the ships. Is this the homeland of that woman? Vegeta pondered as he surveyed the surroundings. Vegeta, we have finally arrived. What shall we do now? Nappa inquired, floating beside him. Let us conceal ourselves for the time being and ascertain whether Raditz still draws breath. Just how formidable is the strongest warrior on this planet? Vegeta's ambitions are destined for failure. They lack the knowledge of harnessing energy. From the very moment they arrived on Earth, their presence was detected. At that instant, the battle scanners of the two warriors began to flicker ominously. This is bad, Vegeta. Several high-energy beings are approaching us at great speed. Nappa exclaimed, casting a worried glance at Vegeta. Curse it, why were we exposed right from the start? Vegeta pondered, perplexed. Despite their latest battle scanners possessing the ability to mask their readings, they had still been revealed. Nappa, prepare for battle, Vegeta instructed with a grave expression, directing his gaze forward. Meanwhile, in the distance, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Piccolo had gathered together. Yajirobe and Goku had not yet arrived. Yajirobe had gone to find Goku as he lived nearby, while Goku remained unhurried. A year had passed, and even Yamcha's power level had approached 20,000. With Piccolo reaching 100,000, Vegeta and Nappa were unlikely to stir any significant trouble. Do you sense that? Piccolo inquired of the others. Indeed. There are two unfamiliar energy signatures, one of which possesses enough power to obliterate the Earth. Krillin nodded in response. While everyone present could potentially destroy the planet, they had no intention of doing so, unlike the foreign energy they sensed. Goku had never informed them about Vegeta, leaving them entirely unaware of the situation. Let us proceed together and investigate, Tien suggested. Before long, they laid eyes on Vegeta and Nappa. Vegeta, the highest battle power among them, is only 1,000. Nappa exclaimed excitedly, looking towards Vegeta. If their maximum power was merely 1,000, then Nappa felt foolish for his previous trepidation. Fool, do you not recall Raditz? They can conceal their true power, Vegeta retorted, then removed the battle scanner from his face, gripping it in one hand and crushing it with force. Namekians? Vegeta inquired, glancing at Piccolo with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Piccolo nodded, having learned from Goku that he was indeed a Namekian. Are you kin to Son Goku? Piccolo observed the tails behind Vegeta and Nappa. It appeared that, like Raditz, they were also of Goku's lineage. Vegeta and Nappa exchanged puzzled glances. Who? Son Goku? Who is that? Realizing their confusion, Piccolo understood he should refer to Goku by his Saiyan name. In your terms, Kakarot. Upon hearing Kakarot, Krillin and the others grasped the meaning, as Raditz had consistently referred to Goku as Kakarot. With this revelation, Vegeta began to form suspicions. Kakarot and Raditz were, in fact, alive. It seemed Kakarot was even friends with this group. Therefore, there was no need for hostility between them. What? Kakarot and Raditz are not dead? Nappa questioned from the side. What is this? How could Goku possibly perish? Even if he were to die, he could utilize the Dragon Balls to wish for resurrection. Yamcha interjected from the side. At that moment, Nappa's power level scouter remained intact, and, far out in the depths of the cosmos, the Frieza force intercepted the conversation. The dragon? A wish? Resurrection? Is this pertaining to Namekians? At this juncture, Vegeta noticed the power level scouter pulsating before Nappa. This is bad. Nappa, quickly destroy the scouter. Vegeta was already aware that Frieza had implanted surveillance within their scouters. Previously, when they discussed Frieza, they would always remove the scouters and place them at a distance. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Nappa immediately took down the scouter and crushed it. After witnessing Nappa's destruction of the device, Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that Frieza would not deduce that the Namekians could create Dragon Balls. Otherwise, their hopes for vengeance would be utterly extinguished. What's wrong? Piccolo and the others observed Vegeta's intense reaction with confusion. The scouter has a listening function. All our previous conversations have been relayed to Frieza. The Dragon Balls were created by you, weren't they? Vegeta queried Piccolo with a tone of near certainty. Piccolo nodded. In a certain sense, yes. Then, that is sufficient. There have long been rumors throughout the universe that Namekians possess extraordinary magic, among which is the Dragon Ball that can grant wishes. However, no one has ever taken it seriously, nor has anyone been able to verify it, until now. Vegeta trailed off, as the others present comprehended the implication. Is Frieza really that formidable? Krillin pondered, feeling skeptical that anyone could surpass Goku. Indeed, he is extremely powerful, boasting a battle power of 255 million. Previously, it was 530,000, but for reasons unknown, it suddenly escalated to 265 million in recent years. A year ago, when Frieza declared his battle power had reached 265 million, Vegeta felt utterly despondent. While the gap of 530,000 might have seemed surmountable, a difference of 265 million was utterly disheartening. He found it difficult to believe he could ever surpass Frieza and avenge Planet Vegeta. Lost in contemplation, Vegeta failed to notice that Krillin and the others were stifling laughter at his expense. Hey Vegeta! Yet he dared not voice his anger, as his sixth sense warned him that Krillin and the others were stronger than himself. Why are you laughing? Vegeta gritted his teeth and demanded. Haha, it's nothing. If Frieza's power is merely 265 million, then you need not worry. Goku is more than capable of handling him. Krillin chuckled as he spoke, still trying to suppress his laughter. He had expected Frieza to be far more formidable, only to discover he was akin to a mere caricature. Goku from several years prior could have easily bested him. What? Goku, you mean Kakarot? How is that possible? He is merely a low-class warrior. Vegeta found it hard to accept that, as the Prince of the Saiyans, his power was only 25,000, while Kakarot, a low-class warrior, had already surpassed Frieza. Chapter 44. The Strengthening Frieza? Believe it or not, I am simply stating the facts, Krillin said with an exasperated shrug. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Goku, accompanied by Yajirobe and Raditz, instantaneously materialized beside them. Raditz, Kakarot, Vegeta had encountered Bardock before, after all. He was one of the few warriors who surpassed 10,000 on planet Vegeta. The distinctive crab-like hairstyle of Goku immediately made Vegeta recognize him. Vegeta, Goku nodded. Kakarot, has your power truly surpassed Frieza's? Has it exceeded 265,000? Vegeta inquired urgently. He yearned to know the answer, torn between hope and despair. If it were true, what would that make him? The Prince of the Saiyans hailed as the greatest genius? Yet if it were false, revenge against Frieza would remain a distant dream. 265,000? I'm somewhat perplexed. Wasn't it 530,000? Goku mused. How did it become 265,000? A year ago, Frieza himself stated it was 530,000, just a few years back. If that were so, Frieza's ultimate battle power must have reached 600 million. A battle power of 600 million is already impressive, considering his own base power was merely 300 million. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Goku calmly met Vegeta's gaze, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, my strength has surpassed Frieza. Upon hearing Kakarot's affirmation, a bolt of lightning seemed to strike Vegeta's mind, causing his entire body to tremble slightly. Clenching his fists tightly, his expression twisted into something fierce, as if he were making a crucial decision. Kakarot, I implore you, avenge the Saiyans. Avenge planet Vegeta. Avenge your father. After uttering these words, Vegeta appeared to lose all his strength, gasping for breath as he staggered back 2 steps. Goku regarded Vegeta with surprise. He had not anticipated that Vegeta would plead with him, relinquishing his pride as a Saiyan prince. Why not seek revenge yourself? Given enough time, you possess the capability for vengeance. Goku said with a calm smile, looking at Vegeta. Though Vegeta was willing to set aside his pride, Goku respected that very pride. Without it, was Vegeta still the Saiyan prince? Hearing Goku's words, Vegeta offered a resigned smile. It's too late. Everything is too late. Even if given time, I might not succeed. It's futile. Frieza is already aware of the Dragon Balls. Whether he comes to Earth or Namek, we must eliminate him before he makes a wish. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Goku was taken aback. No, how does Frieza know about the Dragon Balls now? He mused. Never mind. Let us consider it a convergence of timelines. However, I believe Frieza will most likely head to Namek, as it is closer to him, Vegeta reminded. Alright. You all should go to Namek, Goku addressed everyone. The others were taken aback. Why were they to go together? They regarded Goku with puzzled expressions. Because there are items there that can enhance your strength. Furthermore, if Frieza arrives on Namek, I can instantly teleport there. If I remain on Earth, what if Frieza comes here? Goku said with a smile. Alright, Kakarot. Vegeta responded immediately upon hearing that their power could be enhanced. Currently, what he lacks most is strength. Goku, how can so many of us go together? Krillin glanced around at the nearly 10 people present. You don't all need to go, just a few will suffice. The rest can follow me through instant transmission later. Instant transmission, the ability you often use to appear and disappear suddenly? You can carry others too? Goku had never demonstrated his capability to transport others in front of Krillin and the others, which left Krillin astonished. Yes, who among you wishes to venture to Namek first? Goku nodded and looked towards the crowd. I will go, Kakarot. Vegeta was the first to respond. I will go as well. Vegeta glanced at Piccolo, confirming their shared purpose. That should suffice. I believe 2 individuals will do. Goku nodded. Yes, let it be Vegeta and Piccolo. Oh, this is a gravity bracelet. Vegeta, you and Nappa should wear them. They greatly enhance combat strength. Goku retrieved 2 gravity bracelets from his storage space and handed them to Vegeta and Nappa. These bracelets were crafted by Bulma. She had made a dozen at once, and nearly 10 remained in his storage. In Bulma's words, who knows if I'll need to make more in the future? It's better to produce a surplus than to waste time on further creations later. After donning the gravity bracelet, Vegeta looked skeptical. Can this really accelerate my strength? Goku noticed Vegeta's doubtful expression and quickly reassured him. Don't underestimate this. Raditz used one for just a year, and his power level soared to 30,000. What? That useless Raditz has reached 30,000? Nappa exclaimed incredulously. Hey Nappa. Who has considered useless now is still debatable. In response to such taunts, Raditz clenched his fists and declared, this cannot be tolerated. In an instant, Nappa was cowed. Haha. I am the useless one indeed. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes his revenge 10 years in the making. He would settle this score once his strength surpassed Raditz. Alright. Vegeta, Piccolo, will you each take a spaceship? Goku intervened, directing his attention back to them. Yes. They nodded in unison. Perfect, I have 1 spaceship. And Yak has another. You 2 can take those. Suddenly, Goku had a thought and quickly addressed Vegeta. Is there someone who wishes to see me? Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta looked puzzled. Someone who wishes to meet me? Could it be? Wait for me, Kakarot. Vegeta exclaimed, placing his hand on Goku's shoulder, and with a whoosh, they vanished from sight. Goku did not instantly transport himself to Bulma and Taiza's side. Instead, he arrived at the entrance of his home. Kakarot, the person who wishes to see me, is it? Indeed, Goku affirmed. It was as he suspected. Who else on Earth would desire to meet him? Chapter 45, Departure to Namek. Upon entering his home with Vegeta, Goku found Bulma and Taiz waiting. Vegeta. Taiz immediately spotted Vegeta, and her gaze remained fixated upon him as she rushed forward to embrace him tightly. Taiz. Our proud Prince Vegeta felt a tinge of shyness. A faint blush creeping onto his cheeks, his hands awkwardly at his sides. unsure of how to respond. Let us go, give them some space, Goku suggested as he approached Bulma. Sounds good. Bulma replied with a cheerful smile, believing it best to allow the two some privacy, particularly as it pertained to her sister's lifelong affair. Bulma entwined her arms around Goku's, guiding him toward their bedroom. Goku, do you know about Vegeta? What kind of person is he? I wanted to ask my sister, but she was reluctant to share. Bulma looked earnestly at Goku, for this was a matter of significant importance to her sister. Goku pondered her question for a moment. Vegeta is the prince of our Saiyan race. Bulma was taken aback. A prince? Yes, but now there are only a few of us left, so his title is rather hollow, Goku explained. Bulma's imagination conjured a romantic tale, a fallen prince and a beautiful adventurer. How enchanting. She yearned to delve deeper into the relationship between her sister and Vegeta, but alas. Ties only offered a cursory overview. What is he like? If we consider Vegeta during this period in the original narrative, Goku could confidently assert that he was malevolent. However, he can be rather proud, but he is also someone who cares for his wife and family. Goku could only describe him in terms of his later character. What do you think of him? Goku countered. I think. He always wears a cold expression, and he is quite short, Bulma remarked, finding Vegeta's perpetual cold demeanor quite off-putting. Moreover, with his tall, spiky hair, he was only about her height, almost a head shorter than Goku. Haha. He has always been that way, but he is quite a good person, Goku reassured her. Meanwhile, light years away from Earth, a massive, saucer-shaped spaceship floated in the void of space. A red-skinned extraterrestrial swiftly approached Frieza. Lord Frieza, we have just intercepted a conversation among Vegeta's team indicating that the Dragon Balls are indeed real. Frieza, who had been gazing through the transparent glass at the cosmic panorama with his back to Dodoria, slowly turned his stroller around. Oh, the Dragon Balls? The legendary orbs from Namek that can grant any wish? Frieza's interest was piqued. Yes, Lord Frieza. How did you come upon this information? Frieza inquired, intrigued, as no one had ever verified the existence of the Dragon Balls before. Vegeta's team is currently on a lowly planet called Earth, where there is a Namekian who created the Dragon Balls, capable of granting wishes. As Frieza listened, excitement surged within him. Traveling to Earth seemed a tad distant. It would be more prudent to head directly to Namek, where a multitude of Namekians resided, potentially offering even greater wishes. Let us depart for Namek. Haha, thank you immensely, Mr. Doria, for bringing me such splendid news. Frieza maintains a certain decorum with his subordinates, otherwise, so many would not be inclined to serve him. As the focus shifts to Earth, Vegeta and Piccolo have boarded their spacecraft, poised to journey towards Namek. Farewell, Vegeta, Piccolo. Goku waved goodbye to the two with a cheerful gesture. Humph. Vegeta and Piccolo exchanged a knowing grunt before sealing the hatch. The spacecraft then transformed into a streak of light, ascending into the sky. Those two truly are insufferable. Goku couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Don't worry, sister. Everything will be all right. Goku is here. Taze, glancing at Vegeta's departure, expressed her concerns, while Bulma consoled her beside her. In Bulma's heart, Goku will always be the most dependable individual. As long as Goku is present, no challenge seems insurmountable. Just then, Goku's stomach rumbled with hunger, prompting Bulma to turn and chide him playfully. You glutton, it's only been 2 hours since lunch. How can you be hungry again? Goku felt slightly embarrassed. Scratching his head awkwardly, it truly wasn't his fault. Haha, can't blame me. We had an extra guest for lunch today, didn't we? The portions were about the same as usual, so I just didn't feel satisfied. I don't care. You're just a glutton, a glutton, a glutton. All right. I admit it, I'm a glutton. Could you prepare something for me? Goku looked at Bulma with a pitiful expression. Humph. Honestly, follow me. Bulma huffed in a mock display of irritation before leading Goku indoors. Half a month later, Goku instantaneously arrived at King Kai's planet. At that moment, King Kai was leisurely seated in his small car, circling the petite area of his domain, enjoying the gentle breeze and humming a cheerful tune, utterly content. Suddenly, the unexpected appearance of Goku startled King Kai, causing him to slam on the brakes, halting the vehicle mere centimeters from Goku. Sighing in relief, King Kai gazed at Goku with exasperation. Goku, could you please refrain from appearing so abruptly next time? It's quite alarming. Hehe, my apologies, King Kai. I promise to be more considerate next time. Goku replied with a squinted smile. I've told you not to call me Lord. Your power level has reached that of a Supreme Kai. Calling me Lord only brings me embarrassment. King Kai couldn't help but envy Goku's innate talent. After only a few years of training, he had attained such an impressive level, while he himself had dedicated countless years and remained merely a King Kai. It's evident that not everyone possesses the capability to ascend as rapidly as Goku, with some never even reaching the status of a deity in their lifetime. Haha, I'm used to it, and I owe my progress to you, King Kai. Goku spoke truthfully. His high power level was certainly due to indulging in a great deal of King Kai's divine cuisine. All right, suit yourself. Are you here once more to mooch a meal? Over the years, Goku had almost made a monthly habit of visiting for a meal, and King Kai had long since come to terms with it. With my own resources lying idle, and the likelihood of transcending to the great king of the universe in this lifetime being nearly impossible, it would be more beneficial to bestow them upon Goku. It is not out of the question. Yet I wish to inquire if the North Kai still possesses any spirit tree fruits. Goku, without hesitation, interjected. Spirit tree fruits? I have plenty. How many do you require? For beings of the Kai level, these fruits hold significant value. A few dozen should suffice. Indeed, what do you mean by a few dozen is sufficient? I have only a few hundred in stock. Take them. With a mere gesture, the North Kai conjured dozens of spirit tree fruits from the ground, which Goku promptly stored in his dimensional space. Thank you, North Kai. After sharing a meal with the North Kai, Goku departed from the North Kai's planet. Chapter 46. Spirit Tree Fruits. Upon returning home, Goku retrieved 10 spirit tree fruits and distributed 2 to each member of his family. He felt no need to consume them himself, having already indulged in numerous divine delicacies and previously partaken of the spirit tree fruits, rendering them nearly ineffective for him now. After consuming this fruit, begin meditating immediately, Goku instructed the others. He had long taught them the methods of divine cultivation, yet progress, save for Bulma, had been sluggish. Goten was relatively swift among them, yet he had yet to transcend to the divine level. When paired with divine cultivation techniques, the spirit tree fruits greatly enhanced dimensional growth and longevity. For Bulma and the others, who do not engage in combat, the enhancement in battle power is unnecessary. The primary focus lies in extending lifespan and enhancing dimensions. As for Goten, he had even less need for this boost in combat power, as the fruits offer only a limited enhancement in dimensions, longevity, and battle strength. The fruits could elevate a mortal to the divine level, extend life by a maximum of a century, and amplify battle power by over 2 million. Of course, if one reaches the divine level and consumes the fruits thereafter, they still retain some efficacy. This applies to those who have not trained in dimensions, but rely solely on the spirit tree fruits for elevation. This was knowledge shared by the North Kai. Thus, Goten finds no necessity for such combat power, as he could achieve over 2 million battle power through training in no time. Throughout the year, Goten had not utilized gravity training, dedicating most of his efforts to mastering Ki, and under these circumstances, his battle power had already ascended to 200,000. After consuming 2 spirit tree fruits, the battle power of the group saw a slight increase. Bulma's rose from a few dozen to 10,000, Tai's climbed from mere points to 6,000, and the brief couple reached 5,000, while Goten surged to an impressive 350,000. Indeed, Goten reaped the greatest rewards, as his dimensional capabilities directly transcended to the divine level. Tai's and the brief couple were not far from achieving the same. After distributing the fruits among his family, Goku also delivered 2 to each of his acquaintances, even utilizing instant transmission to send some to Vegeta and Piccolo, who were aboard their spaceship. Certainly, he imparted the training methods to Vegeta and Nappa, which Raditz had previously shared with Goku. Goku held no selfish desires towards them. After all, such knowledge was not particularly rare. If their strength increased, it would alleviate some of his burdens. Goku was confident that they would eventually redeem themselves, and they were never truly villainous to begin with. However, no one had transcended to the realm of the gods like Gohan. After consuming 2 fruits from the Tree of Might, while their primary benefits were enhancing dimensions and longevity, their combat prowess also saw an increase. The specifics are as follows. Vegeta, 160,000, having reached 300,000 through half a month of gravity training. Yajirobe, 100,000, originally 870,000. Piccolo, 200,000. Raditz, 140,000. Tien, 160,000, previously 60,000. Krillin, 150,000, formerly 550,000. Nappa, 110,000. Yamcha, 110,000. After this assessment, 6 fruits remained, and subsequently, each of the 5 individuals at home received 1, leaving 1 behind. Upon consuming another fruit, the remaining 3 still did not achieve the status of gods, while Gohan's combat power surged to 400,000. After partaking of 3 fruits from the Tree of Might, everyone felt invigorated, as if imbued with boundless energy. At this moment, Goku sensed Bulma's gaze upon him. Oh no, he would be in for a rough night. What a misfortune. Goku was oblivious to the hunger of the less fortunate. Being a satisfied man himself, Bulma, noticing the darkening sky outside, suggested, "Shall we have dinner?" I've already eaten at King Kai's. I'm not really hungry." Goku replied, showcasing a fine example of trivial discourse, which earned him an eye roll from Bulma. "Goku, you really don't have to say that." Bulma remarked with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Aren't you worried there will be too much food left over?" "Heh, with you around. I doubt we have leftovers," Goku chuckled. That evening, Goku truly experienced the potency of the Tree of Might's fruits. Half a month later, Goku gathered everyone together. Judging by the timeline from the original story, Vegeta and Piccolo had already arrived on Namek. If they delayed any longer, they might have to retrieve their bodies. Goku, have Vegeta and Piccolo reach Namek? Krillin inquired, his anticipation palpable, eager to enhance his own strength. You all brace yourselves. I'll use instant transmission to take you there. Goku said, bringing his fingers together at his brow. 3 powerful energies? One exceedingly strong, exceeding 5 million, with 2 others in combat, one around 5 million and the other just over 2 million? At that moment, on Namek. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, I never expected your combat power to reach 2 million. It truly astonishes me. Are you the legendary Saiyan? No, your appearance suggests otherwise, Frieza remarked casually after sending Vegeta flying with a punch. Vegeta steadied himself mid-air. Casting a grave look toward Frieza, he enhanced his battle power to 2 million through potential development and recovery from severe injuries. Yet he still fell short of Frieza's 265,000. How infuriating. All he could do was watch that green-faced fiend. When will Kakarot arrive? Vegeta pondered, his hands clasped at his waist. An astonishing energy coalesced in his grasp. Die, Frieza. Gallic gun. A robust purple energy wave sliced through the sky toward Frieza. Humph. With Frieza's cold chuckle, his figure was cloaked in smoke. Ha ha ha, Frieza. You are nothing. Suddenly, Frieza, having transformed into a larger form, appeared before Vegeta and delivered a brutal punch to his abdomen. Vegeta spat out a mouthful of bile, becoming a mere shadow as he crashed into a mountainside. At that moment, Goku and the others teleported next to Piccolo, who radiated a terrifying aura. Piccolo, what on earth happened to you? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. For merely a month ago, their strengths had not diverged so greatly. What transpired? Chapter 47, Potential Development. Through Piccolo's brief explanation, everyone finally grasped what had transpired between the two. The Ginyu Force had been vanquished, leaving Frieza almost entirely alone. Piccolo had first undergone potential development and subsequently assimilated with a Namekian named Nail, resulting in his current strength of 512,000, as stated by Goku. Krillin couldn't help but feel envious as he gazed at Piccolo. He was merely at 100,000, while Piccolo had surged ahead from a mere 200,000 within just a month, creating such a vast disparity. Piccolo, the Grand Elder of Namek, should be nearby. Right? Please take us to him. I can resolve his issues. Goku had sensed the Grand Elder's presence, but teleporting directly before him felt somewhat impolite. He preferred that Piccolo guide them, as he had a fruit from the Tree of Might reserved specifically for the Grand Elder. Resolve his issues? Are you referring to that fruit? How do you know about it? Piccolo, having consumed the fruit before, was aware of its significance. Yet he was curious about how Goku knew of the Grand Elder's condition. Well, how I know is something you wouldn't understand. Listening to you speak is like hearing a phrase repeated, Goku replied, prompting eye rolls from the others. Fine, follow me. Before long, they arrived at the Grand Elder's residence. At that moment, a young Namekian named Dind was accompanying the Grand Elder. You have finally arrived, came the frail, aged voice of the Grand Elder. The prophecy foretold that this man would save Namek. Though his eyes were closed, the Grand Elder could sense Goku's presence. Greetings, Grand Elder. I am Son Goku, a Saiyan from Earth. Please consume this fruit. It will greatly benefit your current condition. Goku presented the fruit from the Tree of Might to the Grand Elder. Thank you. The Grand Elder took the fruit of the Spirit Tree and consumed it, firmly believing that Goku would not bring him harm. For Goku was the prophesied savior in his visions. In an instant, the Grand Elder appeared rejuvenated, his spirit and vitality restored. The onlookers were equally astonished, recognizing the fruit as a gift from Goku, and they felt a profound sense of gratitude. After a moment of emotional calm, the Grand Elder turned his gaze back to Goku. Thank you. I feel as though I could live for several more years now. Haha, Goku. Do you have any requests? Please, speak freely. After all, you are a benefactor to our Namek. The Grand Elder was convinced that given the rarity of the Spirit Tree fruit, Goku would not have given it to him without reason. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, a smile crept across Goku's face. It is well known that with great power comes great responsibility, but who decreed that greater ability necessitates greater obligation? He was not the son Wukong from the original tale, and it was improbable he would selflessly assist others without cause. After all, every action in the world yields a reward, does it not? Thank you, Grand Elder. Could you help us all unlock our potential? And also, could we use a Dragon Ball? Goku was confident that the Grand Elder would not refuse. Certainly, one by one, please. As for the Dragon Ball, let Dandy take you there when the time comes. Soon, everyone had unlocked their potential, leaving only Goku. The battle power of his companions had been significantly enhanced, and Goku glanced over each of them. Yajirobe, 2, 5 million. Gohan, 1, 2 million. Raditz, 500,000. Nappa, 480,000. Tien, 400,000. Krillin, 380,000. Yamcha, 250,000. Goku, it's your turn now. Come forth. The Grand Elder's benevolent voice resonated. Hearing this, Goku smiled, eager to discover the extent of his own battle power. He slowly approached the Grand Elder, who placed his enormous hand upon Goku's head. In that moment, Goku felt an overwhelming surge of new energy surging within him, and he quickly focused to contain it, preventing the burgeoning power from escaping. This energy was far too potent for his companions. Ultimately, Goku could not completely restrain it, allowing a faint stream of energy to escape, which caused the others to pale in shock. It was overwhelmingly powerful, enough to strip them of their will to resist. Fortunately, Goku was their ally, which brought them a great sense of security. Eventually, Goku's soaring battle power stabilized at 500 million. By this point, the Grand Elder was drenched in sweat and, appearing somewhat weakened, addressed Goku. Your strength and potential are extraordinary. I can only guide you to this point. I apologize. Observing the Grand Elder's apologetic demeanor, Goku shook his head. 500 million was more than sufficient for him. I am truly grateful, Grand Elder. Leave the rest to me. Vegeta? Goku could no longer bear to witness Vegeta's pitiful state, regretting not having intervened sooner. What a shame. At that moment, Vegeta lay sprawled on the ground, legs flailing, seemingly indifferent to the world. Just as Frieza prepared to deliver a finishing blow to Vegeta, Goku teleported and seized Frieza's fist. Who are you? Frieza exerted forcefully with his fists, only to find himself firmly grasped. At that moment, Goku flicked his hand and sent Frieza flying. After administering a Senzu beam to Vegeta, who had been in a daze, he finally regained consciousness, his injuries miraculously healed. Kakarot! Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes widening as he beheld Goku's face, causing him to hastily retreat. Haha, you've worked hard, Vegeta. I apologize for my tardiness. Leave the rest to me, Goku said, turning his gaze towards Frieza, who hovered in the air, while remaining turned away from Vegeta. Curse it! Vegeta clenched his fists, feeling a sense of frustration, yet what could he do, having just recovered from severe injuries? His power level was only around 2.5 million, far from a match for Frieza. Ultimately, he felt inadequate. The tension in his clenched fists gradually dissipated as he gazed at Kakarot's back. I entrust everything to you, Kakarot, Vegeta silently affirmed in his heart. At that moment, Frieza regained his composure in midair, his gaze falling upon Goku, recognizing him as somewhat familiar. It seemed this face had appeared when he obliterated Planet Vegeta. You are a Saiyan, aren't you? I have seen your face when I destroyed Planet Vegeta. It appears you must be that person's son. Frieza's talent for provoking others' anger was undeniable. He truly was a master at it. Indeed, Son Goku, a Saiyan raised on Earth. Now, it is time for our grievances to be settled, Goku replied coldly, fixing his gaze upon Frieza in the sky. Oh, grievances? You mean for killing your father and annihilating Planet Vegeta? Ha! Do you have any idea of my battle power, Mr. Son Goku? Frieza articulated with elegance. Yes and no. Reveal your final form, Frieza. I know you are just like your brother. Goku's vendetta against Frieza was not limited to those two transgressions. He had not forgotten the events of years past. With this thought, Goku cast a ruthless glance at Frieza. Chapter 48. Mutation. My brother? So you were the one who killed Cooler. It seems you shall witness my final form. Frieza, unaware that Cooler possessed a fifth transformation, mistakenly believed that Goku's battle power exceeded 200 million. With a furious roar, Frieza was enveloped in a sphere of purple energy. An astonishing aura emanated from him. What? How can Frieza be so powerful? Vegeta observed Frieza in the air, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Having clandestinely learned the rudiments of energy manipulation, he could now sense the overwhelming power emanating from Frieza. As the purple energy dissipated, Frieza revealed his significantly shorter stature. Mr. Son Goku, my battle power has now reached 600 million. Do you believe you still stand a chance? Frieza declared with utmost confidence. Oh, is that so? You seem rather diminutive. Could it be that concentration yields essence? Goku relished the opportunity to infuriate Frieza further. Frieza's veins bulged as the fury within him became uncontainable. A violet energy surging forth from his being. He loathed nothing more than being called short. The detestable monkey die? With a furious punch, Frieza lunged at Goku. Goku, using his elbow to block, deftly evaded the blow and swiftly countered with an elbow strike to Frieza's abdomen. Frieza spat out a mouthful of bitter fluid, still reeling when Goku followed up with a sweeping kick that landed squarely on his face. In an instant, Frieza transformed into a mere afterimage, soaring across the sky and crashing into a mountainside. Boom. Before the smoke could dissipate, Goku placed his hands on his hips, the blue light in his palms gradually intensifying to a blinding brilliance. Kamehameha, here it comes. A towering blue beam descended upon the mountain, and in that moment, the world dimmed, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud. Boom. The explosive shockwave radiated outward, scattering countless fragments of rock, forcing Vegeta to retreat 1,000 meters away. Kakarot. Has he truly grown so powerful? Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? Vegeta gazed bitterly at Kakarot from a distance, wishing he too could be the fabled warrior. How infuriating. Frieza unleashed his full energy, shattering the surrounding debris, his purple aura staining half the sky. At this moment, he bore several injuries. Goku observed Frieza. confident that he could defeat him even in his base form. What did it matter if Frieza possessed a power level 100 million higher? The disparity in their combat skills was sufficient to bridge that gap. The two engaged in a fierce battle, the sky echoing with the sounds of their clashes. Mountains crumbled, leaving behind a series of impact craters on the ground. The very planet Namek seemed to tremble. Suddenly, a rift tore open in the sky. This dimension feels different. How intriguing. A tall woman with white hair and pale blue skin remarked, surprised by the fierce confrontation between Goku and Frieza. It seemed she had sensed something. TCH, those wretched time patrollers. Before I depart, let me bestow a gift upon you. With that, the woman hurled a sphere of dark energy toward Frieza, and after completing her act, she vanished. In an instant, the rift in the sky sealed itself. What? Goku, who had been engaged in battle with Frieza, quickly dodged, observing Frieza enveloped in dark energy, sensing a colossal power emanating from it. Goku hastily opened his panel to check Frieza's status. Frieza, empowered by dark energy. Power level, 6,150,000,000. Hey, Kakarot, what is happening? Why has Frieza's power increased so dramatically? Vegeta flew over, inquiring of Goku. I don't know, but one thing is clear. His power has surged to 15 billion. Goku responded, his expression grave as he regarded Frieza. He was not afraid of the current Frieza. Rather, he feared the potential emergence of another dark energy surge that could further amplify Frieza's strength. What do we do now? Your power, Vegeta began, but was abruptly interrupted by Goku. With a beaming smile, Goku gazed at Vegeta. Vegeta, fret not. Have you ever heard of the Super Saiyan? What? Huh. In an instant, Goku transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan, leaving Vegeta in a daze, lost in contemplation. So it is true. Kakarot truly is the legendary Super Saiyan. A resigned chuckle escaped Vegeta's lips. At that moment, Goku had already amassed a swirling concoction of golden and blue energy in his hands, radiating an aura of terrifying destruction. Ultimate, Kamehameha. The overwhelming energy compelled Vegeta to retreat into the distance. Ha ha ha, Mr. Son Goku, behold my power. The dark energy dissipated, revealing Frieza. Enveloped in a dark purple aura, I shall obliterate you in one strike. Huh. In a flash, Goku teleported before Frieza, unleashing the long-concentrated Kamehameha wave. Instantly, Frieza's entire form was engulfed, as the golden-blue energy wave traversed the land, sailed across the ocean, and soared through the sky, ultimately bursting forth from the planet. How could this be? Frieza disintegrated into ashes amidst his anguished cries, as the golden-blue energy gradually faded into the horizon. Phew, at last it is over. With Frieza vanquished, Goku exhaled in relief, wary of becoming overly reckless again. After reverting to his normal state, Goku sought out Vegeta. Upon finding him, Goku noticed the despondent expression on Vegeta's face and instantly understood his thoughts. It was none other than the realization that he, a Saiyan prince, was confronted with the existence of the legendary Super Saiyan. With this in mind, Goku approached Vegeta and gently patted him on the shoulder. Did you think there could be only one Super Saiyan? He asked with a smile. Isn't that so? Goku chuckled lightly, recalling that in the original Saga, Super Saiyans had become rather commonplace. Haha, not at all. Any Saiyan possesses the potential to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's eyes fixed intently on Goku. What? Kakarot, are you implying that I too could become a Super Saiyan? His voice carried a hint of excitement. One could hardly blame him. Any Saiyan would be thrilled to learn such news. Indeed, Goku nodded affirmatively before elaborating. There are two prerequisites to transform into a Super Saiyan. First, your base power must reach 3 million, and second, you must harbor sufficient rage. Goku speculated that these criteria likely pertained to pure-blooded Saiyans. For hybrids, especially those born to parents who had already achieved Super Saiyan status, these conditions might be more lenient. Chapter 49, Belunja. Vegeta endeavored to maintain a facade of calm. Yet his trembling form betrayed his excitement. How could he not be exhilarated? This was the Super Saiyan, a legend within their race. To think he might also have the opportunity to transform into a Super Saiyan. He was determined to achieve that transformation. Certainly, this is merely his initial step. His ultimate aspiration is to surpass Kakarot. Given that Kakarot, a lowly warrior, possesses such formidable strength, why should he, as the Prince of the Saiyans, not be capable of achieving the same? Goku had long perceived the inner thoughts of Vegeta, yet he chose not to expose him. Aware that this desire to surpass himself might forever remain unattainable. The proud Prince Vegeta felt a flush of embarrassment upon hearing this. Who would concern themselves with me? How tiresome. Haha. After all, Namek can be considered his ancestral home. Thus he harbors a certain level of concern. Laughing, Goku reassured Piccolo, you need not worry. Everything has been resolved. There was one matter he had withheld from everyone. The sudden surge of dark energy. Yet, for reasons unknown, its master had not made an appearance, which could be deemed fortunate. This marked the first time in his life that he felt a sense of impending crisis. All prior occurrences had been within his control, but this time, it had slipped away. It seemed imperative to swiftly attain that transformation imbued with divine essence. In truth, he had already begun to explore this transformation, as his current dimension had reached that of the Great King. Perhaps, upon completing this transformation, he might also find assistance in transcending the divine dimension. After the crowd dispersed, Goku returned to Namek, where Dandy assisted him in gathering all the Dragon Balls. As Dandy uttered a phrase in the Namekian language, the skies darkened, and a dragon, far more grotesque, yet considerably grander than the Earth's Shinran, emerged. Mr. Goku, please share your wishes. I shall convey them for you. After some contemplation, Goku articulated his desire. Grant me limitless stamina. Following the local transmission, Porunga fell into silence. And after a lengthy pause, he spoke. I apologize, esteemed one. Your power and dimension are too formidable. I cannot bestow upon you infinite stamina. However, I can significantly enhance your stamina's limits and recovery speed. Very well, let it be so. Goku nodded in agreement. Excellent, esteemed one. Your wish has been granted. Perhaps due to his currently robust stamina, Goku felt no peculiar changes. After pondering for a considerable time, he expressed his second wish. Please allow me to learn the language of the divine. That is simple. Esteemed one, your wish has been fulfilled. In an instant, Goku sensed the emergence of a profound tongue within his mind. If one were to overuse the dragon's power, would dire consequences truly ensue? Goku inquired, voicing his inner concern. It had been several years since he last summoned the Earth's dragon, as he harbored an intuition that such reckless usage would lead to adverse outcomes. Even the North Kai had warned him, referencing ancient tales in which the dragon symbolized both miracles and destruction. Now, it was opportune to ascertain the answer through Namek's dragon. Porunga remained silent for a time before finally speaking. Goku, contemplating, directed a question at Porunga. Why? I regret to inform you that this pertains to the source of our power. It is beyond my ability to disclose. I can only impart one caution, esteemed one. Remember, miracles possess both positive and negative facets. After speaking, Porunga transformed into a Dragon Ball and soared into the sky. Goku, somewhat speechless, gazed at the unfolding scene, his lips twitching in disbelief. Is this truly the third wish? Well. So this is how it is to be played? Even Dandy seemed embarrassed, never anticipating that the eternal dragon would behave in such a manner, as if eager to flee. Mr. Goku, I apologize. I am as perplexed as you are, Dandy said, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. It's all right. I am content. Thank you all. If any troubles arise in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me. I shall take my leave now, and please convey my regards to the Grand Elder. With that, Goku instantaneously vanished from Namek. Farewell, Mr. Goku. Dandy's youthful voice echoed through the wilderness. Upon returning home, Goku greeted Bulma before promptly retreating into the gravity chamber, leaving Bulma in a state of bewilderment. Ha! Bulma, weren't you the one who bet me that Goku wouldn't be like Vegeta? Ties burst into uncontrollable laughter from the side. Previously, Vegeta had exchanged greetings before embarking on his training, a moment that had prompted Bulma to mock Goku. Yet, one cannot blame Goku. After all, he sensed impending danger and, to safeguard his family, the only course of action was to grow stronger. Son, Goku, you fool. Bulma fumed, overwhelmed with frustration. Goku was never like this before, and she had confidently placed a bet, only for it to culminate in such embarrassment. After venting her grievances, Bulma took a deep breath, gradually regaining her composure. Indeed, aren't Saiyans inherently like this? During the initial years of her acquaintance with Goku, didn't he and Vegeta share similar traits? Perhaps Goku had undergone changes over the years, leaving her somewhat unaccustomed to his evolution. Bulma did not oppose Goku's training, for she understood it was his means of ensuring her protection, and he often carved out time to spend with her. I haven't lost. Goku doesn't usually act this way. Today is just an exception. Over the past 6 months, Goku has spent the majority of his time with me. Surely you must know that? Bulma refused to concede, unwavering in her belief that her Goku was the best. I see that your only strength lies in your words. Ties rolled her eyes. In truth, both understood the essence of Goku and Vegeta, with Goku being slightly more admirable, yet not by much. It mattered little. They had grown accustomed to it. Chapter 50, A Culinary Conflict. Goku trains to protect me. He knows that if he cannot safeguard me, then no one can. And what of Vegeta? Bulma casually remarked, inadvertently hitting the mark. Ties fell silent, contemplating Bulma's words, yet Bulma pressed on. If Vegeta cannot protect you, Goku surely can, for you are, after all, my sister. To put it plainly, he aspires to surpass Goku. As Bulma spoke, a triumphant smile graced her face, challenging the audacity of their debate. It was akin to inserting a straw into a cesspool to sip excrement. Tai was rendered speechless. Indeed, Vegeta sought to surpass Goku. But could one truly assert that he would not protect himself? Yet, Tai found herself at a loss encountering Bulma's words, her frustration mounting. With a playful fury, her hands began to tickle Bulma. Haha, Tai, let go. If you don't, I won't hold back. Bulma laughed. I refuse to release you. Tai declared defiantly. Sometimes, one must temper their arrogance, for such brashness often yields unfavorable consequences, and indeed, Tai would pay dearly for her hubris. The outcome was a resounding defeat for Tai, who lay on the sofa, laughter fading into unconsciousness, her body twitching. How could Tai, with a mere few thousand in battle power, hope to contend with Bulma's overwhelming prowess of over 10,000? Bulma rose from the sofa, brimming with pride. How dare you challenge me, Bulma? Meanwhile, within a newly constructed gravity chamber, crafted from materials brought by Yake, the quality surpassed even that of the dragon's creation. Under the guidance of Bulma and her father, this gravity chamber now boasted an astonishing capacity of 1,000 times the normal gravity, and remarkably, this was not the limit of the materials used. The previous gravity chamber, gifted by the dragon, had reached a maximum of 700 times but could be upgraded no further, as the materials dictated the constraints. Even for someone as ingenious as Bulma, Goku, however, did not activate the gravity. Instead, he sat cross-legged, eyes closed in deep meditation, striving to attune himself to the elusive aura surrounding him. At present, his dimension had ascended to that of the Grand Kai, just a step away from the divine realm. Yet this step was fraught with challenges. However, grasping even a fragment of the divine aura was not insurmountable. If only he had a mentor like Whis, the difficulty would diminish considerably. He yearned to perceive a hint of the divine essence, using it as a foundation to transform into Super Saiyan God. In this form, his energy would wholly transmute into divine energy, accelerating his progression toward the divine dimension. Half a day later, Goku emerged from his meditation, rising slowly and exhaling a sigh. In comparison to himself, the Goku and Vegeta of the original story were considerably more fortunate. In the narrative, Goku gained the divine aura through a ritual, while even Vegeta had the guidance of an angelic figure like Whis. As for him, he was left to grapple with understanding it on his own, a process that could take a year or two to truly master. Patience was key. He would gradually comprehend the divine aura while simultaneously perfecting his Super Saiyan form. After all, the Super Saiyan form had only reached the second level, leaving him with a lingering sense of regret. After exiting the gravity chamber and refreshing himself with a shower, Goku made his way to the dining room, where night had fallen, signaling dinner time. Upon reaching the grand dining table laden with delectable dishes, he naturally took a seat. Noticing Tai's absence, he turned to Bulma with a question. Bulma, where is Tai? Is she not joining us for dinner? Hearing Goku's inquiry, Bulma set down her chopsticks, casting a smile that reeked of insincerity in his direction. You need not concern yourself with so much. Why not simply enjoy your meal? She has gone to summon Vegeta. Oh, splendid. Goku obediently lowered his head and began to devour the food before him. Strangely, Bulma's tone today seemed particularly sharp. Kakarot. Upon hearing someone call his name, Goku lifted his gaze, instantly recognizing it to be Vegeta. Ah, Vegeta, you've arrived. Hurry and eat, Goku exclaimed while shoveling food into his mouth. Their eyes met, akin to two bolts of lightning colliding in the air. The hands of the two at the dining table appeared to blur into mere afterimages, as the food on the table diminished at a visibly rapid pace. The onlookers were at a loss for words, wondering if even mealtime had become a competition. The Saiyans truly were a peculiar race. Half an hour later, everyone was satiated. Even Gohan had filled his belly, yet only Vegeta and Goku continued their frenzied eating. Indeed, the half-Saiyan could not match the appetite of a pure-blooded Saiyan. At this juncture, both their gazes fixated on the last chicken leg. Hey Vegeta, let me share with you the secret to transforming into a Super Saiyan. What secret? Vegeta turned his attention to Goku upon hearing this, but in that moment, Goku swiftly snatched the chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. Haha, the secret is simply to eat more. Goku chuckled after swallowing the chicken. Curse Kakarot. How dare you employ such underhanded tactics? Vegeta seethed with rage, feeling as though he might transform into a Super Saiyan himself, if only his base power were sufficient. His frustration seemed to intensify. Enough of the anger, Vegeta. Once your base power is adequate, I have a way to help you transform directly into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta paused, his fury abating as he processed Goku's words. What? You have a method? Goku nodded earnestly, this time without jest. Indeed, consider it a reward for consuming your food. Goku smiled at Vegeta. He only mentioned the reward for eating, not how much food or for how long. Hee. Vegeta proudly turned his head with a huff, then resumed eating. For now, I shall spare Kakarot. Goku chuckled softly and resumed his own meal. Ultimately, under their relentless onslaught, all the plates lay empty, and both were perfectly satisfied. After their feast, Vegeta departed first, and Goku approached Bulma, saying, Bulma, I'm off to train. See you in the evening. With that, Goku exited the dining area heading towards the gravity chamber. Bulma, I believe we may need to expand the kitchen further, with 2 voracious eaters and 1 small one. If we don't, we might be overwhelmed. Mrs. Brief gazed blankly at the towering stack of dishes on the table. Chapter 51, Vegeta's Super Saiyan. That evening, under Bulma's coaxing, Goku experienced the joy brought forth by an increase in physical strength. He remarked, "How could there be no change at all?" The following morning, after a tumultuous breakfast, Goku sought out Gohan. "Gohan, do you wish to train with your father from now on?" Goku inquired, affectionately ruffling Gohan's hair. If Gohan was inclined to train, Goku would be more than willing, especially considering Gohan's extraordinary potential as depicted in the original story. Not to mention, his current abilities were even more formidable. It would serve as a means of finding a worthy opponent for himself, not necessarily expecting Gohan to reach his level, but simply to engage in sparring with him after transforming into a Super Saiyan would suffice. After all, the blood of a Saiyan coursed through Goku's veins. And how could he not yearn for a rival? Upon hearing Goku's proposition, Gohan hesitated, deep in thought. After a year of training, he had come to realize that he did not genuinely enjoy the rigors of martial arts. Rather, he had merely a passing interest. Furthermore, the intensity of his father's training was not something he could ever come to relish. Perhaps his true passion lay in the realm of science? Inheriting Bulma's exceptional intellect, Gohan had always been remarkably clever and harbored a deep fascination with scientific endeavors, even delighting in inventing small gadgets. Gohan remained silent for a considerable time. And even Goku could perceive that, despite not being the same Gohan as in the original story, he too lacked enthusiasm for training. This might exemplify the distinction between half-blood Saiyans and pure-blood Saiyans. Without the burden of pressure, Gohan preferred to live a life akin to that of an ordinary Earthling. In the original narrative, among all the half-blood Saiyans, only Future Trunks was fervently dedicated to training. He bore the weight of the world on his shoulders, tasked with the responsibility of protecting Earth alone, unable to take a single step back, for countless lives depended on him. If you do not enjoy training, then pursue what you love. Goku had no desire to compel Gohan into activities that did not bring him joy. With him around, Goku could ensure Gohan's safety for a lifetime, allowing Gohan the freedom to engage in his passions. "Well, Dad, I can't say I dislike training. I just don't feel the same way you do," Gohan admitted somewhat shyly. Upon observing Gohan, Goku instantly understood. In essence, Gohan simply did not wish to train incessantly. Occasional training was acceptable, and he had some interest in it, but it was impossible for him to practice daily as Goku did. This was perfectly fine, as it would prevent him from becoming a mere shadow of Goku. "Here's what we'll do. You can train with me on Saturdays and Sundays, and during the week, just maintain some light training to ensure you don't regress." "All right. Thank you, Dad." It must be said that having a considerate and understanding father who respected his choices was truly a blessing. Thus, 6 months passed. Nappa and Raditz had found a new home. During this time, Goku was either training or spending time with Bulma, with his combat power regularly reaching an astonishing 700 million. One day, Vegeta approached Goku. Over the past 6 months, Goku and Vegeta had grown somewhat familiar with one another, as even in Bulma's expansive household, they often encountered each other at mealtimes. At the dining table, they had become rivals who respected each other as strength. However, the proud Vegeta remained as haughty as ever. "Kakarot, my battle power must have reached 3 million by now," Vegeta said calmly, leaning against a wall, his head bowed. What a show-off. Wukong regarded this with considerable disdain. Unlike himself, who would never ostentatiously show off unless it was served to him on a silver platter. After all, if it were already offered, to refrain from such display would be rather impolite, wouldn't it? One must not squander the goodwill of others. Well, with 3.25 million already amassed, he had met the minimum requirement to transform into a Super Saiyan. Wukong nodded thoughtfully. "In that case, let me share the method with you, Vegeta." Understanding Vegeta's prideful nature, Wukong took the initiative to present it himself. Vegeta offered no further comment, merely nodding with a hint of arrogance. Observing Vegeta's demeanor, Wukong couldn't help but chuckle wryly. "Sigh, it's been half a year. I've grown accustomed to it. Vegeta, clear your mind and try not to resist when the time comes," Wukong advised. Now, having attained a dimension akin to that of the Great King, he possessed certain unique abilities, one of which was a storage space. He intended to create an illusion, albeit a somewhat cumbersome ability that required the absence of resistance to work effectively. In the heat of battle, who wouldn't resist? However, this power was quite useful for guiding Vegeta and the others to transform into Super Saiyans by tapping into their subconscious and directing them into a rage-inducing illusion, thereby accumulating enough anger to facilitate their transformation. Wukong led Vegeta into the illusion. Watching Vegeta with his eyes closed, Wukong was uncertain how long it would take. He recalled Bulma mentioning that it typically lasted just a few minutes. Yet, he was unaware of how long it would take for Vegeta now. Gradually, 10 minutes elapsed. Vegeta's energy began to surge dramatically, a powerful aura that even Krillin and the others could perceive. At this moment, Wukong's gravity ring buzzed with inquiries from Krillin and the others about Vegeta's condition. He glanced back at Vegeta, who was now enveloped in a golden aura. His hair oscillated between gold and black, just a step away from transforming into a Super Saiyan. With a furious roar, Vegeta finally transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan. In an instant, he awoke from the illusion, panting, his expression still simmering with rage. Damn it! Wukong, observing Vegeta's expression, recognized the familiar struggle. He had faced the same challenge himself. With a mischievous glint, Wukong looked at Vegeta. Well, Vegeta, you seem quite irked. Care to share what your illusion was? Humph. As if I would disclose my illusion. Could he reveal it without tarnishing his dignity as the Prince of the Saiyans? Oh, come now, Vegeta. Kakarot, let us fight. I need to understand the gap between us. Huh. Wukong attempted to respond, but Vegeta lunged forward with a punch. Boom. Wukong quickly raised his hand to block, the immense shockwave scattering the greenery behind them in disarray. Hey, Vegeta, if we're going to fight, let us do it in the sky. Don't rush. Bulma will surely kill me. Goku felt an overwhelming urge to weep, utterly perplexed by the situation. Alas, since there was no escaping his fate, he decided to vent his frustrations on Vegeta. With a mischievous grin, Goku led Vegeta into the sky. Apologies, Vegeta, but you brought this upon yourself, didn't you? I can't be the only one suffering, can I? Chapter 52, 2.5 years minus 1 year. The God of Super Saiyans. Boom, boom. The air resonated with the sound of collisions. After yet another clash, Vegeta hastily retreated. His expression somewhat twisted with fury as he glared intensely at Goku. He could sense that Kakarot was merely toying with him, not giving his all. Indeed, Goku's base battle power had reached an astounding 700 million. While even transformed into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta barely attained 1.6 billion. With such a staggering disparity of nearly 5 times, Goku only needed to exert a fraction of his strength to discern Vegeta's limits. Kakarot, I do not seek your pity. Unleash your true power. Your restraint only makes me feel as though you are mocking me. Vegeta shouted, his fists clenched in anger. In midair, Goku froze momentarily before breaking into a smile. Of course, as the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta could not accept being treated in such a manner. Be careful, Vegeta. In an instant, Goku charged at Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen before Vegeta could even react. The sudden, excruciating pain rendered Vegeta incapable of resistance, causing him to revert from his Super Saiyan transformation. If Vegeta had mastered the Super Saiyan form sufficiently, he would not have been so easily forced back to his base state by Goku's strike. As Vegeta returned to his normal form, he slowly descended from the sky, kneeling on the ground while clutching his abdomen. It took several minutes for him to regain his composure. Thank you, Kakarot, Vegeta muttered before haughtily departing, heading towards the gravity chamber created by Shenron. Indeed, Goku had gifted that gravity chamber to Vegeta, reasoning that it would be better utilized than left idle. Watching Vegeta's receding figure, Goku shook his head in resignation. It had been 6 months, yet Vegeta remained as proud as ever. Brother, Yark descended from the sky, followed closely by Piccolo and Krillin. Why is everyone gathered here? Goku inquired, bemused by their presence. Is it really necessary for such a commotion over Vegeta transforming into a Super Saiyan? When I transformed into Super Saiyan 2, no one came to witness. I see. Preferential treatment. Haha. Brother, we simply wanted to discover why Vegeta's power seemed to have surged so dramatically. Could it be that he has finally mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan? Yark chuckled. He, too, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, for as a half Saiyan, he was not as fixated on training and competition as those of pure blood. Yet, his battle power had once far surpassed Vegeta's, and now, being overtaken stirred a sense of rivalry within him. Indeed. By the way, Yark, if Vegeta can transform, how long will it take for you? Goku prodded Yark playfully. Originally, Yak's combat power surpassed that of Vegeta, yet he has now been overtaken. This is partly due to his inconsistent training habits. Over the span of 6 months, his combat power has only increased by 200,000, which is quite unreasonable. In contrast, Vegeta has gained an impressive 700,000, while even Gohan, who only trains on weekends, has boosted his power by 500,000, reaching a total of 1.7 million. It's astonishing that he is still a half Saiyan. Haha, this will surely come soon. Yak said with a hint of embarrassment, genuinely surprised that Goku pointed it out so directly. No, it must exceed 3 million. Surpassing Vegeta at the very least. I've given up on surpassing my brother, but Vegeta is still within reach. All of this was silently observed by Raditz, who, having only increased by 300,000, felt too timid to speak. If Raditz dared not utter a word, one could only imagine the silence of Ba, who only considered himself an acquaintance of Kakarot. Perhaps it was due to their lack of familiarity that he felt more inclined to speak up. During this time, Goku had also invited Vegeta, but as expected, Vegeta declined. What could he do? He could only acquiesce to the prince's wishes. Thus, a year and a half later, on this day, Goku was seated in the gravity chamber, meditating with eyes closed. Suddenly, a divine aura enveloped him, and a fiery red flame-like energy began to manifest, transforming his hair into a brilliant crimson. At that moment, it seemed as though Goku transcended the world, his presence fading from perception. To onlookers, he appeared to have lost considerable weight. Goku slowly opened his striking red eyes, gazing down at his own form. The divine energy swirled around him, and within the fiery aura, there appeared scattered specks resembling starlight. One must admit, this aura was quite captivating. At last, I have succeeded. Super Saiyan God. In that moment, even Goku's typically tranquil heart surged with exhilaration. He had never experienced such euphoria before, feeling as if he had transcended this realm entirely, his soul and body attaining a sublime state. As he transformed into a Super Saiyan God, the sense of crisis that had plagued him 2 years prior seemed to vanish. His baseline combat power now stood at an astonishing 2 billion, and upon transforming, it soared to an extraordinary 80 trillion. In terms of divine power classification, this was quantified as 400 units of divine energy. Each realm of divine power represents a quarter of the initial power differential. Here they come again. Goku casually unleashed his energy, obliterating all the miniature robots that had recently appeared in his home. In truth, these robots had been appearing for several years. Yet he had destroyed them each time, never expecting their persistence. Goku was aware that these machines were dispatched by Dr. Gero to collect his genetic material, but he chose to disregard them, merely destroying those that approached his residence. After all, they could no longer gather the genetic data of him and his family. As for others, he could not intervene. All he could do was caution them to be vigilant, but ultimately, they were not him and would inevitably be subjected to genetic collection. Is it not for my brother Klin? Is it easy for him? Klin, do remember my kindness. Goku relinquished the transformation into Super Saiyan God, sensing that after mastering this form, he might, in a few years, transcend dimensions to reach the realm of the divine. What remained for him was to comprehend the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, merging the powers of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4 into one. The perfect evolution of his bloodline, combined with the elevation of his realm, was an exhilarating thought. One could only wonder how many-fold his battle power could increase. As Goku exited the gravity chamber, he suddenly felt 2 familiar auras approaching his home. If he was not mistaken, it was Raditz and Nappa. Why had they come together? Could it be regarding their transformation into Super Saiyans? Goku pondered with a hint of certainty. It seemed about time, as their battle powers had always been relatively close. Reaching 3 million simultaneously was not beyond possibility. If they transformed into Super Saiyans, their comparable energies might indeed provide him with a worthy opponent. Chapter 53, Raditz. Kakarot. Upon landing, Raditz greeted Goku, while Nappa nodded in acknowledgement. Brother, you've come this time because of the Super Saiyan transformation, haven't you? Goku was certain, having already sensed their battle powers, which nearly reached 3 million. Haha indeed, Raditz replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone, for he was once again seeking Kakarot's assistance. It felt awkward to be constantly relying on Kakarot while being unable to offer help in return. You've finally managed to transform. We've been waiting for you for quite some time, Goku jested lightly. After a year and a half, Gohan and Yak had both acquired the ability to transform into Super Saiyans. During this time, Yak regrettably discovered that he could not keep up. Vegeta, the embodiment of relentless striving, was simply formidable. Fortunately, the bi-weekly rest system allowed for some recuperation, resulting in Vegeta's current battle power soaring to 12 million, while Yak remained at a mere 10 million, akin to Gohan. The only assurance he had was that he would not fall behind Gohan. Yet, one could hardly blame Vegeta for his relentless pursuit, considering the gap between himself and Goku, with the added pressure of Yak and Gohan closing in. Particularly Gohan, the prodigy with explosive talent, who, despite only training 2 days a week, was nearing his level. Yak wished he could spend every day in the gravity chamber. As long as he did not come in last, that was all that mattered. The two exchanged glances, flames of determination igniting in their eyes. All right, clear your minds. I will guide you into the illusion, Goku said, bemused by their fervor. There was no need to strive so hard to avoid last place. Moments later, both successfully transformed into golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyans. Raditz could no longer contain his joy. He had never dared to dream of the day he could become a Super Saiyan, all thanks to Kakarot. An old saying on Earth goes, an elder brother is like a father, yet in his case, it felt reversed, leaving Raditz quite helpless. While Raditz and Nappa reveled in their newfound power, Goku observed them thoughtfully from the side. The power levels are quite comparable. Perhaps that method might work? Indeed, it is the fusion technique. Previously, on the planet Adrat, Goku had been perplexed as to why they too possessed this technique. However, after listening to Batla's explanation, he learned that it stemmed from interactions with the planet Metamor. After all, two worlds renowned for their extraordinary abilities are bound to engage in exchanges. Such dialogue fosters advancement. This fusion technique has been modified by the inhabitants of Adrat. Should the fusion fail, one does not become overweight or underweight, but merely fails, allowing for an immediate retry. Goku found this aspect quite appealing. Hey, Bardock and Nappa. How about I teach you a method to rapidly enhance your power? Goku tempted from the side. He was desperate for a worthy opponent. His base power had already reached 2 billion, whereas even the mightiest Vegeta, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, only attained 600 million. This left him feeling rather unchallenged. For he is a pure-blooded Saiyan and yearns for battle, an unrestrained, wholehearted clash. He had previously inquired with both Vegeta and Yak, who had differing responses. Yak was indifferent, but Vegeta staunchly refused. Now, he pondered whether to ask Raditz and Nappa. What if it succeeded? What? A method for rapid enhancement? Raditz appeared somewhat intrigued. Yes. It can elevate you beyond Vegeta, perhaps even surpassing me. Goku spoke without deceit. Post-fusion, their base combat power might genuinely exceed his. Yet, he retained mastery over Super Saiyan God. Unless they could transform into Super Saiyan 4 post-fusion, they would still fall short of his prowess. Is that true? Subsequently, under Goku's persuasion, Raditz and Nappa commenced the rather embarrassing dance. Ugh, can this truly be called persuasion? Goku was the first to object. This is for your own benefit. However, upon completion, Raditz and Nappa realized they needed to fuse together. They shook their heads in unison. How absurd. Who would wish to fuse with that fool? Ultimately, under Goku's tantalizing challenge, don't you want to defeat me? They began the fusion. Fusion. Huh. Red and blue auras spiraled and intertwined, gradually merging into a radiant yellow light. The brilliance enveloped the two, spinning incessantly, until a blinding flash erupted, causing Goku to shield his eyes with his hand. As the light faded, Goku lowered his hand to reveal a striking new figure. Haha, behold, Lord Nats has arrived. Kakarot, you are no longer my match. Goku gazed at the newly formed Nats, whose hair had returned to its original state, somewhat speechless. Has the personality of that fool also been amplified? Indeed, Nat's base combat power had surged to 3 billion, surpassing Goku by 50. Yet, he could only transform into Super Saiyan 3 at most. What audacity. Goku was also curious to see how Raditz would fare in his Super Saiyan 3 form, but alas, the fusion resulted in an average hair color. What a pity. Nats, come forth. Goku led Nats to an uninhabited area and then transformed into a Super Saiyan. Nats regarded Goku with disdain, gathering energy within. Let me show you. This is Super Nats. In an instant, Nats' energy surged explosively, transforming him into a Super Saiyan, with golden flames reaching skyward, his formidable aura permeating the entire galaxy. What? Is that Raditz's energy? No, that can't be right. It resembles that of Nappa. Could it be the fusion technique? Vegeta paused his training in the gravity chamber, acutely aware of this overwhelming power. Is fusion truly this potent? Goku, with an expression of exhilaration, gazed at Nats, feeling the fervor welling within him. At last, there was someone to ignite his fighting spirit, even if it was a fusion. Goku launched a powerful punch toward Nats, who effortlessly blocked the oncoming strike. With his other hand, he gathered an energy sphere, hurling it towards Goku. Caught off guard, Goku quickly crossed his arms in defense. Boom, accompanied by a resounding explosion. Smoke billowed as a figure shot through the haze, careening backward. Goku hastily attempted to stabilize himself midair. With a crash, he embedded his left hand into the mountainside, skimming along for several dozen meters before regaining his balance. Panting, Goku felt a throbbing pain in his arm and glanced at Nats. Truly the embodiment of a fusion warrior, undeniably formidable. Goku's excitement grew, his long-dormant Saiyan blood beginning to boil. Chapter 54, The Billion Energy Warriors. Observing Goku clinging to the mountainside, Nats casually unleashed several energy blasts. Golden energy surged like a dancing dragon toward Goku. His golden hair swayed as he dodged several of them. However, just then, a massive energy sphere hurtled towards him. Goku caught it with both hands, enveloping it with his own energy before forcefully flinging it back at Nats. Boom. Nats detonated the sphere with a casual energy blast, then unleashed a multitude of energy balls, employing the prince's combat strategy. Goku swiftly released the energy he had absorbed, accelerating his speed as he dodged relentlessly. He realized that he had no choice but to engage in close combat. In ranged attacks, his energy was no match for Nats. Only through superior martial arts skills in close quarters could he hope for victory. He had no intention of transforming into a Super Saiyan 2. Currently, Nats had merely grasped the Super Saiyan form and was unable to harness its full power. With his exceptional martial arts prowess, Goku believed he could prevail. Seizing the opportune moment, Goku teleported beside Nats, delivering a swift kick to his waist. In an instant, Nats was sent flying, crashing into a mountainside. Goku quickly followed up with a surge of energy, aiming a punch at Nats' face, only for the blow to be intercepted. Unbeknownst to Nats, this was merely a feint. Goku's other hand concentrated energy, which erupted explosively against Nats' abdomen. Boom. With the sound of the explosion, Nats was propelled once more. As Goku prepared to pursue, Nats, disregarding his own stamina and energy depletion, unleashed a powerful energy wave. Goku swiftly evaded, granting Nats a brief moment to catch his breath. The two combatants swiftly resumed their aerial duel, weaving from the heavens to the earth, and then into the ocean, leaving behind a myriad of fleeting shadows. As if multiple versions of themselves were engaged in battle simultaneously, Nats launched a punch at Goku, only for Goku to effortlessly evade it. countering with a kick that landed squarely on Nats's chin. The latter was sent hurtling backward for several dozen meters before regaining his balance. He was exceedingly dissatisfied. Despite his superior fighting prowess, he found himself being outmatched in close combat against Kakarot. Each of his attacks seemed anticipated by Kakarot, who would dodge and counter with remarkable skill. Natsuz had managed to inflict precious little damage on Kakarot, while sustaining numerous injuries himself. Meanwhile, Goku reveled in the encounter, recognizing the disparity in martial arts techniques. As long as his opponent was not overwhelmingly stronger, he felt capable of handling Natsuz's skill set with ease. Suddenly, Natsuz could no longer contain himself. With another furious roar, his energy surged dramatically, crackling with electric intensity, and his hair stood even more erect. Haha, Kakarot. Behold the power of Super Natsuz too. With that declaration, Natsuz unleashed a surge of power, charging at Goku. Kaioken. Goku swiftly unleashed a Kamehameha wave to intercept Natsuz, then retreated at great speed. The disparity in their combat prowess had grown beyond mere technique. After blocking the Kamehameha, Natsuz sneered at Goku's retreating form, fully aware that Goku was prepared for his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Haha, Kakarot, do not flee. Natsuz taunted as he closed the distance. Goku, observing Natsuz's arrogant demeanor, mused whether he had truly forgotten that he too could transform into Super Saiyan 2. Hey, Natsuz, have you genuinely forgotten that I can also become Super Saiyan 2 post-fusion? With a resolute shout, Goku doubled his energy, transforming into the formidable Super Saiyan 2. Let us go. A new battle commenced, Goku smiling as he faced Natsuz. The two clashed once more, with Natsuz attempting to create distance, but Goku was relentless. After evading Natsuz's punch, Goku executed a sweeping kick that struck Natsuz's face, sending him spiraling backward in a blur. With his transformation into Super Saiyan 2, Natsuz's chances of victory diminished further. He had barely mastered Super Saiyan 1, and the energy and stamina demands of Super Saiyan 2 were even greater, leaving him with only 60 to 70% of his power at his disposal. As Goku had anticipated, the battles in their Super Saiyan 2 forms proved disastrous for Natsuz, as he was thoroughly overwhelmed. Although Goku's strikes might have seemed superficial, frequent blows could lead to significant damage over time. Once Goku reverted to his normal form, he kicked off the ground, and the two, having set aside their rivalry, each consumed a senzu bean. Upon doing so, they were instantly revitalized, their combat prowess restored to nearly full capacity. However, their Saiyan heritage seemed to have dulled somewhat in terms of innate talent following their transformations. Raditz and Nappa exchanged awkward glances at Goku, recalling the words exchanged during their fusion. While there was no discomfort in their combined form, the moment they separated, the embarrassment was palpable. Nevertheless, they had truly come to understand Kakarot's formidable strength. Even in their fused state, they were no match for him. Kakarot, you surely haven't unleashed your full power, have you? Raditz inquired, guided by an intuition he could not dismiss. He might question others, but with Kakarot, he held unwavering belief in his conviction. Goku, taken aback by Raditz's insight, smiled and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Raditz's heart whispered in realization. 3 years prior, Kakarot had already achieved Super Saiyan 2. Now, 3 years later, who could say if Super Saiyan 3 or even 4 lay in wait? The prospects seemed daunting. Alas, the disparity was staggering, evoking a sense of despair. Yet, it was still preferable to the fellow beside him. After all, Kakarot remained his brother. Nappa, too, noticed the look in Raditz's eyes. Their strengths had always been closely matched, leading to mutual disdain, with Raditz often ridiculing him in the name of Kakarot. However, he felt helpless. It was merely the truth. And what could he do? Curse it, if only he had a better brother. Goku observed the scene, fully aware of the tensions between Raditz and Nappa. Yet he chose to remain uninvolved, believing that such rivalry could spur their growth. So, will you two be staying for a meal? Goku asked, his mood buoyant after a satisfying bout, relishing the pressure he felt even in their shared form. Reflecting on over 20 years of invincibility, he found it rather dull. Invincibility, too, was a form of loneliness. He had resolved to use the pretext of training Raditz and Nappa to encourage their fusion. Surely they would agree, as it benefited them all. Satisfying his desires while enhancing their powers was a true win-win scenario. Chapter 55, The Arrival of Future Trunks. Upon hearing Goku's inquiry, Raditz and Nappa exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads. Raditz spoke, and Nappa nodded in agreement. Goku sighed in exasperation, floated into the air, waved farewell to the two, and soared towards West City. After an intense battle, Goku was genuinely hungry. While energy sustained him, hunger was an unbearable discomfort. One must not neglect oneself. Enjoyment is the essence of life. For Goku, indulging in sumptuous food until satisfied was the ultimate pleasure. What's wrong? After toiling for over 20 years, is he not entitled to some enjoyment? Who would dare oppose a hearty feast? Goku, what was that all about earlier? Bulma, having sensed the prior battle, inquired, as she had learned the art of energy manipulation alongside him. Most notably, Goku's tattered attire was not something she could overlook. To summarize, Raditz and Nappa had fused, and I had engaged in combat with their combined form. A series of events had unfolded that were too lengthy to recount, and Goku, now ravenously hungry, decided to abridge his narrative. Bulma, upon hearing his tale, was astonished. Could it truly be that Goku had reached such a level of combat prowess? Was this fused being truly that formidable? Bulma, let us have a meal first. I am famished, he exclaimed, eager to eat and converse simultaneously. Goku felt a profound hunger that transcended mere physical needs. It was a psychological yearning. All right, Bulma nodded, though she had little interest in such matters. Upon arriving at the dining table, Goku spotted Vegeta already indulging in his meal. Vegeta, sensing Goku's presence, glanced up and inquired, was that energy signature a result of Raditz and Nappa's fusion? Indeed, Goku affirmed. They've even adopted a new name, Nats. He anticipated Vegeta's curiosity and nodded in response. What do you think? Isn't the fusion technique impressive? Perhaps you should consider trying it with Yajirobe. You two could truly defeat me. Goku seized every opportunity to entice Vegeta. Vegeta, visibly irritated, felt a vain throb on his forehead. He would never entertain the idea of fusion. Never in this lifetime. No way. Kakarot, you should abandon that notion. I will never fuse with anyone. In a fit of frustration, he shoved a large piece of beef into his mouth, chewing vigorously. Witnessing Vegeta's reaction, Goku felt a sense of helplessness. Sigh, it's truly challenging to persuade Vegeta. The others watched with amusement as the two continued their playful banter, perfectly embodying the archetype of rival friends. After their meal, Goku and Vegeta departed for training, while Bulma leaned closer to Ties, whispering mischievously, "Sister, when will you and Vegeta finally define your relationship?" Bulma's question left Ties momentarily speechless. She was no longer flustered by such inquiries after 2 years of familiarity. "I don't know," she replied. Bulma, energized by Ties' uncertainty, adopted a tone of worldly wisdom. "Oh dear sister, you must take the initiative. Goku and I were once like you too. Someone has to make the first move." She continued leisurely. "In my opinion, Vegeta isn't the proactive type. So this is something you must undertake, understand? This is the wisdom of experience." As Bulma's words sank in, Ties fell into contemplation. While Bulma could be unreliable at times, her advice rang true. Perhaps it was time for her to take the initiative. Days later, Goku was diligently training in the gravity chamber when he suddenly paused, sensing an unfamiliar energy that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. Considering the timing, it must be future Trunks, though he was uncertain from which timeline. If it were from his own future, that seemed unlikely. He had already attained the status of a Grand Kai and was free from afflictions. Could it be from the timeline depicted in the original story? As he concentrated on the energy, Goku instantaneously teleported to the side of future Trunks. In the following moment, he was taken aback. Trunks with golden hair? This was ordinary. He wasn't even a Super Saiyan. Which timeline was this from? No, golden hair could only belong to Vegeta and Bulma. But how could his future self possibly be dead? A heart disease? Impossible. There was no way he could contract heart disease now. Goku was absolutely certain of this. What could the cause be? Goku furrowed his brow. A look of concern etched on his face. Trunks had just emerged from the time machine and immediately spotted Goku. "Who are you?" Goku asked, noticing Trunks' stunned expression. "I am Trunks, your nephew, from 20 years in the future. My father is Vegeta, and my mother is Bulma." Goku realized he hadn't been mistaken. This Trunks was indeed the child of Vegeta and Bulma. But how had his future self met his demise? It shouldn't be possible. At that moment, several powerful energies approached from the sky, and Goku sensed that it was Vegeta and the others arriving. Vegeta landed first, followed closely by Bulma, and then by Trunks. Trunks, too, sensed their presence and looked at Bulma and Bulma with astonishment. "Is it just my imagination? Mom and Aunt Bulma can use flight techniques?" Goku quietly observed Trunks' expression, concluding that this was an alternate timeline, not the future of his own world. "Goku, who is this boy?" Bulma asked as she descended, her expression filled with curiosity. "He is the child of Vegeta and Bulma," Goku replied casually. "What?" Bulma exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Vegeta and her sister had a child, and he was already this grown? How had she never heard of this before? "Hey, Kakarot, what nonsense are you spouting? There's no way I could have a child this age," Vegeta retorted, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Yes, Dad, I'm from the future," Trunks confirmed, nodding earnestly. He felt no shame in sharing this. He had heard his mother speak of how they were already together at this time. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged mischievous glances directed at Vegeta and Bulma. They were at a loss for words. Only a day or two after confirming their relationship, someone claiming to be their child had suddenly appeared, and it sounded plausible. Indeed, just 2 days prior, Bulma had taken the initiative, and since they were already on the verge of being together, it had all unfolded naturally. "Humph," Vegeta snorted, turning his head away shyly. What could he do? If this truly was his child, could he deny it? "I'm here to deliver medicine to Uncle Goku." What? Chapter 56, Journey to a Desperate Future. Everyone stared at Trunks in shock before glancing at Goku. "In my future, Uncle Goku dies from a viral heart disease 3 years from now. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Goku was convinced this must indeed be another timeline. There was no way he could contract heart disease now. Goku. Bulma clasped Goku's arm tightly. Her eyes filled with concern as Goku looked at her, hastening to offer reassurance. Do not worry. I shall not suffer from a heart ailment. That affliction belongs to another version of me from a parallel universe. As he spoke, Goku gently ruffled Bulma's blue hair. For a moment, Bulma was perplexed. What did he mean by another version in a different dimension? Surely, your dimension has ascended to divine heights by now. You must understand that you will not fall ill again, especially considering that my dimension has reached the level of the Supreme Kai. Upon Goku's reminder, Bulma finally grasped the concept and exhaled in relief. Thankfully, her Goku was unharmed. Trunks, standing nearby, felt as though he were about to combust with curiosity. Uncle Goku, what does it mean to be in another parallel dimension? Trunks inquired eagerly. In simple terms, the moment you traversed through time, you did not return to the past, but instead arrived in a parallel universe. Any alterations made there will not influence your original timeline, Goku explained, his words resonating like thunder in Trunks' mind. How? How can this be? Aunt Bulma and Gohan are waiting for my good news. They are anticipating your resurrection, Uncle Goku. For more than a decade, Aunt Bulma has labored tirelessly for this, only for it to amount to nothing. Seeing Trunks' despondent expression, Goku shook his head in resignation. Trunks, it seems you have encountered some calamity in your future. Goku's statement shattered Trunks' spirit, causing his eyes to well up with tears. Yes, everyone is gone, leaving only Gohan and Aunt Bulma. Trunks clenched his jaw, his anger directed towards those two androids. What? We are all dead? How can this be? Yajirobe, standing nearby, was perplexed. Trunks lifted his gaze, his reddened eyes meeting Yajirobe's, only to realize he did not recognize him. I do not know you. You do not exist in my future. I apologize. Remarkably, Trunks offered an apology despite the dire circumstances. Goku smiled at Yajirobe, understanding that in Trunks' timeline, Yajirobe might have perished long ago, perhaps during the invasion by Cooler a few years prior. Now, Goku had formed some conjectures regarding Trunks' timeline. In essence, it was a reality where he married Bulma, Vegeta wed Bulma, and Raditz and Nappa also survived. In that timeline, Goku remained the original Goku, potentially stronger due to increased training and improved conditions, yet he still could not escape the fate of dying from a heart ailment. Trunks, what exactly is the cause of this? Vegeta inquired, somewhat irked. After all, no one wishes to contemplate their demise and remain in good spirits. Hearing his father's question, Trunks quickly explained, in 3 years, 2 androids will emerge, created by Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, whom Uncle Goku previously defeated. They are incredibly powerful, even surpassing you. Father, everyone was killed by them. Now, only Gohan and I remain to resist. Vegeta stood to the side, his irritation palpable. Yet he could not deny the truth. Kakarot was indeed stronger than he. As Goku listened to Trunks' introduction, he was suddenly taken aback. Did future Gohan survive? Goku hurriedly inquired of Trunks. So, you mean it's just you and Gohan resisting? Yes, Uncle Goku, but Gohan has lost an arm. Trunks replied with a nod upon hearing this. Goku fell into silence, contemplating the grave loss. Losing an arm was preferable to losing one's life. Well, future Gohan and Aunt Bulma are still awaiting my news. Though this is unfortunate news, it is better than silence, he reflected, noticing Trunks' expression of melancholy. It appears I've wasted your trip. This version of me will not suffer from a heart condition, Goku said, observing Trunks' increasingly somber demeanor. A gentle smile graced his face. However, please allow me to accompany you to the future. What? Trunks exclaimed, astonished as he looked at Goku. In response, Goku offered a warm smile and a nod. Wait a moment, let me say my goodbyes. Goku turned to his side to face Bulma. Bulma smiled and reached out to tidy Goku's somewhat disheveled collar. Be careful and remember to send my regards to the future me. Though Bulma feigned a lack of concern, she could not help but worry for Goku. Perhaps his strength was sufficient to tackle future threats, yet unpredictability lurked in every endeavor. Her fear stemmed from unforeseen misfortunes, though she masked it, not wishing to burden Goku with her worries. Who was she? She was Bulma, after all, not the type to be overly timid. Uncle Goku, your strength. Trunks began, only to be interrupted by Goku. Are you worried that my power might falter against the androids? Goku's expression betrayed his amusement, as others too seemed on the verge of laughter at the notion that anyone would doubt his prowess. It was akin to asking someone in the midst of a natural call if they were indeed there to relieve themselves. Trunks, sensing the awkwardness, scratched his head and nodded. Well, better safe than sorry. All right then, what do you think now? Do you still believe I cannot contend with the androids? This is merely my baseline strength. Goku unleashed his energy, exerting pressure towards Trunks. Wow, that's incredible. Your baseline surpasses the androids. Trunks, beads of sweat forming on his brow, felt an overwhelming joy within. Fantastic. Gohan and Aunt Bulma were right. The future has hope. Let us go, Trunks. Goku urged. Okay, The two ascended into the time machine, its cover slowly closing. Trunks, in a daze, initiated the machine. With Goku by his side, he felt assured that the android stood no chance. Sitting in the time machine, Trunks clasped his hands tightly. Mom, Dad, we will finally avenge you. Chapter 57, Future Bulma. Goku's journey to the future was not solely for salvation. He yearned to meet two individuals. One was Gohan, and the other was Future Bulma. Future Bulma was the strongest, most remarkable, and undoubtedly the most intelligent woman in the Dragon Ball universe. She may lack the power to traverse the universe and shatter stars, yet she embodies the key to salvaging the future world, a heroic woman. With a touch less of Na'vi romance and a touch more of mature composure. If one were to say that in his timeline, Bulma is fortunate. Surrounded by her protector and companion, shielded from despair and solitude, then the Bulma of the future timeline is indeed unfortunate. Her husband succumbed to heart disease 17 years prior, and androids emerged from the shadows. To rescue a world steeped in hopelessness, she labors day and night, forsaking rest and sustenance, devoted to the creation of a time machine. Deep within her heart lies a steadfast belief. If Goku is present, all will be resolved. At this thought, Goku instinctively clenches his fist, regardless of the present. What Goku finds most unbearable in the original narrative is the fact that Bulma met her demise at the hands of the very face she knew so well during the Zamasu saga. In the future world, Bulma's familiarity with Vegeta pales in comparison to the bond she shares with Goku, which has spanned over a decade. To perish at the hands of someone so intimately known is a despair beyond imagination. Goku swore he would never allow this Bulma to endure that fate again. Absolutely not. With a flicker, the time machine materializes in a desolate underground chamber. Goku leaps from the machine, surveying his surroundings, which are indeed stark and rudimentary. The walls bear numerous cracks. Uncle Goku, please follow me, Trunks urges. Aunt Bulma and Gohan are in a nearby basement. Given Goku's mastery over Ki, he could sense Bulma and Gohan's locations already, yet he allows Trunks to lead the way, appreciating the gesture. The ground is littered with rubble as a faint whiff of decay hangs in the air. Observing the derelict environment, Goku's admiration for future Bulma deepens. She has toiled for over a decade under such harsh conditions to develop a time machine, a miraculous feat. Perhaps she embodies the notion of a mortal striving to rival the divine. After approximately a minute of walking, the path opens into a well-lit area. A young man withstands under the illumination, clad in an orange martial arts uniform, one sleeve conspicuously empty. Gohan, hearing Trunks call out, turns his head with a hint of exasperation. How many times must I tell you? Don't always make such a fuss, Dad. Gohan's playful demeanor fades as he turns to face Trunks. In the next instant, he is struck dumb. The familiar figure in the orange martial arts uniform. Indeed, it must be his father. At that moment, tears long repressed by Gohan cascade uncontrollably. How many years have passed? He has nearly forgotten his father's visage, retaining only a faint memory of that majestic silhouette before him. Ever since his father fell victim to heart disease, he has borne the weight of responsibility since age 10. Watching familiar faces perish one by one, each loss adding to his burden. For over a decade, he has felt as though he might crumble under the strain. Reluctant to share his woes with anyone, especially his mother Bulma, for he does not wish to burden her with worry. Gohan could no longer restrain himself. He strained to keep his eyes open, yet tears continued to stream down his cheeks. His feet moved involuntarily towards Goku. Gohan, you have endured so much, Goku said as he stepped forward to embrace Gohan. He understood the burden of carrying the weight of an entire world upon one's shoulders. Father, father. Gohan clung tightly to Goku, having not felt such warmth in over a decade. Gohan's tears dampened Goku's clothing, yet Goku did not loosen his grip. Instead, he held Gohan even tighter. He recognized that Gohan needed the comfort of his father's embrace at this moment. Trunks watched quietly from the side, feeling a twinge of envy for Gohan. When he was younger and lacked memories, his parents had already departed from his life, and he had never experienced the comfort of a father's embrace. Gohan poured out his heart to Goku, sharing the grievances and pains he had endured over the years. To others, he always appeared as a resilient figure, never defeated, but only his father could elicit such vulnerability from him. Goku noticed the emptiness of Gohan's sleeves, and an unquenchable rage ignited within him. He longed to personally vanquish androids 17 and 18. However, he had already resolved to train Gohan and Trunks in the hyperbolic time chamber for a year, allowing them to confront the androids themselves. Gohan sensed Goku's gaze and smiled lightly, unbothered. All right, Goku replied with a casual nod, having devised a plan to restore Gohan's arm. The two conversed for an extended period, sharing their thoughts for nearly 10 minutes. Dad, why don't you go inside and check on Mom? She's in there working on her research, Gohan suggested, pointing to the room behind him. Goku followed Gohan's gesture, observing a room that remained relatively intact and appeared quite advanced in technology. All right, wait here. I will take you to a special place later, Goku affirmed, nodding before approaching the door and stepping inside. Upon entering, Goku was greeted by an array of bottles, containers, and various instruments. Compared to Bulma's lab from his timeline, it seemed lacking, yet considering the world's dire circumstances, having such a laboratory was commendable. Goku noticed a petite figure with blue hair, busily working at a lab table, appearing somewhat thinner than he remembered Bulma to be. No, if this is the case, the energy required for the time machine will be significantly less. I'll have to test this later, Bulma muttered to herself while recording data. She caught a glimpse of an orange figure out of the corner of her eye, initially assuming it to be Gohan. Goku? Bulma turned to look at the familiar silhouette, momentarily stunned. Goku? Is it really you? Has Trunks succeeded? Goku smiled at Bulma as she softly called his name. Yes, Bulma. Chapter 58, The Reunion with Bulma. What? That is my father from another timeline. Hasn't he been resurrected? Gohan exclaimed in shock, turning to Trunks. He had always believed that his father from this timeline had returned. Trunks nodded earnestly, recognizing that the truth would eventually come to light. It was better to voice it himself. Gohan felt a twinge of disappointment, though he would not admit it, as this father was not the one from his timeline and would ultimately depart from it. Still, the opportunity to reunite with his father and experience the embrace he had long been deprived of filled Gohan with gratitude. Yet, thoughts of his mother lingered. While he could find solace, he was uncertain if she could do the same, casting a worried glance towards the room where Goku had entered. Goku. Bulma clung tightly to Goku, burying her face in his chest as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. The burdens she had shouldered for years would have crushed an ordinary woman. No one could fathom the weight she had borne, yet she persevered until Goku's return. In that moment, it seemed as if the tension within her had finally eased. Was not this day the culmination of her struggles over the past decade? Goku had resurrected, and with him, hope for the world was restored. Goku gazed at Bulma, her long hair cascading down, a simple hair tie keeping it in place. Her skin, pale from years of absence from sunlight, betrayed the toll her hardships had taken, her eyes and expression revealing the fatigue of more than a decade. Time may not have left visible marks, yet her toil was evident. Goku found himself at a loss, hands suspended in uncertainty, for this was a Bulma from another timeline. Yet, as he beheld the glistening tears clinging to her long lashes, reminiscent of a delicate lotus blossom, his heart softened. Those tears seemed reluctant to fall, lingering on her alabaster skin, and he embraced her, feeling her body tremble ever so slightly. He understood that Bulma needed someone to confide in, and he would gladly assume that role. Bulma, I'm here, he whispered. Goku, I'm so tired, so tired. She lamented. They conversed for a long while, and Bulma sensed a subtle difference in Goku. Despite their years apart, his personality and speech patterns were indelibly etched in her memory. Although this Goku bore a striking resemblance to the one she knew, a faint dissimilarity was perceptible, and her keen intuition caught it. Goku, you're not from my timeline. Are you? You're from another one, aren't you? Bulma forced a smile as she gazed at him. Upon hearing her words, Goku fell silent for a few moments before nodding in affirmation. Indeed, Bulma's intelligence had led her to the truth. Could you tell me what differences exist between your timeline and mine? Bulma was eager to learn about the world Goku hailed from. Convinced that her counterpart there must be incredibly fortunate. Different? There are numerous distinctions. For instance, I am significantly stronger in that realm than I am here. As well as my dimension, Goku began. Bulma was astounded, hearing concepts and terms she had never encountered before, such as dimensions, Super Saiyan 2, and Super Saiyan God. To think, such a powerful Goku existed in that timeline was both wonderful and a source of envy for her. Her gaze dimmed slightly as she contemplated the life her other self must lead. Wukong, have you come to the future to eliminate the androids? Upon hearing this, Wukong nodded and then shook his head. Yes and no. Destroying the androids is only part of the reason. I also wish to see you and Gohan in the future. Hearing Wukong's words, Bulma felt a flicker of joy, but her excitement quickly subsided. I plan to take Gohan and Trunks to the hyperbolic time chamber for a year of training, allowing them to confront the androids themselves. The chamber? It has been a long time since I last heard that name. It has been destroyed, Bulma remarked. Wukong, you might not be able to access the chamber anymore. The androids have destroyed it. Wukong was well aware of the devastation that had befallen Earth. Yes, I know the chamber is destroyed, but the time room still exists. And I have a way to enter and exit. As long as they locate the chamber, Wukong believed that his overwhelming power, which had reached 80 trillion, would be sufficient to breach the space. Very well, take them with you, Bulma said, surprising Wukong, who looked at her with a hint of confusion. Seeing Wukong's expression, Bulma chuckled lightly. Deep down, she wished for Wukong to remain in her timeline, yet this Wukong was not truly hers. He belonged to another reality. After a moment of silence, Wukong nodded and vanished before Bulma's eyes. Outside the room, Gohan and Trunks were engaged in conversation when Wukong suddenly appeared before them. Hey Dad, why did you suddenly show up? Gohan asked, puzzled, as he had expected their discussion to last longer. Your mother is preparing the energy for the time machine, and I am here to take you both for special training. Special training? Gohan and Trunks exchanged bewildered glances. Yes, I want you to confront the androids directly. Wukong intended to guide them through a year of rigorous training in the time chamber, convinced that with his presence, they would master Super Saiyan at full power within that time. Really? Gohan and Trunks exclaimed with excitement. The prospect of personally facing the androids thrilled them. Gohan, your power should be quite comparable to those two androids, right? Wukong inquired, recalling Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan, which granted him a combat power of 800 million. Gohan nodded, acknowledging that he was nearly equal to Android 17, slightly stronger than Android 18. However, due to Trunks' weaker abilities, he often found himself in a 2-on-1 situation, leading to his defeats and even the loss of his arm. That makes things easier. With my training, even Trunks will be able to handle them effortlessly, Wukong said, smiling at the two. Really? Uncle Wukong, Trunks exclaimed, burdened by guilt for holding Gohan back. If it weren't for Gohan's selfless act to save him last time, he would not have lost his arm. This guilt had remained unexpressed, as he did not wish to trouble Gohan further. Before proceeding, I must attend to a matter, one that will restore Gohan's arm. Chapter 59, A Fierce Confrontation with Future Goku. Gohan and his companion gazed at Goku, astonished. In that moment, Goku placed his hands upon his brow and, with a swift instant transmission, vanished before them. On North Kai's planet, the future Goku, who had perished over a decade ago, was meditating beneath a glowing halo. Suddenly, he sensed an unfamiliar energy materializing on his planet. To his shock, this energy mirrored his own precisely. Goku, too, caught sight of his future counterpart and felt a deep discontent toward him. He had left Bulma in solitude for over 10 years. Goku understood why future Goku had not eradicated the androids. The deceased were prohibited from interfering with the living world, a strict rule. As for the events during the Saga, it was a different matter entirely, with the Supreme Kai's demise, who cared about regulations. Currently, the android threat was confined to Earth. Why was there such disparity between two versions of himself? Goku firmly believed that future Goku was indeed him. Their souls had fused long ago, rendering them indistinguishable. He was Goku, he was Kakarot. Who are you? Future Goku inquired, his expression one of confusion, staring at Goku. How can there be someone who looks exactly like me? Even the energy feels nearly identical. This is impossible. Each individual possesses a unique energy signature. Upon hearing this, future Goku was taken aback. 20 years ago. Was that not before my demise? At that moment, North Kai also noticed Goku, and upon glancing at him, he was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Another Goku? And his dimensional level is astonishingly high. He's reached the realm of the Grand Kai. North Kai was engulfed in bewilderment. Goku, who had always remained in his domain, was merely a mortal in comparison. Ah, greetings, Lord North Kai, Goku exclaimed with a radiant smile upon seeing him. Future Goku could distinctly sense the difference in Goku's demeanor towards the two of them. It seemed he had done nothing to warrant such hostility from his past self. Well then, another Goku, what brings you here? North Kai asked, directing his question at Goku. Lord North Kai, we can discuss this matter later. May I engage in a battle with my other self? Goku proposed, having noticed that future Goku's base power level was a mere 10 billion, which sparked a desire within him to teach a lesson. Despite being uncertain of the circumstances, Goku believed that according to the normal timeline, they were nearing the era of the superheroes. At this point, his power level should approximate that of Super Saiyan 3 during the Saga, if not exceeding it by a significant margin. Nevertheless, this presented an opportunity to unleash his frustrations. Presently, future Goku could only utilize the Super Saiyan 3 form, while Goku, possessing the power of Super Saiyan God, was more than capable of prevailing. Future Goku's eyes lit up with realization, instinctively. He sensed that this past version of himself was formidable. Although he could not fathom why his self from 20 years ago was so powerful, he was unfazed. Come on. A divine aura erupted from within Goku, and in an instant, a crimson flame enveloped him, tinting his hair, pupils, and brows with a striking red hue. The North Kai, rendered speechless by the spectacle, could scarcely believe his eyes. If he was not mistaken, this was the divine energy that could only be attained in the realm of gods. Although I cannot sense your energy, I can feel your immense power. I, too, must summon all my strength. In a heartbeat, future Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, the formidable aura causing the very planet of North Kai to tremble. This was the essence of Super Saiyan 3. As future Goku assumed this fearsome form, he cast a proud glance at Goku, convinced that he could not match his own prowess. A rush of energy surged from behind future Goku, stirring dust into the air as he charged at Goku, carving a deep trench in the ground. Clenching his fist, he concentrated his strength into a singular point. Dragon Fist. Who dares to oppose me? With a thunderous roar, a golden divine dragon materialized, ensnaring Goku within its spiraling grasp, relentlessly constricting him. Boom. Future Goku's fist connected with Goku's face, only to find that the past version of himself did not even attempt to evade. Then came an even more astonishing turn of events. Goku merely tilted his head slightly, bearing no wounds, while future Goku felt an irresistible force emanating from his own fist. Goku slowly straightened his head, his indifferent gaze locking onto future Goku, and with a clenched fist, he struck at his abdomen. Ah! Future Goku was sent hurtling away. Goku leaned forward slightly, swiftly maneuvering to future Goku's rear, and executed a powerful kick to his back. Goku unleashed his fury, and the two became mere afterimages, colliding in the air in a one-sided battle. Ah! The skies echoed with future Goku's cries of anguish as Goku delivered blows left and right, gradually dissipating the energy that fueled his rage. Goku ceased his onslaught, allowing future Goku a brief respite in midair, where he attempted to kick Goku's right cheek. Goku blocked with his arm and seized future Goku's ankle, the crimson aura beginning to spread around him. The red flames coiled around future Goku like thorns, swiftly enveloping him entirely. Damn it! Future Goku struggled in vain, realizing that he could not escape the grip of this energy. I ask you, why have you not visited the living world in all these years? Do you have any idea how torturous the past decade has been for Bulma? Even a fleeting glance would suffice. As Goku's agitation mounted, the crimson aura began to surge erratically. Grasping future Goku's sleeve, he hurled him forcefully towards the ground. Boom! In the sky above, future Goku transformed into a fleeting shadow, crashing into North Kai's planet, a cloud of smoke billowing forth. As the haze dissipated, future Goku reverted to his normal state. In the future, Goku slowly rose from the pit, and one could hardly say he was unscathed, at the very least. He bore the marks of a fierce struggle. He seemed poised to utter something, yet the words eluded him. Future Goku felt like a harbinger of misfortune. Having previously been cursed by others, and regrettably, that curse had indeed manifested. His presence had summoned the likes of Frieza and his progeny, and it had brought forth the androids. Perhaps if he had not existed in the mortal realm, things might have been far better. This conviction remained unaltered within him. Future Goku gazed skyward, his resolute eyes fixed upon Goku. It's up to you now. You must know that Bulma has always longed for you. Goku sensed that further words would be futile. He believed that his future self was truly beyond salvation. He dispelled his transformation and soared to stand before King Kai, choosing to disregard his future counterpart. At that moment, King Kai felt a pang of sorrow for his planet, which was already diminutive due to the destruction wrought by the god of destruction. Now, it seemed even smaller. Fortunately, this reduction could be self-repaired, unlike the irreparable damage inflicted by the god of destruction. Ah, it's exhausting. Chapter 60, The Restoration of Severed Limbs. King Kai, do you have the coordinates for the new Namek? Goku's voice interrupted King Kai's reverie of sadness, and he promptly nodded. Yes, indeed. I shall transmit the coordinates to your mind. For King Kai, this was a trivial matter. As he spoke, the location of the new Namek materialized in Goku's consciousness. Goku immediately sensed the energy of the Namekians on Namek and could not help but smile, quickly expressing his gratitude. Thank you, King Kai. I apologize for the intrusion. I must take my leave. With that, Goku placed his hands on his forehead and, with a swift motion, instantaneously departed from King Kai's planet. Watching Goku leave, King Kai couldn't help but reflect, this Goku is indeed quite different. He turned to regard the future Goku approaching him slowly. Goku, why do you not reveal the truth to your past self? Upon hearing this, Goku scratched his head, his slightly swollen face breaking into an innocent grin. Haha, I can sense that he hasn't been cursed. Perhaps that past version of me is simply different. If that is the case, there is no need to worry any further. Ah, Goku, does it not hurt to be beaten so? King Kai shook his head in exasperation. It does. But the opportunity to battle my past self makes the pain worthwhile. Goku hadn't encountered an opponent capable of besting him in such a manner for quite some time, and it seemed that his former self had mastered a new transformation. King Kai truly could not comprehend Goku's fervor for combat. At this juncture, Goku had arrived at the new Namek. The environment here was vastly improved compared to the previous version, with lush greenery all around, a pure azure sky, and crystal-clear lakes. Perhaps living a tranquil life on this planet would be a splendid choice. Goku marveled at the surrounding beauty, which surpassed that of most places on Earth. Excuse me, are you Mr. Son Goku? At that moment, an elderly Namekian spotted Goku. Goku turned his head to face the aged Namekian, recognizing him as Mune, the successor to the Grand Elder. Fortune smiled upon him, as he had instantaneously teleported to the Grand Elder's side. The Grand Elder, evidently familiar with Goku, acknowledged him with a nod, having inherited the remarkable abilities of his predecessor. Ah, Mr. Goku, what brings you to Namek? We Namekians will do our utmost to assist you, the Grand Elder earnestly proclaimed, for they had yet to repay Goku in a meaningful way, making this an opportune moment. Goku was pleasantly surprised by the Grand Elder's amiability and, feeling unreserved, articulated his purpose for visiting Namek. I wish to borrow the Dragon Balls. Ah, the Dragon Balls. No problem at all. Allow Dondi to guide you. With the Grand Elder's words, a young Namekian stepped forth from the crowd behind him. Dondi courteously greeted Goku. Mr. Goku. Greetings. How is Gohan doing? Dondi inquired, as he had known Gohan since childhood, and despite the passage of time, he still remembered him. Goku shook his head in response. Not so well. I came to borrow the Dragon Balls for him. Dondi's expression shifted to one of alarm as he asked anxiously, what happened to Gohan? He lost an arm, and now, we can only seek the help of the Eternal Dragon. Dondi gasped, but I remember that Earth also has its own Eternal Dragon. Your memory serves you well, but since the Supreme Kai has perished, the dragon has vanished as well. A sense of sorrow swept through the nearby Namekians. As Gohan was one of their own. I am truly sorry, Mr. Goku. Allow me to take you to retrieve the Dragon Balls. Please, follow me. With that, Dondi floated into the sky, waiting for Goku to join him. All right. Goku nodded and soared upward, the two of them igniting with white energy as they sped towards the various tribes. Before long, they had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls from the different tribes. Dondi placed the 7 Dragon Balls in an open green field, and with a chant, the sky crackled with lightning as the mighty Porunga appeared once more. Upon his arrival, Porunga immediately noticed Goku and lowered his stance respectfully. Esteemed one, what is your wish? Porunga spoke in the divine tongue, leaving Dondi in a state of confusion. As it was not the Namekian language, he had not anticipated this revelation about Porunga. Goku raised an eyebrow at Porunga's words, recalling that in his previous timeline, Porunga had not spoken in divine language. However, since he had now mastered the divine tongue, Porunga had chosen to communicate in that manner. Fascinating, Goku pondered. This matter certainly warrants further exploration. Eternal Dragon, do you possess knowledge of my timeline? Porunga, under Goku's intense gaze, began to sweat nervously. This could spell disaster. He had inadvertently revealed too much. At last, unable to withstand the mounting pressure, Porunga confessed, indeed, every incarnation of me across various timelines is intrinsically linked to my essence. The words of Porunga astonished Goku. Indeed, the dragon was no ordinary being. It appeared that the demise of the dragon on Earth was merely a consequence of its absence in Goku's timeline. How formidable could the dragon god Salama truly be? The power of the dragon must have been bestowed by him, transcending even the constraints of time and space. It is noteworthy that not even the Omni King can escape the limitations of time. With each additional timeline, a new Omni King arises. Master, do you have any wishes? Porunga awkwardly inquired, observing Goku deep in thought. If not, I shall take my leave. Encountering misfortune was a frequent occurrence for him. He simply wished to depart swiftly. Was it not possible for him to avoid conflict? Why the hurry? Are you so fearful of me? Goku, taken aback, had not anticipated the dragon's trepidation. After all, he bore no ill will towards it, yet it seemed as though he were cast as the villain. Haha, then master, do you possess any wishes? Porunga fumbled a handkerchief from seemingly nowhere, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Please restore my son Gohan's arm. Very well, master, your wish has been granted. Do you have any further wishes? A glimmer of red light flickered in Porunga's eyes. At that moment, Gohan, who was conversing with Trunks on Earth, suddenly discovered that his arm had been restored. Brother Gohan, look, your arm is back. Trunks exclaimed in astonishment at Gohan's miraculous recovery. Yes, it must be Dad's doing. Gohan replied, moving his arm and lifting it before his eyes for closer inspection. He nodded in approval. Externally calm, he felt a surge of excitement within. Who would have thought he would regain the use of both arms? He had long since lost hope for that arm, and yet here was his father, resolving the issue in an instant. Brother Gohan, you were indeed right about Uncle Goku. With him around, everything will be all right. Indeed, Gohan gently nodded at Trunks, his smile now impossible to contain. Chapter 61, The Kaioshin of Time. Upon hearing Porunga's inquiry, Goku fell into deep contemplation. Currently, the constraints of the dragons on both Earth and Namek were exceedingly stringent. Please enhance my healing abilities further, Goku ultimately decided. This wish seemed plausible, for the dragon on Namek possessed greater prowess than that of Earth's. As he had wished for his healing abilities from the Earth Dragon, Porunga should be able to augment them somewhat. Once again, a red light flickered in Porunga's eyes. Master, your wish has been fulfilled. Goku felt a warm sensation enveloping his body before fading into nothingness. He yearned to understand the extent of his regenerative abilities now. The most critical question remained. What should he wish for last? After considerable reflection, an idea struck him, and he quickly inquired of the dragon. Could you grant me the ability to traverse through time and space? Porunga was taken aback. What kind of wish is this? The ability to traverse time and space? Such power is forbidden. Only those of the time realm may possess it. Perhaps the dragon god could, but I am merely an ordinary dragon. It is not a matter of capability, but rather one of permission. I apologize, my lord, but I am unable to fulfill this wish. Porunga, too, noticed Goku's expression. Can it truly be blamed for that? After all, Goku's desire is rather outrageous. Then can you grant me the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan? Goku found himself envious, considering that the new Broly could overpower Super Saiyan Blue solely with the Super Saiyan form. Now that he has reached the level of the Grand Kai, with such formidable mental strength, he believed he could maintain control over his reason. Are you certain, my lord? I can indeed fulfill this wish, albeit not in its entirety. Furthermore, should you acquire the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, you will be unable to transcend into the realm of the gods. That lineage conflicts with the divine dimension and its essence. Goku had never encountered such a situation before. The thought of relinquishing the divine dimension and its essence was rather unappealing, and besides, this bloodline was merely a youthful version, making it even less necessary. Forget it, then. Please unlock my potential. Goku was uncertain about what to wish for, so he opted for enhancing his abilities. Very well, my lord, your wish is granted, and you shall not see me again. Wait, what was that last part? Upon mastering his newly awakened energy, Goku opened his eyes, and now, his battle power had reached an astonishing 3 billion. Well then, farewell, Den. Goku placed his hand to his forehead and bid Den goodbye. Yes, farewell, Mr. Goku. Please convey my regards to Gohan. I shall. With that, Goku's figure vanished from Den's sight. He instantaneously teleported to Earth. Instead of seeking out Gohan and Trunks first, he made his way to the ruins of the temple. He resolved to locate the position of the Room of Spirit and Time. Upon arriving at the temple ruins, he found the area littered with crumbling walls, the entire structure having split in two and hovering in the air. As he walked slowly on the white porcelain tiles, Goku's mood was rather somber. After all, he had spent a year in the temple, and now, witnessing this familiar place in such a state was disheartening. Alas, how things have changed. Before long, Goku arrived at the entrance of the Room of Spirit and Time. As expected, the entrance had vanished. He could only force it open now. With his hair standing on end, Goku unleashed a golden aura that enveloped his entire being, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 2. He directed his energy towards the entrance. Boom! In an instant, a passage large enough for entry appeared at the entrance. Goku controlled his energy with precision, merely opening the entrance without causing damage to anything else. Although the exterior of the temple appeared dilapidated, the interior of the Room of Spirit and Time remained intact. Indeed, this space had been preserved. Upon entering, Goku surveyed his surroundings. The atmosphere inside was quite stifling. The surroundings were a blinding white, and being alone in such a space would surely drive one to madness. He understood why he could not endure being there for more than 3 months in the original story. Son Goku. At that moment, a feminine voice echoed in Goku's ears. He quickly turned towards the source of the sound, his brow furrowing. He had not sensed the presence of the voice's owner. What is this appearance? A little girl? Is this not the Supreme Kai of Time? Why is she here? Goku was bewildered. The Kaishin of Time had never appeared in the original timeline, and he wasn't even sure if such a being truly existed. However, he could now ascertain that the absence of ki he felt earlier was understandable. Mortal beings could not sense divine energy. If he transformed into a Super Saiyan God, perhaps he could perceive it. Who are you? Goku feigned ignorance, directing his inquiry toward the Kaishin of Time. Hello, Goku. I am Kranoa, the Kaishin of Time, and I have come to seek you. Seek me? Goku was baffled as to why such a distinguished Kaishin would specifically look for him. Indeed, ever since Tawa appeared in your timeline, I have been observing you. The Kaishin's words struck a chord with Goku. Could it be that Tawa was responsible for Frieza's anomaly? The energy emanating from Frieza had indeed resembled something from a game. It must have been her doing. Are you referring to Frieza's transformation? Kranoa nodded gracefully, a smile gracing her features. Yes, precisely because of her, I became intrigued by you. You are unlike any other Goku from alternate timelines, yet you remain the same person. Thus, I am compelled to invite you to join the Time Patrol. Kranoa's unexpected proposal left Goku astonished. He had never anticipated that the Kaishin of Time would extend such an invitation. However, he shook his head in refusal. Have you considered the adversaries involved? Am I, a novice who has just grasped the essence of Super Saiyan God, truly capable of facing them? My priority is to protect my own timeline and those connected to me. Do not be so hasty in your rejection. Here, take this source of energy, do not resist. As Kranoa spoke, a sphere of energy appeared in her hand and drifted toward Goku. The energy swiftly approached him, and to be cautious, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan God, creating a barrier to keep the energy at bay. What is this? Goku's expression darkened. Anyone would be unsettled by an unknown energy attempting to enter their body. Do not worry. This is the essence of time, granting you the abilities of time itself. What do you say? Is this gift not splendid? Do not be so quick to decline. Consider it a personal favor owed to me. When I encounter a matter I cannot resolve, I shall call upon you for assistance. Kranoa beamed at Goku, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the precious gift she offered. Yet, she believed that gaining such a unique Goku was worth the sacrifice. The essence of time? Are you saying I can traverse time? Yes and no. It will depend on your own comprehension. This is merely the source, intended to guide you into mastery and accelerate your understanding. Kranoa elaborated, noting that not everyone could comprehend the powers of time. Even with the source, the odds would only be significantly improved. Nevertheless, she believed this Goku would certainly succeed. Alright then, thank you, esteemed Kaishin of Time. I owe you a favor. Wukong believes that possessing the power of time is indeed formidable. Consider Hit's time skip technique. It exemplifies the preliminary manifestation of such power and is indispensable for transcending one's limits. Owing a favor to someone is a small price to pay, and certainly worthwhile. Wukong carefully stores the temporal energy in his dimensional space. While the Kaishin of time may not deceive himself, it is prudent to exercise caution with external energies. It would be wise to absorb it only once he is entirely assured of his safety. Upon hearing Wukong's remarks, Kuranoya's face brightened with delight. After all, with a favor owed, how far could their journey be from commencing? Such matters must be approached gradually, without haste. Ah, by the way, do you recall what I mentioned about Tawa? Kuranoya resolved to divulge some intelligence to Wukong. Of course, I remember. What is the matter? Wukong inquired, stroking his chin, his eyes narrowing in uncertainty as he regarded Kuranoya. Don't tell me Tawa plans to cause trouble in my timeline. That would indeed be a source of annoyance. Stealthy and elusive, she relished executing her schemes from the shadows. Such individuals are most detestable, especially when one feels utterly powerless against them. All he could do was wait for her to make her move. Previously, their attempts to pursue her had been in vain. Yet it was evident she had set her sights on his timeline. Wukong cursed his own ill fortune, wishing to slap himself for his foreboding words that had proven all too accurate. Just how powerful is Tawa? He pondered, intrigued. If she were not stronger than himself, that would be one thing. If she were, it would be another matter entirely. Her ordinary form is slightly weaker than yours, but she possesses a demon god form, which is less certain, Kuranoya assessed thoughtfully, examining Wukong. Upon hearing this, a sense of unease washed over Wukong, her ordinary form being merely a tad weaker than his. Alongside her demon god form, was concerning. However, he was puzzled as to how Kuranoya was aware of his capabilities. Rest assured, she will not engage directly. After all, we are here to assist you. Besides, as long as she officially enters your timeline, you may seek the aid of the destroyer god of your realm. No matter how powerful she may be, she cannot surpass a destroyer god, Kuranoya reassured him, adopting a calming demeanor. Yet, Wukong's lips twitched in frustration. The destroyer god of their timeline? He was perpetually dormant. Powerful as he may be, he was utterly indifferent to the affairs at hand. If he were vigilant, would their universe still rank second to last in power? How do you know my strength? Wukong shifted his focus from contemplating Beerus to questioning the matter that plagued his mind. Upon hearing this, Kuranoya's pride swelled, and her tone became noticeably elevated. It was during your battle with your counterpart in this timeline. Your red-haired form has already reached the first level of divine power, and you exude a divine aura. Had I not intervened to shield you, do you think the angel of this timeline would not have sensed your presence? Would they not realize you are not from their realm? Be aware that traversing timelines indiscriminately is a grave offense, even if one travels from the past to the future. It seemed he had incurred yet another debt of gratitude, but he had also gained valuable information, ensuring that Whis remained unaware of his presence. Thank you, Lord Kaishin of Time. I owe you another favor. Upon hearing Goku's words, Kuranoya's nose nearly reached the heavens. Haha, no need for thanks, she replied. Oh well then, thank you once again, Lord Kaishin of Time. A sudden cough from Kuranoya almost choked her, and she felt tears of frustration welling up. Had she known better, she would have refrained from such expressions. How infuriating. She never expected him to take it seriously. After all, it was merely polite banter. Oh, by the way here, take this. Kuranoya tossed Goku an object resembling a button. He hurriedly caught it and examined it closely, but could discern nothing. What is this? Goku queried, perplexed. Glancing at Kuranoya. It looks like a button. Please don't tell me it's something to summon you, akin to the original summoning of the entire egg. That is a device for accessing the realm of time. Simply press this button, and a door leading to the realm of time will materialize before you. You must come visit often. Our realm of time is truly fascinating. You might even have the opportunity to challenge formidable warriors from various timelines. As she spoke, Kuranoya couldn't help but entice Goku further, understanding that for someone like him, powerful opponents were a tantalizing lure. Indeed, Goku's eyes sparkled at the prospect of warriors from different timelines. It was undeniably thrilling. However, he sensed a hidden agenda from the Kaishin of Time, as if she were tempting him with something ulterior. Never mind. It's best to refrain from visiting the realm of time. Alas, what a pity. Thank you, Lord Kaishin of Time. If the opportunity arises, I will certainly come. Goku thought one thing while expressing another. Yes, you must come. That is your promise, Kuranoya remarked. Fully aware of Goku's intentions, they exchanged playful banter for a while longer before Kuranoya bid farewell. Goku, that will be all for now. I must take my leave. Farewell. As she spoke, a portal of time and space appeared behind her, and she began to drift towards it. Well then, goodbye, Lord Kaishin of Time. Goku called out, watching as Kuranoya slowly vanished into the portal. Once she departed, Goku exited the room of spirit and time, finding himself amidst the ruins of the temple. For an extended period, he had utilized his energy to maintain the entrance and exit. It was time to seek out Gohan and Trunks. He needed to train them thoroughly, so he could entrust this timeline to them without worry. Placing his fingers on his forehead, Goku sensed Gohan and Trunks' energy and teleported away from the temple. The temple remained in its dilapidated state, the once beautiful scenery long gone. It appeared as if nothing had changed. save for the addition of a glowing entrance leading to the room of spirit and time. Chapter 63. A father showing off before his son. Dad, Gohan exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sudden appearance of Goku. How are you adapting now? In a fleeting moment, Goku shifted his focus to Gohan's arm, acutely aware of the elation that accompanied its restoration. Noticing Goku's gaze, Gohan moved his newly healed arm and smiled, saying, "It's nothing serious. I'm off to meet Dandy." Dandy? Is he the Namekian Dandy? How is he faring? Gohan's excitement was palpable, for they shared a bond forged in adversity, though years had passed since their last encounter. Yes. He currently holds a prominent position among his people, so there's no need for concern. He asked me to send his regards. Thank you, Dad. Gohan nodded, his heart swelling with joy for Dandy. All right, follow me, Goku instructed, and with that, they instantaneously transported to the dilapidated temple. This marked Trunks' first visit to the temple, and he surveyed the surrounding ruin with a puzzled expression directed at Goku. Uncle Goku, where are we? Goku glanced at Gohan, a question evident in his eyes. Had he never brought Trunks here before? No, I haven't. I came alone previously and witnessed the temple's decay. I only mentioned it to him back then, when he couldn't even transform into a Super Saiyan. It was too dangerous to bring him along. Indeed, it was perilous not being able to transform. Now, it would still be somewhat risky without my presence. Goku noted Trunks' combat power, a mere 6 million, and agreed with Gohan's assessment. Trunks, feeling a touch embarrassed, scratched his golden hair, acutely aware of his inferiority compared to Gohan and Uncle Goku. Enough of that. Let's go. I will take you to the hyperbolic time chamber, where one day outside equates to a year inside, our training ground. Goku ascended into the air, gliding towards the chamber, with Gohan and Trunks following closely behind. Upon reaching the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, they found it still intact, sustained by the residual energy Goku had left behind. Dad, is this your energy? Gohan marveled at the aura emanating from the entrance, feeling no inclination to resist. It was a testament to his father's formidable strength. Indeed, are you not astonished? In terms of the combat power you are familiar with, my base power now reaches 30 billion. Goku beamed at Gohan, relishing the opportunity to impress his son. 30 billion. Do we possess 30 billion after transforming into Super Saiyans? Gohan recalled Trunks mentioning that Goku's base power surpassed his own in transformed state. Not quite. Yours is 8 billion, while Trunks stands at 3 billion. Goku felt their combat powers were rather low, attributing it to their lack of rigorous training in the future. Future Gohan had undergone only a year of serious training, followed by daily battles against androids. As for Trunks, he had been taught by a half-hearted Gohan. It was no wonder his strength was limited. In the original narrative, he had trained for 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber with Vegeta, achieving a Super Saiyan combat power of at least 20 to 30 billion. To put it plainly, the two of them had never undergone proper training, leaving them at a loss as to how to train effectively. However, now that I am here, everything is about to change. What? So low? Trunks felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this. Haha, don't worry. After a year of training here, I assure you that your combat power will exceed 2 billion once you transform into Super Saiyan. Now let us go inside. After offering a word of reassurance, Goku stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber. Dad, wait for us. Gohan quickly pulled a somewhat dejected Trunks into the chamber. Upon entering, both Gohan and Trunks felt a wave of discomfort as the temperature surged and breathing became laborious. Goku immediately noticed their reactions and chuckled as he explained. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Breathing is difficult, and there's a sense of pressure, isn't there? The air here is only 14 of what it is outside, and the gravity is 10 times greater. Gohan and Trunks nodded in unison, feeling utterly overwhelmed by the environment, yet it seemed ideal for their intense training. Goku took a few steps forward to face them directly. Your mastery of the Super Saiyan form is still too rudimentary. Gohan, you. Me? Gohan replied, puzzled. Goku then glanced at Trunks, who was equally startled by being singled out again. At this moment, Goku began to speak in an enigmatic manner. Do you know where the ultimate destination of a Super Saiyan lies? Looking at the two, he was met with blank shakes of their heads. They were utterly confused. How could they possibly know the endpoint of a Super Saiyan? To them, the pinnacle was simply being a Super Saiyan. Being a Super Saiyan is merely the beginning. Beyond that, there exists a form that surpasses the Super Saiyan, which I refer to as Super Saiyan 2. Above Super Saiyan 2, there is Super Saiyan 3. And even beyond that, there are forms such as Super Saiyan God. Goku refrained from mentioning Super Saiyan Blue or other advanced forms, as they were still too distant for them to comprehend. He had not yet mastered them himself. Gohan and Trunks were left in a state of bewilderment, speechless by the revelations they were hearing for the first time. Within the first Super Saiyan form, there also exists a state known as Full Power Super Saiyan, which significantly reduces energy and stamina consumption. By temporarily increasing energy and stamina expenditure, one can achieve a brief enhancement in strength. After explaining, Goku transformed into Full Power Super Saiyan, astonishing Gohan and Trunks as not a hint of golden aura erupted from him. And this is Super Saiyan 2. With a light roar, Goku's golden hair stood even taller, leaving only 3 strands of bangs at his forehead. Even in his Super Saiyan 2 form, Goku emitted no aura. He had completely mastered this transformation, which, while similar to full-power Super Saiyan, demanded slightly more energy. Seeing the look of admiration in Gohan's eyes filled Goku with pride. If it were anyone else, he might not have felt quite so pleased. A son who holds his father in such high esteem, what father could possibly feel disheartened? Subsequently, Goku refrained from transforming into Super Saiyan 3 or Super Saiyan God, recognizing that these aspirations were beyond their reach. Instead, he emphasized the importance of being grounded and progressing step by step. In this year, I shall ensure that you master the full power of Super Saiyan. Goku was confident that within a year, achieving the full power of Super Saiyan would not be overly challenging for them, considering their hybrid Saiyan lineage endowed them with extraordinary talent. Particularly for Gohan, although his potential in this timeline might not surpass that of his counterpart in another dimension, he was undoubtedly the most gifted individual in this reality. Over the years, they had accumulated a wealth of latent potential, and during this year, Goku was determined to unleash it all. Chapter 64. 1 year later, Super Saiyan 4. 1 year? Is that feasible? Gohan and Trunks exchanged glances, ultimately choosing to place their trust in Goku. The aura of strength and confidence that Goku exuded made him a figure worthy of reliance and trust. Now that Goku believed in them, they felt compelled to exert themselves manifold, ensuring they did not let him down. With mutual nods, they comprehended the unspoken understanding in each other's eyes. The first step was to enhance their foundational battle power, for without sufficient base strength, mastering the full power of Super Saiyan was unattainable. Fortunately, under the current circumstances, increasing foundational abilities was relatively swift. Adapting to 10 times the normal gravity allowed for a more accelerated training process compared to a standard environment. Moreover, the quickest way for a Saiyan to increase their strength was through combat. With Goku consistently training alongside them, their power escalated rapidly. Thus, a year passed within the hyperbolic time chamber, while only a single day elapsed outside. Throughout that year, Gohan and Trunks experienced intense training under Goku's guidance. However, it was crucial to note that Goku's base power was in the billions, and their sparring sessions resulted in them being thoroughly beaten, even when fighting together. Fortunately, Goku had an abundance of senzu beans. Whenever they felt hungry or injured, they could simply consume these miraculous beans. With tens of thousands at his disposal, he had only utilized a few hundred over the course of the year. He realized that these beans were becoming less effective for him personally, as his own self-healing abilities and stamina rendered him nearly impervious to needing them. For others, he had shared a considerable quantity of senzu beans. Yet this was merely a fraction of his total supply. In fact, at his current level, he had acquired a form of healing ability that allowed him to expend his own energy and vitality to restore others. Under Goku's attentive and meticulous training, both Gohan and Trunks saw their battle power soar dramatically over the year. Gohan's foundational battle power had risen to 200 million, having fully mastered the full power of Super Saiyan, and he was not far from attaining Super Saiyan 2. Perhaps all he needed was to die a little, commonly referred to as losing a father. However, would dying lead him to transform into a beastly form? Trunks, on the other hand, had also mastered the full power, though his foundational battle power stood at 100 million, which was still commendable. The two individuals, in comparison to the current androids, were akin to a dimensional crush, entirely capable of confronting the perfect cell. While Trunks might still find himself slightly outmatched, Gohan could easily dominate the battle. Of course, he had not emerged from this period without his own gains. Firstly, his base combat power had reached an astounding 6 billion, and secondly, he had mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Indeed, during the past year, he had ventured outside, coinciding with a full moon. This particular moon had been destroyed in the past, but had been restored by the dragon. However, that was a matter from over a decade ago. Transforming into Super Saiyan 4 felt remarkably seamless. Now, with his dimensional level sufficiently elevated, he transformed into a golden great ape while maintaining his sanity, effortlessly transitioning into Super Saiyan 4. In terms of time, this transformation was equivalent to 6 months ago in the hyperbolic time chamber, during which he had persistently attempted to fuse the powers of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4. Unfortunately, he had not yet succeeded, but there was no rush. He had ample time ahead of him. On this particular day, within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, 3 individuals with golden hair were engaged in aerial combat. After a moment of separation, Goku remained stationary, while Gohan and Trunks flanked him from both sides. The two exchanged knowing glances and then bent forward, gathering blue energy in their hands. Kamehameha, here it comes. With a thunderous roar, 2 robust waves of blue energy surged toward Goku, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. In this timeline, Trunks, influenced by Goku and Gohan, had not mastered Vegeta's Final Flash or Gallic Gun, but rather the Kamehameha. Was this not a formidable technique in its own right? As the smoke cleared, Goku's figure had vanished, and both Gohan and Trunks had assumed defensive postures. Having prepared for his evasion, Goku dodged their combined attack, and in a swift motion, delivered consecutive chops to the back of their necks, rendering them momentarily unconscious. It was not that he desired to transform into Super Saiyan, but rather that he had no choice. Gohan's power as a Super Saiyan exceeded his normal state by over 15 times, bolstered further by Trunks' presence. After a year of rigorous training, their martial arts skills and energy control had significantly improved, surpassing even that of the previous Nappa. To refrain from transforming into Super Saiyan would not be training them, but rather subjecting himself to military drills. Goku harbored no dissatisfaction. Instead, he felt a profound sense of pride, knowing he could entrust this timeline to them. In truth, he had asked them if they would consider visiting his timeline. But they had declined, believing that since they were the guardians of this timeline, they should protect it diligently. Goku's inquiry stemmed from the events that would unfold years later involving a certain individual named Zamasu. After they had fallen to the ground, Gohan and Trunks turned over and sat upright. Goku surveyed them, reverted to his normal state, and approached the two. All right, your strength is now sufficient to eliminate the androids, and it is time for us to head out. He helped Gohan and Trunks to their feet and patted their backs affirmatively. Upon hearing this, the two nodded solemnly in agreement. It is time. It is time for those two androids to face the consequences. The determination in their eyes grew resolute. The trio exited the time chamber, where for the past year, Goku had continuously maintained the entrance with his energy, a feat that proved effortlessly manageable given his current strength. Moreover, his ability to recuperate energy far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Upon appearing in the temple, they seemed to sense something amiss. Remarkably, someone had a penchant for delivering themselves to their doom. Swiftly, with a deft maneuver, Gohan and Trunks immediately detected the presence of the androids. Just as they contemplated how to locate them, the androids emerged. Indeed, while the androids could not be sensed directly, the moment they unleashed their energy attacks, their presence would be unmistakable. Chapter 65, The Doom of the Androids. Gohan and Trunks exchanged glances before turning their gaze towards Goku. Go ahead, go ahead. What is there to consult me about? Goku replied, somewhat exasperated. In just a year, the two had become entirely reliant on him, seeking his counsel for every endeavor. This simply cannot stand. All right, Uncle Goku, we're off. After a brief farewell, the two ascended into the air, their energies surging as they sped towards the source of the energy they had sensed. They could hardly contain their eagerness. They were determined to avenge the innocent lives lost at the hands of the androids. And, of course, there was also Vegeta, Tais, and the rest. Goku stood atop the temple, observing the retreating figures of Gohan and Trunks while contemplating how to encourage their independence. Nearby, Android 18, who had just obliterated a survivor's base, lifted her gaze to the distant sky. 17, they're coming again. After eliminating a hidden civilian with a burst of energy, 17 slowly turned to face 18. Oh, is that so? I truly don't understand them. They nearly perish every time, yet they persist in returning. Perhaps this time we should eradicate them completely? 17 inquired with a tone of certainty. Indeed, after all these years, we have grown quite weary of this. Their strength seems to be increasing as well. It would be wise to eliminate them lest we find ourselves in dire straits, 18 remarked, glancing at her meticulously manicured nails, an indulgence she had procured from a survivor, the price of which was, of course, their demise. Goku had arrived early and concealed himself, remaining undetected by the duo. He shook his head in resignation as he observed the young boy clad in a black shirt and the girl in a vest. If one were to argue that the versions of 17 and 18 from his timeline were redeemable, the counterparts in this timeline were utterly beyond salvation. Years of slaughter had twisted them into embodiments of malevolence. Perhaps the essence of their characters had diverged fundamentally across timelines. They're here, Goku noted, watching the two figures descending from the sky, having arrived even before Gohan and Trunks. Yet, he chose not to reveal himself, curious to witness how the unfolding events would ultimately conclude. You have returned once more. This time, we are not inclined to play games any longer. Are you prepared for death? Number 17 remarked with a sinister smile, glancing at number 18, who reciprocated with a soft chuckle. Gohan observed the two of them, his fury escalating like an unquenchable fire. These two artificial beings had claimed countless lives over the years. Now, only a mere fraction of survivors remained on Earth. And who was responsible? Of course, it was these two androids. We have indeed come, just as you stated, to bring this to a conclusion. However, it is you who shall meet your end. You will pay for the lives you have extinguished. Gohan's emotions spiraled out of control as he recalled the myriad of tragedies he had witnessed throughout the years. These two androids were akin to demons, their slaughter a mere game to them. Upon hearing Gohan's words, number 18 raised an eyebrow, perplexed by their audacity. Number 17 seemed to find the situation utterly amusing. Who gave you the audacity to claim that we shall perish? Are you so oblivious to the fact that you owe your existence to us? Number 18's tone grew increasingly hostile. Ignoring their taunts, Gohan turned to Trunks at his side. Trunks, I will confront number 17 while you handle number 18. You are aware that your parents were killed by her, correct? Yes. Trunks clenched his fists, fixating his gaze on number 18. The rage within him could no longer be contained, and in an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Upon witnessing this, Gohan too immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. Are you truly disregarding us? What? Number 17, initially gloomy, suddenly sensed the overwhelming energy emanating from them. This is bad. Number 17, run. Without a moment's hesitation, number 18 warned number 17 and swiftly soared into the distance. Do not even think about escaping. Trunks appeared before number 18 in an instant, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, delivering a powerful kick to her exquisite face. Number 18 was instantly reduced to an afterimage as she plummeted to the ground, sending shards of earth flying. Perish. Kamehameha, here it comes. A blue energy wave descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire landscape in a cerulean hue. The blue energy swiftly formed a semicircle, encasing number 18 within it. As the energy expanded, agonized screams echoed from within. When the energy dissipated, a steaming crater was left behind. With no trace of number 18 remaining, she had been reduced to ashes, vanished from this world. Number 18. Number 17 cried out in sorrow, only to be met by a tremendous fist striking his abdomen. Gohan concentrated all his strength into a single point, unleashing a punch that sent number 17 soaring into the sky amidst a burst of sound. Hame. In midair, Gohan positioned his hands at his waist, gathering energy, matching the speed at which number 17 was propelled upward. The cerulean light in Gohan's hand magnified in Trunks' eyes, illuminating the two of them. Here it comes. A streak of blue energy, adorned with a long tail of flame, streaked across the sky. The immense recoil caused Gohan to stagger back several meters. It is over. Finally over. All evil has vanished at last. Gohan released his Super Saiyan form and gently descended to the ground. At that moment, Trunks also flew over. Gohan, let's find Uncle Goku and share this wonderful news. Trunks was clearly unable to contain his excitement. He had finally avenged his parents. Just then, Goku's voice reached their ears. No, I witnessed everything just now. You both did remarkably well. Goku suddenly appeared before them, startling the two into a shudder. He felt a sense of satisfaction, believing that such villains must be eradicated completely, leaving no trace behind. Dad, when did you arrive? You gave us quite a scare. Gohan thought his father's instant transmission was shockingly abrupt. Who could know when he would suddenly materialize? King Kai gave you a hearty thumbs up, acknowledging that what you said was indeed correct. Trunks nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. I arrived even earlier than you. Speaking of which, I should be on my way soon. Now that you have dealt with the androids, this timeline will be in your hands. Let us go find Bulma first. Goku placed his hands on their shoulders and vanished in an instant. Nowadays, thanks to his improved instant transmission, he no longer needed to place his hands on his forehead. However, there exists a sentimentality that he cherished. Chapter 66. Amusing events before the return in the laboratory. Bulma had completed all her preparations. Having removed her slightly worn white shirt, weary, she leaned back on the sofa. With her hands pressed against her temples and her eyes closed, she softly murmured, I really wish to visit Goku's timeline, to see my other self there. She felt a pang of envy for her counterpart in that realm. Yet it was this very envy that held her back from pursuing the thought. She feared no other girl, but she was apprehensive of herself. It seemed her other self in that timeline harbored similar thoughts. Lost in these reflections, Bulma succumbed to slumber due to her fatigue. After she fell asleep, the three of them instantaneously transported to a nearby location. Shoo, let us keep it quiet. We should step outside to talk. Bulma is too tired and needs her rest. With that, Goku gently lifted Bulma, carefully walking to the nearby bed and laying her down softly, tucking her in. Sleep well, Bulma, you deserve it. Goku, Gohan, and Trunks exited the room and found themselves in the spacious hall. Dad, are you really leaving? Gohan looked at Goku with reluctance, feeling uncertain about how long it would be until they could meet again. Yes, Uncle Goku, can't you stay a few more days? Trunks quickly nodded in agreement with Gohan. He too did not want Goku to depart. With Goku around, there was an undeniable sense of security, as if there were nothing to worry about. Goku turned his head to gaze intently at the two, a gentle smile gracing his face. There is no banquet that does not come to an end. After all, I do not belong to this timeline. The you from that era is still waiting for me. Goku then shifted his gaze to Trunks, who, under Goku's scrutinizing eyes, shyly lowered his head. Indeed, it seems that the version of myself from Uncle Goku's timeline is yet to be born. So, Father, when do you plan to leave? Mother appears to have fully charged the time machine. Although Goten felt a twinge of regret, he emerged from it. For, as Goku stated, there was no need to rush. We shall wait until your mother awakens to bid her farewell. I am not like a certain someone. He was indeed referring to his counterpart from this timeline, harboring no fondness for that version of himself. It is somewhat strange that this timeline's Goku had not shared the reasons with him, especially since Goku had not undergone this curse, right? This led to Goku's disdain for his counterpart. However, Goten and Trunks were unaware of this individual. leaving them perplexed as they looked at Goku. Father, who is that person? Upon hearing Goten's question, Goku's mouth twitched. After all, it was merely his future self. A little self-reproach sufficed, but he wished to shield his son from the knowledge. If Goten found out, it would be akin to reproaching himself. Ahem. That is something you need not concern yourself with. You do not know this person. Goku quickly diverted the topic. Now, what are your plans after I depart? Goten and Trunks exchanged glances in response to Goku's inquiry. To be honest, they were somewhat at a loss. Over the past year, they had grown accustomed to relying on Goku. Suddenly being asked to make a decision left them feeling uncertain. Observing their reactions, Goku chuckled softly. Once I leave, this world will depend on you too. You must not become overly reliant on me. Goku's words instilled a sense of shame in Goten and Trunks. After I depart, you two should continue your training. This timeline will face even greater challenges ahead, and it will all rest upon your shoulders. The greater challenges Goku referred to were, of course, Majin Buu and the formidable Zamasu that would follow. Naturally, he would not neglect Zamasu. He intended to show him what true mortal strength entailed. However, by that time, he wondered if he would be able to reach the realm of the gods. Speaking of which, he could no longer consider himself merely a mortal, as his dimensional level had attained that of the Grand Kai. Yes, we will surely strive to train and reach the Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3 levels. Even the Super Saiyan God, Goten and Trunks nodded in unison. Having faced the androids, they understood the significance of strength. Goku had mentioned that greater challenges lay ahead, and they believed his words, promising to continue their training to protect this timeline. They were determined to possess the strength necessary to safeguard their world. As a considerable amount of time passed, Gohan and Trunks, through their swift flight, conveyed the joyous news of the androids' eradication to the various survivor bases. After enduring the onslaught of the androids, humanity, nearly decimated, began to rebuild their homeland. Naturally, Goku accompanied them on this journey, and his time was not wasted. For he encountered Xiao Wu. Within one of the survivor bases, Goku and Gohan beamed as they observed Xiao Wu and Trunks standing together. It appeared that in this timeline, Xiao Wu had also shrunk due to the Dragon Balls, and fate had conspired to bring them together once more. Uncle Goku, Brother Gohan. Why are you looking at me like that? Trunks, feeling a wave of embarrassment, could not muster the courage to meet their gaze, nor could Xiao Wu beside him. Trunks, how did you come to know her? Gohan inquired with curiosity, realizing that Trunks had never mentioned her before, hinting at secrets yet to be uncovered. Well, you see, I went missing for a few days, right? I was being chased by the androids, and she saved me. Her name is Xiao Wu, Trunks explained, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, avoided Goku's eyes, knowing he recognized her, and fearing that she had yet to confess her age to Trunks. If revealed, she dreaded how she would face Trunks. After all, it felt like an older cow courting a tender calf. Goku, grinning foolishly, certainly understood her reticence, and he had no intention of revealing it. Age is but a number. Bulma is 3 years my senior, and it's rather splendid, I assent it. Xiao Wu being over 30 years older than Trunks is even better. He chuckled, amused at how little Trunks had grown up. At that moment, a female voice echoed from afar. Son Gohan, weren't you supposed to teach me how to fly? A girl with twin ponytails approached, tugging at Gohan's sleeve. Goku observed the scene, a proud smile gracing his face like a contented father. Chapter 67, Farewell. Bulma gazed at the three figures that had emerged, particularly the one in the center. She understood that it was time to bid farewell, though she felt a pang of reluctance. Goku, you must be leaving now, right? Bulma's cerulean eyes locked onto Goku's, filled with profound sadness. Goku nodded, fully aware of Bulma's emotions, yet he was not the Goku of this timeline. Yes, it is time. All right, follow me. The time machine's energy has been replenished. They traversed the shattered corridor, arriving at the location where Trunks had previously parked the time machine. As they stood before the imposing machine, silence enveloped them. Goku, before you go, I have something for you. Bulma produced a universal capsule and handed it to Goku. He accepted it, examining it curiously, but before he could inquire, Bulma began to explain. This is a gift from my past self. You must deliver it to her. I am certain she will cherish it, Bulma said, her hands clasped behind her back, her body slightly leaning towards Goku as she spoke. As Wukong beheld her in such a state, he couldn't help but gently shake his head. Despite being 50 years old, she moved with the vivacity of a youthful maiden, dispelling the fatigue evident just days prior. Perhaps Bulma's character had remained unchanged. It was merely suppressed in the past, for her personality in his timeline mirrored the one he had always known. All right, Wukong declared, placing the universal capsule into his storage space, nodding earnestly. Bulma exhaled deeply, her gaze fixed on the time machine, her pupils gradually dilating as she spoke softly. Wukong silently observed Bulma's profile, contemplating whether he should impart that knowledge to them. Bulma, shall I summon Gohan and the others? I would like to present you with a parting gift. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Bulma slowly turned her head, looking at him with a somewhat bewildered expression, unable to fathom what gift Wukong could possibly offer them. All right, Trunks, how are you and she preparing? Gohan remarked with a knowing glance at Trunks, who felt his face flush in response, hastily retorting. He was acutely aware of Gohan's insinuation regarding his relationship with Mai. Gohan, you shouldn't talk. I know about you and Sister Bidley. Just as Gohan was about to retort, a voice from his father echoed in his mind. Gohan, come here with Trunks. Surprised, Gohan looked at Trunks, wondering if he had misheard. Trunks, did you hear that too? Trunks nodded in affirmation, having heard the same call. Yes, Uncle Wukong is summoning us. With Trunks' confirmation, Gohan realized he wasn't imagining things. Alright, let's go. Initially, Gohan and Trunks had no intention of interrupting Wukong and Bulma, wishing to allow them a proper farewell. However, since Wukong had called for them, it was evident that something important was afoot, and they decided to proceed. Before long, Gohan and Trunks approached Wukong and Bulma. Dad, Mom, did you call us for something? Gohan greeted them first, then looked at Wukong with a puzzled expression. He had initially hoped to give them some private space, only to realize he had been overly sentimental. Ah, a gift before departing? A gift? Wukong smiled warmly in response to the astonished expressions on Gohan and Trunks' faces, nodding affirmatively. What is this? Suddenly, Gohan felt a new cultivation method materialize in his mind. He glanced at Bulma and Trunks, noticing their equally astonished expressions. In unison, the three turned their gaze towards Wukong. Wukong recognized the confusion in their eyes. He was offering them a most valuable method of divine cultivation. Indeed, Wukong had bestowed upon them the secrets of divine training, which would undoubtedly confer numerous advantages due to their elevated dimensional rank. Thus, Wukong believed this to be the most splendid gift he could offer them. It was a precious treasure that would enhance their dimensional levels. Aside from Bulma, both Gohan and Trunks were left in a state of confusion upon hearing Goku mention the concept of dimensional levels. What on earth? What is a dimensional level? Observing their puzzled expressions, and recognizing that he had not elaborated on the advantages of higher dimensional levels to Bulma, Goku decided to enlighten them on the benefits associated with elevated dimensional tiers. Dimensional levels are classified as mortal, deity, king of hell, king of worlds, grand king of worlds, and the supreme level of the divine dimension. Attaining a higher dimensional level greatly enhances one's strength, bestows unique abilities, significantly extends lifespan, and contributes immensely to the preservation of youth. Goku articulated each word carefully, noticing the growing brightness in their eyes. Particularly, Bulma's eyes sparkled like pure gold when Goku mentioned the preservation of youth. It was inevitable. After all, she is a woman. And which woman does not care about her appearance? Moreover, at the age of 50, despite her genes allowing her to appear as if she were in her 30s, she was not as young as she once was, with fine lines beginning to etch across her face. Thank you, Goku, Bulma said, unable to contain her gratitude. Oh, why thank you between us? Goku waved dismissively. You both must practice diligently. Reaching the level of deity should be well within your grasp. By the way, if you encounter someone who looks just like me, exuding an evil aura and clad in black, use the time machine to find me immediately. Did you hear? Goku said with a serious expression, directing his words to Gohan and Trunks. He did not want this timeline's Bulma to face such a calamity. It would only lead to greater despair for her. Yes, Dad, we understand. Goku's heart swelled with pride at their response. I will transmit the coordinates of the new Namek to your minds. If you encounter any trouble and need to make a wish, you can go to the new Namek. They should not refuse you. As Goku spoke, the coordinates of the new Namek appeared in Gohan and Trunks' minds. They both nodded in agreement. All right, Uncle Goku. Goodbye, Goku. Farewell. Dad. Goku watched the two through the glass dome, feeling a pang of reluctance as he waved goodbye, silently wishing them well. Take care. Moments later, the time machine flickered and vanished from this timeline. Chapter 68, Bulma with short hair. After exiting the time machine, Goku turned to Trunks inside, only to find that he had no intention of stepping out. Trunks, aren't you coming out to see your father and mother? Upon hearing Goku's words, Trunks shook his head, knowing that if he did, he would surely feel a sense of longing. No, Uncle Goku. Gohan and Bulma Annie are still waiting for me in that timeline, and I really dislike crying. Goodbye, Uncle Goku. MHM. You and Gohan should also teach Biddy and the methods of divine training. After all, we are family. After shyly waving goodbye, Trunks hastily activated the time machine, and with another flicker, it disappeared once more. As Wukong gazed at the departing Trunks, a sense of resignation washed over him. The future of their timeline rested upon the shoulders of these two. He earnestly hoped they would remain steadfast in their original intentions and forge ahead with determination. With that thought, Wukong dispelled further musings and unleashed a brilliant white aura, propelling himself swiftly toward West City. Given Bulma's spirited nature, he mused that his sudden appearance might startle her, and he would certainly incur her wrath. He could almost envision the sardonic smile on Bulma's face, a grin that appeared cheerful yet harbored mischief. Wukong alighted at the threshold of her home and slowly made his way inside. Bulma's abode was quite expansive, with a lengthy pathway leading from the entrance to the house, flanked by lush greenery. Yet, he could still sense Bulma waiting for him just outside. As he drew nearer, His eyes quickly fell upon her. At that moment, Bulma was adorned in a crisp white shirt paired with blue jeans, accentuating her figure splendidly. What astonished Wukong the most was her newly cropped hair. Upon first glance, it exuded an air of mature allure. Bulma, why did you cut your hair so short? Wukong scratched his head, bewildered as he looked at her. Bulma rolled her eyes in response, knowing full well her new hairstyle was inspired by his earlier comments about disliking her previous look. She had opted for the short cut, believing it to be an improvement. Honestly, wasn't it you who suggested it? Don't tell me you've forgotten. At Bulma's reminder, Wukong's memory was jogged. He recalled having proposed the style based on his recollection of her appearance. He hadn't expected her to take him seriously and actually go for the cut, but he found himself quite fond of her new look. Haha, how could I forget? I certainly remember. I never imagined you would actually cut it. As he spoke, he stepped forward and enveloped Bulma in a warm embrace. You suggested it, so I shall comply. Prior to this, Bulma had never heard Wukong comment on her appearance. And after his remark, she had felt a surge of excitement mixed with apprehension about whether the cut would truly flatter her in Wukong's eyes. Nevertheless, during his absence over the past couple of days, she had mustered the courage to go through with the change, and to her delight, the result was indeed pleasing. It seemed she had underestimated Wukong's taste. All right, let us head inside, Bulma said as she stepped out of Wukong's embrace. Nodding in agreement, Wukong followed her into the house. Upon entering the living room, Wukong's gaze fell upon Gohan, engrossed in a video game, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Having experienced the future timeline and seen what Gohan could become, he found this version of Gohan increasingly unappealing. He resolved that he could not allow him to remain so lax and would need to impose stricter training in the future. At that moment, Gohan, blissfully unaware of Wukong's contemplations regarding his future, continued to enjoy his gaming. Wukong, Gohan is now of elementary school age. Is it still necessary for him to attend? Bulma observed Wukong's focus on their son and broached the subject of Gohan's education. She felt that Gohan had already mastered the entirety of university-level content, making school attendance seemingly unnecessary. Goku gazed at Gohan, lost in contemplation. He believed that attending school and making new friends would be quite beneficial for him. Wouldn't it be wonderful to grant him a complete childhood experience? To be honest, his thoughts were also influenced by the prospect of Gohan's future wife, whom he deemed more suitable for him than Videl. He feared that if Gohan did not attend school, he might never encounter anyone better than Videl. Moreover, this arrangement would not hinder Gohan's training. Schooling during the day, training at night. Voil, a master of time management. Let him go. The opportunity to meet peers would enrich his childhood, which would otherwise be too monotonous without friends. Upon hearing Goku's reasoning, Bulma nodded in agreement, finding merit in the notion. Indeed, expanding one's circle of friends is quite advantageous. Observing Gohan engrossed in a video game, Goku couldn't help but ponder what sort of narrative Gohan would embody upon entering school. Would he be the wealthy heir navigating the daily life of a campus? A Super Saiyan in an academic setting? A strong, affluent individual masquerading as an underdog? Or perhaps the beloved of the campus beauty? The possibilities were endless. As Gohan was now wealthy, powerful, and undeniably attractive, was he not the quintessential protagonist of those invincible and affluent campus tales? Wealth? His family was among the richest. Strength? Sufficient to transform into a Super Saiyan. Handsomeness? Was Gohan not handsome, having inherited his father's genes? Ahem, perhaps a touch of vanity there. It mattered not. Let Gohan experience this phase of life. His descendants would find their own fortune. Consider it a reward for his training. Surely, Gohan would agree, and if he didn't, he would have no choice, for Goku was his father after all. Everything was for his benefit. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Goku turned to Gohan. Gohan. Goku's expression twitched as he witnessed this scene. This solidified his resolve. In just a few days, school would commence. How about we arrange to enroll you in West City Elementary? Goku managed to suppress his laughter as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Gohan's face lit up with surprise. He had longed to attend school, eager to play and learn alongside others. Sure, Dad. Goku, observing Gohan's exuberant demeanor, couldn't he help but smirk mischievously. All right. The joy you feel now will soon be matched by the challenges ahead. I will train you diligently, my son. The following day, Bulma promptly contacted the mayor of West City, casually mentioning Gohan's enrollment. The mayor immediately reached out to the director of the Education Bureau. Subsequently, the education director contacted the principal of West City Elementary. Within mere minutes, Gohan's enrollment was secured. Indeed, having wealth and influence can be remarkably advantageous at times. Chapter 69, Gohan's first encounter with Videl. A few days later, clad in his school uniform, Gohan stood at the front door of his home. Bulma and Goku were bidding him farewell. Typically, parents accompany their children on their first day of elementary school. But one must remember, this was Gohan. Far more mature than children of his age, Goku and his wife decided to allow him to venture alone. As for concerns, that was a jest. With a battle power exceeding 10 million, what danger could he possibly fear? Goten, once you arrive at school, refrain from showcasing your strength too much, otherwise, Troubles will undoubtedly find you. Just act like a regular person, Goku advised, gently ruffling Goten's hair. Over the years, due to his guidance, the people of Earth had become aware of the existence of formidable martial artists, yet they rarely appeared in public view. Should Goten display his extraordinary abilities, it would surely attract unwanted attention, and like Goku, he preferred to avoid complications. All right, I understand, Dad. Goten nodded obediently, not one to seek the spotlight, and he trusted that his father's words were for his own good. However, Bulma was already aware, with only Goten remaining oblivious. She did not oppose Goku training Goten, yet her gaze often held a tinge of pity for him. All right, let us go. Goten, I sent the location of the school to the gravity bracelet in your hand. When you arrive, find a secluded spot to enter your classroom, she instructed. Okay, goodbye, Mom and Dad. With that, Goten nodded, his body lifting into the air, a surge of white energy propelling him toward the school. Upon arriving at school, Goten landed in an unnoticed area. After surveying his surroundings and confirming no one was around, he began to walk towards the teaching building. Just as he was about to proceed, a voice called out to him. Hey, little one, are you lost? Where are your parents? A female teacher on duty observed Goten and noticed his lack of adult company, prompting her to approach. Concerned that he might have been separated from his family, she knew such situations, while not frequent, did occur annually. Goten, recognizing her attire, understood her role and offered a half-truthful explanation. No, teacher, I came alone. My parents dropped me off at the school gate and left. Upon hearing this, the teacher frowned slightly. Why did this type of parent exist every year, believing their child to be superior to their peers? West Capital Primary School was renowned in the area, attracting either the wealthy or the influential, thus such parents were indeed present. Sigh, truly misguided guardians, she thought. Nevertheless, she noticed that the child before her appeared significantly more mature than his contemporaries. What is your name, little one? Which class are you in? Allow me to escort you. My name is Son Goten, and I'm in the first grade class. There's no need for your assistance. I can find my way. That simply won't do. You are still quite young, and with so many people around during the start of the school year. Ultimately, the teacher chose to accompany Goten to his class, her concern for the small child overriding her initial reservations. Meanwhile, at the school entrance, a father and daughter approached. The young girl had her arms crossed, seemingly displeased with her father. Don't be upset, Bidalai. You are only 7 years old and just starting elementary school. Of course, your father must accompany you. What if someone tries to abduct you? Satan hastily explained, eager to placate his daughter. She had always been independent, even expressing a desire to come to school alone for the first time. Could he possibly agree to such a request? Consequently, his daughter was now displeased with him. Presently, Satan was far from the wealthy and powerful figure depicted in the original narrative, yet his superior strength ensured that he lacked neither money nor influence. Thus, he enrolled his daughter in the most prestigious and difficult-to-enter elementary school in the West City Primary School, placing her in one of its finest classes. With her twin pigtails, Bidalai pouted, turning her head away with a soft huff, embodying an adorable defiance. Throughout their journey, Satan endeavored to charm Bidalai, and by the time they reached her classroom, he finally succeeded in soothing her, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. At the entrance to the classroom, a seating chart was displayed, indicating each student's assigned seat. Following the instructions, Satan guided Bidalai to her designated spot. Each seat was equipped with 2 stools, one for the student and the other for the parent. As all the students gathered in the classroom, the teacher stood at the front, discussing various important points, some of which were directed at the parents. Bidalai glanced towards the adjacent seat, noticing that nearly every student was accompanied by a parent, herself included, except for the boy sitting next to her. This sparked her curiosity. Had his parent stepped out, or had he come alone? While Satan was engaged in listening to the teacher, Bidalai seized the moment, extending her delicate hand to poke the boy beside her. Gohan, absorbed in the teacher's lecture, felt the gentle prod and turned to see a small girl looking at him, her expression a mix of curiosity and shyness. Hello? I'm Bidalai. What is your name? She stammered, her cheeks slightly flushed from the unexpected interaction. I'm Son Gohan. Nice to meet you, Bidalai, he replied. And their conversation began to flow, easing Bidalai's initial embarrassment. Emboldened, she finally broached the question that had been on her mind. Did you come here by yourself? Hearing her soft voice, Gohan paused momentarily before nodding. Yes, my parents dropped me off at the school gate and left. He employed a fabricated explanation, as entering the school alone was acceptable, but coming from home unaccompanied seemed too far-fetched. Their acquaintance was still new, and he felt they were not yet close enough for complete honesty. What? Your parents really let you enter the school by yourself? Bidalai expressed a mix of envy and admiration. After all, she was merely a 7-year-old child, and the thought of venturing into an unfamiliar place alone was somewhat daunting. Thus, Satan was quite familiar with her, resolutely accompanying Bidalai to school. The voices of the two naturally caught Satan's attention, leading him to gaze at the young boy beside his daughter. A sudden shock surged within him. He had not anticipated that the boy's parents had not accompanied him. What audacity! Satan cast a sympathetic glance towards Gohan. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, he always felt a slight discomfort towards the lad. It was an indescribable irritation. Yet he refrained from obstructing his daughter's conversation with the boy. After all, it was essential for his daughter to make some friends. And what family in this class was not affluent and influential? To act otherwise would indeed be somewhat inappropriate. Chapter 70, The Unassailable Young Plum Series. As afternoon classes concluded, Gohan exchanged pleasantries with Biddy Lee before making his way to a secluded spot he had previously visited. Throughout the day, Gohan felt that he and Biddy Lee shared numerous common topics. This young girl possessed an inherent rebellious spirit. Her manner of speaking exuded the air of a little adult, embodying a sense of independence. This was distinct from Gohan's independence, which he had somewhat been forced into. Biddy Lee, on the other hand, seemed to inherently desire such freedom. As Gohan pondered Biddy Lee, she observed his departing figure with a sense of perplexity. Why wasn't he Gohan heading towards the school gate after classes? In the sky, as he neared home, Gohan sensed that his father was waiting for him at the doorstep. Without further contemplation, he adjusted his direction and moved to approach Goku. With a soft thud, Gohan landed on the ground and looked at Goku. "Dad, is there something you need while waiting at the doorstep?" Gohan inquired, feeling a twinge of unease. His father's proactive approach to seek him out was quite rare. Most often, it was merely to summon him for training. Goku, observing Gohan's expression, understood that Gohan had surmised his intentions and chose to drop the pretense. "Indeed, I'm here to take you for training." Gohan was taken aback by Goku's bluntness. His father seldom insisted on training him before. Why had he changed after a visit to the future? He did not despise training, yet he found it challenging to reach the levels of his father and Uncle Vegeta. "Yes, but from Monday to Friday, we'll only train for an hour or two at most. The rest of the time, you can manage as you see fit." At that moment, Goku's tone took on a serious depth. "Gohan, you must understand that I cannot always be on Earth. Just as I traveled to the future a few days ago, what would happen if a formidable enemy arrived during my absence? If you are unable to resist, what would be the outcome? Everyone would perish, just like in that future." Goku gazed sternly at Gohan. There was an element of intimidation in his words. Yet the possibility was not unfounded. His concern stemmed from knowing that Tawa had set her sights on this timeline. If she truly delayed him while a powerful adversary emerged that Gohan and the others could not withstand, this sense of impending danger compelled Goku to prioritize Gohan's training. At merely 7 years of age, Gohan was ill-equipped to withstand such intimidation. He quickly nodded in agreement, resolutely deciding to train diligently, not only to protect his mother, but also to safeguard everyone around him. It is fair to say that Goku's intimidation proved remarkably effective. 2 hours later, as Goku concluded Gohan's training, Gohan proactively requested additional practice. He even expressed a desire to forego school altogether. In response, Goku could only chuckle and pat his head, reassuring him that he need not worry excessively, as he would shoulder the safety of Earth. Goku emphasized that he did not expect Gohan to take on a leading role. He merely hoped that Gohan could stand up when needed. Thus, Gohan came to understand that Goku had been intimidating him earlier. Nevertheless, his attitude towards training had become significantly more earnest. Goku observed Gohan before him and could not help but smile. "Are you ready, Bu?" he asked. "No, wait, before long. You will become Bu 3. During dinner, Vegeta glanced at Gohan. He had sensed the intensity of Gohan's training earlier. This child, Kakarot's offspring, with talent that defied the heavens, seemed to have embarked on a serious training regimen. It would be inaccurate to say he was merely starting. He had trained before, albeit quite lazily. Vegeta held a certain admiration for Gohan's newfound dedication to his training, recognizing that his talent was not squandered. As for surpassing him in strength, while Vegeta felt a tinge of resentment, he ultimately acknowledged that Gohan was his junior, and his feelings were more of pride than bitterness. If it were someone like Yak, Vegeta would undoubtedly be the first to object, even with respect to the current Kakarot, whom he still regarded with a sense of rivalry. He would strive to catch up to Kakarot, if not surpass him. The pride of a Saiyan prince compelled him to refuse to lag behind among his peers. Goku, of course, noticed Vegeta's unusual demeanor and immediately moved closer, placing a hand on Vegeta's shoulder. "Hey, Vegeta, you better train harder, or Gohan might surpass you," Goku exclaimed with a gleeful sparkle in his eyes. His intention was primarily to spur Vegeta on to elevate his strength, and he meant well. "Vegeta, my apologies." Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta's brow twitched involuntarily, veins popping on his forehead as he quickly swatted away Goku's hand. "Kakarot, are you going to eat or not? If not, I'll consume it all." With that, Vegeta lowered his head and began to eat voraciously, not allowing the incident to weigh on his mind. Fully aware that Kakarot was merely trying to provoke him. Over the years, although Vegeta never openly acknowledged Kakarot as a friend, he had long since accepted him in his heart. Kakarot had become, in many ways, both a mentor and a comrade to him. Yet, he felt frustration. And what of it? He knew he could not overpower Kakarot. He could only imagine that the food in his mouth was Kakarot himself. "Hey, Goku," called out by Vegeta, sheepishly retreated to his own seat and began to eat dinner. After the meal, Goku and Bulma turned to Gohan, eager to inquire about his experiences on his first day of school. After all, as parents, they felt it was essential to understand how their son had fared. Gohan, how did you find school today? This was a question posed by Bulma, who found school quite tedious at that time, as she already possessed knowledge of everything taught there. Each day in class felt so monotonous that it was almost unbearable, especially since smartphones had yet to be invented. Consequently, after completing high school, she chose not to pursue a university education. She had learned all she needed, and her family did not require any diplomas. Why endure the hardships of university life? It seemed rather unnecessary. Elementary school, however, was a different experience altogether. It was a time of innocence, filled with a group of friends to play with. Gohan, did you make any friends on your first day? Goku encouraged Gohan to attend school to foster friendships and embrace his childhood to the fullest. Of course, I met Videl. Gohan exclaimed almost instantaneously upon hearing Goku's inquiry. Goku's eyes widened in surprise. Videl? Was it the same girl he knew? Videl? He instinctively asked. Yes. She is a classmate of mine. Why, Dad? Gohan responded, puzzled by his father's intense reaction. Haha, it's nothing. Just make sure to play with her more. Goku replied casually, yet he pondered deeply. Who would have thought that no matter the changes, their fates would intertwine? Perhaps they were destined to be together. This was fortuitous. As he had often contemplated how Gohan and Videl would cross paths, now he had one less worry. Childhood friends, not just any ordinary acquaintances. As long as there were no unexpected interruptions, everything would be just fine. Chapter 71, Bulma's Gift from the Future. Listening to Goku, Bulma regarded him with a bemused expression. The name Videl was unmistakably feminine. What did Goku mean by his statement? While she would not hinder her son's romantic pursuits. 7 years old seemed a bit premature, did it not? Wasn't this a tad too precocious? Surely, today as elementary school students weren't that outrageous. Yet, in her recollections, students were indeed quite mature for their age. Despite her curiosity, Bulma refrained from voicing her questions in front of Gohan. It was only later that night, as she and Goku lay in bed, that she voiced her concerns. Bulma had long since arranged for Gohan to sleep separately, as she did not wish to intrude upon their little world. Goku, what did you mean when you suggested Gohan should spend more time with that girl named Videl? Goku was taken aback by Bulma's inquiry. What significance could it hold? As a father, should he not consider his son's future? Videl seemed like an excellent choice. After all, he believed it was in Gohan's best interest. What do you mean by that? You're trying to play matchmaker? Bulma almost failed to grasp Goku's words. Would he truly engage in such antics? Moreover, Gohan was merely 7 years old. Was it too soon to start matchmaking? Bulma squinted, scrutinizing Goku, sensing that he might be concealing something from her. Haha, Bulma. Do you know why I reacted so strongly when I first heard Videl's name? Goku said, meeting Bulma's intense gaze with a half-serious, half-joking demeanor. Bulma tilted her head, her blue eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at Goku, eager for an explanation. In the future realm I visited, Gohan and Videl found themselves together, with Videl being an exceptionally kind-hearted girl. Goku could only express this. After all, would he dare to divulge that within his fused memories, Gohan and Videl were indeed partners? The matter of fusion remained a secret nestled within his heart, a truth he preferred to keep to himself to avoid unnecessary complications. Upon hearing Goku's words, Bulma comprehended that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this girl named Videl would eventually become her daughter-in-law. She contemplated paying a visit one day to become acquainted with the girl known as Videl. She suddenly recalled that future self had asked her to bring a gift. It was then that Goku remembered the universal capsule gifted by future Bulma. He retrieved it from his storage space and handed it to Bulma. A gift from my future self? Bulma accepted the capsule. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at it, urging her to open it without delay. Stealing a glance at Goku, who was watching her with intrigue, a mischievous smile crept onto her lips. Hey, Goku, accompany me to a more spacious area. Bulma rose and pulled Goku off the bed, who, albeit puzzled, did not resist. Bulma, what is going on? Why do you want to go to an open space? They were both still clad in their pajamas. Well, just think, what if my future self's gift is something substantial? Better to be safe than sorry. As Bulma explained, they made their way to the expansive corridor. She tossed the universal capsule onto the ground, and with a resounding pop, a book materialized before them. A book? Bulma approached with curiosity, picking up a thick, somewhat worn volume. Flipping it open, she began to peruse its contents. Goku stood by, waiting, but as the minutes passed, he observed Bulma completely engrossed in the book. Unable to contain himself, he gently tapped her shoulder. Goku, don't interrupt, let me concentrate. It was obvious that future Bulma had gifted her something related to technology, and now she was wholly absorbed in its pages. If Goku was not mistaken, it was likely a notebook detailing the principles of the time machine. However, his touch reminded Bulma that they were still in their pajamas standing in the corridor, prompting her to briefly close the notebook. Dressed solely in her nightwear, she had no qualms about Goku seeing her during the change, as they were indeed an old married couple. Bulma, is it so late already? Are you heading to the lab? Goku inquired, watching Bulma don her white lab coat, his tone a blend of curiosity and certainty. Yes. She leaned against the doorframe. Her upper body tilted forward, beaming at Goku. There was no denying it. He cherished Bulma's quirky nature. Bulma was right. There was no need for concern. Now, she was a being of divine dimensions, capable of enduring sleepless nights without a hitch. Vibrant and spirited, she remained as normal as ever. However, he believed that with Bulma's remarkable intellect, he would likely awaken to a delightful surprise. Given this, Goku decided against sleeping. In truth, he seldom indulged in slumber, preferring meditation instead. The following morning, Goku arrived at Bulma's laboratory bright and early. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Bulma, intently gazing through a glass window. Inside the expansive chamber beyond the glass, an array of mechanical arms was assembling something, creating an atmosphere brimming with science fiction allure. Goku rarely visited Bulma's lab, and each time he did, he was utterly astonished. After all, no man could resist the captivating charm of such futuristic technology. Bulma, Goku began to call out. But Bulma turned her head, placing a finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. Consequently, Goku fell silent, standing beside her as they observed the mechanical arms at work. After a few seconds, the mechanical arms ceased their operations, and through the glass, one of them slowly raised an object resembling a gravity training device. Bulma, what is this? It looks so much like a gravity training device. Goku inquired, his expression one of confusion. Bulma had previously shrouded her work in mystery, igniting Goku's curiosity. This, you could say it is indeed a gravity training device. Bulma paused momentarily, then turned to Goku with a beaming smile. This is an upgraded version, capable of generating up to 450 times gravity, and it can also facilitate interdimensional communication. Chapter 72, The Super Saiyan Beyond the Super Saiyan God. What? Interdimensional? Goku looked at Bulma, who was radiating pride, utterly astonished. What marvel could possibly allow for communication across dimensions? It was no surprise that Bulma had, through meticulous study, devised such an extraordinary invention overnight. Indeed, but it's not quite ready yet. We still require a specially manufactured energy source, and the machine to produce this energy might take a few days. However, once it's completed, even if you traverse different dimensions, we will still be able to stay in touch, Bulma said. Her expression filled with delight as she observed Goku's astonishment with satisfaction. Bulma handed the new gravity device to Goku, who eagerly donned it, removing the old one. What should we do with the old gravity device? Goku asked, glancing at the device in his hand. Bulma rolled her eyes in response. What else? Just throw it away. Indeed, Bulma was not one to cling to obsolete technology, and she possessed the means to do so without hesitation. With no alternative, Goku complied and discarded the old device. Nowadays, nearly everyone in his circle possessed a gravity training device. Even future versions of Gohan and Trunks had received theirs during their year of training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Presently, he still had nearly 10 in his storage space, far more than he could ever utilize. Come on, let me freshen up, and then we can go have breakfast together, Bulma said, gently nudging Goku as she stepped out of the laboratory. Now, with the gravity bracelet in his possession, there was no longer any need to linger in the laboratory. At the dining table, Goku gazed hungrily at the entire roasted lamb before him, swiftly tearing off a leg and stuffing it into his mouth. Indeed, the breakfast of a Saiyan is as straightforward as it gets. Plentiful fish and meat suffice. As Goku devoured his second roasted leg, Vegeta and the others finally arrived at the restaurant. Ah, Vegeta, you finally made it, Goku exclaimed, taking a hearty bite of meat while greeting them. Hey, Kakarot, you've already devoured both legs, Vegeta remarked, somewhat irked at the sight of the roasted lamb missing its limbs. One should never underestimate a Saiyan's passion for food. Haha. Vegeta, next time, I promise. Goku chuckled. Humph. Vegeta snorted, hastily taking a seat to enjoy his breakfast. If he didn't eat quickly, Kakarot would consume everything. While he may not match Kakarot in strength, he certainly would not be outdone when it came to food. Time always flies during joyous moments, especially since Vegeta's arrival had added much delight to Goku's ordinary life. Before he knew it, a year had slipped by. The temporal essence he had acquired a year ago had yielded some understanding, albeit with minimal effect. He could slightly accelerate or decelerate time, but the extent was limited, the range narrow, and the consumption considerable. Even his ability to intimidate weaker foes was marginal. With Goku's current grasp of time manipulation, it was utterly superfluous for combat. Goku believed the only way to enhance his control over time was to seek mentorship from Whis, as Whis' ability to reverse time surely indicated profound mastery over temporal powers. Over the past year, he had adequately prepared himself to approach Whis for guidance. What, one might wonder, could captivate Whis' interest? Undoubtedly, it was exquisite cuisine. Earth was abundant in culinary delights. All he needed was the strength to catch Whis' attention. As for the confidence to attract Whis' gaze, that stemmed from his comprehension of a new form 6 months prior, the Super Saiyan Blue, surpassing the Super Saiyan God. To put it simply, it was the full blue, or full power blue, if you will. Moreover, through the full blue, he had gleaned insight. If full blue represented the amalgamation of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan, what would the combination of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4 yield? He felt that success was imminent. After all, he had developed Super Saiyan 4 to its full capacity. However, full power Super Saiyan 4 only offered a 100,000-fold increase, inferior to the 200,000-fold boost of full power Super Saiyan Blue. Thus, when confronting formidable adversaries, he would still regard full power Super Saiyan Blue as his ultimate form. Given that his dimensional prowess had reached the level of the Grand Kai, the burden of full power Super Saiyan Blue on his body was far less than portrayed in the original narrative. In truth, Goku could have attempted to capture Whis' attention a year ago, as the Kai of Time had mentioned. Yet, to be prudent, he resolved to elevate his strength a bit further. Now, his regular battle power has reached an astounding 10 billion, a feat accomplished while primarily focusing on dimensional training, comprehending the power of time, and developing new forms. Here is his current profile: Son Goku, race, Saiyan, base battle power, 10 billion, maximum God power level 2, 5,400. Dimensional rank, Great King of the Universe. Transformations: Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan 4 full power, Ultra Blue. Skills: Time Acceleration, Time Delay, Ultimate Kamehameha, Dragon Fist Explosion, Big Bang Attack, Star Destruction. Upon gazing at his profile, Goku smiled with satisfaction. It was nearly time to capture Whis' attention. However, preparations were necessary beforehand. Goku approached Bulma. Bulma, could you have the kitchen prepare a feast? The quantity need not be excessive, but the variety must be ample. Bulma, somewhat perplexed by Goku's request, pondered, a feast? But it's still afternoon. Mealtime hasn't arrived yet. Is Goku hungry? Yet, it seems unlikely. A feast for one person? Or perhaps for an angel? Bulma exclaimed, astonished. The legendary beings truly existed in this world. Observing Bulma's expression, Goku realized she had misunderstood the nature of the angel he referred to. Whis is not the kind of angel you envision, but his status is indeed noble, and his strength is formidable. Goku spoke the truth. In the original story, Whis had yet to reveal his true power. Despite Goku's mastery of Ultra Blue full power, his regular battle power might still not surpass that of the original story's Goku post-Ultra Blue awakening. Is he truly that powerful? Bulma was taken aback, unable to fathom that someone could surpass Goku, the invincible and powerful figure she had known for years. Preparing a feast was for him. As his greatest passion was culinary delights, she thought of apprenticing under him. All right, I will prepare it, she replied, nodding and heading toward the kitchen. Bulma had always supported Goku's aspirations and was unconcerned about their potential separation due to his desire for mentorship. Chapter 73, Whis. In the expansive courtyard, a lavish spread of delicacies awaited, the enticing aromas wafting through the air, tempting anyone nearby. The variety of dishes was plentiful, yet each serving was modest, tailored for Whis. Once all was in place, Goku nodded to Bulma, signaling that he was ready to commence. With a burst of energy, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan God, his red aura swirling around him, radiating a divine presence. The essence of divinity flowed from Earth into the depths of the universe. Unlike before, he did not suppress the dissemination of this divine energy, unleashing it with full force. The crimson flames enveloping him continued to expand, shrouding the entirety of his home beneath its fiery embrace, akin to a celestial veil. At this moment, his combat power had ascended to an astonishing 40,400, a manifestation of divine strength. Mata. And there was the Super Saiyan Blue. In an instant, the red divine aura transformed into a brilliant blue, wrapping Goku in a cocoon of azure flames, obscuring him from view. To an observer, only the outline of Goku could be discerned through the radiant blue glow. The azure luminescence fragmented into scintillas, dissipating into the fiery atmosphere. Gradually, Goku's form emerged, his pupils and eyebrows transformed into a striking blue. While his azure hair danced in the air, he drew the entirety of the exposed blue divine energy into his being, and in the next moment, it erupted forth like a volcanic eruption. This was the special state of full-powered Super Blue, disregarding the consumption of energy and stamina, unleashing an even greater force. His instantaneous combat power now surpassed a staggering 5,400, a level of divine prowess. Far away on the King Kai's planet, East Kai sensed this overwhelming divine energy, his countenance paling in shock. How could such a formidable divine aura exist? In comparison, what was Majin Buu? Perhaps the universe was on the brink of salvation. Yet, East Kai hesitated, contemplating whether to venture towards the source of this divine presence. At that moment, on Beerus's planet, Whis lifted his gaze towards a certain direction in the vast cosmos. He sensed an immense divine energy, which, according to reason, should not exist within their universe. How could such a powerful divine aura manifest? It was known that even the ancient King Kai had never attained the first level of divine power. As for the current King Kai, it was better left unmentioned. Whis glanced at his staff, and through it, he beheld Goku in his super blue form. Oh ho ho! Is this a Saiyan? It has been quite some time since a Saiyan emanated such a divine aura, hasn't it? Whis observed Goku with keen interest. Many years ago, a Super Saiyan had briefly unleashed a divine aura upon death, but it was merely for a fleeting moment before vanishing. Yet Whis had managed to capture that essence. At that time, Lord Beerus was in slumber, and he would not speak unless questioned. I wonder if this little fellow desires to become a candidate for the God of Destruction? If so, he might as well meet him, for Lord Beerus is exceedingly lethargic. However, what Goku said next took Whis by surprise. Mr. Whis, my name is Son Goku, a Saiyan. I know you are watching me. May I have the honor of meeting you? I have an abundance of delectable food that I believe you would relish. With that, Goku gestured towards a table laden with an array of culinary delights. Whis turned his gaze, immediately captivated by the sumptuous feast before him, his eyes sparkling with delight. These dishes appeared utterly delectable. What an amusing little fellow. I shall go pay you a visit. Whis retracted his staff, transforming into a vibrant spectrum of light as he soared towards Earth. Goku, is this truly going to work? Bulma inquired, glancing at Goku with concern. Upon hearing this, Wukong shook his head, uncertain. If Whis had taken notice, the outcome would likely be revealed in a matter of minutes. It remained unclear, but in approximately 10 minutes, clarity would emerge. Very well. Bulma nodded with a hint of resignation. After waiting for around 10 minutes, a magnificent cascade of colorful light descended from the heavens. Wukong, witnessing this spectacle, immediately felt invigorated. He recognized that Whis had arrived. Ah, Mr. Sun Wukong, greetings. I am Whis. May I inquire how you came to know of me? Whis expressed genuine curiosity, as the current Kaioshin seemed oblivious to many matters. Perhaps some ancient Kaioshin possessed fragments of knowledge regarding the Destroyer Gods, given that Lord Beerus had once obliterated a Kaioshin's planet. However, those Kaioshin were likely only aware of the existence of Destroyer Gods, possessing scant information about Whis himself, let alone knowledge of his name. Thus, he was quite intrigued by how Wukong had learned his name. Greetings, Mr. Whis. I became acquainted with your name through Lord Cronoa, the Kaioshin of Time. Oh, the Kaioshin of Time, Cronoa? I did not anticipate that this Saiyan named Sun Wukong had contact with her. Quite remarkable indeed. Indeed, previously, Lord Cronoa invited me to join the Time Patrol, but I declined. From her, I gleaned certain secrets of our universe, such as your esteemed name, Mr. Whis. Haha, Mr. Sun Wukong, you need not address me so formally. Feel free to converse normally. Thank you for clarifying my queries. Whis's initial impression of Wukong was quite favorable, especially given that he had declined an invitation from the Kaioshin of Time, which was indeed rare and special. Mr. Whis, please indulge in the culinary delights of our Earth. I am certain you will relish them. This statement struck a chord with Whis, who had already caught the enticing aroma of the delicacies laid out on the dining table. He had longed to savor these flavors. Thank you, Mr. Wukong. Whis approached the table, picked up a dessert, and, using the provided spoon, took a bite. Delectable. This is delightful. Whis transformed into a blur, continually sampling the dishes, his exclamations of enjoyment filling the air. Wukong and Bulma patiently awaited Whis's culinary experience. My apologies, Mr. Wukong, for keeping you waiting. Surely, you must have a reason for wishing to see me? As the saying goes, one who partakes of another's food is indebted. And Whis understood that Wukong likely harbored a request. Favorably inclined towards Wukong, he was willing to hear his plea, hence his unabashed enjoyment of the meal. Wukong felt a twinge of embarrassment. When it came time to voice his request, he found himself somewhat shy. Yes, Mr. Whis, I wish to become your disciple. Whis looked at Wukong with surprise. He had not anticipated that this was the request Wukong would make. This matter was both straightforward and complex. Mr. Wukong, you must be aware that I am the teacher of the God of Destruction. If you wish to become my disciple, are you willing to be a candidate for the position of God of Destruction? The words of Whis prompted Wukong to ponder deeply. Is it truly beneficial to become a candidate for the God of Destruction? After considerable contemplation, Wukong ultimately shook his head. No, thank you, Mr. Whis. He disliked the feeling of being constrained, and it seemed his intentions had faltered. However, in the original narrative, Wukong and Vegeta did not seem to become candidates for the God of Destruction, did they? Just as Wukong was lost in thought, Whis's voice reached his ears. Since you are unwilling to become a candidate for the God of Destruction, I cannot teach you. However, having partaken of your food, I must offer compensation, and that compensation shall be your training. Whis smiled at Wukong, whose face lit up with uncontainable joy. All his preparations had not been in vain. He had succeeded in persuading Whis to teach him. Thank you, Mr. Whis. Haha, Wukong, you may simply call me Whis from now on. There is no need for formalities between us. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth with his hand. All right, Whis. How could Wukong not be elated? In the original story, Whis exhibited an omnipotent strength, capable of altering time and space, creating life, and resurrecting the deceased. No one had ever truly forced Whis to unleash his full power, underscoring just how formidable he truly was. Within the entire multiverse, there were perhaps only a handful of beings stronger than Whis. And the powers of the angels across the 12 universes were likely quite comparable. Even if there were differences, they would not be significant. Whis had never acknowledged that any angel from another universe surpassed him, only stating that his father was stronger. Whis not only possessed immense strength, but was also exceptionally skilled in teaching others. It is worth noting that Beerus was one of his pupils. In the original narrative, the rapid enhancement of Wukong and Vegeta's abilities following Whis' tutelage was remarkable. Now, training under Whis, Wukong anticipated a tremendous surge in his own power. Hearing Whis' words, Wukong realized he had forgotten to mention his ability to teleport, and he quickly began to explain with a smile. Haha, Whis, that's unnecessary. Let's just go. I have a skill called instant transmission, which makes travel very convenient. Oh, is that so? Is it from planet Yardrat? Whis nodded, inquiring further. In his recollection, aside from the instant transmission from Yardrat, only the Kaioshin's attendant possessed such a skill. Wukong felt tempted to entice Whis, fully aware that he would undoubtedly agree. Yet, it seemed impractical to expect Whis to teach him solely in exchange for a meal. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Whis' eyes visibly brightened. Really? How wonderful. Thank you, Wukong. Please place your hand on my shoulder and follow me. All right. Wukong stepped behind Whis, placing his hand on his shoulder, then turned to glance at Bulma. Bulma. See you tonight. MHM. Bulma gracefully tucked her hair behind her ear, offering a gentle nod and a smile to the two figures before her. In her gaze, Goku and Whis transformed into a cascade of vibrant hues, vanishing into the horizon. Whis, just how formidable is your strength? Goku inquired. Unable to contain his curiosity during their journey to the God of Destruction's planet, he had attempted to gauge it through his interface. But the results had yielded nothing but a series of question marks. Whis, caught off guard by Goku's question, had not anticipated such an inquiry regarding his prowess. Goku, are you familiar with the classification of divine power? Whis responded, clearly willing to enlighten Goku. Indeed, I am aware. It ranges from the 1st to the 5th tier, with a staggering 400-fold difference between the 1st and 2nd tiers and a 1,000-fold difference between the 3rd and 5th. Goku nodded. Yet his intuition suggested that Whis' strength had undoubtedly surpassed the 5th tier of divine power. Haha. In truth, divine power extends far beyond the 5th tier. For instance, as a member of the angel race, even the weakest among us surpasses the 5th tier, reaching the 6th tier of divine power. The notion that divine power is limited to 5 tiers arises from the rarity of those who can ascend beyond the 5th, even among gods of destruction. Goku listened attentively to Whis' words, understanding that Whis' strength must indeed exceed the 5th tier of divine power. Moreover, those who transcend the 6th tier enter an entirely different realm. Among the 12 universes, only my father, the Grand Priest, and Lord Zeno have attained this level. Whis refrained from elaborating further on the realms beyond the 6th tier, deeming it too distant for Goku. In truth, it is not solely the Grand Priest and Lord Zeno who surpass the 6th tier. For example, there is also the Dragon God, Salamander. However, Whis' assertion pertains to the 12 universes, and he did not err, as Salamander does not belong to them. One's strength cannot solely be measured by divine power. Mastery of unique abilities is also crucial, such as the power of time and the power of miracles. If I am not mistaken, you have begun to grasp the power of time, have you not? Whis sensed the essence of time emanating from Goku, as he himself possessed it, and to a far greater extent. Yes, Goku replied, nodding in affirmation. Nevertheless, should the disparity in strength reach a certain threshold, these unique powers may become irrelevant. Moments later, the two arrived at the God of Destruction's planet. Rather than a conventional planet, it resembled a vast, inverted triangular landmass, crowned by an enormous tree that reached for the heavens. Goku gazed in awe at the towering tree before him. Truly, this is the God of Destruction's planet. That tree is magnificent. Goku, let us commence today's training, Whis instructed. Yes, of course, Master Whis. Goku initially seemed taken aback, recalling that in the original tale, he and Vegeta had first been tasked with household chores. Whis, upon hearing Goku refer to him as Master, chose not to elaborate further, seemingly accepting the title. Goku, your dimension has likely reached that of the Supreme Kai, and you have traversed a considerable path within this dimension, Whis remarked, succinctly revealing Goku's current dimensional rank. Yes, Goku affirmed, nodding. Even though he had now comprehended the form of Super Saiyan God, he believed it might still take him a decade to break through to the divine dimension. Your talent is truly remarkable. At scarcely 30 years of age, you have already ascended to the realm of the Great King, far surpassing Lord Beerus. Whis unhesitatingly disparaged Beerus, knowing well that the latter would remain oblivious. He certainly did not use himself as an example, for he was born into the divine dimension. Haha. Goku scratched the back of his crab-like head. Come at me first. Let me witness your current combat skills. With his fingers aligned, Whis positioned one hand upright in front and the other horizontally behind, adopting a starting stance. All right. Goku nodded, unleashing his full energy as a white aura surged skyward, accompanied by a howling gust of wind as he charged toward Whis. Chapter 75, Training on the Destruction God Planet. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, with each of Goku's punches and kicks generating fierce winds that rustled the surrounding trees. Yet Whis effortlessly evaded every strike. After several exchanges, Whis gazed at Goku with a hint of astonishment, marveling at Goku's fighting style. He was certain that Goku had grasped the preliminary conditions for mastering the Ultra Instinct. Stop. Suddenly, Whis raised a hand in front of Goku, halting his movements. Huh, what's the matter, Whis? Goku, momentarily perplexed, looked at Whis, still caught up in the thrill of battle. It had been quite some time since anyone had pushed him to this extent, evoking the sensation of having every move anticipated. The last time he felt this way was during his training with Bu in the temple. I have discerned your proficiency in combat techniques, and it is commendable. Who did you learn from? Whis inquired, intrigued by the high caliber of Goku's skills. It was evident that even Lord Beerus's combat abilities paled in comparison to what Goku had achieved. Goku was taken aback by Whis's assessment, realizing that his martial arts skills were merely deemed decent in Whis's eyes. Ah, truly, you are an angel. Are you referring to martial arts techniques? I learned from Master Roshi and Bu. Martial arts techniques? The martial arts on your Earth are indeed unique. Goku, you are exceptionally fortunate. Whis expressed his surprise at the flourishing martial arts on Earth, noting its connection to the threshold of divine mastery. Fortunate? Indeed. For you possess the potential to comprehend the divine techniques of our angelic lineage. Divine techniques? Yes, Ultra Instinct. A mastery that utilizes all the potential and power within the body, allowing for instinctual separation of body and soul, be it evasion, defense, or attack. No conscious thought is required. The body acts autonomously. Upon finishing his explanation, Whis observed the glimmer in Goku's eyes. Is it truly so? Trainer, I wish to learn this. Hold on, Goku, there is no need for haste. We shall discuss it once your dimension reaches the divine level. Once you attain that state, coupled with your foundational skills, the mastery will come effortlessly. Whis was not deceiving Goku. Attempting to cultivate Ultra Instinct without reaching the divine dimension would indeed be a painful ordeal. The pressure on the physical body is indeed immense. Overcoming the divine techniques that weigh upon it is no simple feat, however. Once one reaches the divine dimension, all challenges become trivial. Well, Goku appears somewhat disinterested, his envy for the Ultra Instinct palpable. Fear not, Goku, with my guidance. You will undoubtedly transcend to the divine dimension within 5 years. There's no need to rush, Whis remarked with a smile upon observing Goku's expression. 5 years is a considerable span. Perhaps even less than that. From now on, let your daily training focus primarily on mastering the power of time and dimensions. The refinement of combat skills can be prioritized after your ascension to the divine dimension. Whis's words thus delineated the training regimen for Goku over the next 2 years. Oh, indeed. Goku felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him. Time swiftly passed, the seasons changed on Earth, and the trees had donned 2 new cycles of leaves. On the God of Destruction's planet, Goku was laboriously trudging forward, hands raised with a formidable weight. This burden was conjured by Whis, and regardless of his own strength's fluctuations, the oppressive sensation it imparted remained unchanged. Over the past 2 years, he had made significant progress. To begin with, his base combat power had surged to 60 billion. Although he had dedicated time to various other pursuits. 1 year prior, he successfully fused Super Saiyan 4 with Super Saiyan God, resulting in a transformation he dubbed Super Saiyan 4 Limit Break. Isn't it striking? This form is essentially an enhancement of Super Saiyan 4. Replacing its energy with that of Super Saiyan God's divine essence. Alternatively, one could say it is transforming into Super Saiyan 4 while in the form of Super Saiyan God. His hair and aura took on a red hue, yet there seemed to be an underlying volatility within this divine essence. The amplification factor of the limit break was astounding. Even 3 times that of the full-power Super Saiyan Blue. When he first transformed, Whis was thoroughly astonished, remarking on the distinctiveness of the Saiyan race. Despite harboring immense power within, they required specific forms to unlock it. Nevertheless, this peculiar trait had its advantages. It enabled rapid strength enhancement in their base state. Consider this. A mere increment in combat power could double to 600,000 when in the Super Saiyan 4 limit break form. Isn't that extraordinary? As 2 years elapsed, Goku's mastery over the power of time significantly improved. His abilities to accelerate and decelerate intensified, while energy consumption diminished. He even managed brief moments of time suspension. The expenditure of energy during such feats was indeed formidable, yet his high stamina and swift recovery allowed him to sustain it longer than most could. A typical individual might collapse after merely a second or 2 of suspension. Youth has its advantages. A simple lay down can lead to refreshing rest. Yet, the ability to reverse time and traverse through it still seemed somewhat out of reach. However, it is not far off. Now, he is but a breath away from the divine dimension, and the prospect of mastering Ultra Instinct appears ever closer. Whis concluded that this time frame would not exceed a year. based on Goku's training progress. At last, the session drew to a close. Goku set down the heavy burden in his hands and collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, Whis approached him. Ever since Whis had tasted a delightful dish known as instant noodles a year ago, he had become enamored with it, consuming a bucket every day. Goku found it incomprehensible how one could indulge in such a dish without growing weary of it. Yet, surprisingly, Whis truly never tired of it. Haha, Whis. I shall bring you some instant noodles tomorrow. I might not be able to train. Goku chuckled, scratching his head. Upon hearing this, Whis looked at Goku in astonishment. Was it really possible that Goku would take a day off from his rigorous training? Such an occurrence was indeed rare. Wow, I didn't expect you to have a day of rest, Goku, Whis laughed, covering his mouth. It's not a rest. It's just that I have some matters to attend to on Earth tomorrow, Goku quickly retorted. Rest? Impossible. Was he that kind of person? Indeed, he was referring to you. Tawa. All right, but don't forget to bring the instant noodles, Whis replied nonchalantly, though he still insisted on having them. I won't forget. Farewell then, Whis. Goku placed his fingers together on his forehead and vanished in a flash from the God of Destruction's planet. Chapter 76. 2 years later, the arrival of the androids. Shoo. At that moment, Bulma had just managed to lull Goten and Bra to sleep. Upon seeing Goku enter, she quickly gestured for silence. In the past 2 years, Bulma had given birth to a pair of fraternal twins, a boy and a girl, not long ago. Goku had even paused his training for several days to accompany Bulma during her labor. The boy bore a striking resemblance to Goku, sporting the same crab-like hairstyle, with entirely black hair devoid of any blue hues. Goku named him son Goten. For some reason, their family's second son always resembled his father. It was the case with him, and now with his son as well. The girl, on the other hand, looked just like Bulma, with pale blue eyes and a head of vibrant blue hair, appearing exceedingly adorable. Goku named her son Bra. Let us step outside. We shouldn't disturb their slumber, Bulma softly suggested, turning to Goku after ensuring the twins were peacefully asleep. All right. The two exited the room, gently closing the door behind them. Goku, tomorrow marks the day you mentioned for the androids to appear, right? Yes. Therefore, I want to be training tomorrow. I fear there might be unexpected developments. Have you informed Yajirobe and the others? I worry they might forget. I have definitely notified them. Perhaps I won't even need to intervene, Goku assured as they made their way to the bedroom. Goku's statement was not unfounded. 2 years later, Gohan's base battle power had reached an astounding 300 million. And he had mastered Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta, having seen Gohan frequently, was aware that his base battle power had reached 200 million. Yet he seemed not to have grasped Super Saiyan 2. Goku had previously encountered the others as well. Yajirobe possessed a staggering 16 billion, Raditz and Nappa at 50 million. Even Piccolo had reached 500 million, while Krillin and Tien Shinhan had attained 40 million. As for Yamcha, it was better left unmentioned, as he barely surpassed a million. For Yamcha, Goku felt a profound sense of helplessness. He had hoped to shape Yamcha into a version that would diverge from his portrayal in the original narrative. Alas, his efforts ultimately proved futile, and Yamcha remained true to his original characterization. Setting aside others, if we consider Gohan, Vegeta, and Yajirobe, they would be nearly invincible within the context of the original Android Saga. Of course, when it comes to the electric cell, only Vegeta and Gohan could stand a chance against him. Yajirobe, with a combat power of 8 billion, might not even match the strength of the electric cell. The two soon found themselves lying in bed. For them, sleep was akin to deep meditation. Bulma's disposition did not lean towards training. Yet the allure of the benefits that come with a higher dimensional level compelled her to endure her aversion and engage in training. Moreover, entering a state of deep meditation was similar to sleeping, as the individual often felt little to no sensation, and hours would slip by unnoticed. Thus, Bulma would train in the evenings, as practicing during the day would be too taxing for her. The following day, just before noon, Goku and Bulma, accompanied by Gohan, arrived at the prearranged location, with Goten and Bra remaining at home. They reached an island, the very place where Trunks had informed them the androids would manifest. And it was here they had agreed to meet. Relying on his memories, Goku pinpointed their rendezvous at a small town on the island. Upon their arrival, they discovered they were the first to arrive, as others had yet to appear. However, within a few minutes, others began to trickle in. Naturally, the earliest arrivals were Vegeta and his companions, who resided nearby. Goku's presence was immediately sensed by Vegeta. Hey, Tights, why did you bring little Trunks along? Bulma exclaimed in surprise upon noticing Trunks in Tights' arms. In this timeline, Trunks was merely a month older than Goten. Oh, it's nothing, just bringing him along for some fun. Especially with your Goku here, Tights replied nonchalantly. Bulma nodded in agreement, realizing that with Goku around, there was little cause for concern regarding unforeseen events. Yajirobe, didn't Izzy come with you? Goku inquired of Yajirobe, recalling that they often attended gatherings together. Upon hearing Goku's question, Yajirobe could no longer conceal the joy on his face. Haha, big brother, Izzy is pregnant. We just found out a couple of days ago, so I didn't bring her along. He beamed, having crossed into his 30s. finally realizing his long-held dream of fatherhood alongside Izzy. What? Izzy is pregnant? I can't believe everyone is having kids all of a sudden, Goku remarked with a chuckle, reflecting on the past 2 years during which Trunks, Goten, and Bra had all been born, and now Yajirobe's child was on the way. They weren't born before. And now it seems like they are all arriving at once. Let us hope Raditz and Nappa don't show up claiming they found wives who are also expecting. Laughter erupted among the group as they grasped Goku's humorous implication. By the way, Yajirobe, have you decided on a name for your child? Bulma inquired of Yaki, who confidently proclaimed that he had already decided on names. The boy would be called Chi, and the girl would be named Koi. Yaki felt a sense of pride in his naming abilities, despite others not thinking highly of them. Goku, upon hearing this, cast a puzzled glance at Yaki. Sensing an odd feeling, Kakarot, the voice of Raditz from the sky, interrupted Goku's thoughts. He looked up to see Raditz arriving alongside Nappa. Brother, Nappa. Goku mused about whether to wait for Yamcha when the god of tea finally appeared. Hey, Goku, everyone, you all made it. Sorry for being late, Yamcha said sheepishly, realizing he was the last to arrive. Haha, no worries. Now let's split up and search for the impending androids. Ties will follow Vegeta and Bulma. Stick with me and don't wander off. You two are not suited for combat. If you spot any androids, unleash your energy. I will sense it immediately. Goku spoke with a slight seriousness to the group, not out of fear for Gohan, Vegeta, or Yaki, but rather for Tien and Krillin, whose combat power of 40 million would likely be inadequate against the androids. Yamcha's power, a mere 1 million, was also insufficient. If they encountered the androids, unforeseen circumstances could arise, hence the need to release energy promptly for Goku to teleport to their side. After nodding in agreement, the group dispersed into the skies. Shall we go too, Bulma? Let's explore the town and see if we can encounter any androids, Goku suggested to Bulma. He had decided to let Gohan search alone. After all, Gohan's maximum combat power could reach 30 billion, and no matter how potent the butterfly effect, it was unlikely to elevate the androids beyond that threshold. Alright, Bulma nodded obediently, always inclined to follow Goku's lead in such matters. The duo arrived in the town and walked along the sidewalk, refraining from flying to avoid drawing attention. Nevertheless, Goku remained alert, sensing with his energy. His dimension was now remarkably close to that of the divine, and an instinct whispered to him that the androids were nearby. Before long, he detected Yamcha's energy erupting. It appeared that Yamcha was unable to evade the fate of being drained of energy as depicted in the original storyline. Goku sighed inwardly and instantly teleported to Yamcha's side. At that moment, Yamcha was unleashing his full energy, his gaze fixed intently ahead at two figures. One stout and the other slender. Goku had previously described to everyone that 2 androids, one fat and one thin, would appear, and these 2 perfectly matched his description. Although he could not sense their energy, his instincts warned him of their formidable strength, necessitating the presence of Goku and the others. Yamcha, I'm here. Are you alright? Goku called out, startling Yamcha, who was already on high alert, causing him to tremble. Ah, it is indeed Goku. They perfectly match your description, don't they? Upon seeing Goku, Yamcha exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, in his mind, there was nothing that Goku could not resolve. Goku followed Yamcha's gaze, and at the end of his line of sight were 2 figures, one stout and one slender. Indeed, those 2 were the androids, number 19 and number 20. A smile graced Goku's face. At that moment, nearly everyone had flown over, as the small town was not particularly vast, and it was a simple matter to soar through the air with a burst of energy. Ah, everyone is here. Goku beamed at the approaching Vegeta and others. Humph, Kakarot. Are these the androids you spoke of? They don't seem all that impressive. Vegeta disdainfully scrutinized androids number 19 and 20. Although he could not sense their energy, their facial expressions had already revealed to him their lack of strength. At that moment, androids number 19 and 20 gazed at them with evident trepidation. As Goku instantaneously teleported over, he unleashed a fraction of his power, which the androids immediately detected. In their readings, Goku's strength was twice that of theirs, and only the 3 individuals back at their base could possibly pose a threat to him. Android 20 recognized Goku at once as the one who had annihilated the Red Ribbon army. Previously, he had been unable to gauge Goku's power with his microbots, but now he understood it was far beyond theirs. The notion of fleeing began to form in their minds. Goku regarded androids number 19 and 20 with a cheerful demeanor, releasing a portion of his energy, approximately 700 million. His intention was to compel Android 20, or Dr. Gero, to escape, thereby releasing androids 16, 17, and 18 from their base. However, if one android managed to flee, that would suffice. The other could remain behind. Goku, who had been jovially conversing with the group, suddenly vanished and reappeared before number 19. What? Android 19 stared in disbelief as a white energy blade pierced through his form, Goku's face still adorned with a faint smile. With a swift motion of his arm, Goku's sharp energy sword sliced through number 19's body. In an instant, Android 19 was cleaved in 2. Countless mechanical parts cascading from his shattered frame. 19. Dr. Gero did not cry out in anguish over the loss of 19, but rather in astonishment at Goku's formidable power. Android 20, or shall I call you Dr. Gero? I let you escape when I vanquished the Red Ribbon Army, but this time, I shall not grant you mercy. Goku turned his gaze towards Dr. Gero, his expression menacing yet playful. Dr. Gero staggered back, his entire being trembling, his countenance shifting between fear and uncertainty as he contemplated his escape. Gathering a sphere of energy in his hands, he hurled it at Goku before hastily retreating into the sky. With a flick of his wrist, Goku effortlessly deflected the yellow energy blast, silently observing Dr. Gero's fleeing figure. Do not even think about escaping. Beside him, Gohan was eager to rush forward, but Goku swiftly teleported in front of him, raising a hand to halt his advance. Dad! Gohan gazed at Goku with confusion, unable to comprehend why his father would let the androids escape. Do not fret, Gohan. This is what we call fishing with a long line, Goku replied with a smile, his words meant for Gohan as well as for everyone present. Meanwhile, in a realm untouched by the authority of the Omni King, in a peculiar space, Tawa observed the cocoon-like form of Cell before her. This was an entity she had captured from another timeline, one that had been significantly enhanced under her care, far superior to the ordinary Cell. She intended to release this version of Cell into a timeline she had traversed 5 years prior. That timeline was exceptionally unique. If her actions could yield substantial influence, it would likely expedite the unsealing of Lord Demigra's confinement. This Cell did not require the absorption of androids 17 and 18. It would evolve into its perfect form merely with the passage of time, boasting a power level of 25 billion. However, since that timeline's Goku had previously vanquished Frieza, who possessed a power level of 15 billion, it stood to reason that Goku's strength had now surpassed 25 billion. To ensure a contingency, she had infused Cell with a formidable dark energy, sufficient to trigger a lower-tier demon god transformation upon its first demise. While this lesser form lacked her own capacity to reach 8,000 times its strength, it would still achieve a power level of 100 times, reaching 25,400 in divine energy. Rather than being merely a transformation, the demon god form was intrinsically her power, which had been sealed away, allowing her current state to manifest at 6,400 in divine energy. In contrast, Cell's lower-tier version was akin to an external force, forcibly elevating its strength to that realm. Yet it would suffice. It was noteworthy that, in a normal timeline, only after 7 years would the fused warrior reach the divine realm. Tawa brimmed with confidence regarding her plan, already envisioning the praise she would receive from Lord Demigra. Unbeknownst to her, however, was the extent of Goku's newfound strength and the trials he had endured. For many years, she had been relentlessly pursued by the Time Patrol. Now, she resembled an aging general on a stage adorned with flags, still evading capture. Her strategy centered on swiftly passing through that timeline to release Cell before fleeing once more from the Time Patrol. Tawa swiftly arrived in Goku's timeline, tearing open a rift and casting Cell into it. There was no other choice. The relentless Time Patrol was still on her trail. Chapter 78, Androids 17 and 18. Let us wait here for a few minutes, Goku suggested, glancing at the others. None noticed when he discreetly placed a trace of his energy on Dr. Gero, who was oblivious to the act. Their next course of action was to wait for Dr. Gero to release the androids before teleporting over. He could sense that trace of energy still in motion. Kakarot, what great fish are you hoping to catch? Are those the 2 androids that Future Trunks spoke of? Raditz inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, Future Trunks spoke of the androids not belonging to their timeline. Our realities are ultimately distinct. Goku nodded, then elaborated further. Even the personalities of the androids from both timelines differ. Differing personalities among androids? Others were perplexed, questioning the very notion of androids possessing varied temperaments. The primary reason for this divergence lies in the incomplete transformation. 2 of the androids still retain vestiges of their human characteristics. What? Human characteristics? Naturally. Among the remaining 3 androids, 2 still possess human physiques, unlike the previous one, which was entirely mechanical in structure. Those 2 androids were also forcibly taken for modification. Goku added, Dr. Gero is truly despicable for repurposing living beings. As a scientist, Bulma holds a particular disdain for such actions. If it were voluntary, it would be acceptable, as science does require individuals willing to sacrifice for its advancement. However, coercion is utterly immoral. He paused. While engaged in conversation, Goku suddenly sensed a trace of his energy had halted within a mountain. What? The others were taken aback by Goku's sudden reaction, bewildered by the turn of events. It's nothing. I left a trace of energy on that android, and now it has come to rest in one location, Goku explained with a smile. He brought his fingers together at his forehead, and, with a swift instant transmission, vanished from their sight. Goku remains unchanged. At that moment, within Dr. Gero's laboratory, a man and a woman stood before him. The woman held a device resembling a controller. Old man, now that the controller is in our possession, what command can you still impose upon us? Android 18 smiled at Drive Gero. But, give it back. Your strength is still a result of my work. Dr. Gero's expression soured. In his oversight, he had allowed Android 18 to seize the controller. Do you truly believe we voluntarily underwent your modifications? Android 17 glared at Drive Gero with a menacing gaze. Dr. Gero felt a prickling sensation under their scrutiny, realizing his precarious predicament. Just then, his vision seemed to rise unexpectedly. The two androids, 17 and 18, stared at him in horror as a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Thank you for your guidance, Dr. Gero. He never held back against villains. A swift end was the greatest mercy he could bestow upon them. What? Dr. Gero watched helplessly as his body slowly crumpled to the ground. The mechanical neck of his body sparked and crackled with light. Farewell, Dr. Gero. In his peripheral vision, Goku's other hand glowed with intensifying radiance, drawing closer. No, please, no. Dr. Gero, still pleading for mercy, along with what was left of his mind, vanished from this world. After eliminating Dr. Gero, Goku turned to androids 17 and 18 with a benevolent smile. You are Son Goku. On the 18th, 17 glanced at Goku with a hint of trepidation. The implanted memories in their minds naturally included Goku's appearance. The power he exhibited was overwhelming. In a mere instant, his aura revealed a combat prowess exceeding 1 billion. Indeed, I am Son Goku, he graciously affirmed. Furthermore, I am aware that Dr. Gero created you solely to eliminate me. Why, then, do you still stand before us? 17 inquired, his vigilance unwavering. Upon hearing 17's words, Goku chuckled nonchalantly. What is there to prevent? You wish to slay me, but do you possess the strength to do so? Setting aside Dr. Gero's orders, we bear no enmity towards each other, do we? Dr. Gero is now deceased. Do you still find it necessary to heed his commands? I am also aware that a bomb resides within you. My wife is a brilliant scientist, and I can enlist her help to disarm it, freeing you from any lingering concerns. Upon hearing Goku's proposition, 17 and 18 exchanged glances. Indeed, with Dr. Gero gone, the notion of killing Son Goku was merely a remnant of Gero's words in their memories. They were not mere automatons. They had no obligation to act upon such a statement. I have no desire to engage in conflict with you, for you two have been victims of circumstance, Goku continued, observing the subtle shift in the demeanor of androids 17 and 18. Seizing the moment, Goku pressed on. After his words resonated, 17 and 18 reached a decision. They would embrace a life of normalcy, pursuing the existence they truly desired. Very well, they replied in unison, lowering their guard and nodding in agreement. Goku felt a sense of relief. Yet another predicament resolved through mere dialogue. Such is the burden of being the protagonist, he mused. Come with me, he instructed. However, there is another android in this facility, a purely mechanical one. Should we release it? 17 cautioned as they prepared to depart. Goku turned, eagerly awaiting 17's next words. Release it. With Goku's affirmation, 17 approached the dormant pod and opened its door. As the door slid open, a towering green figure rose from within. Son Goku. A voice exclaimed in astonishment as the green silhouette surged toward him. Boom. Goku instinctively blocked the attack, seizing 16's arm and hoisting him onto his back before executing a throw that slammed him into the ground. Instantly, the once solid floor fractured under the impact. Hey, calm down. I know that killing me is not an imperative directive, Goku declared, stepping on 16's back while firmly grasping his arms, exerting a force so immense that 16 could scarcely move. Chapter 79. Inside, quickly. Hide, Vegeta. Upon hearing Goku's words, 16 began to compose himself. Realizing the unfavorable nature of his situation, he ceased his struggles. Dr. Gero is dead. There is no longer any need for you to serve his commands. Would it not be better to live freely as a normal person? As the words fell, Goku delivered a swift chop to the back of Android 16's head. Although 16 was a purely mechanical being, Goku's strike induced a short circuit, causing him to faint instantly. Androids 17 and 18 observed the scene before them, relieved that they had chosen not to continue their opposition against Goku. There was no necessity to confront an opponent they could not hope to defeat. After placing 16 into his storage space, Goku turned his gaze towards 17 and 18. At this moment, 16 resembled a mere lifeless object, easily stowed away. His storage space might not accommodate living beings, but inanimate entities were no issue. Come with me. I shall take you to meet my wife. Place your hands upon my shoulder. Goku sensed an unfamiliar aura and, wishing to avoid any unforeseen complications, urged them to depart swiftly. 17 and 18 watched in astonishment as 16 vanished into a vibrant vortex. What happened to him? 18 asked, her voice tinged with fear as she looked at Goku. After all, witnessing a large entity suddenly disappear was indeed unsettling. Upon hearing 18's inquiry, Goku realized their apprehension and quickly offered reassurance. Haha, he has entered a special realm. Fret not, I can only store lifeless objects, and that colorful vortex is quite easy to escape from. He spoke the truth. The vortex possessed no allure, and one could easily evade it with a few steps. Moreover, living beings could not enter his storage space. With Goku's explanation, The two cautiously placed their hands on his shoulder. In a flash, the trio vanished from the base. Meanwhile, on the desolate island, Vegeta and the others stared solemnly at the sudden appearance of the green monster before them. They had already instructed Bulma and the others to leave. Even Yamcha had been permitted to depart, as remaining here would only be a burden. The green creature's power significantly surpassed their expectations. The third stage Cell regarded them with disdain. No longer needing the assistance of androids 17 and 18. Thanks to his mother, he would naturally evolve into his perfect form with the passage of time. His perfect form would boast a staggering power level of 25 billion. Indeed, Tawa had not revealed to him that he possessed a low-tier version of the demon god transformation. He believed that his perfect form represented the pinnacle of his strength. His current mission was to eliminate Goku from this timeline. Hey, green monster, what is your name? Vegeta inquired with a smirk directed at Cell. Cell, observing Vegeta, felt an inexplicable urge to strike this individual. Hey, Cell. Vegeta sensed the disdain in Cell's tone and gaze, and anger surged within him. He stepped forward, extending his left hand to shield his companions behind him. You all stay back. I will make this monster pay for underestimating me. With that, Vegeta transformed into a golden-haired, blue-eyed Super Saiyan, a cold smile gracing his lips. A sudden explosion resonated, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Vegeta's figure bent forward as he appeared before Cell, one fist deeply embedded in Cell's abdomen. Accompanied by a spittle-laden cry, Cell's body contorted and plummeted into the mountainside. Boom! The mountain erupted violently, countless fragments scattering in all directions. A plume of smoke billowing upward. As the haze dissipated, Cell emerged from the mountain, his expression grave as he regarded Vegeta. He resolved to buy time, for he was on the brink of achieving his perfect form. Who are you, and why are you so powerful? In an effort to stall, Cell began to extol Vegeta's strength. Of course, such power was insignificant in the face of his complete form, yet it effectively served its purpose of delay. Clenching his right fist, with his thumb pointed at himself, he slowly uttered, "You shall remember, the one who will annihilate you is none other than I." At that moment, Goku happened to teleport in, witnessing this dramatic scene unfold. Wow, what a spectacle! Just in time, he exclaimed. Wait, is that green figure in front of Vegeta Cell? Or is it Cell's third form? What is going on? Isn't Android 17 still by my side? Goku glanced at the silent 17 beside him. Hey, big brother. You made it! Exclaimed Yajirobe, the first to notice Goku, and hurriedly greeting him. Just watch Vegeta, Goku replied, nodding, sealing the lips of the others with a sly grin while observing the two figures ahead. Is that so, Vegeta? Cell feigned contemplation. At that moment, Vegeta sensed something amiss. This creature, named Cell, seemed to be stalling for time. Are you trying to buy time? Die! He shouted, unleashing a massive explosion. Vegeta extended both hands forward. Powerful energy coalescing in front of him, the blue energy sphere swelling larger, bathing Vegeta in its luminous glow. Attack! Perish! The blue energy orb expanded in midair, hurtling towards Cell at incredible speed. As the orb neared Cell, it cast a blue hue upon him. Yet, at that moment, Cell began to chuckle ominously. Boom! A gigantic mushroom cloud ascended, accompanied by the sound of the explosion, a magnetic laughter resonating in the ears of the onlookers. Ha ha, Vegeta. Thank you for granting me this time. In return, I shall send you to your demise. As the smoke cleared, the complete form of Cell revealed itself before the crowd. Cell transformed into an afterimage, vanishing from sight, only to reappear before Vegeta, a sphere of yellow energy coalescing in his hand, pressed against Vegeta's abdomen. What? Boom. A cloud of smoke erupted as Vegeta was sent flying, tracing a graceful parabolic arc through the air. Goku soared into the sky, catching Vegeta just in time. At that moment, Vegeta had reverted to his normal state, unconscious from the ordeal. Goku placed Vegeta aside on the ground, gazing at the unconscious figure of his comrade, and couldn't help but shake his head. What power do you possess to dare display such a pitiful gesture? Even I would not attempt that now. Serves you right. Chapter 80, Gohan vs. Cell. Gohan, it's your turn. Goku shifted his focus from the incapacitated Vegeta to Gohan. Through the interface, he assessed Cell's current strength, determining that Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 would suffice to handle the situation. As for the reason behind his assertion of current, well, just observe. Cell. Species, bioengineered hybrid, a fusion of various cells, Earthling, Saiyan, and Frisia's race. Base power level, 25 billion, with an ultimate power level of 25. 400 unlocked after his first death. Transformations, low-tier Majin form, unlocked after his first death. Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 power reached 30 billion. Perfectly capable of confronting Cell's present power of 25 billion. Gohan had yet to engage in a genuine battle. He had merely practiced against himself until now. This was the perfect opportunity. Alright, Dad. Upon hearing Goku call for him, Gohan promptly emerged from the crowd. After knocking Vegeta unconscious, Cell stood with his arms crossed, seemingly waiting for them to send someone to fight him. It must be said that Cell had indeed inherited the Saiyan genes successfully. As Cell observed Gohan stepping forward, A mix of confusion and amusement flickered across his features. He unleashed a merciless laugh. Haha, is this all you have? Sending a mere child to battle? Have you not yet grown up? Ignoring Cell's taunts, Gohan continued his deliberate approach, each step bringing him closer to the adversary. As he lifted one foot, golden energy began to manifest around him. By the time his foot descended, he had transformed into a figure with golden hair and azure eyes. Well, not bad at all. Much stronger than that one called Vegeta. Cell was evidently taken aback by Gohan's prowess, astonished that someone so young could surpass the previous combatant by such a margin. Hey, kid, what is your name? Son Gohan, son of Goku. In the next moment, Gohan's hair stood even more erect, and golden energy surrounded him, crackling with electricity. Boom. Gohan's form shot forth like lightning, vanishing from sight, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Nanny? In Cell's vision, Gohan suddenly materialized before him, delivering a powerful sweeping kick aimed at his head, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Bang! Cell felt an overwhelming force strike his head, his legs sinking deeply into the ground. Dust and debris billowed upward as Cell's feet remained planted, carving a trench over 100 meters before finally halting. No, this is impossible. How can he be this strong? Cell, feeling the throbbing pain on his face, gazed at Gohan in astonishment. Gohan's strength evidently surpassed his own. If Gohan, as Goku's son, was this formidable, then what of Goku himself? Contemplating this, a shadow of gloom crossed Cell's face. However, thoughts of retreat never crossed his mind. His mother had assured him that if he were to falter, she would intervene. Surely, Goku, no matter how powerful, could not surpass his mother. Secondly, the Saiyan genes within him were coming into play, and his pride would not permit him to flee. With a furious roar from Cell, an immense energy surged forth from him, rushing towards Gohan. The two soon collided, their fists and feet intertwining in a fierce struggle. The sounds of their intense battle resonated from the heavens to the earth, causing mountains to crumble under the shockwaves of their conflict. However, it was evident that Cell was at a distinct disadvantage. Gohan bore scarcely a scratch, while Cell was left in a pitiful state. Were it not for the regenerative abilities bestowed by his Namekian genes, Cell would have been defeated long ago. Cell was struck once more in the face by Gohan's punch, transforming into a shooting star as he plummeted to the ground. Boom. The winds and dust from the collision spread outwards. Goku hastily conjured a barrier of energy to shield the onlookers from the swirling debris, struggling to rise. Cell wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the pain in his face sending jolts through his nerves. Despite possessing Namekian genes, his recovery rate was outpaced by the severity of his injuries. Damn it, didn't my mother say she would intervene? Why has she not appeared yet? Yes, Tao did promise to lend a hand, but the force that would strike was the dark energy lurking within him. Once Cell had tasted death, then she would surely act. Gohan gazed at the standing Cell, his rage surging as he propelled himself behind Cell, leaving a sonic boom in his wake. Leaning forward, Gohan planted one hand on the ground, and with a powerful push of his rear leg, executed a spinning kick aimed at Cell. What? Cell had no time to evade, hastily crossing his arms defensively in front of him. Even with this timely defense, the overwhelming force sent him soaring into the sky. The green figure ascended, a golden aura erupting from the ground. In no time, the green silhouette leveled out. In midair, every punch and kick from Gohan landed brutally upon Cell. After each blow, Gohan swiftly followed up, leaving Cell unable to react, forced to endure the relentless assault. Positioned above Cell, Gohan unleashed an elbow strike with all his might, delivering an earth-shattering blow to Cell's abdomen. A piercing scream of agony echoed through the skies, reverberating across the horizon. As the pain surged, Cell's body bent and fell towards the ground, while Gohan reached the ground first. He slid effortlessly, his eyes gleaming with a golden light as he positioned himself beneath Cell's impending descent. Maya. Gohan placed his hands at his waist, blue energy converging within his grasp. The immense magnetic field generated by the energy caused the winds around him to intensify, sending countless grains of sand and debris swirling into the distance. Maya. As time flowed on, the blue radiance grew ever more brilliant, enveloping the entirety of the landscape in a soft azure hue. Here it comes. A wave of blue energy surged upward from the ground, racing towards the sky. The massive Kamehameha enveloped Cell's falling form entirely. How can this be? Accompanied by the anguished cries of Cell, the energy blast did not cease. Instead, it soared through the sky, piercing the atmosphere and venturing into the vastness of space. The blue radiance shimmered incessantly, and after several seconds, Gohan released the energy he had been channeling. With a flick of his wrist, the Kamehameha, trailing a long tail of light, dissipated into the horizon. At that moment, the sky bore no trace of Cell. Apart from Goku, everyone else presumed that Cell had been reduced to dust, vanishing from this world. However, was this truly the case? In an instant, dark energy enveloped the entire sky, an ominous presence that seemed to suffocate those below. Chapter 81. The Demon God Form of Cell. Is this the power my mother bestowed upon me? It is indeed formidable, so powerful that it captivates the senses. Reborn, Cell floated in midair, arms outstretched and eyes closed, as if reveling in the immense strength coursing through him. He paid no mind to those on the ground. They were unworthy and unnecessary to consider. With this power, he felt invincible. Behold your sovereign. The dark energy surged from Cell's being, its momentum pressing down upon the onlookers below. The winds intensified around them, and bolts of lightning descended from the clouds. Goku's hair whipped in the gusts as he lifted his gaze to the airborne Cell. At that moment, Cell appeared significantly darker, likely due to the overwhelming dark energy. Observing Cell's maniacal laughter, Goku smiled. At last, he had found an adversary that piqued his interest. Goku closed his eyes, warming up before reopening them, transforming his once round eyes into sharp, angular ones. In an instant, Goku's figure vanished from sight. An opening, still immersed in his newfound power. Cell was completely unprepared. Goku's fist, charged with thunderous might, struck Cell's face, sending him plummeting back to the ground. Boom! Goku tilted his head back, fists clenched at his sides, watching as a massive cloud of dust erupted from the ground. His body now enveloped in a golden aura, his hair standing on end. An astonishing energy radiated from within him. The golden light illuminated the entire sky, a fiery halo breaking through the clouds, tearing apart the darkness above. Super Saiyan. Full power unleashed. Perish. The dark flames ruptured the earth, hurling countless fragments toward the golden figure in the sky. Bang! Goku firmly blocked Cell's incoming punch, the force reverberating through his palms, causing an explosion behind him. The sound of the blast echoed as a thick mist was dispersed by the shockwave. What? Cell hastily recoiled, his expression tinged with fear as he gazed at the golden figure ahead. He never anticipated that Goku's strength could be so overwhelming. After all, he was in his demon god form now. You must be Son Goku, right? Cell regarded Goku warily. Yes, indeed, Goku replied with a smile, unlike Vegeta, who foolishly relished in making a show of his struggles. Though one might believe that they are invulnerable in the present moment, it is prudent to maintain a sense of reverence towards the unknown. With a slightly somber expression, Cell gazed at Goku ahead of him. The good news was that his target had appeared. The bad news was that this opponent was stronger, and the one who might meet his demise could very well be himself. Furthermore, the young lad named Gohan had previously showcased a form of greater strength that Goku had yet to unveil. Cell was unconvinced that Goku, as a father, would lack such a transformation. Come on, you cannot escape. You must have an inkling, Goku remarked with a smile, aware that Cell had likely deduced his possession of a more formidable transformation. However, Goku's choice to transform only into Super Saiyan Grade 1 was a clear indication of his intent. So you want to take the initiative? Goku vanished from his position in an instant. What? Cell was taken aback as Goku suddenly appeared beside him. Before he could react, a powerful punch connected squarely with his face. The force sent Cell hurtling backwards, tumbling through the air for several seconds before he managed to stabilize himself. Touching his bruised face and feeling the searing pain, Cell's anger began to swell within him. Kamehameha. He positioned his hands at his waist and unleashed a wave of blue energy, the blast surging toward Goku with a fiery tail. Goku swiftly powered up and dodged to the side, propelling himself towards Cell. In the blink of an eye, Goku was before Cell, delivering a punch that sank deep into Cell's abdomen. With a deft movement, Goku shifted behind Cell and executed a side kick. In midair, Cell resembled a mere punching bag. Goku's uppercut, followed by a left hook and then a downward strike, all flowed with an unadorned elegance. He had long since integrated every technique into his being. Goku then descended from above, delivering a knee strike that sent Cell crashing into the ground. Observing Cell plummeting rapidly, Goku raised his hands above his head, gathering energy. The blue energy in his palms split into countless streams, cascading like a dazzling curtain of light from the heavens, enveloping a vast expanse of the sky. At this moment, Gohan had arrived at the gathering point, witnessing the spectacle before him. The entire sky appeared to be shrouded in blue luminescence, resembling shooting stars descending from above. Not good. Everyone retreat. They were too close to the battlefield. Such a wide-ranging attack posed a risk of collateral damage. With his father's current power, even a mere brush could spell disaster. Upon hearing this, the group quickly retreated, acutely aware of the impending danger. Gohan, meanwhile, lifted the unconscious Vegeta onto his back and soared away. However, their actions were unnecessary. Goku had already calculated the distance, ensuring that they would not be harmed. At most, only a few gusts of energy and some debris would reach them. As the echoes of explosions reverberated through the air, the ground shattered into fragments. And even the cacophony of destruction could not conceal the anguished cries of Cell. Moments later, Goku ceased his assault, allowing the smoke to dissipate and reveal Cell's battered form. At that moment, Cell was a pitiful sight. The two sharp horns atop his head had been severed, one of his arms lay broken, and the once mighty appendages resembling wings had been reduced to ash. With his gaze fixed intently on Goku, Cell endured excruciating pain coursing through his body, stifling his cries. Within him, countless dark energies began to coalesce, seemingly mending his grievous wounds. Now, receive my next move, Goku. Cell feigned a stance with his hand at his waist, gathering energy as if to unleash the Kamehameha wave. Yet, his form swelled ominously. Goku observed Cell's theatrics with a derisive smile. Do you think I am oblivious to your intention to self-destruct? Your expanding body and uncontrollable energy make your plan all too clear. For the safety of Earth, it is time for you to perish, Cell. In an instant, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan God, his crimson aura enveloping the skies. He approached Cell, who had become immobile due to his impending self-destruction. Goku's hand rested upon Cell's body. Did you believe I couldn't see your intent to explode? Goku spoke gently, as the divine aura began to spread over Cell's form. What is this? Cell gazed in panic at the crimson flames that began to engulf him. The searing heat seemed to scorch his very soul, and though he yearned to struggle, he found himself utterly incapacitated. I have enveloped you in my aura. Even if you explode, the force will remain contained within it. The fiery aura now completely enveloped Cell. In despair, he cast a resentful glare at Goku, filled with hatred. Why was it that he could no longer prevent his own self-destruction? Boom. The explosion was deafening, yet oddly devoid of any significant aftermath. No, it would not be accurate to say there was silence. Within Goku's aura, there was a tumultuous energy at play. How tragic it was to have brought about his own demise. Oh, the folly. Goku allowed the crimson flames to dissipate, returning to a state of calm. He sensed the energy of Gohan and the others, placing 2 fingers to his forehead as he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the terrain, ravaged by their battle, began to restore itself gradually. This was a wish Goku had made many years ago to the eternal dragon of Earth, granting the planet the ability to heal itself after being ravaged by violence. Though the restoration was slow, taking a day to fully mend such devastation, it was certainly better than the alternative. Dad, have you dealt with Cell? Gohan inquired eagerly upon Goku's sudden appearance. Certainly. When I, your father, take action, it is as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Goku, in the presence of Gohan, puts on a facade. He may not do so in front of others, yet he cannot help but indulge in it before his son and Bulma. Perhaps this is a reflection of his role as a father and husband. How splendid. After all, Gohan is merely a 9-year-old child, and his face radiates an innocent smile, filled with joy at his father's formidable prowess. Father, are you bringing these 2 to mother? Gohan inquires, pointing at androids 17 and 18. Upon hearing Gohan's question, the others turn their gaze toward Goku. The plight of androids 17 and 18 evokes a sense of pity. They still harbor bombs within them. Yet, more than that, there is an overwhelming anger directed at Dr. Gero. Indeed, we must allow them to live a normal life, Goku remarks as he affectionately ruffles Gohan's hair. Otherwise, we might find ourselves gathering at least once a year, or even 5 or 6 times. Each occasion would be an opportunity to indulge in delicious food, engage in conversation, and boast a little. How delightful. Absolutely, brother. It has been nearly 2 years since we last gathered formally due to your training, Yak replies eagerly from the side. He relishes such occasions. At that time, Iz and the sister-in-law can converse among themselves while the men discuss matters pertinent to them. Following Yak, the others also agree. Just then, Goku seems to recall something. Oh no, I forgot to destroy that base. The embryonic cell may still be beneath it. He realizes the urgency of the situation and decides he must act swiftly to prevent any unforeseen incidents. I apologize, but you may need to wait a moment. I have a matter to attend to, but it will only take a few seconds. Without further ado, Goku bids farewell to the group and instantly teleports away. In an instant, he finds himself hovering above Dr. Gero's base. With his left hand raised, he gathers an immense amount of energy. His other hand, with fingers poised together, rests against his forehead. Farewell, cell of this timeline. This way, you shall not fall under the influence of Toa. As the energy blast descends, the base is swiftly engulfed. The surrounding sands are drawn towards the energy, only to be obliterated. This timeline cell is snuffed out before even being born. The mountains concealing the base are laid to waste, and having completed this task, Goku teleports away once more. He has long suspected that the previous cell was a creation of Toa. The dark energy bears an uncanny resemblance to that of Frisia from years past. Any fool could recognize it at first glance. Now he finds himself irritated by Toa, buzzing around like a bothersome fly. The most vexing part is the inability to capture her. Alas, I must avoid encountering her. Otherwise, I shall ensure she experiences no pleasant outcomes. Teaching her a lesson in cruelty. Presently, his strength is no longer threatened by Toa, possessing a normal combat power of 60 billion. Under the most powerful transformation, Super Saiyan 4, with limits shattered, his strength reaches the divine power of the second realm at 96/100. He refuses to believe that Toa could be so formidable. Toa has certainly not attained the divine power of the third realm, as stated by the god of time. who remarked that she is no match for the god of destruction. The third realm of divine power is referred to as the realm of the god of destruction, and this nomenclature arises from the fact that even the weakest god of destruction possesses the strength of the third realm of divine power. Of course, this refers to their innate strength, excluding the divine techniques wielded by the gods of destruction. Goku placed his 2 fingers on his forehead and, in an instant, transported everyone to his home. He had recently refined his instantaneous movement technique, which now required only his own energy to envelop the bodies of those he wished to transport. This improvement made the process significantly more convenient, eliminating the need for others to make contact with him. Upon arriving at Goku's residence, the group discovered several tables set up in the courtyard, laden with an abundance of culinary delights, fine wines, juices, and beverages. It was a veritable feast, featuring delicacies from the sky, the land, and the sea, truly befitting the home of a billionaire. At that moment, Goku spotted Bulma approaching them. "Hey, Bulma. How come you're already prepared?" Goku was taken aback that Bulma had organized a gathering without him mentioning it. Hearing Goku's question, Bulma rolled her eyes and replied with a hint of exasperation, "Do you not know me? Of course, there would be a gathering. Every time something like this happens, we always end up feasting." "Haha, indeed, my Bulma understands me well," Goku chuckled, scratching his head sheepishly. "What a deadpan expression," he added, eliciting laughter from the group. Even from Gohan. Seeing this, Goku playfully fed Gohan a chestnut. "What are you? And what am I? Do you think you can laugh at me, little brat? What do you understand?" Gohan winced in pain, hastily covering his head, tears almost brimming in his eyes. Goku glanced at him and chose to ignore it. Knowing he hadn't exerted much force, just enough to cause a slight sting. "Keep pretending, I'm watching you," he thought. Chapter 83, The Calm After the Battle. Meanwhile, Bulma observed Gohan with a cold, indifferent expression. Gohan, sensing his parents' reluctance to engage with him, felt a twinge of awkwardness. Seizing the opportunity, he excused himself from the group. His smile no longer concealable. It was Sunday, and he had made plans to go out with Videl. Initially hesitant due to the androids, he was now eager to leave, as the appointed time was fast approaching. At that moment, Gohan reveled in the deception he had woven, having successfully concealed his plans from Goku and Bulma. Unbeknownst to him, his peculiar behavior had not gone unnoticed by his parents. Goku observed Gohan's unusual demeanor as he distanced himself, recognizing that Gohan's behavior was far from typical. Sensing that he might be hiding something from them, Goku chose not to dwell on it, respecting his son's privacy. Bulma shared this sentiment, understanding the importance of giving Gohan some personal space. However, curiosity compelled Bulma to urgently seek the truth behind Gohan's secrets. "Well, Bulma, perhaps we should leave Gohan some space. After all, he has his own matters to ponder," Goku remarked, and Bulma nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in his words. It was essential not to press too hard. Gohan deserved to retain a semblance of privacy and individuality. She certainly did not wish for him to become as rebellious as she had been in her youth. In her quest to guide Gohan, Bulma had once purchased a book titled 100 Ways to Nurture a Good Child. This tome explicitly stated that denying children their own space and secrets could exacerbate rebellious tendencies. Her own parents had failed to grant her such freedom, resulting in her tumultuous teenage years. Indeed, Goku, you were right. At that moment, no one, save for Goku, noticed the absence of Vegeta. Sensing this void, Goku smiled knowingly. He surmised that Vegeta would likely forego this gathering, even in the face of a sumptuous feast. After all, his pride would not allow him to confront others at such a moment. Imagine the humiliation of boasting only to be swiftly humbled, an indignity akin to a stinging slap that sent one reeling. This was precisely why Goku had chosen not to awaken Vegeta after healing him. He recognized how deeply he had been hurt. It wasn't until the festivities commenced that the gathering realized Vegeta's disappearance. "Hey, where's Vegeta?" Raditz inquired, scanning the surroundings. Finally, the others began to register his absence. Indeed, where was Vegeta? No voice had been heard, nor had he been seen. Meanwhile, within the gravity chamber, Vegeta endured the crushing weight of hundreds of times Earth's gravity in relentless training. "Damn it, my strength is still insufficient. I've been surpassed by Kakarot's child," he muttered through gritted teeth, sweat cascading down his brow. He had never anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly. To be eclipsed by a junior was both a source of pride and a profound sting. "TCH, Kakarot, thank you," Vegeta whispered in a barely audible tone, a sentiment that would leave Goku incredulous. Upon awakening, he had found himself devoid of wounds or pain, realizing that Kakarot had been the one to heal him. Rather than rousing him immediately, Kakarot had opted to wait for him to regain consciousness naturally, understanding that Vegeta would struggle to face others. This was indeed the case, and he felt a genuine gratitude toward Kakarot, though he would never express it directly to him. Goku and Bulma strolled to the balcony, leaning against the mast as they gazed at the distant sunset, a blend of crimson and orange hues. The vibrant red light seemed to infuse the surrounding clouds with its own essence. Sunlight enveloped them, draping them in a delicate veil of rosy tones. As Bulma watched the sun gradually descend from the sky, it felt almost symbolic of parting. A gentle breeze caressed her face as she brushed aside the strands of hair by her ear, turning to gaze at Goku. Goku, this scene feels remarkably familiar. Goku, his eyes softening as he looked towards the sun on the horizon, replied, indeed. It truly feels like a memory from long ago. The two of them, in that moment, seemed to echo a farewell from many years past. Goku then turned his gaze to Bulma beside him. At that moment, Bulma resembled her younger self from over a decade ago, her blue hair styled in a playful ponytail, exuding vitality and charm. Thanks to the elevation of dimensions, Bulma, now in her 30s, appeared as youthful as a teenager. It was many years ago. Perhaps it was because I was heading to the temple? Goku's words struck a chord in Bulma's memory, reminding her of the time when they two lounged on the balcony, watching the soft hues of twilight while bidding farewell. Indeed, I never imagined time would pass so swiftly. Over a decade has flown by in the blink of an eye. Bulma instinctively leaned her head against Goku's sturdy chest, relishing the warmth and breath of Goku's presence. How wonderful it is to have Goku by my side. Yes, time does indeed fly. Goku wished for this tranquil life to endure, cherishing the calmness of the years. Yet, he was aware that such hopes were but illusions. There was no other reason. This was the world of Dragon Ball, where peace could never be a constant. All he could do was strive to protect this serene existence. The two embraced on the balcony, quietly watching the sun descend. As the last glimmer of daylight faded away, they prepared to leave. Before departing, they noticed Gohan stealthily slipping in through the back door of their home. They exchanged knowing glances and smiled in unison. Gohan, in his eagerness to remain unnoticed, suppressed his energy to the lowest possible level. But nothing escaped Goku's keen senses, especially with their balcony directly facing the back door. With Goku's gentle reminder, Bulma too caught sight of Gohan. His intent was clear. He wished to avoid his parents' gaze. Surely, he wouldn't dare tell them he was out with Fidel, would he? While his father might remain oblivious, his mother would undoubtedly tease him about it. She had a penchant for such playful jests, much like his grandmother. Yet, what was the point of his efforts? Bulma might not have pieced it together, but Goku certainly could. He often kept tabs on Gohan's school life, noting that aside from Videl, he had few close friends. On weekends, it was improbable for Gohan to venture out alone. He must be with Fidel. However, Goku chose not to confront him about it. Oh no, I forgot to deliver instant noodles to Whis. Chapter 84, Removal of the Detonator. Bulma, I must dash to deliver instant noodles to Whis. Goku exclaimed, hastily teleporting away from Earth without a second thought. He had already stored the noodles in his dimensional space, but completely forgot about them. Bulma watched in astonishment as Goku abruptly vanished, shaking her head in exasperation. Oh, Goku remains ever the same. Whis, my apologies for my tardiness. Goku, having instantaneously transported to the God of Destruction's planet, felt a twinge of embarrassment upon spotting Whis nearby. He had promised to deliver instant noodles today, and although he had indeed brought them, it was rather late. Hastily, Goku retrieved the noodles and placed them before Whis. After accepting the noodles, Whis cast a resigned glance at Goku and inquired with a hint of exasperation, Goku, to be frank, did you forget to bring the noodles earlier and just now remember? Goku's brow twitched at the question. There was no way he could admit to such a lapse. He vehemently denied it, shaking his head vigorously. No, how could I possibly forget? I was simply preoccupied with other matters. He adamantly refused to concede, convinced that as long as he did not acknowledge it, it would remain unspoken. Sighing, Whis shook his head. After all, he had utilized his staff to observe Goku's activities. What had he witnessed? Two love-struck dogs. Although he had no penchant for invading others' privacy, he could not contain his amusement as he watched Goku's delayed realization concerning the noodles. If not for Whis' glance, Goku might have genuinely forgotten. The only reason he remembered was the unsettling sensation of being watched. Amused by Goku's unwavering denial, Whis chose not to press further. The noodles had been delivered, and over the course of 2 years, he had come to understand Goku's nature. It was quite normal. However, it seemed that the training regimen might require some augmentation moving forward. With a smile, Whis nodded at Goku. Haha, Whis, I must be on my way now. It's getting late. Goku felt a bit awkward, primarily due to his discomfort in facing Whis, and sought an excuse to make a swift exit. Whis, perceptive to Goku's unease, nodded in understanding. Very well, farewell, Goku. Be sure to come for training tomorrow, alright? Goku furrowed his brow, puzzled by the cheerful demeanor of Whis. If memory served him correctly, Whis had never uttered such a phrase in the past 2 years. What was the sudden change? Why did he feel an ominous premonition? Shivering slightly, Goku instantaneously departed from the God of Destruction's planet. Upon Goku's sudden appearance, Bulma was taken aback. Look at you. What else with that? You only delivered some noodles. How long could that possibly take? It was just noodles. Oh, come on. Let us go take a shower together. Bulma exclaimed, pulling Goku toward the bathroom. Hey, I didn't bring any clothes. Goku protested, though he did not resist, reminding her that he had no attire to wear after the shower. I already took care of that for you. Do you really think I would forget? Bulma released Goku's hand, placing her hands on her hips and retorting, "Haha, alright then, let us go shower." This time, Goku took the initiative to pull Bulma along. The following morning at breakfast, androids 17 and 18 joined Bulma and the others for their meal. At the dining table, Goku sensed a peculiar gaze from Vegeta, one that seemed imbued with gratitude. However, he dismissed the thought and followed Bulma to the laboratory after finishing breakfast. Today, the objective was to dismantle the bombs within androids 17 and 18, as well as to amend the directive lodged in android 16's mind. After all, that command was intended to eliminate him, and he certainly did not possess such a grand heart. As 17 and 18 reclined on the examination table, they exhibited signs of nervousness and fear. Bulma, perceptive to their apprehensive expressions, swiftly offered them reassurance. "Do not worry, I am not like Dr. Gero. I will dismantle your bomb swiftly." Bulma's gaze was fixed on the thermal imaging and the analyses displayed on the screen before her. According to the report, what they referred to as bombs were, in fact, more akin to devices. She paused momentarily before explaining, "These devices disrupt your internal energies, causing a chain reaction that could detonate all your energy." This apparatus was remarkably small, barely occupying an area of 1 square centimeter, located near their hearts. With a few swipes on the screen, a large luminous display materialized before 17 and 18. The glowing screen showcased their scanned images, with the device highlighted prominently for clarity. The siblings gazed at the images, lost in contemplation. "Are you prepared?" Bulma inquired. "Yes, thank you, Ms. Bulma and Mr. Goku." The siblings exchanged a glance and nodded, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. To them, Goku and his wife represented their saviors, and they felt indebted to them. Upon hearing their affirmation, Goku and Bulma exchanged a knowing look. With Goku's nod, Bulma pressed the confirmation button on the screen. Through the glass window, mechanical arms began to operate in a manner reminiscent of science fiction. After a series of rotations and movements, the laser cutting tools on the 2 mechanical arms aligned with the siblings. The procedure was remarkably straightforward. Bulma chose not to maximize the power of the laser cutting tools. Her intention was to allow the heat to penetrate their flesh and destroy the devices within swiftly, minimizing pain. Indeed, as the laser illuminated, it extinguished almost instantaneously. A minuscule hole, formed by the intense heat, appeared in the fabric of their clothing. All done. The operation was a resounding success. "You may rise," Bulma announced, clapping her hands and addressing them through the glass. 17 and 18 exchanged bewildered glances, blinking in confusion. Their small eyes held vast questions. Was it truly over? Had it concluded so swiftly? They had anticipated a prolonged and painful ordeal. Instead, they only felt a fleeting, mildly irritating pain, akin to a pinprick, and then it was gone. The operation was complete. The two stood up from the examination table, somewhat dazed, and exited the laboratory. Goku and Bulma had already positioned themselves outside, awaiting their return. "How do you feel now?" Bulma asked with a smile. The siblings nodded in agreement, feeling considerably better. It remained uncertain whether the device had any real effect on them, or if it was merely a psychological phenomenon. "Please wait a moment. Number 16 should be emerging soon," one of them suggested. "Number 16? The one in green attire?" the other queried, pondering his current state. Chapter 85, The Arrival at the Divine Dimension. "Mr. Goku, how is number 16 faring now?" inquired number 17, who stood nearby. "Haha, he, like you, has an explosive device within him. However, he possesses a command in his mind to eliminate me. Thus, I must erase that command from his consciousness. This process will take a bit longer than it did for you, but I trust you understand my reasoning," Goku explained, casting a glance at the siblings. They nodded in understanding, recognizing the rationale behind Goku's actions. Preserving number 16's life was the utmost mercy Goku could extend. If the roles were reversed, they doubted they could exhibit such compassion towards someone intent on their demise. "What are your plans moving forward?" Goku asked the siblings. "Plans?" They pondered momentarily before responding. "We're unsure. Perhaps we'll just take life as it comes, live as ordinary people. Maybe we will become animal protectors," number 17 suggested, glancing at his sister, uncertain if she shared his aspirations. Number 18, noticing her brother's gaze, brushed her golden hair aside and smiled in agreement. Goku understood this to mean that Krillin's chances were slim, if not entirely non-existent. In the original narrative, removing the explosive devices from numbers 17 and 18 had garnered number 18's affection. But now, well, fate would unfold as it may. The extent of Krillin's fortune was in his own hands. Moments later, number 16 emerged from the laboratory, expressing gratitude to Goku and Bulma before departing alongside numbers 17 and 18. Goku silently observed their retreating figures until they vanished from sight, then turned to bid farewell to Bulma. "Bulma, I'm off. See you tonight." With that, he teleported away from Earth, heading to the God of Destruction's planet. It was time to commence today's training. "Whis, I have arrived." At that moment, Whis stood serenely by the lake, eyes closed as if awaiting Goku's arrival. Upon hearing Goku's voice, Whis slowly opened his eyes and replied, "Ah, Goku, you're here." Let us begin today's training. Alright. Goku followed Whis into the training session, somewhat bewildered by Whis' newfound eagerness for his training. An ominous feeling began to creep in. Initially, Goku dismissed it as mere paranoia, but by the end of the day's training, he realized it was no illusion. It was indeed a reality. Despite his current recovery rate, he struggled to keep pace with the intensity of the training. Phew, today has been exhausting. After a day of rigorous training, Goku lay flat on the verdant grass. Gazing up at the sky, Whis stood nearby, wearing a smile as he observed Goku. Whis, why has the training regimen increased so significantly today? Goku complained. Although he was accustomed to a gradual escalation in training intensity each day, it had always felt manageable in the past. However, this time was different. He felt utterly drained, as if he had lost half his vitality. Upon hearing this, Whis wore a mischievous grin. Oh, Goku, don't you wish to become stronger at a swifter pace? With this training, you could reach the realm of the gods in just over a year. Goku was taken aback. What nonsense is this? How does the elevation of dimensional levels correlate with training? Why was I not aware of this? Don't treat me like a fool. Goku shot a bemused glance at Whis. Not at all, Goku. I assure you, physical and ki training does indeed play a role in enhancing your dimensional level, Whis replied. Still smiling. His words were truthful, though he added, however, the effect is rather minimal. At your current rate of cultivation, you might transcend to the realm of the gods in just over 2 years. Increasing the training intensity might only shave off 4 or 5 months. A negligible difference, really. Under normal circumstances, Whis would not have permitted Goku to choose such a grueling path, but Goku sat up, somewhat skeptical yet intrigued. Whis' tone did not seem deceitful. Oh well, a bit of hardship will be worth it for a brighter future. What a little suffering. In the days that followed, Goku discerned that there was indeed some effect on his cultivation towards the realm of the gods, albeit not substantial. Nevertheless, any benefit was welcomed, making his efforts feel worthwhile. Thus, a year passed in a blend of pain and joy. On this particular day, Goku sat cross-legged on the God of Destruction's planet. Whis observed Goku's genuine elation. After all, he could consider Goku his disciple. In just a few short years, he had guided another individual to the realm of the gods, achieving divine power. Certainly, his ability to teach was far superior to that of his siblings, wouldn't you agree? Goku sat serenely, embodying a state of tranquil stillness. Though no wind stirred on the God of Destruction's planet, his hair floated and swayed as if caught in a gentle breeze. A white aura began to manifest around him. But astonishingly, it no longer resembled its former self. This white aura sparkled with starlight, exuding a sense of divinity. Goku appeared significantly younger, though he was already youthful. This transformation wasn't merely superficial. It evoked a profound sense of awe in those who beheld him. The sky above coalesced into a vibrant array of colors, forming a swirling vortex that enveloped Goku. It seemed to celebrate the emergence of a being from the realm of the gods within this universe. Suddenly, the white aura expanded dramatically, and the colorful clouds in the sky began to dissipate slowly, as the sky gradually revealed Goku's silhouette. He pondered whether this was indeed the realm of the gods. What a delightful sensation. With his eyes closed, Goku reveled in the capabilities bestowed upon him by this divine dimension. Initially, his base combat power surged from 150 billion to an astounding 300 billion, and he sensed a slight enhancement in his mastery over the powers of time and destruction. Indeed, during the past few years, Goku had persistently sought out Whis, compelling him to impart the knowledge of destruction. One must not underestimate this. For his former self, such mastery would have required perhaps 2 years, or even longer, of rigorous training. Now, he had stumbled upon something intriguing, the fusion of the powers of time and destruction. In an instant, his hair and aura transformed to a vibrant red. Indeed, he had ascended to the form of Super Saiyan God. At last, he comprehended that the divine aura of Super Saiyan God differed significantly from his current base divine aura. Perhaps his base form should be more aptly referred to as Saiyan God. Upon entering this divine dimension, he could distinctly sense the immense power concealed within him. Transforming into Super Saiyan God released a portion of that power, though it was merely a fraction of what lay dormant. To unleash the remaining potential, he might require a ki, this ki being an even stronger form. Chapter 86. A renewed contest with Whis. Goku, I had assumed that upon entering the divine dimension, a greater portion of the power within you would be unleashed, Whis remarked, astonished at his side. The Saiyan race is truly remarkable. Typically, upon transcending to the divine dimension, the latent power within would be liberated significantly. Yet, Goku had not experienced this, though it bore the advantage of rapid strength augmentation. Take Goku, for instance. His base combat power reached the first realm of divine strength, and upon transforming, his power ascended to the second realm of divine strength, which would require a decade to surpass. Upon achieving this breakthrough, his strength could attain the third realm of divine strength. However, if the power were to be fully unlocked and reach the second realm of divine strength without transformation, the time required to ascend to the third realm could stretch to a century. This is why Whis found the Saiyan race so extraordinary. The path to rapid enhancement is remarkably straightforward. Nevertheless, this proved advantageous for Goku's ascension. In the sky, as Goku listened to Whis' words, he felt an irresistible urge to challenge a formidable opponent, and Whis stood as the perfect candidate. In an instant, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 4, breaking through his limits. The fierce red aura enveloped the entirety of the God of Destruction's planet. Whis gazed at Goku with surprise. For Goku's power had now reached the third realm of divine strength. Whis, let us engage in battle, Goku declared. Whis, momentarily taken aback, responded with a hint of bewilderment. So sudden? Yet this was typical of Goku. Very well, Whis replied, shaking his head with a resigned smile. With a hearty laugh, Goku floated midair, his arms trembling slightly. He channeled all his energy into his left arm, concentrating it to its zenith. Dragon Fist unleashed, who else could rival me? As Goku threw a punch towards Whis, a golden divine dragon coiled around his arm, roaring with immense power. The ground trembled and began to shatter under the force of this magnificent creature. Yet Goku understood that such efforts were futile. With a swift motion, he spread his arms wide, gathering energy between his hands, which formed a flower-like shape. As golden light emanated from him, his hands moved to his waist. A brilliant blue radiance ignited, painting the sky in celestial hues. Kamehameha, here it comes. The golden and blue energies surged forward, carrying with them an aura of terrifying destruction, aiming towards the smoke created by the Dragon Fist. However, the ultimate Kamehameha wave was intercepted midair. With a fierce roar, Goku's veins bulged as a wave of energy surged through him, merging the powers of time and destruction into the ultimate Kamehameha. In an instant, the wave expanded dramatically, resembling a colossal force compared to a mere energy blast, akin to an elephant towering over an ant. Yet, paradoxically, the diminutive energy blast pressed the ultimate Kamehameha wave backward. As time passed, the energy blast drew nearer to Goku. He quickly ceased channeling energy, pivoted sideways, and narrowly evaded the impending blast. He could feel the immense energy contained within it as it whisked past him. Phew! After dodging the energy blast, Goku exhaled, his chest rising and falling slightly. Normal individuals would have been utterly exhausted after maintaining such intense output for several minutes. Fortunately, he could recover in mere moments. In a blink, Goku teleported beside Whis, his arm taut and muscles rippling. The sound of air being displaced accompanied the downward strike of his fist aimed at Whis. However, Whis gracefully retreated, angling his body to avoid the blow. The powerful force brushed past him, creating a concave crater in the ground, sending plumes of dust spiraling into the air. Goku unleashed several punches in rapid succession, all deftly blocked by Whis. After Goku concentrated all his strength into one decisive strike, Whis effortlessly deflected it, using the momentum to propel himself backward into the air. Starburst. Countless blue streams of light cascaded from the heavens. Whis gazed upward at the sky illuminated by the blue brilliance. The energy descended like shooting stars, both beautiful and perilous. Hey Goku, if you hit the ground with that attack, I'll have quite the job repairing it, Whis remarked, rolling his eyes, before effortlessly conjuring a protective barrier. Boom, boom, boom. The meteoric strikes impacted the barrier, creating a dazzling display of fireworks, with explosive sounds reverberating throughout the realm of destruction. Not far away, the prophetic fish tightly clutched its ears. Alas, here it comes again. It has grown accustomed to such disturbances. Fortunately, Lord Beerus sleeps soundly, otherwise, he would have been roused by this cacophony long ago. As the smoke dissipated, the energy shield appeared unscathed. Whis slowly retracted the energy barrier, believing it was time to conclude the skirmish. Continuing this way would risk half the destruction of the God of Destruction's planet, which he would then have to repair himself. Alright, Goku, that will be all for today. With a swift motion, Whis materialized behind Goku, who had no time to react before a precise chop struck the back of his neck. Goku instantly reverted to his normal state, gently descending to the ground, a pained expression briefly crossing his face before he quickly recovered. Haha, Whis, I still have a long way to go compared to you. Goku chuckled, scratching his head. Battling Whis instilled a sense of helplessness that felt utterly despairing, as though they existed in entirely different dimensions. Goku, you mustn't think that way. You are far stronger than before. Consider it from another perspective. Is our gap not narrowing? Whis remarked with a hint of admiration, noting that at just over 30 years of age, Goku had already attained the third level of divine power, a realm known as the domain of the God of Destruction. What must the other gods of destruction think? While others took millions, even billions of years to reach such power, Goku achieved it in his 30s. It was almost absurd. One could imagine the impact this revelation would have on Lord Beerus upon awakening. Perhaps his previously lazy demeanor would change for the better? Whis could no longer discern Goku's limits. Perhaps he might even surpass his own strength. If that were the case, Goku would have much to boast about among his siblings, especially his sister, Vados. Haha Whis. You make a valid point. Goku conceded, realizing that with 6 years until Boo's return, He had already reached the 3rd level of divine power. One must learn to be content. If I am not mistaken, Goku, your technique known as the ultimate Kamehameha seems to incorporate elements of time and destruction, does it not? Whis inquired with a spark of interest, once again astonished by Goku's talent. Yes, indeed. I had just grasped it not long ago and approached it with a spirit of experimentation, Goku replied, pride swelling within him at having succeeded on his first attempt. Moreover, he could distinctly feel that the destructive power of the ultimate Kamehameha had significantly increased. Goku, your talent even evokes envy in me. You must understand. Aside from our angelic kin, few can comprehend and blend two such forces. Even for me, achieving your level of mastery took far longer, Whis sighed. A hint of bitterness in his tone. Goku gazed at Whis in astonishment, having never encountered such an expression from him before. Then, unabashedly, he proclaimed, I know I have great talent. Whis, remember, talent is not everything. Hard work is what truly matters. Goku had long since become well acquainted with Whis, and now he was even starting to jest with him. However, there was one thought he refrained from voicing. If hard work is effective, then what need is there for genius? He had not yet reached that level of recklessness. Upon hearing Goku's words, Whis' expression momentarily faltered, before a forced smile appeared on his face. Is that so? You are indeed correct, Goku, Whis replied with a chuckle, although in his heart, he was already contemplating how much to increase tomorrow's training regimen. Has so much time already passed? Goku was astonished to realize that his breakthrough to the divine dimension had taken so long. He recalled it had only been noon before his transformation. Half a day had slipped by unnoticed, as if merely a few minutes had elapsed. Indeed, Whis nodded in agreement. Farewell, Whis. See you tomorrow. Goku brought his fingers together at his forehead, a smile adorning his face, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the God of Destruction's planet. Farewell. Now Whis had to ponder how much to augment the training intensity for the next day. Sighing, he surveyed the God of Destruction's planet, which appeared as if it had endured an apocalypse. He decided to postpone his considerations regarding Goku's training load and focus on restoring the planet first. Thud, thud. Whis tapped his staff against the ground twice, enveloping his form in a green energy shield that encompassed the entirety of the God of Destruction's planet. Restore. With Whis' utterance, the planet seemed to reverse time, returning to its original state. Daddy. Bra flew into Goku's embrace, and he quickly and cautiously caught her. Bra, be careful. What if you hurt yourself? Goku playfully ruffled her spiky hair, which tickled little Bra, prompting her to push against Goku's head with her tiny hands. I believe Daddy can catch me. She giggled. Daddy, that tickles. Our little Bra is still sensitive to tickles. Goku chuckled at his daughter's remark, and without hesitation, he lifted her high, letting her perch upon his shoulders. Honestly, Bra, you always do this. Don't you know your daddy is a bit absent-minded? At that moment, Bulma approached, mercilessly teasing Goku. Bulma, at least let me maintain some dignity as a father in front of Bra, Goku said, scratching his head in exasperation. For reasons unknown, Bulma always seemed to take the opportunity to poke fun at him whenever Bra was around. Behind Bulma, a small crab-like head peeked out. Goten timidly revealed himself from behind Bulma, gazing enviously at Bra riding atop Goku's head. He longed to experience the same thrill, but felt too timid to voice it, especially now that Bra had claimed her spot. Though Bra was his sister, he often found himself at her mercy. His softer disposition, coupled with their father's evident favoritism towards Bra, made matters worse. Hey, Goten, you're here too? Come on up. Goku noticed Goten and, naturally, caught sight of his envious expression. With a smile, he placed Bra on his right shoulder, then lifted Goten with his left hand and settled him on his left shoulder, tilting his head to the left and twisting to the right. The ticklish sensation prompted Bra and Goten to burst into laughter. Daddy. Bulma, observing from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. All right, Goku, put them down. Don't tease them any longer. It's time for dinner. At the dining table, Bra and Goten did not sit with Goku and the others. Instead, Gohan occupied the seat beside Goku. The reason was clear. The three little ones had gathered together to play. Interestingly, none of the trio inherited the Saiyan tail. Typically, the first-generation half-Saiyans are born without tails. Yet Saiyan genes exhibit aggression and variability. Thus, Gohan and Goku had tails, while the three little ones did not. After dinner, the trio made their way to the beach they had built at home. They began crafting sandcastles, showcasing their half-Saiyan prowess, being just over a year old. They were remarkably precocious compared to typical Earth infants. Just as they had successfully completed a sandcastle, Bra seemed to suddenly recall something and quickly looked up at Trunks. Trunks, will your daddy turn into a red-haired version? Bra curiously inquired. She had heard bedtime stories from her brother Gohan about their father, especially tales of Goku transforming into a red-haired form to defeat enemies with invincible might, a narrative she could never tire of. Bra had even asked Gohan if he could transform into the red-haired form. Realizing that Trunks' father was of the same generation as her own, she wondered if Trunks' father could also transform into red hair. Thus, with a sense of curiosity, she posed the question to Trunks. Goten, clearly intrigued by the topic as well, had listened to the bedtime stories alongside Bra. Trunks, under the scrutiny of Bra and Goten, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had never witnessed his father transform into a red-haired form, only the golden-haired one. Hey, Trunks, your daddy can't possibly transform. Can he? It seems your dad isn't as strong as mine. To Bra's surprise, her young age belied a rather cunning demeanor. You guys continue playing. I need to go find my dad, Trunks exclaimed, rushing off to seek clarification from his father. Chapter 88. The Supreme Kai of Time comes knocking. Vegeta concluded a day of training, took a shower, and changed into a fresh set of clothes. At that moment, he spotted Trunks running towards him. Dad, I have something to ask. Upon hearing Trunks' voice from a distance, Vegeta halted and waited for him. As Trunks reached his side, Vegeta, with a hint of impatience, inquired, What question do you have, Trunks? Speak quickly. Trunks, startled by Vegeta's tone, was well aware of his father's stern demeanor. There is no way around it. After all, Vegeta has always maintained a stern demeanor. Trunks failed to notice the darkening expression on his father's face. Dad, will you ever change? Are you really not as good as Uncle Goku? As the last words escaped Trunks' lips, Vegeta's hands clenched tightly. This rebellious child. Does he take pleasure in poking at his father's shortcomings? Shouldn't a normal child consider their father to be the strongest? Yet here he is, believing that someone else's father is superior. The crux of the matter lies with that Kakarot fellow. No way. While he may not be as formidable as Kakarot now, he is determined to catch up one day. And what about this rebellious son? What can he do? After all, he is still his son. Can he really let his temper flare over this? Certainly not. This will only serve as motivation for his own efforts. The following day, Goku arrived at the God of Destruction's planet as usual. Halfway through his training, a portal materialized before him. Whis, having noticed the sudden appearance of the portal, swiftly joined Goku's side. Observing the portal, he felt a familiar energy emanating from it. If memory serves, this must be the aura of Lord Kranoa, the Kai of Time. With this thought, Whis glanced at Goku, recalling Goku's connection with the Time Kai. A petite figure gradually emerged from the portal, accompanied by a voice familiar to Goku. Goku, I urgently need to speak with you. Kranoa, having just stepped through the portal, spoke with a hint of impatience. She truly did not wish to hastily expend this personal favor, but the situation demanded it. The Dark Demon Realm was wreaking havoc in its quest to resurrect Demigra and the Dark King, drawing nearly all Time Patrol personnel into action, leaving even her overwhelmed. Recently, a new adversary named Black Goku had appeared, traversing through various timelines and challenging Goku across them all. Previously, a Time Patrol member close to the second tier of divine power had pursued this Black Goku. Had she not intervened to drive him back, the patrol might have fallen victim to Black Goku's might. She was certain that this Black Goku possessed strength equivalent to the second tier of divine power, along with contingencies left by the Dark Demon Realm. Otherwise, he would not have escaped her grasp. Currently, there were no additional personnel within the Time Realm capable of contending with him. Across all timelines, agents of the Dark Demon Realm were causing destruction. To mitigate this, she had even separated Goku and Vegeta from the Time Patrol. It is known that if the two were to act in concert, the warrior they would create through fusion could potentially reach the fourth tier of divine power, a force not to be underestimated even among that tier. They would far surpass his own liberated strength, rendering them the most formidable combatants within the Time Realm. The initial sealing of Demigra and the Dark King had involved channeling time energy into Vegeta, who then released it to seal the two away. Although I have attained the third realm of divine power through the power of time, I must remain cautious of Tawa and Mira, rendering me unable to confront Black Goku directly. Thus, I can only place my trust in Goku, whom I have high hopes for. Aware that he has also reached the third realm of divine power. Lord Kaishin of Time, what is the situation? Goku inquired, gazing at Kuro Noya with a hint of confusion. He was entirely oblivious to the circumstances, only speculating that it might pertain to the Dark Demon Realm. Greetings, Lord Kuro Noya, Whis interjected, offering a polite salute. You are the Angel of Universe 7? When did you become his disciple? Kuro Noya abruptly noticed Whis and immediately questioned Goku. Previously, she had been so anxious that Goku was all that occupied her mind, but now, a sense of disappointment washed over her. With Goku having become a disciple of an angel, the prospect of luring him to the realm of time seemed nearly impossible. It is well known that only candidates for the role of destroyer gods can aspire to become disciples of angels, and such candidates certainly cannot join the realm of time. Lord Kuro Noya, I merely guide Goku. I cannot truly be called his master, Whis remarked, having discerned Kuro Noya's intentions. He believed that Goku's understanding of time power would be greatly facilitated by joining the realm. Thus, he offered a gentle reminder to Kuro Noya. At Whis' words, a glimmer of joy finally appeared on Kuro Noya's face. It had been ages since she last smiled. This could be considered the only piece of good news she had received in quite some time. Goku, a being known as Black Goku, has recently emerged, challenging Gokus across various timelines. Our personnel in the realm of time are somewhat lacking, and we may require your assistance. Kuro Noya stated with a serious expression as she regarded Goku. Black Goku, Goku asked with a smile, fully aware of who Black Goku was. Heh, I have that form too. I figured it out about a year ago. It's rather ineffective, though. It consumes energy at the same rate as Super Blue. Yet the enhancement is only 50,000 times, which is inferior to Super Blue. If it weren't for my collecting obsession, I wouldn't have bothered mastering that form. Indeed, he possesses power at the second realm of divine power, resembles you closely, and dresses in all black, calling himself Black Goku. But I assure you, he is not you. His aura, personality, and manner of speaking are entirely different. Your strength has now reached the third realm of divine power, far surpassing his. Wait, what? You have already agreed to help? Kuro Noya exclaimed, astonished by Goku's swift affirmation, even before she had finished speaking. Yeah, why not? Goku shrugged, pondering if he had accepted too readily. That's splendid. Then let us hurry. Black Goku has already entered a new timeline, and time is of the essence. Kuro Noya urged, hastily moving to Goku's side and pulling him toward the portal of light. Hey, are we really in such a rush? Goku called out. Whis, farewell for now. I shall resume my training another day, he said, being dragged along the ground by Kuro Noya, quickly bidding farewell to Whis before being pulled into the luminous portal. Chapter 89, Black Goku. At this moment, within a normal timeline, Goku watched as the Majin Buu completely vanished from sight. Everything has come to an end. At that moment, the sky of the King Kai's planet split open with a crack. In the next instant, an energy sphere shot out from the fissure, hurtling toward Goku. What? Goku swiftly transformed into Super Saiyan 3 to evade the attack, the energy sphere narrowly missing him and detonating behind. Glancing back at the explosion, Goku turned his head, his expression grave as he gazed at the rift in the sky. Oh, a Super Saiyan? A man clad in black, his face concealed by a mask, slowly emerged from the tear in space. Goku stared blankly at the figure, his visage strikingly familiar. It was his own face. What? Kakarot? How could this be? Vegeta furrowed his brow, puzzled. He sensed that the energy emanating from the man in black was distinctly different from Kakarot's. The Black Goku hovered in the air, looking down upon Goku and Vegeta with a hint of disdain and contempt. Huh. Mortals are mere mortals. How could they recognize the form of a god? I shall bestow upon you death. In an instant, the Dark Goku's aura surged, transforming into an energy sword that he raised high as he dove toward Goku. Goku instantaneously teleported to Vegeta's side, narrowly avoiding the Dark Goku's strike. Boom. The Dark Goku slashed the energy sword upward, creating a vast chasm on King Kai's planet. Goku's expression turned serious. He could sense that this doppelganger's power exceeded even his Super Saiyan 3 form. Huh. Instant transmission, truly your signature technique, Son Goku. The Dark Goku slowly straightened, his left hand covering his face as he burst into maniacal laughter. Ha! In the next moment, he parted the fingers obscuring his face, revealing his enchanting, sinister eyes. I shan't play with you foolish mortals any longer. By killing you, my strength will increase. In your terms, this form should be called Super Saiyan, right? The Dark Goku gradually lowered his left hand, causing the energy sword in his right hand to dissipate. He raised his right hand, fingers naturally falling to point at himself, radiating a golden aura, his golden hair and azure eyes exuding an air of malevolence. A terrifying energy permeated the universe. He was unafraid of being discovered by the angels or the gods of destruction, for he had silently eliminated the King Kai beforehand. Tragically, these ignorant mortals had not even noticed. Indeed, they are a species both foolish and weak. Such beings do not deserve to exist. The Dark Goku raised his right hand high, gathering a black energy sphere. Oh, is that so? If mortals are deemed foolish, then what does that make you? A voice echoed in the Dark Goku's ears. Who? The Dark Goku quickly dissipated the energy sphere, warily scanning his surroundings. The master of this body, Son Goku. Goku's figure materialized in the sky, looking down upon the Dark Goku. Goku and Krinoa had arrived in the time realm through a time portal. Goku curiously observed his surroundings. It was his first visit to the time realm. At this moment, countless time patrols were busily soaring through the air, their powers ranging from 4-digit figures to hundreds of billions. It appeared that the combat strength of divine power was still quite scarce in the realm of time, at least among the elite forces. I pondered why the King of Time was so eager for my presence. All right, Goku, time is of the essence. Let us proceed directly to that timeline to prevent the Dark Goku from enacting any alterations. I would not accompany you. I must remain in the realm of time to guard against Tawa and her cohorts. You will reach your destination through this portal. Best of luck. I have faith in your abilities. After giving Goku a gesture of encouragement, Kuranoya summoned a shimmering portal before him. Thank you for your good wishes. Sighing, Goku shook his head helplessly and stepped into the portal. At this moment, Goku's eyes were filled with disdain and revulsion. He held a profound contempt for Dark Goku, who, while scornful of humanity, sought to usurp a human body through wishes. The most disconcerting aspect was that it was his own body. It was utterly repulsive. The very thought that his soul was that of Zamasu, the balding youth, made him feel even more nauseated. However, He did not anticipate that this Dark Goku's base combat power could rival his own, an astonishing 300 billion. Surely, in the original narrative, he was not so formidable? What? Dark Goku's body visibly swayed. He was taken aback by this unforeseen development. The Goku before him exuded an unmistakable aura of the realm of time. The denizens of the Dark Demon realm had assured him that no one from the realm of time could possibly thwart him. Moreover, he could always sense a dimensional suppression emanating from this Goku. How could this be? His own dimension was that of the Great Kaishin. How could a mere mortal surpass him? Achieving divine dimensions? What do you say, Zamasu? I am the mortal you speak of, yet my dimension has now reached that of the divine. A realm you have yet to attain. If I am foolish, then what does that make you? Goku reiterated, never hesitating to voice his disgust for the wretched Zamasu. Upon finishing his words, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at Zamasu. Listening to Goku's taunts, Dark Goku felt veins bulging on his forehead. The disdainful smirk on his face could no longer contain the fury within him. Disgusting. Your human smiles truly repulse me. Creatures like you should perish. I am a god. I am justice. Annihilating you humans is the righteous choice. Perish. Dark Goku condensed a golden energy sword in his hand, unleashing his full power, creating a sonic boom as he charged at Goku. Clash. The two golden energy swords collided in the air, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Huh. Did you think you were in the distance? The figures of Vegeta and Goku gazed gravely at the shadows concealed within the smoke. Ha! Foolish mortals. Do you truly believe my power is limited to this? It is time for you to witness the true essence of terror. A rosy glow flickered within the haze, tinting the entire cloud with a delicate pink hue. Chapter 90. Rosy Pink. This is Super Saiyan Rose. Such beauty embodies the divine's perfect form. The potent pink aura of the god dispersed the smoke, as though wielding celestial might. What do you think, Goku? Can you feel the chasm that lies between us? Laughed Black Goku, floating in midair with pride, eager for the mortals below to admire his formidable presence. This was his gift of death to them. Oh, is that so? Super Saiyan Rose. Do you think you are the only one capable of that? Goku's sudden interjection shattered Black Goku's reverie. No, it cannot be. This is the visage of a deity. How could a human? In the next moment, Black Goku's eyes, hidden beneath his mask, fixated intently on Goku. For he now radiated a pink aura. His hair, eyebrows, and eyes had transformed into a brilliant pink, casting a disdainful glance at his adversary. How dare you? How dare a mere human sully the divine's elegance? Perish, blasphemous mortal. Black Goku's face contorted with rage as he positioned his hands at his waist, gathering a pink energy in his palms. Kamehameha. A beam of rosy energy surged towards Goku. How amusing. Merely changing the color of your energy to pink and still insisting on calling it divine. How tedious. Goku instantaneously teleported above Black Goku, raising his right foot high, akin to a battle axe descending from the heavens. What? Black Goku watched in shock as Goku vanished from his sight only to reappear above him. He hastily retracted his energy and crossed his arms to shield his head. Boom. Goku's powerful downward strike crashed against Black Goku's arms. A jolt of pain surged through Black Goku's limbs, and he was propelled downward by an overwhelming force. He quickly regained his balance in midair, halting just a few meters above the ground. A massive wave of energy erupted from behind him, causing the grass on King Kai's planet to bow in submission. Black Goku's expression darkened as his hands trembled, still reeling from the impact of Goku's kick. Gradually, he steadied his breath, summoning pink energy blades to form in his hands. Observing this, Goku respectfully conjured his own energy blade. The two adversaries charged at each other from the sky and the ground. This scene prompted Goku to chuckle internally. Shouldn't the typical villain be up above? Why did he feel as though he was the one playing the role of the antagonist? From a distance, two streams of pink energy collided midair, causing a dazzling explosion that scattered the rosy flames in all directions. In an instant, the air was filled with the glint of swords, as the energy blades clashed against one another, inadvertently tearing the King Kai's planet apart, creating chasms. With a swift movement, Black Goku narrowly evaded a thrust from Goku, yet a few droplets of blood blossomed in the air. A gash appeared on his shoulder, crimson slowly staining his black attire. Black Goku hastily retreated, realizing that he could no longer match the energy blades. He had been at a disadvantage throughout their previous exchanges. He had prided himself on his combat skills, but he was astonished to find that this Goku was even stronger. Trying to flee? Goku's peach-red energy sword suddenly elongated, sweeping horizontally towards Black Goku. This strike was decisive. The sword, measuring several dozen meters, sliced toward Black Goku. Sensing the sharpness behind him, Black Goku quickly turned, raising his energy sword to block. The impact was tremendous, propelling him back over 100 meters as he gasped for breath, eyes fixed on Goku. Son Goku, you have forced my hand. Behold this divine power. With a fierce roar, Black Goku clenched his fists, his aura surged, increasing by half. and his hairstyle transformed into that of a Super Saiyan too. He glanced at his hands, then mockingly directed his gaze at Goku. Heh, according to your Saiyan terminology. This is peach red too. With that, he left behind a fleeting afterimage, reappearing directly in front of Goku, channeling his power into a downward thrust. Goku executed a swift sidestep to evade. The gale generated by their movements tousled Goku's hair as his eyes gradually shifted, tracking Black Goku descending from the sky. Suddenly, the ground of King Kai's planet erupted in a torrent of sand and stones, as Black Goku plunged his energy sword into the earth, gliding for over 100 meters before coming to a halt. Yet, the residual force of the sword did not cease, carving thousands of meters of fissures into the ground. Super explosive attack. Goku extended his palm, unleashing a massive yellow energy sphere towards the figure below. However, it was evident that this would not affect Black Goku in the slightest. A streak of sword light flickered, cleaving the explosive attack in two, dispersing it into immense clouds of smoke in the sky. A shadowy figure lunged towards Goku, who quickly positioned his energy sword horizontally in defense, absorbing the force of the incoming strike. Despite easing the impact, Goku was still sent skidding back several dozen meters. The two soon became entangled in combat once more, their battle raging from the skies to the earth, the remnants of their conflict transforming countless patches of grass into ravines. In the distance, this timeline's Goku and Vegeta watched helplessly. Those two Gokus were astonishingly powerful, their movements imperceptible to the naked eye. They could not sense their energy, as if they did not belong to this world. Never had they felt so weak and helpless. Were they truly that inferior? After yet another collision in the sky, the two separated, standing firm in the air, gazing intently at one another. Goku regarded Black Goku with a sense of resignation. The combat prowess of Black Goku ultimately proved formidable. After amassing energy surpassing his own by half, he found himself slightly at a disadvantage. It seemed he had no choice but to transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Meanwhile, Black Goku was astonished that despite being significantly stronger than Son Goku, he was only marginally on the upper hand. This was utterly illogical. Under normal circumstances, with comparable combat techniques, surpassing one's energy by more than half should guarantee an overwhelming victory. Was Son Goku's fighting skill indeed so superior? Nevertheless, it mattered little. In the end, victory would be his. Time was on his side. However, Goku's next words filled him with dread. Heh, enough playing around. Now, prepare to feel the power of a divine dimension that you will never attain. Goku was quite eager about unleashing his ki. The aura enveloping him began to shift, emanating an astonishing energy. Chapter 91, The Conclusion of Black Goku. This is Super Saiyan. Goku's hair and aura transformed into a vivid azure, his blue eyes mockingly gazing at Black Goku. He positioned one hand before him and placed the other on his waist, assuming an offensive stance. No, it's impossible. How can a human possess such immense power? Black Goku, witnessing Goku's super blue form and sensing its unparalleled strength, found himself teetering on the brink of hysteria. In his quest for the power to fulfill his desires, he had even usurped this human's body. Yet ultimately, he thought, if I could possess that body. His fantasies were abruptly shattered by Goku's words. Nothing is impossible. Isn't your current form also that of a human? And stop looking at me with that repulsive gaze. Goku felt disgusted by the way Black Goku stared at him, a gaze that yearned for his very flesh, which made him want to retch. It's time to end this. Goku abandoned any thoughts of further banter with Black Goku, who was simply too repugnant. Goku concentrated, conjuring a blue energy sword. And in an instant, he appeared before Black Goku with a speed that left him no chance to react. What is this? Black Goku gazed at the suddenly materialized Goku, slowly lowering his eyes as a blue energy sword pierced through his heart. He felt his strength waning, his breath becoming increasingly labored, his body burdened with an overwhelming heaviness. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, an inexorable fatigue compelling him to gently close his eyes. How could I be slain by a human? My wishes remain unfulfilled. He did not wish to die yet. Sometimes, death serves as a mirror, reflecting the futile struggles of life in its presence. Goku manipulated the energy sword, allowing the energy to dissipate slowly as Black Goku's figure plummeted from the sky. His body bent as he descended, the speed of his fall intensifying, the wind at high altitude tousling his hair upwards. Accompanied by a profound sensation of weightlessness, his breaths grew ever lighter until he struck the ground. His life resembled a candle flickering in the tempest, utterly powerless and fragile, seemingly on the verge of extinguishment with the passage of each fleeting second. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Black Wukong plummeted at a velocity of several hundred meters per second, embedding himself into the ground. As a deafening silence enveloped the surroundings, Wukong in the sky fixated intently on the swirling cloud of dust, sensing that this matter was unlikely to conclude so simply. Yet, after a prolonged wait of over 10 seconds, no unforeseen events transpired. Had Black Wukong truly met his end? Wukong placed his hands on his hips, gathering the Kamehameha energy in his palms, deciding to verify the demise with a strike. Kamehameha. The azure energy pulsated brilliantly in Wukong's hands, when suddenly, a surge of rosy energy erupted from the very ground where Black Wukong had fallen, enveloping the area for miles around, its essence expanding relentlessly. It swelled until it matched Wukong's own prowess, at which point the expansion ceased. With a roar that transcended human capacity, the rosy energy dissipated from the earth, fragmenting like shards of glass and vanishing into the heavens. A figure of rosy hue ascended toward the clouds, exuding an overwhelming force. Wukong, bracing himself against the fierce gusts, deflected the punch aimed at him, observing the figure before him with a look of bemusement. At that moment, Black Wukong had transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, now aptly named Rosy 3. His power had surged dramatically, yet he had succumbed to madness. Wukong could discern that the soul of Zamasu had vanished from within him. The entity now controlling everything was the mask adorning his face. The accumulated power within the mask seemed to have erupted, merging with Black Wukong to form a singular entity. However, the cost was the obliteration of his soul, rendering him a mere beast under the mask's dominion. Poor Zamasu, in the end, was nothing more than a pawn. Wukong sighed internally, forcefully pushing against the arm that had blocked the punch, creating distance between them. Let us bring this to a close. Wukong closed his eyes, resolute that his body should not devolve into that of a beast, and thus he sought to dissipate. Seizing the moment, Black Wukong struck Wukong's face with a punch. However, Wukong, instead of being sent flying, remained suspended in midair, exhibiting no reaction. Crimson flames began to envelop Wukong, and in an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Transcending all limits, he regarded the transformed Black Wukong with calm determination, delivering a powerful blow to his chin. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, Black Wukong became a fleeting shadow, launching out of the King Kai's planet. Ultimate. A golden radiance pulsed in Wukong's hands, his ferocious energy seemingly capable of annihilating all. As he positioned his hands upon his hips, the golden light intertwined with azure energy. Kamehameha. The ultimate Kamehameha, a fusion of gold and blue, trailed a long blaze across the sky, piercing through the atmosphere, chasing after the retreating Black Wukong in the cosmos. The robust energy engulfed Black Wukong entirely, and only when Wukong could no longer sense his presence did he cease the outpouring of energy. Greetings, I am Son Wukong. Who are you? Why do you resemble me? And what of that person from before? In this particular dimension, Goku gazed at his counterpart with a look of confusion, sensing the absence of malevolence in this individual who bore such a striking resemblance to himself. Hey, Kakarot, are you foolish? This person's aura is identical to yours, and even the attire mirrors your own. Who else could it possibly be? Vegeta remarked mercilessly from the side. He speculated that this Kakarot might be from the future, particularly given the precedent of his future son. Yet, why did this Kakarot appear so youthful? He seemed even younger than the Kakarot from this timeline, at least in outward appearance. Huh, are you truly me? The Goku of this timeline had harbored suspicions, though uncertainty lingered. Indeed, I am you, or rather, a version of your past, as I have just traversed the events of the Cell Saga in my world. What, a past version of myself? You seem vastly stronger than I. The Goku of this timeline looked on in astonishment, bewildered by the notion that his former self could surpass his current prowess. In fact, even in his base form, this past version appeared mightier than his Super Saiyan 3. Chapter 92, Return. Haha, rather than a past version of you. It is more accurate to say that I am an alternate version from a parallel timeline. Goku chuckled while scratching the back of his head, continuing, due to certain circumstances. I am significantly more powerful in this parallel realm than you are in your current timeline. Of course, Vegeta, you too. Goku cast a glance at Vegeta, who, upon hearing this, unconsciously revealed a hint of a smile. One could only wonder how he would feel if he learned that in Goku's timeline, the disparity between them was even greater. Naturally, this was a thought that Goku kept to himself, for voicing it would be impolite. Is that so? I truly hope to attain your level of strength. Haha, I firmly believe you will. Just then, Goku received a telepathic message from Kuranoya. However, before departing, he wished to present a parting gift to his counterpart from this timeline. Goku smiled at his alternate self. What is it? The Goku of this timeline looked at his suddenly dazed counterpart with curiosity. Haha, it's nothing. I'm simply leaving. What? You're leaving? Indeed. It was precisely because of that individual earlier. He was disrupting the natural flow of the timeline. My mission here was to eliminate him, and since that task is accomplished, I must take my leave. Hearing this explanation, the Goku of this timeline felt a twinge of regret. Alas, I had hoped to engage in a battle with you. Haha, perhaps next time. Goku replied as he began to communicate with Kuranoya, having no interest in a duel with his parallel self, finding it rather tedious. His base form could easily overpower this version. Even the warrior born from there combined might wouldn't stand a chance against him. Lord Kaishin of Time, I am prepared. Please place the light portal before me. Goku focused his thoughts, addressing Kuranoya. Very well. As Kuranoya's voice resonated in his mind, a radiant portal materialized in front of Goku. With a determined stride, Wukong stepped forward, half of his body crossing into the luminous portal. Turning his head, he cast a glance at his counterpart in this timeline and at Vegeta. Farewell, future self, Vegeta, until fate brings us together again. Upon uttering these words, Wukong entered the portal, leaving behind fragments of knowledge within his mind in this timeline. Years later, he would be astonished to discover that his farewell had indeed come to fruition. Goodbye. The Wukong of this timeline waved at the portal, while Vegeta stood beside him, arms crossed in his usual proud demeanor. At that moment, Wukong sensed an influx of information in his mind, aside from the first. He could comprehend the rest to some extent. Concepts of divine training methods, the Super Saiyan God, and Super Saiyan 4 emerged within him. They appeared formidable. Were these transformations of his past self? Perhaps gifts from his former self to the present? Upon stepping through the portal, Wukong found himself in the time realm, where he soon spotted Kuranoya waiting for him. He hurried over, inquiring, Lord Kaishin of Time, why do you wait for me here? Aren't you supposed to be on guard against Tawa and her ilk? Wukong was curious about Kuranoya's ability to stand by when she was meant to be vigilant against Tawa. Oh, Wukong, Kuranoya replied with a wave of her hand. There's no need for formalities, just call me by my name. She continued, I am indeed on guard against Tawa. In the time realm, I can sense their presence and open a portal to confront them. Wukong couldn't help but admire Kuranoya's casual ability to traverse time and space. However, given his current understanding of temporal power, he believed that the day he could achieve such mastery was not far off. Soon, he would become a true wanderer of the cosmos. By the way, Wukong, would you like to accompany me for a tour of the time realm? During your first visit, we were in such a rush that I couldn't properly introduce you to this realm. Now, we have the perfect opportunity. Kuranoya's intentions were clear. She sought to persuade Wukong to join her in the time realm, employing every possible tactic to do so. Could Wukong be swayed? Did she truly think he was oblivious to her ulterior motives? No, thank you, Wukong replied, his eyes lacking luster as he glanced at Kuranoya, his tone devoid of inflection. That's quite all right. So, shall we proceed? Why the refusal? Kuranoya's expression shifted from excitement to disappointment in an instant. She had barely taken a step before realizing Wukong's outright rejection. This was disastrous. She had devised numerous strategies to ensnare Wukong into the time realm, even enlisting the help of others. Yet, she had not even taken the first step. What good were her elaborate plans if they ended in futility? Wukong, wishing to soften the blow, offered a kind-hearted fib. Observing Wukong's countenance, Kuranoya noticed that he appeared considerably paler than when he had first arrived. Confirming that he was indeed sincere, it was fortunate for her this time. With this in mind, Kuranoya clenched her teeth, contemplating her options before producing a sphere of energy. Indeed, it was the essence of time and space. The essence of time and space is a form of energy that requires a considerable duration to coalesce within the very realm of time itself. Presently, her reserves do not exceed 10 units. Including this one, she has already bestowed 2 units upon Goku. However, one cannot catch a wolf without letting go of a child. I am profoundly grateful to you for this. You may take this unit of the essence of time and space, the one I previously gave you. You must have consumed entirely by now, correct? With a pang of reluctance, Kuranoya extended the essence of time and space to Goku, striving to avert her gaze from it. Goku's eyes sparkled with delight as he promptly placed the essence into his storage space, recalling that the earlier unit had been fully expended a year prior. He had learned from Whis about the rarity of the essence of time and space, and did not anticipate Kuranoya's generosity. It seems I must find a moment to visit the realm of time again. Otherwise, I would feel remiss towards Kuranoya, and my conscience would not allow it. After Goku accepted the essence of time and space, Kuranoya opened a portal of light before him. Well then, Kuranoya, farewell. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall certainly come. With that, Goku stepped into the portal. Watching him vanish into the light, Kuranoya's lips twitched. The cost of seeking his help felt rather steep. One entire unit of the essence of time and space. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Chapter 93. I, Son Goku, shall master the ultimate technique. Kuranoya found herself inexplicably feeling quite insignificant. After all, she was the deity of the realm of time. She felt as though she were merely a devoted admirer, yearning for the attention of a goddess who remained indifferent. To abandon this pursuit? Impossible, absolutely inconceivable. Setting aside the initial investments, she could not bring herself to relinquish her efforts. Sometimes, a devoted admirer does not wish to be in such a role, but cannot bear to let go. She was resolute in her belief that perseverance would ultimately yield rewards. However, Whis observed Goku with a peculiar expression. Why did Goku appear so pale? Kuranoya remained unaware, but it did not imply that Whis was oblivious. Goku's recovery speed was remarkable. His complexion would return to normal within mere moments. Goku's pretense might deceive Kuranoya for a brief time. But Whis had already discerned that Goku was entirely unscathed, deliberately rendering his face pale by restricting blood flow with his energy. Nevertheless, he chose to remain silent. Approaching Goku with a knowing smile, Whis emphasized the word strong with particular intonation, causing Goku to raise an eyebrow before quickly grasping the implication. Ah, indeed. This afternoon, I shall only be able to meditate. Physical and energy training is off the table. What a pity. A look of regret crossed Goku's pale face. As the saying goes, one must fully commit to the act. Should Kuranoya catch a glimpse of his intense training, he would feel rather embarrassed to face her again. Oh, very well then. Goku nodded, suddenly struck by a thought, his expression igniting with excitement as he turned to Whis. Whis, didn't you say that once I reached the dimension of gods, I could begin learning the divine techniques? Let us commence. I wish to learn the ultimate technique. Goku had long harbored a desire to master the ultimate technique, and over the years, he had managed to grasp a hint of its secrets. For reasons unknown, he always felt as though he were merely one step away from entering. Yet that step remained perpetually elusive. Upon hearing Goku's anxious tone, Whis chuckled softly. Oh, Goku, I hadn't anticipated your urgency. Very well, let us commence tomorrow. In truth, you are not far from initially grasping the state of ultimate freedom. Perhaps in a few days, enlightenment shall dawn upon you. With that, Whis turned and departed. For Goku still needed to meditate that afternoon, and Whis had his own matters to attend to. Why, after attaining the realm of the gods, did Goku still require meditation? Firstly, appropriate meditation significantly aids in the enhancement of one's strength. Secondly, reaching the divine dimension is not the terminus. The span of the divine dimension is vast, akin to the disparity between a planet and the universe in relation to one's current self. Above the divine dimension lies another realm. I have not reached it, but both the Omni King and my father dwell within that domain. Once you attain my level, you will naturally comprehend the nature of that realm. After that, he refrained from uttering any further words, leaving Goku feeling quite unsettled. So, you prefer to learn mischief, do you? To become a riddle master? Very well. I see how this is to be played. Yet, it was true. He realized that he was still far removed from such heights. The Omni King and the Grand Minister. Even Whis had not reached that pinnacle. Goku, with his current strength at the third stage of divine power, and just having attained the divine dimension, felt the distance to these figures was still too great. It was time to relinquish fantasies and focus on enhancing his strength and dimension instead. Watching Whis depart, Goku sighed, then settled into a cross-legged position to begin his meditation. Meditation could clear his mind, which was currently cluttered with fanciful thoughts of the ultimate freedom technique. Upon exiting the bathroom, Goku encountered Bulma. Let us go. It's perfect timing to have dinner together. All right. Goku nodded and followed her. As Bulma walked ahead, she seemed to suddenly recall something, turning her head to look back at Goku. Right. He mentioned he would dine with his classmates. Upon hearing Bulma's explanation, Goku instantly understood. Ah, it seems he is out having fun with Biddy. Isn't that a bit early, though? Gohan is only a little over 11. Goku exclaimed. Bulma tilted her head, observing Goku's expression, realizing they had drawn similar conclusions. Goku, do you think Gohan is maturing too quickly? He is just 11. You guessed it too? Well, of course. If you deduced it, how could I not? Bulma rolled her eyes in jest. Haha, true. I suppose it's not so alarming. Just think back to how you were at 11. Goku pondered aloud, recalling that at 11, he was in the 5th grade and already had an inkling of attraction. In fact, by that age, some classmates had begun to date, and any discord among pairs would instantly incite a commotion. Typically, at 11, one should understand most things and have a partial grasp of the matters one ought not to comprehend. That is a valid point, Bulma conceded, realizing Goku's reasoning held merit. However, she resolved to find a suitable moment to have an earnest discussion with Gohan, wishing to inquire about his thoughts on the matter. What is the girl named Bidalai thinking? It wouldn't be out of the question to consider her as a future daughter-in-law. As for the two of them afterward, she would not interfere. She trusts that Gohan knows his own limits. She is quite open-minded. All right, Bulma, enough of that. Let's go have a meal. Goku wrapped his arm around Bulma as they made their way to the dining hall. Bulma leaned comfortably against Goku as they walked. In truth, Goku no longer requires sustenance. But eating is a form of enjoyment, is it not? Why refrain from indulging in delicious food? There is no need to deprive oneself. Moreover, he can eat whatever he desires and in whatever quantity. This is indeed one of the perks of his elevated dimension, or so Goku believes. Having ascended to the realm of gods, he chose not to suppress his Saiyan heritage. He thinks it's quite wonderful. If he were to stifle his true nature, would he still be himself? Becoming a god is meant to enhance one's existence, to act freely and without constraint. Chapter 94, The Essence of Freedom. The following morning, Goku arrived early at the God of Destruction's planet, filled with urgency. Observing Goku's anxious demeanor, Whis smiled and led him to the training area. Goku, since you are so eager, let us begin your instruction in the divine technique of the angels, the essence of freedom. I believe you can master it in just a few days. Whis was not exaggerating. Given Goku's foundation, he merely lacked an opportunity. After Whis finished speaking, He paused for several seconds without hearing a response from Goku, so he turned to look at him. What met his gaze were Goku's eyes, brimming with fervor, as if two flames were burning brightly within them. It became evident that Whis had once again underestimated Goku's comprehension. Sometimes, the disparity between individuals, no, between deities, can truly be disheartening. The learning took place in the morning, and realization came by the afternoon. At 7 a.m. Earth time, Goku began his studies, and by 2 p.m., he successfully grasped the essence of freedom. Goku radiated a silvery aura, his hair slightly standing on end, his entire being aglow with silvery light. Eyes closed as he stood against the sky. Ho ho ho, Goku, congratulations on taking your first step into the essence of freedom. You are now the first being in the known universe, aside from the angels, to reach this realm, Whis remarked, his mood exceptionally buoyant. After all, Goku was the only one aside from the angels to achieve this mastery, and it was Whis who had guided him. How could he not take pride in that? Had any of his siblings accomplished such a feat? Even his father? Well, let us not dwell on that. Thank you, Whis, Goku said slowly as he opened his eyes. His tone calm. At that moment, his eyes shimmered with a vibrant light, a glint of silvery brilliance flickering within. However, as he spoke, that silvery gleam noticeably dimmed. Whis, too, observed Goku's condition. Goku, you need not thank me. Your rapid mastery of the essence of freedom is a testament to your own foundation and talent. What you must now master is the art of controlling your emotions. Once you achieve this, you will truly have entered the realm of ultimate ease. After gaining mastery over your emotions, the next step is to integrate them into this state of ease, thereby allowing it to become genuinely yours. Whis succinctly identified Goku's dilemma, while simultaneously illuminating the path he should pursue thereafter. I understand now, Whis, Goku nodded, acknowledging his own shortcomings and expressing a desire to amend this situation. However, one must take things step by step. Rome was not built in a day. Such matters cannot be resolved merely through a single transformation. Perhaps the original version of himself was simply fortunate, and that fortune was temporary. Following the tournament of power, the original Goku struggled to reach this level again, and even then, it was only under dire circumstances that he managed to tap into that power once more. It was not until he underwent training with Merus during the Moro Saga that he truly grasped the form of Ultra Instinct. After the sacrificial training with Merus, he attained the perfect state of ease. After all, Krillin is often referred to as Little Merus. Now, when Goku utilizes Ultra Instinct, he no longer worries about the duration being too brief as he once did in the original narrative. The reason Ultra Instinct is termed the divine technique is that it requires divine energy. Presently, his normal state embodies divine energy, combined with his formidable regeneration abilities, allowing him to maintain the state of Ultra Instinct without issue. He finally comprehended why Whis insisted he transcend the divine dimension before imparting the knowledge of Ultra Instinct to him. Prior to transcending the divine dimension, the conversion rate between ordinary energy and divine energy was alarmingly low, given that divine energy is exponentially more useful than ordinary energy. While there might be slight discrepancies in raw power between equal volumes of ordinary and divine energy, the control afforded by divine energy far surpasses that of ordinary energy, often proving decisive in combat. This disparity explains why, under equal combat skills and energy levels, the presence of divine energy often results in overwhelming superiority. Naturally, if a mortal possesses superior mastery of energy and combat techniques compared to a deity wielding divine energy, it is possible for that mortal to rival divine beings, perhaps even to the extent of slaying gods. In terms of the conversion rate between ordinary and divine energy, even maintaining Ultra Instinct would likely be beyond his current capabilities. After all, Ultra Instinct is an imperfect state, consuming even more energy than the perfect form of ease. By the way, Goku, what is the extent of your power boost after transforming into Ultra Instinct? Whis inquired curiously. Generally, upon reaching the divine dimension, the latent power within one's body cannot be fully unleashed, and the divine technique serves this purpose. Of course, the angels had long since liberated all their hidden powers. One might say that Ultra Instinct is their natural state. This also renders them incapable of ascertaining the amplification effects of the divine technique for those whose powers remain untapped. The divine technique of Lord Beerus amplifies his power by an astonishing 600 times, and it is expected to increase even further, albeit through the absorption of external energies following a beating. Whis, in his quest for understanding, had previously taught Lord Beerus the Ultra Instinct. Yet it is evident that Lord Beerus has not fully grasped it. Or perhaps he has, but only partially. His comprehension is even inferior to that of Goku at his earlier stage. If Goku was lacking by half a step, then Lord Beerus is lacking by a full step. However, this single step has proven to be quite a prolonged ordeal, primarily due to Lord Beerus's inherent laziness. He simply does not engage in training. Were Lord Beerus to actively pursue his training, it is hard to believe that he has not yet even achieved Ultra Instinct Sign after such a long time. Chapter 95. What is there to say about a swift victory? 1. 200,000 times? Whis initially appeared somewhat astonished upon hearing this. But upon recalling the immense power concealed within Goku, he quickly composed himself. Is something amiss? Whis's expression of surprise evidently startled Goku, who found the figure of 200,000 to be quite reasonable, especially considering that his Super Saiyan Blue form boasts a 200,000-fold increase. Realizing his earlier exuberance, Whis responded to Goku's inquiry. By the way, Goku, your transformation known as Super Saiyan God provides a 4,000-fold increase, correct? Indeed. Goku nodded in affirmation. Excellent, then. For an ordinary individual, attaining the divine dimension means that Super Saiyan God represents their baseline strength. However, it is clear that you Saiyans are truly a miraculous race. If we consider your Super Saiyan God transformation as your norm, then Ultra Instinct Sign offers a 300-fold amplification, which is rather fitting. Upon hearing Whis's words, Goku fell into deep contemplation. There was indeed merit in what Whis had articulated. His Super Saiyan Blue form essentially treats Super Saiyan God as a baseline. And from that foundation, he transitions to Super Saiyan Blue, with the Ultra Instinct Limit Break serving as a further enhancement to achieve Super Saiyan 4. What a remarkable progression. While his Super Saiyan Blue form is 50 times more potent than Super Saiyan God, the previous Ultra Instinct Limit Break was merely 3 times that of Super Saiyan Blue. Now, he has successfully fully developed the Ultra Instinct Limit Break, attaining a multiplication factor equivalent to that of Ultra Instinct Sign. For him, both Ultra Instinct Sign and Ultra Instinct Limit Break have their unique advantages. The latter consumes less energy, whereas the former possesses superior combat endurance. Were he to choose, he would undoubtedly opt for Ultra Instinct Sign, as the divine energy and stamina recovery rate is not merely a matter of rhetoric. It is sufficient to sustain his continuous maintenance of Ultra Instinct Sign. Returning to the present, Goku regarded Whis with eager eyes, pondering what a match against Whis would entail now that he has grasped Ultra Instinct Sign. The wind has ceased, the rain has halted, and he feels invigorated. Whis, too, noticed Goku's gaze and let out a slight sigh of resignation. He had resolved to conclude the battle in a mere second. Well then, let us begin, Goku. With a slight arch of his brow, Goku was taken aback by Whis's profound understanding of him. However, reflecting on the 3 years they had known each other, during which he had spent nearly half his time on the God of Destruction's planet, it seemed only natural. Nevertheless, the overwhelming pressure of Whis's aura pierced through his very being, as if his form transcended this dimension. Goku understood that this was due to Whis's extraordinary speed, so swift that he could scarcely perceive it, let alone detect the divine energy emanating from him. Drawing in a deep breath, Goku planted his foot firmly on the ground. With a resounding crack, fissures erupted across the surface as he transformed into a bolt of lightning. Hurtling toward Whis, Goku's body, propelled by immense force, bore down on Whis, gathering all his strength into a singular point, his right fist drawn back like a taut bowstring aimed at his opponent. In response to Goku's full-throttle punch, Whis smiled, effortlessly guiding Goku's arm aside with the lightest touch of his staff, evading the blow with a subtle sidestep. In the blink of an eye, he pivoted with remarkable speed, delivering a precise chop to the back of Goku's neck. Goku's body instinctively sought to evade in midair, but Whis's velocity was insurmountable, and the strike landed squarely. Goku's eyes widened in shock as he hovered momentarily before plummeting to the ground, reverting to his normal state, his gaze blank and unresponsive. After a considerable time, Goku regained his composure, a flicker of vitality returning to his eyes. Ha ha, Whis, why does every battle with you culminate in a single chop? Do you harbor some peculiar penchant? Goku lamented. Reflecting on the past 3 years, he noted that each encounter with Whis had ended similarly, raising his suspicions regarding Whis's unusual inclination. Surely, you could vary your approach. Oh, Goku, you overthink things. How could I? Whis replied, a sheepish smile gracing his lips, unwilling to confess that he had become accustomed to using that technique during training sessions with Beerus. How are you faring? How is Ultra Instinct treating you? Whis inquired. Quite well, though I still find myself on the receiving end of your swift strikes, Goku admitted, recognizing that being defeated in a single hit was somewhat expected given the vast disparity in their powers. Even though he had grasped Ultra Instinct, Whis's mastery far surpassed his own. In the face of absolute strength, even the most formidable skills and techniques could prove futile. Yet, he remained content, understanding that the journey to power was gradual, and the gap between himself and Whis was narrowing. Thus, he contemplated his current status: Son Goku race, Saiyan God base combat power, 301. 5 billion ultimate combat power, divine power level 32, 261, 251. 000 forms, Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Rose, Super Saiyan Blue, Super Saiyan 4 limit break. Ultra Instinct Sign skills, time acceleration, time delay, destruction, ultimate Kamehameha, fusion ultimate Kamehameha, dragon fist explosion, big bang attack, celestial explosion now. The power of time had begun to assist him in battle, even enabling him to slow down opponents slightly stronger than himself, though the effect was minimal. It was certainly beneficial, was it not? For Goku, even a slight effect suffices in the realm of combat. This can be fatal and has become one of his trump cards in battle. Haha, Goku, you need not compare me to yourself, remarked Whis. Though I can still defeat you in an instant, it now requires considerably more effort on my part. Is this not a form of growth? Indeed. I now have a goal, to ensure that you cannot defeat me in a single blow. Goku replied, scratching his peculiar hair with an animated expression. Roar. I eagerly anticipate that day, Whis chuckled, turning to leave when suddenly he remembered something and turned back to Goku. You must continue your training. At present, I am still far too weak to afford any relaxation. True, I was overthinking it to even pose such a question to you, Whis mused, realizing the absurdity of asking Goku whether he wished to train. The only thing that could possibly keep Goku from training would likely involve Bulma. Over the years, Goku has dedicated one day each month to rest, and that day is invariably spent with Bulma. When Goten and Bra were born, Goku took a few days off to be with Bulma and even requested his assistance. Naturally, he agreed, never anticipating that a celestial being of his caliber would engage in the duties of a midwife. Chapter 96. Bulma, the eccentric woman. Hey, Goku, you seem rather cheerful today, Bulma exclaimed. Isn't it obvious? The smile on my face is nearly uncontainable, Goku responded, his expression betraying his delight. Bulma, with her eyes alight and a radiant smile, approached and linked her arm with his. Do tell, what has brought you such joy? Have you unlocked a new form? Show me. A mischievous grin adorned Bulma's face. Goku often shared details of his training with her, so she was well aware of his forms, their appearances, and the levels of power he achieved. In fact, she possessed more knowledge than Whis, having seen all of Goku's transformations, including a couple he had yet to reveal before Whis, but had showcased entirely before her, even during those intimate evenings. Indeed, I have indeed comprehended a new form. It is more accurately described as a state of being. Are you certain you wish to see it now? Goku inquired, nodding, yet gazing at Bulma with a hint of confusion. We could dine first. It would not delay the reveal. Oh, just show me. Bulma pressed, her body pressing close to Goku's arm as she playfully rubbed against him. Yet, Goku remained unfazed, as steady as an old dog. After all, they had been married for over a decade, an old couple, well acquainted with one another. Did she think such tactics could sway him? Nevertheless, Goku, ever indulgent, nodded in agreement, as he typically acquiesced to Bulma's requests, provided they were not too outrageous. For instance, he could only lament that he could no longer ride the Nimbus cloud. All Bulma's fault. Uffed. What do you mean I cannot ride the Nimbus? I simply haven't done so in over 10 years since the last time. Who says I cannot? He merely chose not to ride it. Bulma, kindly release me so I may transform, Goku urged, gently pushing away her affectionate proximity. All right, fine, she conceded. Bulma quickly released her grip and stepped back upon hearing the words. Goku, observing her retreat, nodded gently before slowly closing his eyes. A silvery luminescence began to envelop his form, his hair rising slightly, as if adorned with delicate silver lines. When Goku reopened his eyes, they shimmered with a silvery glow. Wow, Goku, this form looks incredibly handsome. Bulma's infatuation remained unchanged after all these years, even after over a decade of marriage. Goku gradually exited the Ultra Instinct state, casting a bemused glance at Bulma. Bulma, have I ever transformed into a new form that you didn't find handsome? From Super Saiyan to the present Ultra Instinct, she never failed to shower him with compliments the moment he appeared before her. Isn't it just because you are inherently handsome? Come on, let's go eat, she said, linking her arm with his as they made their way to the dining hall. Yet, a thought lingered unspoken in her heart. Why didn't she voice it? Because she knew Goku would surely label her a weirdo again. Sigh. All she wished was to see Goku transform into this form at night. How could that be considered strange? Each time Goku attained a new form, she had attempted to ask him this, but he had coldly rejected her every time. The only success had been when he first became a Super Saiyan, as he had maintained that form for nearly a year while training at full power. But now, sigh, she had never succeeded again. Truly, he was a rather dull man, oblivious to the nuances of life. Not only did he fail to grasp the essence of romance, but he also branded her as peculiar whenever she brought it up. She recalled Goku's words, my Bulma is a weirdo. At this thought, Bulma's fists clenched slightly. Men, Bulma, has your dimension reached the King of Hell? Goku asked, sensing her presence beside him. Yes, why? Bulma replied, puzzled by his sudden inquiry. Oh, nothing in particular. I just remembered that nearly everyone has attained the divine level and wanted to ask. Everyone has reached the divine level? Bulma exclaimed, surprised. Indeed. A significant portion of that is thanks to the spirit tree's fruit. Recently, even the laziest Yamcha has reached the divine level. Goku himself was uncertain about how long one could live after reaching the divine dimension. Perhaps it could be 1,000 years? He had progressed so rapidly before the Grand Kai that he hardly had time to comprehend it. By the way, how long can I live after reaching the King of Hell dimension? Bulma asked Goku, a hint of concern etched on her face. Having loved each other for over a decade, their bond forged through time had only deepened her appreciation. She yearned to spend a lifetime in mutual affection with Goku. Yet he had once mentioned that upon attaining divine power in the divine dimension, one's lifespan became nearly infinite. Since the inception of the Omni King's universe, no entity has perished in such a manner, a revelation that Goku gleaned from Whis. Hence, she harbors no desire for death. Rather, she yearns to accompany Goku for eternity. Witnessing the ebb and flow of time, the passage of days and nights, and the transformation of landscapes. I am uncertain, but it seems plausible that thousands of years are within reach. Goku, perceptive as ever, recognized the worries that plagued Bulma's mind. In the past, he might have shared her concerns, yet now he remained unfazed. Setting aside the fact that Bulma's aptitude for dimensional training is nothing short of genius, coupled with his presence, it is only reasonable to expect her to ascend to the divine dimension without incident. As for the matter of strength, they could gradually hone it together. All right, Bulma. Fret not. Do you not trust me? Goku teased in response. Upon hearing Goku's words, Bulma nodded, dismissing her apprehensions regarding that matter. She placed her faith in Goku. In her eyes, he was omnipotent. If Goku assured her that there was no cause for concern, it signified that he possessed a solution. With Goku having a plan, what was there for her to worry about? Let us proceed as we must, she declared. Come, Goku, let us dine. With a skip in her step, Bulma grasped Goku's arm and bounded toward the dining hall. Observing the return of Bulma's vibrant spirit, a smile graced Goku's face. This was indeed his Bulma,